Your name is He Pingsheng? How old are you? Inside a dark hall that looked like a dilapidated temple, a burly man with his upper body bare stared at the boy before him, whose height was less than 5 feet, and asked in a rough, grating voice. The boy replied with utmost respect and caution, reporting to Boss Zhang, I am 14 this year. What spiritual root do you have? Boss Zhang asked again carelessly. He Pingsheng said, I have a 5 elements spiritual root. The moment Boss Zhang heard that it was a 5 elements spiritual root, a satisfied smile immediately surfaced on his face. Then mocking as he spoke, he said, So you're a money-burning burden, huh? Loud laughter erupted all around. The group of men nearby, their bodies reeking of sweat, all burst into uproarious laughter. The mingled laughter shook the rafters above, causing the dust on the beams to rustle down. Opposite him, Boss Zhang's smile faded, and the surrounding laughter ceased in unison as if they were puppets on strings. With a sharp smack, Boss Zhang's grime-blackened, oil-stained hand landed on He Pingsheng's thin shoulder. He said, I have some ties with that fellow Jiangshi you mentioned. He pleaded with me, so I was willing to take you in. You're already 14, not that young anymore. From today on, the water-carrying work on Xiuzhu Peak will be your responsibility. But there is one thing you must remember. The lords and ladies on Xiuzhu Peak are immortals who can soar through the skies and burrow through the earth, each incomparably noble. When you see them, you must be utterly respectful. If you provoke their displeasure, you may not keep your life. He Pingsheng's heart tightened, and he hastily answered, Yes. Boss Zhang continued, On Xiuzhu Peak, there are 2 places that need water. One is the caves where the lords reside. The other is the dining hall for us odd job workers. The amount of water used is no small matter. Each day you must rise before dawn to begin carrying water and can only stop at night. You are not allowed a single moment of rest in between. Otherwise you won't be able to finish the water-carrying task. Have you remembered? Boss Zhang barked. He Pingsheng nodded. I've remembered. Louse and take him to get familiar with things. Don't delay tomorrow's work. If the lords punish us, none of you. A tall, thin, middle-aged man stood up, led He Pingsheng out of the dark hall, and walked toward the outside. 14 years old. He was born in the outer sect of Taishu men. His parents had both once been outer sect disciples of Taishu men. Unfortunately, when He Pingsheng was 8, his father, He Sanjia, went out seeking fortuitous encounters and was killed by a demonic beast. Less than a month later, his mother also died inexplicably. Then a group of cultivators from Taishu men broke into their home and plundered all the cultivation resources his parents had left behind. From then on, He Pingsheng lived with his father's old friend Jiang Jian. When he was 9, He Pingsheng's spiritual root awakened. At the awakening assembly of Taishu men, he awakened a complete 5 elements spiritual root of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He possessed a spiritual root, yet this kind of root was the most difficult to cultivate. In the words of the cultivation world, such a spiritual root was a money-burning burden. It required countless resources piled upon it. To put it plainly, the resources needed to nurture a single 5 elements spiritual root cultivator could often train 10 or even several dozen single-element spiritual root cultivators. None of the elders or disciples of Taishu men were willing to take him as a disciple. In the end, He Pingsheng was not even granted the qualification to enter the outer sect. Recently, because Jiang Jian saw no hope on his own great Tao and was nearing old age, he planned to abandon cultivation and return to the fields to marry, have children, and continue his ancestral line. He could no longer look after his old friend's descendant and could only recommend He Pingsheng to the odd jobs team on Xiuzhu Peak in the inner sect to become a menial disciple. As for a menial disciple, as the name suggests, it means one who does chores and hard labor. The cultivation world is not composed entirely of immortals. Even immortals must eat, drink, and attend to daily needs. In particular, disciples at the chi refining stage are not yet able to subsist without food, so attendants for their daily life are indispensable. On every main peak of Taishu men, there is an odd jobs team responsible for various tasks, such as cleaning, food preparation, errands, and many more. Broken down, there are no fewer than several dozen kinds of work. Of all the tasks, water carrying was the heaviest. After all, on the entire mountain peak, with so many people, the daily consumption of water was enormous. Moreover, one had to go to the mountain spring on the back slope to fetch water. Though the round trip was only 2 li, the path rose and fell sharply, rugged and hard to walk. The reason He Pingsheng chose to come here and suffer was that he still harbored a sliver of extravagant hope for the immortal path. Although he was a menial disciple, Xiuzhu Peak, after all, was close to the immortals. Being closer meant there might be opportunities. If his fate proved favorable, it would not be impossible to obtain 1 or 2 cultivation methods for seeking the Tao and from their step onto the immortal path. Would that not be wonderful? It was with this dream in his heart that he asked Jiang Jian to recommend him to Xiuzhu Peak. As for hardship, he had not been born with a golden key in his mouth. In this world, whose life is free of suffering, Han Laosan led He Pingsheng around Xiuzhu Peak once and showed him 2 enormous water tanks. He Pingsheng's daily task was to fill both tanks to the brim. To fill these 2 huge tanks, he would need to run to the back mountain at least 20 times. For a 14-year-old boy, this was undoubtedly a tremendous challenge. "This is your room," Han Laosan finally said, bringing He Pingsheng to a small courtyard. There were 6 or 7 rooms in this single courtyard. Each menial disciple had a room of his own. After He Pingsheng received the key and iron lock and opened the door, he saw that the room was utterly bare. There were no living necessities. Even the most basic quilt was absent. Fortunately, it was summer, so he would not freeze at night without a quilt. There was at least a large iron bowl. "The dining hall is at the front," Han Laosan said. "Just go eat there on time every day. If you're late, there'll be nothing left." After saying this last sentence, Han Laosan hurriedly left, as if he had urgent matters to attend to. He Pingsheng looked around the room once more and found only emptiness. So he raised his hand to lock the door, picked up 2 water buckets, and headed toward the back mountain. By rights, he could have waited until tomorrow to start carrying water. But if one plans ahead, one stands firm. If one does not, one fails. If he truly waited until tomorrow to carry water and ran into any problems, there would be no room to adjust. So He Pingsheng decided to go in advance. On one hand, to familiarize himself with the route, and on the other to see how long it would actually take him to fill the 2 tanks. Behind the mountain, a clear stream flowed down from the peak, turning into a waterfall that cascaded onto a giant boulder, sending up sprays of snowy white droplets. The waterfall was not large, only a foot wide, yet its flow was ceaseless and unending. This water was more than enough to supply the entire peak. Beneath the boulder, the waterfall pooled into a shallow, crystal-clear pond. The water was so clear that even the pebbles at the bottom could be seen. He Pingsheng brought the 2 large buckets, overfilled them with clear water, then hoisted them onto his shoulders and started back. The 2 buckets of water were very heavy, nearly pressing the breath out of him. The Tuli Mountain Road took him a full quarter of an hour. At that pace, he could at most carry water 2 to 3 times in 1 hour. To make 20 trips back and forth, he would need at least 7 to 8 hours. To make his work tomorrow a bit easier after his first trip, He Pingsheng returned again to the water's edge. He decided to carry water at least 5 times today, so that tomorrow he would not need to toil quite as hard. Once, twice, 3 times. The night grew ever darker. When He Pingsheng came to the water's edge for the 5th time to draw water, he suddenly noticed something at the bottom flickering with a faint light. "What is that?" He Pingsheng took a deep breath and stepped closer, discovering that on the clear bottom, not far away, lay an old broken clay basin. The clay basin was pitch black, just reflecting a strand of moonlight. "Huh." He Pingsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it's just a broken basin. Still, this broken basin is not entirely useless. I'll take it back. Could be just right for washing clothes." And splash. He Pingsheng poured the 2 buckets of water from the carrying pole into the water vat. The huge vat only reached half its capacity. That made 5 trips completed for today. He used a chipped clay basin to scoop some water, rinsed his hands and face, then scrubbed the basin inside and out until it was spotless before filling it halfway and carrying it back into the room. This half basin of water was meant for drinking, so that if he grew thirsty at night, he would not have to go outside. Returning to the room, he locked the door from within and then pushed the wooden bolt firmly into place. Moonlight, like flowing water, streamed through the lattice gaps of the window, casting mottled, dreamlike patterns across the room. He Pingsheng flopped onto the bed in one rolling motion and drifted into heavy sleep just like that. At dawn the next day, an urgent clanging of a gong sounded from outside. It was time to get up. He Pingsheng dragged his exhausted body out of bed, grabbed his iron bowl, and hurried toward the kitchen. Meals were being served. One had to fill the stomach in the morning to have strength for work. The odd jobs disciples filed out of their own rooms, one after another, heading toward the dining hall at the front. More than 20 people shuffled along in a noisy, disorderly crowd. Zhang Laoda, still bare-chested, but now wearing dark red trousers, waited until everyone had arrived, then called the roll one by one. When he finished, he said, "Time to eat. Lao Bao, give this kid an extra helping of meat, and make sure he eats his fill, or he will not have the strength to haul water." He was not pitying He Pingsheng. Rather, Zhang Laoda knew all too well how grueling hauling water could be. He Pingsheng was young to begin, with only 14 this year. If he did not eat his fill, how could he possibly have the strength to work? If the work was left undone, the one to suffer in the end would still be Zhang Laoda. Do not forget, he was the monitor of this odd jobs class. "Thank you, Zhang Laoda." He Pingsheng, still muddle-headed, thanked him with a face full of gratitude. He was still young. Matters of human nature and basic worldly reasoning were not yet clear to him, so he naturally failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind it. It had to be said, the meals of this immortal sect were quite lavish. Even breakfast provided meat to one's content. After eating, He Pingsheng washed his bowl clean and returned to his room, preparing to head to the waterfall behind the mountain to fetch water. Yet the scene that greeted him as he stepped inside left him momentarily dumbfounded. The basin he had used yesterday to hold spring water lay by the window. Previously, it had contained only half a basin of clear water, but now that half basin had become a brimming full basin and the water had turned a vivid jade green. How strange. It has only been one night. Has the water gone bad already? He Pingsheng set down the iron bowl and walked over to the window, leaning in to examine it closely. Up close he saw that the water truly was green, an intense, translucent green. At a glance it looked thoroughly spoiled. Looks like I can't use this basin for drinking water anymore. He Pingsheng reached out and picked up the basin, then tipped the entire basin of emerald water out of the window. From now on, I'll just use it for washing clothes. With a clatter, he tossed the basin back onto the floor at random, then hoisted the carrying pole onto his shoulder, opened the door, and headed toward the mountain spring. Because he had already made 5 trips today, he needed to make only 15. 15 trips did not sound like much, yet by the time He Pingsheng finished all the work, it was already deep into the night. Dragging his tired body back into the small hut, He Pingsheng immediately began to worry. 15 trips a day was almost his limit. Tomorrow there would be 20 trips. How was he supposed to manage that? He had just lain down on the hard plank bed when knocking sounded from outside. No more accurately, it was pounding accompanied by a rough voice. He Pingsheng. Open up. It was Zhang Laoda's voice. He Pingsheng removed the door bolt and opened the door with a creak. Zhang Laoda stepped in with a sack in hand, grinning broadly. Pingsheng, how was it today? Tired. He Pingsheng thought Zhang Laoda was concerned about him and replied gratefully, a bit tired. Zhang Laoda chuckled. I saw it too. You ran 5 trips yesterday and didn't rest for a moment today. You made 15 runs in total. I know you're exhausted, he added. Do you think you can finish the task tomorrow? Faced with the question, He Pingsheng felt far from confident. He could only say, I will definitely work hard tomorrow. Good. Zhang Laoda patted his shoulder. Working hard is good, but I fear that even if you work yourself to death, you still won't finish this water hauling task. Look, what's this? Zhang Laoda opened the cloth bag in his hand. Inside, half a sack of snowy white rice appeared before He Pingsheng's eyes. He Pingsheng asked curiously, is this rice? Not ordinary rice. Zhang Laoda replied, shaking his head. The immortals took pity on us odd jobs disciples and decreed that each of us will receive a fixed amount of spirit rice every month. Others get 2 jin a month, you're different. You get 10 jin every month. Off. He Pingsheng asked why. Zhang Laoda said, why else? Because hauling water is heavy work. But brother, every newcomer has to go through this stage. I'm not trying to cheat you. If you don't believe me, ask the others. They all hauled water before. When more newcomers arrive later, you won't have to haul water anymore. Come on, find something to hold the rice, and I'll pour it out for you. He Pingsheng glanced around the room and found that the only thing that could hold spirit rice was that old battered clay basin. He picked up the blackened basin from the floor and set it on the table. Zhang Laoda tipped the contents of the sack into the basin with a rustling sound, emptying it all at once. In the dim night, by the light of the moon, He Pingsheng could see that each white grain of rice emitted a faint green glow. It was indeed spirit rice. He Pingsheng had seen spirit rice before. When Uncle Zhang Jian had still been an outer disciple, he too received 10 jin of spirit rice each month. Every time He Pingsheng had helped him by running errands to collect it. Yet Zhang Jian's spirit rice had been a brilliant jade green. The color of spirit rice marked its quality. It was said that the finest spirit rice shone a golden yellow. High-grade spirit rice was emerald green. What filled He Pingsheng's basin now, however, was the lowest grade stuff. Grain that immortals would not even look at. Otherwise, how could it have ended up in the hands of a class of odd jobs disciples? Remember, cook only 2 handfuls a day, half before you start work in the morning and half before you work in the afternoon. With this extra rice, I guarantee you'll be able to haul water 20 times a day. With that, Zhang Laoda turned and strode out. He Pingsheng's brows furrowed. Because he had always been the one to collect Zhang Jian's spirit rice, he knew better than anyone what 10 jin of rice looked like. The rice in this basin was nowhere near 10 jin. At most half, perhaps 5 jin. That damn Zhang Laoda must have skimmed off his spirit rice. With these thoughts circling in his mind, He Pingsheng locked the door again and then lay down to sleep. Brooding on it would do no good. With his strength so meager right now, what could he do even if he knew others were skimming his rice? Could he demand it back? He could not. Since he could not, it was better not to waste his thoughts on it. For now, he might as well. Clang clang. As dawn broke, a hurried metallic tapping echoed through the air. He Pingsheng rubbed his eyes vigorously, forcing the drowsiness away. A new day had arrived. Time to get to work. What a delightful fragrance. He Pingsheng's surroundings gradually came into focus. Where is that aroma coming from? He swiftly sat up from his bed, his gaze sweeping across the room. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly. What is this? The entire room was dark with only a sliver of dawn's light streaming through the window. Not far from the windowsill, a dark ceramic basin was filled with glistening golden rice. He Pingsheng rubbed his eyes fiercely once more. He thought he must be seeing things. He pinched his thigh hard, hissing. It hurt. This is not a dream. This is not an illusion. Could this truly be top-grade spirit rice? In that moment, He Pingsheng's heart raced uncontrollably as he tiptoed to the ceramic basin. He reached in to touch the golden rice, gently stirring it. It was all golden rice. Though it was his first encounter, He Pingsheng had enough basic knowledge to recognize that what lay before him was high-quality spirit rice. But why was this happening? Didn't Zhang Laoda give him half a basin of ordinary spirit rice with a hint of when did it turn golden? Something is off. He Pingsheng keenly noticed that not only had the quality changed, but the quantity seemed to have increased as well. Yesterday, there was only half a basin of ordinary spirit rice, yet today, it was a full basin of golden top-grade spirit rice. What on earth was happening? Could someone have entered my room and placed this here secretly? He Pingsheng turned his gaze toward the door. No one was there. The door was tightly shut, the iron lock securely fastened. It was impossible for anyone to enter. What could it be then? He Pingsheng pondered helplessly. Just then a loud banging sounded from the entrance. He Pingsheng, are you still not up? Get up quickly and eat. Get to work. Outside, Zhang Laoda's harsh voice rang out. I'm up, Zhang Laoda, I'll be right there. He Pingsheng hurriedly tucked the basin of golden rice under the bed, covering it with his clothes in disarray, before opening the door and heading to the cafeteria with his iron bowl. Yet his mind was still preoccupied with the golden spirit rice. Shaoi, eat more meat, you need energy for work. The cafeteria's old Bao scooped a generous portion of meat into He Pingsheng's bowl. Eat more. Thank you, Uncle Bao. He Pingsheng expressed his gratitude, then after getting his meal squatted under the eaves outside the cafeteria and began to devour it hungrily. Kid. Zhang Laoda approached, looking down at He Pingsheng. I know you're tired, but you can't slack off. Remember my words, eat some spirit rice later. Today's task must be completed, or don't even think about sleeping tonight. Yes, yes, yes. He Pingsheng nodded while wolfing down his food. By the time Zhang Laoda left, He Pingsheng had nearly finished his bowl. Uncle Bao? He held out his empty bowl and said, give me another bowl. Sure. Old Bao, not stingy, served He Pingsheng another large bowl of meat. In the sect, meat was abundant and of little value. After finishing his meal, He Pingsheng locked the door to his room, then retrieved the spirit rice from beneath the bed. Cook some spirit rice. No. As soon as the thought appeared, He Pingsheng dismissed it. Why? Because it smelled too good. He had once helped Jiang Jin cook spirit rice, and he still remembered that aroma, rich and fragrant enough to waft for dozens of yards. That was just green top-grade spirit rice, and this was golden premium rice. If the aroma were too strong and someone discovered it, wouldn't they accuse him of being a rice thief? No way, I absolutely cannot cook it. He Pingsheng grabbed a handful of golden spirit rice and swallowed it whole. If cooking doesn't work, then he'll eat it raw. After a few bites of spirit rice, He Pingsheng felt as though a fire was burning in his belly. No. To be precise, it was a warm fire slowly igniting, surging from his belly to every limb instantly, making him feel an abundance of energy. It seemed that the fatigue from the previous day vanished in an instant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Incredible. The golden rice was indeed extraordinary. Regardless of how this golden rice came to be, He Pingsheng poured the rice from the basin into a pair of old pants he had set aside, tightly securing both ends, then placed it on the bed, creating a makeshift and unsightly pillow. Now, even if someone burst into the room, he need not worry about being discovered. After covering the pillow with some tattered clothing, He Pingsheng cautiously stepped out. He picked up 2 enormous water buckets and dashed towards the mountain spring. On this hot summer day, just as he reached the waterfall, He Pingsheng was already sweating profusely. He set down the buckets and leaned over the water pool, taking a few refreshing sips. Refreshing. However, the taste of the spring water seemed to have changed a bit. He couldn't quite pinpoint how it had changed, it just didn't seem as good as before. After drinking, it was time to work. He hoisted the 2 large wooden buckets filled with spring water onto his shoulders, surprisingly feeling much lighter today. As He Pingsheng carried the water, he marveled at how powerful the spirit rice truly was. Just a handful had granted him such strength. Again and again. In less than half a morning, He Pingsheng had filled the large vat at the entrance of the Chores Disciples cafeteria. After counting, he realized he had made 10 trips. That was incredibly fast. Back at the mountain spring, He Pingsheng didn't rush to continue fetching water, but took a break. Though only 14, he was somewhat naive and didn't fully understand some things, yet he still had a basic sense of. He Pingsheng knew that if he finished the task this quickly, it would surely raise Zhang Laoda's suspicions. If Zhang Laoda investigated further, the secret of the golden rice might be exposed. At that point, he would truly be close to death. So, it was better to be cautious and not to rush. Thus, for the next noon and afternoon, He Pingsheng began to dawdle in his work. Though it was quite easy, he made it seem extremely difficult. Only when night had fallen did He Pingsheng's 20 trips finally come to an end. Even though he had made 5 more trips than yesterday, thanks to the spirit rice, it felt comparatively easier. During this time, nothing particularly special happened. However, He Pingsheng himself had gained weight and strength. During this time, nothing particularly special happened. However, He Pingsheng himself had gained weight and strength after half a month of consuming meat and spiritual rice along with daily trips to fetch water. He had become quite robust. Naturally, fetching water had become much less strenuous for him. To put it simply, he could now easily fetch water 20 times a day. Yet to hide the effects of the golden rice, He Pingsheng still had to put on a weary expression every day. On this day, the weather was clear and the azure sky was pristine. As usual, He Pingsheng carried water from the mountain spring to the dining hall, and before he even reached the large vat, he noticed a crowd gathered outside. Colorfully dressed, they caught his eye. He Pingsheng glanced around and saw many unfamiliar faces. There were disciples in special robes from the Tai Su sect, as well as miscellaneous disciples like himself. Everyone was gathered, pointing and discussing among themselves, with the occasional stern voice of a woman rising above the chatter. He Pingsheng initially did not want to approach, but as he was about to pour his bucket of water into the vat, a woman called out, "Hey, water carrier, come here." He Pingsheng turned to look, noticing a gap in the dense crowd where a woman in a pink robe glared at him with wide. In front of this woman in the pink robe, Zhang Laoda lay on the ground like a dog, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. What was going on here? Zhang Laoda had been beaten. Esteemed lady. He Pingsheng set down the water-laden yoke and approached the woman respectfully, cupping his hands in salute. The rules within the Tai Su sect were strict. When miscellaneous disciples encountered inner disciples, they had to bow and show respect, even prostrating themselves. When encountering male disciples, they would respectfully call them sir. When meeting female disciples, they would refer to them as esteemed lady. Are you the miscellaneous disciple responsible for fetching water? The woman in the pink robe looked at He Pingsheng with a frosty expression. He took a deep breath and replied cautiously, "Yes, I am the one in charge of fetching water." Before the sword even reached him, a sharp wind blew towards him. He Pingsheng was startled and stumbled back 3 or 4 steps. Before the sword even reached him, a sharp wind blew towards him. He Pingsheng was startled and stumbled back 3 or 4 steps. The woman said, "Esteemed lady has a question for you. If you dare to deceive me, I swear you won't leave here alive today." Yes. He Pingsheng lowered his head again. The woman continued, "The spring water at Xiuzhu Peak has always been clear and sweet, the best among the 9 peaks of Tai Su sect. Even Tianyi Peak cannot compare to ours. May I ask why in recent times the water has become increasingly filthy? It's just ordinary and hard to swallow." He Pingsheng's face instantly darkened indeed. When he first arrived, he found the water delicious, but recently it had become increasingly bland. He wanted to know the answer himself. I don't know. He Pingsheng admitted honestly, as he truly had. The woman scoffed, her eyes shining with sharp light. "You filthy scoundrel. Did you bathe in the spring while fetching water, dirtying our celestial spring? If so, I'll make sure to kill you." "No, I never did. Please, esteemed lady, investigate thoroughly." Before the woman could respond, the prostrate Zhang Laoda jumped up, rushing to He Pingsheng and kicking him. With a loud thud, He Pingsheng was knocked to the ground. Zhang Laoda raised his fist and struck He Pingsheng's head several times, shouting, "You damned bastard. You were ordered to fetch water, yet you dared to sully the source. Let's see if I don't beat you to death." Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Laoda struck him several more times. Seeing He Pingsheng bleeding from his mouth and nose, he finally stopped, saying, "Esteemed lady, rest assured. He'll chop this dog into pieces to feed to the dogs." Afterward, Zhang Laoda kicked He Pingsheng a few more times. Although He Pingsheng had grown stronger recently, he was still just a 14-year-old boy. How could he possibly compare to the over 30-year-old muscular Zhang Laoda? He naturally could not fight back and could only curl up defensively. The woman's expression softened a bit, saying it may be better to chop this scoundrel up than get someone more sensible to replace him, but this is really your own matter as miscellaneous disciples. Hearing that they were truly deciding his life and death, He Pingsheng panicked, scrambling to his feet and saying, "Esteemed lady, please understand, I fetch water every day and have no time to bathe over there. I assure you this matter has nothing to do with me." At that moment, a woman in a blue robe hurriedly approached from a distance. "Little junior sister, what are you doing? What trouble are you causing now?" "Nothing serious, just these filthy and disgusting miscellaneous disciples dared to bathe in the spring water on the back mountain, contaminating our celestial spring. That's why the taste of the water has changed recently. I'm here to uphold justice and kill this filthy scoundrel." "Absolutely not," the blue-robed woman exclaimed in shock. "You must not do that." He Pingsheng, seeing hope for salvation, quickly took a couple of steps toward the blue-robed woman, saying, "Esteemed lady, please understand, I've never bathed in that pond. I also drink this water daily. How could I possibly disgust myself?" The blue-robed woman nodded, then turned her gaze back from He Pingsheng to the pink-robed woman, saying, "Little junior sister, if someone did bathe in the pond, the taste of the water would hardly change. If you want to know what exactly happened, it would be best to go and check the spring yourself. We must not wrong the innocent. Although they are merely lowly miscellaneous disciples, they have it hard too." The pink-robed woman coldly snorted, feeling quite embarrassed. The blue-robed woman said, "How about this? He'll accompany you to the spring to take a look. You all come along too, and let's see what exactly is going on with the water. He Pingsheng did not know how to address these two women, but it was clear that the blue-robed woman was more effective in speech. The crowd followed the two women toward the back mountain. As they walked, He Pingsheng still limped, his whole body aching. His face was bruised and battered. However, even so, he still carried 2 empty buckets. After all, he still had work to do later. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more severe. The water flowed gently. Soon everyone arrived at the waterfall, which was about a foot wide. Bring me the bucket. Zhang Laoda shouted sternly at He Pingsheng, then rushed to grab the water bucket and personally went to the water's edge to fill half a bucket. Zhang Laoda laboriously brought the water to the woman in green, then smiled widely and said, "Great Tamp." The woman in green nodded, took a scoop of water, and brought it to her mouth. Her brows furrowed. "Shiji, how is it?" The woman in pink walked over and asked. Before the woman in green could speak, the woman in pink also scooped some water and tasted it, instantly becoming furious. "This water source has been polluted by you. Kid, you deserve to die." She glared at He Pingsheng. The woman in green shook her head and said, "Not necessarily. This water is flowing water. Even if it has been slightly polluted, how could it completely lose its original flavor? I think the issue is mostly upstream." The woman in green said softly, then suddenly a surge of power erupted from her body, using a method that He Pingsheng could not comprehend. A stream of water flew from the waterfall and landed perfectly in the snow-white hand of the woman in green. The woman in green took the opportunity to taste the water. The woman in pink asked Shiji, "How is it?" The woman in green shook her head. "This water is wrong. It tastes completely different from before. There must be a problem at the source." The source. The woman in pink looked up, following the direction of the waterfall. At the top was the highest peak behind the Shizhu Peak. Here the cliffs were steep and ordinary disciples could not climb up. For someone like He Pingsheng, a mere servant, it would be impossible to reach the summit in his lifetime. So in a sense, the change in water quality probably had nothing to do with He Pingsheng at all. The woman in pink was well aware that she had blamed the wrong person. However, as a distinguished inner sect disciple, she would naturally not apologize to a lowly servant. Instead, she turned her head and shot a fierce glare at He Pingsheng, accompanied by a cold snort. "You are responsible for fetching water. You should have informed me immediately when the water quality changed. You cannot escape responsibility for this." But the woman in green showed no regard for the woman in pink's words. She looked at He Pingsheng and sighed, "It's not his fault. All right, junior sister, let's report this to master and have others investigate. What's your name?" The woman in green looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng cupped his hands and replied, responding to Great Aunt, "I am He Pingsheng. This matter should not concern you. My junior sister has wronged you." The woman in green extended her jade hand and handed a snow-white porcelain bottle to He Pingsheng. Inside there are 2 golden bone pills. If you take one, your injuries will heal within 3 days. As for the remaining one, it is your compensation. He Pingsheng felt a wave of anxiety, unsure whether to accept or refuse. But the woman in green had already stuffed the porcelain bottle into his embrace. "Shiji," the woman in pink said reluctantly, "he's just a lowly servant. Why apologize to him? If he dies, he dies. Do we care about 1 or 2 servants at Shizhu Peak?" "Junior sister, you cannot say that. I've heard master say that commoners should not be killed indiscriminately, otherwise it will bring karma and be detrimental to your future cultivation. I'm doing this for your own good." The voices of the 2 women grew quieter. He Pingsheng looked up and found that the 2 had already walked far away. Phew. He let out a sigh of relief. Nearby Zhang Laoda also breathed a sigh of relief. Many people around were eyeing the porcelain bottle in He Pingsheng's hand. He Pingsheng was so frightened that he quickly held the porcelain bottle tightly. "You all, get the hell out of here." Zhang Laoda waved his hand. The moment those people were scared, they fled. By the large mountain spring, only He Pingsheng and Zhang Laoda remained. "Little he." Zhang Laoda changed to a smiling face and said, "What I said just now was for the great hand above. Don't take it seriously. Could I really kill you? Our Shizhu Peak is also a place that follows rules." He Pingsheng remained silent. He didn't know how to respond to because at that moment, he truly felt the murderous intent from Zhang Laoda. "By beating you up, I actually..." Zhang Laoda continued to look at He Pingsheng and said with a smile, "Think about it. If I hadn't intervened, wouldn't that great aunt have to step in? Her sword was already pointed at you. If I hadn't stepped in when that great aunt attacked, she would have sliced you in half, and you would be a cold corpse right now. No, I should say 2 halves of a cold corpse." He Pingsheng shivered for no reason. Although Zhang Laoda was somewhat unreasonable, what he said was true. If that woman had attacked, he might really have lost it. Of course, this did not mean that Zhang Laoda was kind-hearted. "So little he," Zhang Laoda shamelessly said, "I saved your life. You cannot ignore the debt of gratitude for saving your life, right?" As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on the porcelain bottle in He Pingsheng's embrace. At this moment, He Pingsheng finally understood. This guy wants my pills. "Zhang Laoda," He Pingsheng said, "I'm injured. I still need this pill to recover. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete my tasks these days." "Hee hee." Zhang Laoda chuckled and said, "Don't you have 2 pills? Why don't you give me one?" You can use the remaining one to recover. Also, starting tomorrow I'll arrange an easier job for you. I'll have someone else fetch the water. How about that? He Pingsheng began to consider. First it seemed impossible not to give it to him. If he didn't give it, and the guy kept thinking about it, he would have a hard time later. Secondly, giving it could also yield some benefits. Forget it. Those who know how to adapt are clever. This isn't cowardice, but a slight compromise. All right. He Pingsheng said I hope Zhang Laoda keeps his word and arranges an easier job for me tomorrow. He opened the porcelain bottle and took out a red pill to hand to Zhang Laoda. Zhang Laoda did not take it, but instead pointed at the bottle and said I want the one with the bottle. In short, this guy wanted to take the bottle too. Fine. He Pingsheng didn't mind these details and handed the bottle to Zhang Laoda. Zhang Laoda took the bottle, opened it, and glanced inside, saying, yes, this is indeed a first-grade golden bone pill. He Pingsheng returned to his small room. The wound that had not felt painful moments ago suddenly began to throb. Fortunately, Han Lao San came to inform him that due to his injury, Zhang Laoda had not arranged any other tasks for him in the past 2 days. He could rest for 2 days. Otherwise, He Pingsheng's days would have been even more unbearable. After Han Lao San left, several others came to inquire, their sole purpose being to find out where He Pingsheng's elixirs had gone. He Pingsheng spoke ambiguously, leading others to believe that all the elixirs had been taken by Zhang Laoda, thus extinguishing their covetous hearts. This tactic was undoubtedly effective. For the next half-day, no one came to inquire at He Pingsheng's door. The whole world fell silent. He Pingsheng locked his door from the inside and secured it tightly before returning to the bedside to take out a blood-red Jingu Dan from his bosom. The question arose, should he consume it? After taking it, his injuries would certainly heal completely within 3 days. According to that gray tant, not only could it heal such superficial wounds, but even in the case of serious injuries, consuming this would allow for a quick recovery of vitality and strength, enabling him to move as before within days. This was a precious item. A treasure only usable by celestial beings. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an elixir, right? After much contemplation, He Pingsheng decided to put away this elixir. He was reluctant to consume it. Such a minor injury should be bearable, and such a precious elixir must be kept for the future. If he were to suffer a severe injury, it would serve as an extra layer of protection. At a crucial moment, it might just save his life. He Pingsheng's gaze wandered around the room and noticed that apart from the dark ceramic basin, there was indeed no container for the elixir. The previously white porcelain bottle had been taken by Zhang Laoda. Then I'll just place it in the basin for now. He Pingsheng tossed the blood-red elixir into the ceramic basin, then covered it with a wooden board, pushing the entire basin along with the board deep under the bed. Having done everything, He Pingsheng secretly grabbed a handful of spiritual rice from under his pillow and stuffed it into his mouth. The spiritual rice could enhance strength. He hoped it would also aid in healing his injuries. Indeed, He Pingsheng's guess was correct. After a long day, when he lay in bed after dinner, he felt that his injuries had improved significantly. At least it wasn't so painful lying on the hard wooden bed anymore. The next morning it was time for breakfast. Just as he was eating, Zhang Laoda approached, He Pingsheng smiling brightly and saying, little brother, I've arranged an easier job for you. Starting this morning, you'll be in charge of cleaning the alchemy room at our Xiuzhu Peak. This job isn't heavy. If the elders aren't refining pills you won't have to clean. How about that? He Pingsheng felt indifferent. After all, working in the alchemy room had to be easier than fetching water, right? Sounds good. He Pingsheng nodded, gratitude appearing on his face. Thank you, brother Zhang. Don't mention it. Zhang Laoda took a deep breath and said, let me clarify first. The alchemy room is a public space at our Xiuzhu Peak, and there's a special alchemist disciple who serves there. He is an outer disciple. You're different, you're a servant. Once you go there, you'll only be doing tasks like cleaning furnace ashes, chopping wood. But some of the elders have bad tempers. If their alchemy fails, their mood will worsen, and they might vent their frustrations on us servants. If you don't have the insight and end up provoking a beating, don't blame me for not warning you. All this. He Pingsheng then felt something was amiss. Looking around, he indeed saw many people showing expressions that said, you're doomed. Zhang Laoda continued, everything has its pros and cons. If the elders refine satisfactory elixirs and are in a good mood, they might reward you with some items. Even the tiniest fragments that fall from the fingers of celestial beings will be enough for you to enjoy for a lifetime. He Pingsheng, be more observant, move in today. There are designated rooms in the alchemy room. You'll be staying over there from now on. However, for the 3 meals a day, you'll still need to come back here. Fetching water and cleaning the alchemy room, one is exhausting, while the other is deadly. He Pingsheng couldn't tell if he should feel sad or happy, but he always felt that being closer to celestial beings meant his path to cultivation would be wider. More opportunities could only be a good thing. As long as he was clever, he should be fine. He returned to his room, ready to start moving. He Pingsheng locked the door and secured the latch. In fact, there wasn't much to move. Just some clothes. The rest was the golden spiritual rice he had secretly hidden away along with one elixir. For He Pingsheng, the elixir was the most important. He bent down to crawl under the bed, laboriously retrieving the ceramic basin he had stuffed in yesterday. When he lifted the lid, he was immediately stunned. 2. Indeed, inside the dark basin lay 2 elixirs side by side. Did I not put in just 1? How did it become 2? He Pingsheng's heart began to race wildly. At that moment, the strange occurrences of the past few days flashed through his mind. The water in the basin had increased and turned green. The white spiritual rice in the basin had turned into golden spiritual rice, and its quantity had doubled. Now the 1 elixir that had been placed in this basin had also turned into 2. Hiss hiss hiss. This basin must be a treasure. He Pingsheng felt that at this moment, he was not real at all. He fiercely pinched his thigh. The pain brought him a bit of clarity. Sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the basin for about half a stick of incense, the 14-year-old boy scratched his head and reached out to pick up one of the elixirs for a closer look. 1, 2, 3, 4. While observing, he murmured to himself, counting the patterns on the. Yesterday Zhang Lao had told him that elixirs also differed in quality. The same type of elixir could be classified as low-grade, mid-grade, or high-grade. The important distinguishing feature was the patterns on it. 1 pattern indicates a low-grade elixir. 2 patterns indicate a mid-grade elixir. 3 patterns are said to only appear on high-grade elixirs. He Pingsheng clearly remembered that the elixir from yesterday had only 1 pattern. But now this elixir had 4 patterns on it. What kind of thing is this? Could it be? Is there an elixir of even higher quality than high-grade? He Pingsheng's heart raced with excitement. Treasure Basin. Treasure. Wait. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. He thought of another matter: spring water. Indeed. Yesterday those 2 women mentioned that the mountain spring water had changed, no longer as clear and sweet as before. Previously He Pingsheng did not know the reason, but now he had a general idea. After water is placed in this basin, it turns green. It seems that the green water was not spoiled or moldy, but surely contained something that could make the spring water sweet and clear. This basin had been lying at the bottom of the shallow pool, producing green water every day, but it was diluted by the vast water pool. So on the surface nothing seemed amiss, but in reality it could affect the water quality. Later, when He Pingsheng took away the basin, the function of purifying the water quality disappeared. It was no wonder that the originally clear and sweet mountain spring turned into ordinary water. Considering the connection of several events, He Pingsheng finally confirmed that this basin in his hand was indeed a peerless treasure. What a treasure! He touched the basin and decisively swallowed the golden bone pill with 4 Dan patterns in his hand. Since this treasure could turn 1 into 2, what would happen if I consumed this golden bone pill? I can place the remaining 1 inside, and tomorrow I will get 2 again. Boom! The pill melted in his mouth, and a powerful aura instantly surged through He Pingsheng's body. He felt a warm sensation within. The injuries and bruises on his hands and arms visibly faded. The pain in his chest was gone, and his head no longer throbbed. The bloody sensation that occasionally flowed from his nasal cavity also disappeared. In the span of a meal, He Pingsheng's body returned to its former state without a trace of injury. This was too powerful. He Pingsheng once again felt a sense of unreality. He pinched his thigh hard. After about half an hour, he finally calmed down from the excitement and joy. He couldn't just be excited, he had to think about what to do next. He needed to move. But He Pingsheng still faced considerable risks. The treasure basin was inconspicuous because it looked like an ordinary broken basin from the outside. The pill was also inconspicuous. It was small and could easily be hidden in the corners of his clothes without raising suspicion. But the key issue was that he still had a pile of golden rice. What should I do? Take it with me when I move, or throw it away? After pondering for a few breaths, He Pingsheng made a decision. He placed his clothes and the rice in the basin, covering them securely. Only when everyone in the courtyard had gone out did he stealthily leave the house and head to the restroom. There was a drain in the restroom. Without hesitation, He Pingsheng poured all the golden spirit rice. The golden rice sank, disappearing into the filth. And this waste would be flushed down the mountain gorge with the water flow. Thus there was no trace left. After doing all this, He Pingsheng took his basin clothes and the large iron bowl used for meals, making his way toward the alchemy room on Xiuzhu Peak. Xiuzhu Peak was vast. Towering thousands of feet high, it had some areas cleared for buildings, such as pavilions and towers. These structures were situated in relatively flat areas, but there was not much flat land on the mountain, and it was scattered, making many places on Xiuzhu Peak quite dispersed. Walking uphill from the servant class for about 3 or 4 miles, he arrived in front of a building that looked like a temple from the outside. He Pingsheng could read, and this was the alchemy room. Entering the courtyard, he found dense clusters of amidst the bamboo there was a large hall painted yellow, majestic, and ancient, yet the high walls were covered with spider webs. A young man about 20 saw He Pingsheng approaching and pointed at him from the high steps. You are the new servant disciple in the alchemy room? Yes. He Pingsheng placed the ceramic basin on the ground and respectfully bowed. I am He Pingsheng. Come here. The man beckoned. He Pingsheng carried the ceramic basin up. The young man reached into the ceramic basin and rummaged around. Besides He Pingsheng's clothes, there was a large iron bowl, a pair of chopsticks, and then this shabby ceramic basin. The corner of the young man's mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery as he said, "You really are quite poor." However, He Pingsheng felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had earlier disposed of the golden spirit rice in the latrine. Otherwise, he would have truly failed this test today. "All right," the young man said. "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Hao and I am the immortal responsible for this alchemy room. From now on, you will be in charge of the chores here. See that? There is a room over there, and that will be your place to live from now on. Go put your things away first, then come to find me. Let me explain your tasks." "Yes." He Pingsheng again bowed respectfully, "Senior brother." After saying that, he carried the ceramic basin into the nearby room. This room was similar to the previous servant quarters, but slightly larger and had a partition. The partition contained a bedroom, which had a bed and bedding. Outside was a table and some miscellaneous items. How should I put it? It was a bit better than the servant class. He Pingsheng placed the ceramic basin in the bedroom, locked the door, and returned to the entrance of the main hall, where Senior Brother Hao was. "Come in." The voice of Senior Brother Hao came from inside. He Pingsheng cautiously walked in. The alchemy room was quite clean. It was spotless. The hall was spacious and well ventilated, with a huge Dan furnace in the middle, round in shape, and supported by 3 legs. Between the 3 legs were 3 openings for placing firewood. Firewood was essential for burning, and fire was a crucial part of alchemy. Seeing this, He Pingsheng was somewhat taken aback. In his imagination, the immortals would use wisps of celestial fire to ignite the furnace. But here, it was really using firewood to burn. "Come here." Senior Brother Hao waved his hand and said, "Let me tell you about your work. First, it's the cleaning of this hall. Pay attention. During alchemy, ash flies everywhere, so this place is covered in dust. After alchemy, not only do you have to clean the ash from the table, the floor, and the beams, but you also need to empty the ash from the bottom of the Dan furnace. This is the most basic work. Besides this, you also need to chop firewood. Firewood is very important, and many people run into problems over this. You need to remember, be cautious. Firewood is indeed a profound subject." Thus, Senior Brother Hao began to explain the principles of firewood to He Pingsheng. This firewood used for alchemy is divided into 2 types. One is hard firewood. The other is soft firewood. Soft materials are used to ignite the fire. Generally, there are no special requirements, and dried straw will suffice. However, the classification of hard firewood is more extensive. He categorized it based on the type of wood, including elm wood, chestnut wood, jujube wood, and paulownia wood, among others. Each type of firewood also comes in different sizes, such as large, medium, and small firewood. Different types of pills require different kinds of firewood. Moreover, when refining a batch of pills, the intensity of the fire must be controlled at different stages. This control is achieved by combining large, medium, and small firewood. Of course, Senior Brother Hao said, "You don't need to know exactly how to control it. Managing the fire is my responsibility. Your task is to chop and gather the firewood. Go to the mountain to cut firewood according to my requirements, then dry it and chop it to the sizes I need. The specific sizes are over there, you can check for yourself." He Pingsheng walked out of the main hall and circled to the back. There was a shed specifically for storing firewood. He glanced inside and saw a lot of firewood neatly categorized by different sizes and types. No one has come to refine pills during this time. Senior Brother Hao unexpectedly appeared beside him and said, "You can go chop firewood on the mountain first and get familiar with the work." He Pingsheng became curious. How does Senior Brother know no one has come to refine pills recently? Senior Brother Hao smiled and said, "That's simple. If the immortals from Xiuzhu Peak are going to refine pills, they will notify us a few days in advance to prepare, and they'll tell me what kind of pills they intend to refine and when. Otherwise, if we are not prepared, what good are they for refining?" He Pingsheng immediately felt a sense of respect. Senior Brother is truly remarkable. Do those immortals have to apply to you in advance? Senior Brother Hao chuckled and said, "Well, even though our status is low, sometimes they still require our assistance." However, there was a hint of insincerity in Senior Brother Hao's smile. After taking a look around, He Pingsheng took his axe and went up the mountain to start chopping trees. He recognized various types of trees. This task of chopping firewood was no easier than fetching water, yet it lacked the strict daily quotas of water fetching, and the consumption of firewood was far less than that of drinking water. Overall, it was relatively easier. After dinner that night, He Pingsheng locked himself in his small room and took out the remaining golden bone pill, placing it gently in a shabby clay basin. After placing it inside, he set the clay basin on his bedside and stared at it intently, eager to see how this treasure basin would transform one pill into 2. However, as he waited until midnight, the basin remained completely still. Unable to bear it any longer, he had no choice but to go to sleep. The first thing he did upon waking the next morning was to glance at the dark clay basin. To his astonishment, the single pill inside had not moved at all. It was still just one pill. The The quality had not changed at all. Glancing around the basin, He Pingsheng felt a tinge of disappointment. Could it be that I misjudged, and this basin is actually not a treasure basin? Is it just an ordinary basin? How do I explain the events that occurred earlier? Is someone playing a joke on me? Why are you lost in thought? He Pingsheng, you seem troubled. After finishing his meal, senior brother Hao pushed his bowl onto the table and said, tell me about it. He Pingsheng quickly replied, no. That's even better. Senior brother Hao said, wash the bowl for me, and he'll tell you some good news. He Pingsheng picked up 2 bowls, went out to wash them, and then returned to the main hall. Senior brother Hao said, in 5 days Master Yu Xian from Xiuzhu Peak will come to refine pills. And he will be refining foundation establishment pills. He Pingsheng naturally didn't understand what a foundation establishment pill was, but he felt a twinge of anxiety. This was because it had been said that refining pills was the most dangerous for immortals. If the alchemy failed, the precious herbs collected with great effort would be lost. At that time, they might vent their frustrations on the pill boys and servant disciples, and injuries would be minor matters. How could this not cause anxiety? Who? Senior brother Hao took a deep breath. Go prepare. We will need a considerable amount of chestnut firewood for refining the foundation establishment pills, so prepare plenty. We should pray for Master Yu Xian's success in refining pills. He Pingsheng didn't know what a foundation establishment pill was, but he understood the value of the materials. The materials for a foundation establishment pill are incredibly precious. If the refinement fails, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, I will go right away. He Pingsheng temporarily forgot about the treasure basin and picked up his axe to head up the mountain. A day of hard work. However, the chestnut firewood would be sufficient. The next few days would simply involve chopping the firewood into suitable sizes. Nighttime. Returning to the room, he saw that dark clay basin again. He Pingsheng, after all, was unwilling to give up, so he fetched half a basin of clean water from outside and placed it beside the bed. He couldn't sleep, constantly keeping an eye on the situation of the clay basin. In the dead of night, the moonlight shone like water casting down from the sky. A beam of moonlight passed through the window of He Pingsheng's room, landing on the bluestone floor, creating a soft and serene beauty. At that moment, He Pingsheng suddenly noticed particles of light appearing on the moonlit ground, gathering together and moving toward the dark clay basin. In that instant, He Pingsheng became excited once more. There's no doubt. This treasure basin is indeed real. The moonlight merges with the water. The water seemed to have no change. However, after He Pingsheng stared at the water for an hour, he noticed that the color of the water seemed to have turned slightly green. Moreover, it seemed to have increased in volume. When he woke up the next morning, he looked at the clay basin, while sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot eyes, and was astonished to find that the basin was now filled with a large amount of water. Green like jade, reflecting the morning sunlight and displaying a vibrant emerald hue. I feel relieved. This proves that this thing is indeed a treasure basin. Splash. He Pingsheng quickly poured the full basin of clean water under the bed. No matter what, this thing cannot be kept. Even if the item disappears, it can still condense. But if someone discovers any clues, then it would be completely over. As the water soaked into the ground, an incredibly fresh aroma immediately filled the air. Just a whiff makes one feel refreshed. He Pingsheng thought, I wonder if this thing is drinkable. But now is not the time for research. He'll catch a squirrel later to test it. In the following days, He Pingsheng worked while secretly experimenting with various items. He didn't possess any treasures, but instead sought out ordinary objects. One day, an unusual thought crossed his mind. He brought the axe he usually used for chopping wood into the room and detached the axe head, placing it in a black ceramic basin. Since water, spiritual rice, and pills could be enhanced in the treasure basin, could this ordinary axe be enhanced? Let's give it a try. He Pingsheng couldn't sleep at night, secretly watching the basin. When the moonlight rose, that wondrous scene appeared once again. He saw the scattered moonlight slowly condense into moon essence, then fly into the treasure basin. The moon essence gently adhered to the surface of the axe head. It really works. He Pingsheng held his breath, quietly staring until he couldn't keep his eyes open and fell asleep. Upon waking the next morning, the first thing he did was check the axe in the treasure basin. Hiss. 2. No mistake. He had placed 1 axe inside yesterday, and this morning there were 2. Moreover, the quality of the axe seemed enhanced. Though the axe had been shiny before, its texture had been lacking. Now, however, the axe had a deep black color. It wasn't very shiny, but it looked pleasing. Let's give it a try. He Pingsheng put away one of the axes, then attached a handle to the other before heading out. After eating, he went straight to the lumber storage area behind the main hall and began chopping wood. He first stood up a log and swung the axe down with force. Crack! With that one swing, the axe cleaved the log in 2. This is jujube wood. He Pingsheng clearly remembered that jujube wood was the hardest to chop. Previously, with logs like this, it would take at least 10 swings to split it. And now, he had only needed 1 swing. Of course, he didn't think his strength had improved. There was only one possibility: the axe had become sharper. He Pingsheng's experiments continued. After several days of testing, he discovered several characteristics of the treasure basin. First, this black ceramic basin was undoubtedly a powerful, extraordinary treasure, without a doubt. Second, so far it seemed that no matter what was placed inside the treasure basin could enhance it, not only enhance, but also multiply it. One becoming two, that kind of doubling transformation. Third, items enhanced by the treasure basin could not be enhanced a second time. For example, the previous golden bone pill. After being enhanced by the treasure basin, it had 4 pill patterns. Thus, when He Pingsheng attempted to put it in a second time, it didn't work. For a time, He Pingsheng doubted whether the basin was faulty. Soon, however, a crucial day arrived. Early in the morning, senior brother Hao Yun called He Pingsheng out, instructing him to clean the main hall again and to transport various sizes of lumber to the alchemy room in advance. Not only had they prepared the lumber, but also a large vat of clean water. Elder Yuxian is a kind-hearted. Everything is ready, Hao Yun said, while wiping the sweat from his forehead. On Xiuzhu Peak, aside from the Golden Core elders, he is the most powerful and is said to have reached the 10th layer of foundation establishment. This time, the foundation establishment pill he is refining is likely prepared for the disciples. Among the dozens of immortals on Xiuzhu Peak, Elder Yuxian is known for his good temper. You need not worry, even if the alchemy fails, Elder Yuxian would not beat us. He Pingsheng sighed in relief. Hao Yun continued, even so, we must be cautious. The foundation establishment pill Elder Yuxian is refining is a second-grade pill. Preparing the materials is extremely complicated, requiring substantial financial resources and extensive connections, otherwise it would be impossible to gather all the materials. Let's go, follow me to the entrance to greet the elder. Without waiting for He Pingsheng to respond, Hao Yun tugged at his clothing and pulled him to the alchemy room's courtyard. Hao Yun took out 2 cushions, tossed them on the ground, and said, kneel down. Then it was just a matter of waiting. After all, Elder Yuxian only said he would come today, but did not specify when. It could be in the morning, or it might be in the afternoon or evening. One could not afford to be careless. Just as He Pingsheng had knelt for an entire morning feeling sore and his knees cramping, a beam of light suddenly flashed across the distant horizon. Devout, 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 devout. Hao Yun repeated the word devout 4 times, saying, the elder is coming. Quickly kneel properly. He Pingsheng quickly put on a serious expression, respectfully kneeling on the ground with his head bowed. However, his eyes rolled up, secretly glancing at the immortal light approaching from afar. He could see clearly that it was an old Taoist with white hair and beard, wearing a green Taoist robe, holding a white whisk in his hand. He was standing on a flying sword. Flying with a sword. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He Pingsheng exclaimed in awe and envy, this is truly an immortal. Whoosh. In the next moment, Elder Yuxian descended from the sky. You two get up, no need to kneel. A voice of authority rang out. Yes. The two stood up. They saw the old man in green wave his hand, and the 3-foot-long sword floating beside him transformed into a small sword the length of a finger, which he then placed into a black cloth bag at his waist. He Pingsheng's parents had once been outer disciples of the Taishu sect, so he had some knowledge of cultivation. He knew that this black bag was called a storage bag, also known as a Qiankuan bag. It appeared palm-sized on the outside, but inside was a world of its own. Depending on its quality, sizes varied. Even the smallest could be several feet in size, capable of holding many treasures. Though He Pingsheng had heard of this before, today was the first time he had seen such an item. His parents had never owned one. Not to mention his parents, even among those inner disciples, not everyone possessed one. Storage bags are treasures that cultivators can possess only after reaching the foundation establishment stage. He Pingsheng drooled with envy. If he could have one of those, wouldn't there be a place to store the treasure basin? Also, the treasure basin could enhance an item every day, or wouldn't there be a place to put the enhanced items? Unlike now, He Pingsheng had increasingly more items to enhance, but due to a lack of storage space and fearing exposure, he had become reluctant to proceed with enhancements. Come with me. Elder Yuxian waved his whisk slightly and walked ahead, saying, Hao Yun, the elder brought you into this alchemy room because of the Yun in your name, hoping you can bring me good luck. Of course. Elder, you will surely succeed in alchemy this time, and everyone will be a top-quality pill. Nonsense. The Yushuan master ahead turned his head while walking, casting a glance at Hao Yun, and said, not to mention our Xiuzhu peak from ancient times to the present, among all the elders and disciples of every peak in the entire Taisu sect, is there anyone who can refine a superior grade foundation establishment pill? It would be good enough if I can succeed in refining a furnace of inferior grade pills. Of course, if I can produce 1 or 2 medium grade pills, that would be the pinnacle of fortune. Yes. Hao Yun quickly corrected himself, saying, then your disciple here wishes you, master, that this furnace of pills all turn out medium grade. Haha. Yushuan master chuckled lightly, raising his pristine white horsetail whisk, and said, you young lads certainly have a way with words. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to He Pingsheng, and he asked, this disciple of yours looks unfamiliar. What is his name? He Pingsheng, seeing that Yuxuan had addressed him, showed no fear, but instead bowed with neither arrogance nor humility, saying, "Your disciple." This humble one is named He Pingsheng, a menial disciple. The hierarchy within the Tai Su sect was strict, with different statuses demanding different titles and etiquette. He was a menial disciple, whereas Hao Yun was an outer disciple. Thus Hao Yun could refer to himself as disciple, while he could only call himself this humble one, a menial. Yuxuan looked at He Pingsheng and asked further, "Do you possess a spiritual root?" "Yes." He Pingsheng bowed again, saying, "This humble one possesses a 5-element spiritual root, complete with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Across from him, Yuxuan, true person, was startled, exclaiming in surprise, "A 5-element spiritual root, no less. Alas! What a pity! What a pity!" He shook his head. Then he asked, "Do you know someone named He Sanjia?" He Pingsheng nodded, saying, "He Sanjia was my father, but he passed away several years ago." Yuxuan, true person's eyes fixed on He Pingsheng like 2 nails, and he asked in a low voice, "Do you know how your father died?" "Yes." He Pingsheng said, "I heard from Uncle Jiang that he encountered a demon beast and was killed by it. Later my mother went to seek revenge and also perished in the beast's lair." As he spoke, He Pingsheng's eyes reddened. The passing of his parents had occurred only a few years ago, not too distant. Alas! Yuxuan, true person, let out a deep sigh, saying, "On the path of cultivation, misfortunes are inevitable. Since they chose this road, they had no regrets. In the future, when you encounter others, do not mention that He Sanjia was your father. Remember this well. Come, follow me into the alchemy chamber and attend to the pill refining." "Yes." The two lifted their feet again and followed Yuxuan into the alchemy chamber. The chamber was spotless. The floor, walls, and even the beams overhead were perfectly clean. "Very clean, excellent." Yuxuan nodded in praise, then said, "Hao Yun, begin the fire. You understand the heat control for the foundation establishment pill, don't you?" Hao Yun chuckled, saying, "Your disciple understands. The main ingredient for the foundation establishment pill is the heavenly spirit fruit, and the auxiliary ingredients are cassia seed and zhengyang chrysanthemum. At the start, one should simmer the heavenly spirit fruit over a gentle flame, then quickly boil the cassia seed and zhengyang chrysanthemum over a high flame. Finally, fuse the 3 with a fierce flame. After half an hour, use a gentle flame again to drive out excess moisture from the cauldron. But the exact timing must follow your orders, master." It seemed that Hao Yun was quite adept at the art of alchemy. "Good, good, excellent, excellent." Heh. Yuxuan laughed, saying, "Then let us begin." Next, Hao Yun crouched down and began to kindle the fire to heat the massive cauldron. A large ladle of water had been added to the cauldron. Why? Because wood generates fire. The medicinal herbs belong to the wood element in the 5 elements, while fire naturally belongs to fire. Without mediation, placing the herbs directly into the cauldron would instantly reduce them to ashes. Thus, a substance was needed to mediate between wood and fire. The best mediator was various spiritual liquids. In the absence of spiritual liquids, water could be used. However, using water would significantly reduce the success rate of pill formation. Yet spiritual liquids were also a type of celestial treasure. How could ordinary people obtain them? Even cultivators at the foundation establishment stage like Yuxuan could not acquire them, so they had to use water as a mediator. Of course, not too much water was needed. 1 ladle was enough. When the water boiled, the main ingredient, the heavenly spirit fruit, was added. Then came the auxiliary ingredients. He Pingsheng did not understand the process. He merely moved firewood nearby, assisting Hao Yun in adjusting the flame. However, seeing Yuxuan produce herbs one by one from his storage pouch, he watched with envy and curiosity. Before long, the alchemy chamber was filled with rising steam, and a fragrance never before smelled emanated from the cauldron. A single whiff was enough to refresh the mind and spirit. "It's almost done." Yuxuan master's eyes were fixed on the cauldron, his spiritual sense extending into it. Young lad quickly reduced the flame. "Yes. A little more. Enough. Ha. Here I come." The most critical step in alchemy was the fusion into pills. Hearing Yuxuan, true person's hearty laughter, He Pingsheng thought the furnace of pills was about to be completed. But the next moment, a loud bang was heard. A powerful wave of energy burst forth from the cauldron. Yuxuan, true person, remained motionless, and Hao Yun, crouching on the ground, tending the fire, was also unaffected. However, this energy struck He Pingsheng squarely, sending his body flying 3 feet into the air before crashing to the ground with a thud, landing face first. Disaster. Ignoring his own pain, He Pingsheng's only thought was whether Master Yuxuan would mete out punishment after the cauldron explosion ruined the pills. If a foundation establishment cultivator were to become enraged, wouldn't his life be forfeit? Not only he, but Hao Yun beside him was also trembling in fear. The air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs and burnt residue. A deathly silence followed. After about 3 to 5 breaths, Master Yuxuan waved his horsetail whisk and said, "It is not your fault. The problem occurred during my fusion process. Ultimately, it must be due to the inferior quality of the heavenly spirit fruit. If I could obtain a superior grade heavenly spirit fruit, this furnace of foundation establishment pills would have been successful. Clean up. I am leaving. Yuxuan's expression was grim. Although he was already a foundation establishment cultivator, this furnace of foundation establishment pills had cost him most of his wealth. Now that the cauldron had exploded, all that wealth had turned to nothing. Phew. After Yuxuan left, Hao Yun let out a deep breath and said, I told you Master Yuxuan is the most good-natured among the dozens of immortals on Xiuzhu Peak. He never blames others. If it had been a hot-tempered one today, a severe beating would have been inevitable for both of us. Learn from me from now on and develop some awareness. Yes. He Pingsheng quickly nodded. Hao Yun said, go. Clean the cauldron, sweep the floor, and then wipe it down with water. He Pingsheng opened all the windows around the alchemy room, allowing the outside air to flow in. After about half an incense stick's time, the smoke inside the room was completely blown away. Next, his subordinates began scrubbing the cauldron. Indeed, they manually cleaned the alchemy furnace, clearing out all the waste materials inside. He Pingsheng took a glance. Inside the cauldron, there was not even a single waste pill, let alone a successful one. Everything had exploded into fine ash. A pot full of ashes. Cleaning this up would be quite a task. It took a full hour for He Pingsheng to tidy up the room thoroughly, and then he piled all the alchemical waste at the garbage bin at the door. At this moment, Hao Yun had already washed his face clean. He looked at He Pingsheng and said, go out through the back door of the alchemy room, head up the mountain, and at the end of the steps turn left. That's where the garbage dump is. Take this black Dan ash and furnace ash over there. He Pingsheng nodded without complaint, saying all right. He mixed the Dan ash and furnace ash together, placed them in the garbage bin, and then carried the bin on his back step by step, passing through the entire alchemy room, exiting through the small door in the backyard, and then following the direction given by senior brother Hao Yun. It wasn't far. In no time, he reached the end of the road where there was a cliff about 3 zhang high. Below the cliff was a gray area filled with garbage accumulated from years of furnace ash. Without hesitation, He Pingsheng waved his hand and dumped the furnace ash and Dan ash over the cliff. When passing by a mountain spring, he rinsed the garbage bin slightly before returning to the alchemy room. You can take a break now. Hao Yun waved his hand. However, He Pingsheng wiped his sweat, sat down on the steps, and looked at Hao Yun, asking, senior brother, since you are an outer sect disciple, you must also be able to perform spells, right? Humph. Hao Yun sat 2 steps away from He Pingsheng, looking disdainful, and said, spells. Magical power. He Pingsheng thought he would hear some astonishing words, but the disdain on Hao Yun's face instantly turned to despair. I can't. Oh dear. Little he, you are insulting me. No, no, no. He Pingsheng quickly stood up, explaining, I truly did not understand the subtleties. If I offended you, please punish me, senior brother. Forget about the punishment. Hao Yun seemed to pull out a teacup from somewhere, taking a couple of sips, and then said, a few years ago, I was lucky enough to obtain a cultivation method. I've been practicing it for over 20 years, and I've only reached the 2nd level of the qi refining stage. How could I possibly understand any spells or magical powers? He Pingsheng looked enviously. The 2nd level, that's impressive. Impressive. Nonsense. Hao Yun retorted. Other than being physically better than ordinary people, not getting sick, and having a bit more strength and jumping higher, I really have nothing else. Just like an ordinary person. Do you understand? He Pingsheng nodded, and then softly asked, senior brother, where can I obtain cultivation methods? That question was quite foolish. After asking, He Pingsheng felt his face flush. But he did not regret it. Cultivation. The first step is to have a method. If there isn't even a method, what's the point of cultivating? Hao Yun chuckled. You. With your 5-element spiritual roots. With no parents or background, still wish to cultivate. That's enough. He stood up, shook his robe, and said, stop daydreaming here, it won't help you reach the heavens. Even if I gave you a cultivation method, you wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Go, go, go. Wouldn't it be better to sleep for a while? You can dream about anything. Hao Yun waved his sleeve, and then turned to walk back into the alchemy room. He Pingsheng was not lacking in perception. He knew that if he walked over to ask now, the other party would surely not give him a good face, and might even scold him angrily. No matter. He decided to plant a seed for the future. There will surely be opportunities later. He Pingsheng returned to his room to sleep and rest. The following days there was indeed nothing to do. He secretly brought a plump squirrel into the room from the mountain and then locked his door from the inside. Squirrel, oh squirrel. I don't know if you are a blessing or a curse. I'm sorry. He Pingsheng pried open the squirrel's mouth with both hands and pressed the little squirrel into the dark, glossy treasure basin. Inside the treasure basin, there was a full basin of green water. This water had condensed overnight. He Pingsheng did this to see whether the water was toxic or beneficial. Glug. The squirrel took a sip. Then He Pingsheng brought a rope and directly tied the squirrel to the leg. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The squirrel had been tied to the bed leg for 2 days without any special changes. It seems. He Pingsheng muttered to himself, the quality of this water has improved only marginally. It's probably just clear and sweet with no other effects. After thinking for a moment, he released the squirrel. Just as he let it go, he saw Hao Yun rushing over saying, "Not good. He Pingsheng, hurry and come with me. Quick, quick, quick." He Pingsheng saw him flustered and panicked, asking senior brother what happened. Hao Yun said, "The disciple Ling Long from Master Yu's sect is here to refine the gathering chi pill. This senior sister Ling Long is notoriously hot-tempered and ruthless. This is her first time coming to our alchemy room to refine pills. If she fails and gets angry, we will both be in big trouble." He Pingsheng trembled and said, "Will we be killed?" "It's hard to say." While talking, the two arrived at the front of the alchemy room to wait. Soon a woman dressed in purple came walking over. Behind her, two male disciples in green robes followed, each holding a sword, protecting the purple-clad woman like bodyguards. "It's you." The purple-clad woman saw He Pingsheng and frowned slightly. He Pingsheng quickly lowered his head and said, "I have seen my esteemed aunt." He felt bitter inside. This woman was none other than the little junior sister who had been clamoring about the mountain spring water having changed taste and threatened to tear He Pingsheng apart not long ago. "What bad luck." He Pingsheng almost spat blood. "Weren't you fetching water over at the miscellaneous work class? How did you end up here in the alchemy room?" "Humph." Ling Long looked at He Pingsheng with disdain. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and said, "It was arranged by class leader Zhang Lao, fearing that I would spoil the mountain spring water." "Humph." Ling Long was quite clever. She snorted coldly and said, "Perhaps the 2 pills my sister gave you were offered to Zhang Lao, and that's why he assigned you an easy task. Isn't that right?" Ling Long scolded. He Pingsheng quickly nodded. "My esteemed aunt has truly seen through it. I dare not hide it. That is indeed the case. If I had not turned them in, this little guy would have been in danger. Come, let's talk inside." Ling Long's gaze lingered on He Pingsheng for but a fleeting moment before she looked past him. Today her mood was excellent, and she would not stoop to bickering with him. Alas! At this moment, Hao Yun groveled like a dog, bowing and scraping as he served at her side, even more obsequious than when Elder Yushuan had visited. He Pingsheng found the sight somewhat hard to bear, yet he understood. Entering the grand hall, Ling Long clapped her hands and said, "Today I shall refine the chi-gathering pill. Hao Yun, tell me, can this young lady produce a supreme-grade chi-gathering pill?" Well, Hao Yun was left speechless. However, he was a smooth talker. Rolling his eyes a few times, he said, "Senior sister Ling Long possesses extraordinary talent. You will surely refine a pill unlike any other. Some time ago, several uncles and masters came here to refine pills. The chi-gathering pills they produced were at most of middle grade. This junior has never seen a supreme-grade pill, but, senior sister, you are certainly different. You will definitely refine a supreme-grade one." This statement was half flattery, half mockery, subtly reminding Ling Long of reality. Sure enough, Ling Long gave a cold laugh and said, "Stop your sarcasm here. I understand now, supreme-grade pills are incredibly difficult to refine, aren't they?" "No." Hao Yun shook his head saying, "My dear lady, it's not that supreme-grade pills are hard to refine. Even top-grade ones are exceedingly difficult. I have served in this alchemy chamber for 13 years and have never seen anyone produce a top-grade pill. Even middle-grade ones are rare, as scarce as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. To be honest with you, senior sister, over 80% of those who come here to refine pills end up blowing up their cauldron." Ling Long's jade-like face turned cold. She placed a cyan sword against Hao Yun's neck and said, "Are you implying that this young lady cannot succeed in refining pills today?" "By heaven's grace, my dear lady, I never said that." Hao Yun, brimming with a will to survive, put on a fawning expression and said, senior sister, could you please move your sword back just a little? This junior is terrified." "Humph." Ling Long sheathed her sword. "Continue." "Yes." Hao Yun continued with a forced smile. "It's just that alchemy has its own success rate, which is unpredictable. Generally speaking, even a skilled alchemist might succeed in only 1 out of 5 or 6 attempts." "Then tell me," Ling Long demanded, "when will it succeed, and what must be done to ensure success?" "That is hard to say," Hao Yun replied. "The formation of the pill depends on the heat, the quality of the herbs, and the alchemist's technique. And of course, sometimes it also depends on luck. I don't care about that." A hint of cunning flashed in Ling Long's eyes. "Isn't your name Hao Yun? It's sure to bring me good fortune. Let's begin. If the pill fails to form, it'll hold the 2 of you accountable. Your lives will be in your own hands." Hiss. He Pingsheng and Hao Yun both drew in a sharp breath. This was utterly unreasonable. But there was no choice. Work still had to be done. Yes. The 2 began their tasks. First, light the fire. These chores were all done by Hao Yun, while He Pingsheng merely helped by passing firewood. He Pingsheng watched as senior sister Ling Long added the medicinal herbs into the cauldron, one portion after another. Before long, a rich medicinal aroma wafted from the cauldron. Of course, despite her domineering nature, Ling Long's wealth could not compare to Elder Yuxuan's. She did not possess a storage pouch. All her belongings were kept in a cloth bundle. An hour later, the medicinal fragrance from the cauldron grew increasingly potent. The smile on Linglong's face broadened. Almost there. In another quarter of an hour, my medicine will be ready. It will surely form a pill. Hao Yun nodded in flattery. From the looks of it, it's 80% done. Hey you. Xiaoyi, go out the back door, head to the rear, and turn left. Across from the trash pit, there are a few logs I stored. Remember, it's jujube wood. Go fetch them. He Pingsheng was taken aback, saying, Senior brother, there is jujube wood right here. Hao Yun's face darkened. Why so many words? Go when you're told. Linglong's expression also turned cold. Go quickly. With no other option, He Pingsheng braced himself. Exiting the back door of the alchemy chamber, he ran along the mountain path until he reached the opposite cliff. He Pingsheng found no jujube wood there. He searched left and right, but found nothing. Fearing reproach from Hao Yun and Linglong if he returned empty-handed, he searched again several times. After a full half-hour of searching, he still saw no jujube wood. Frowning, He Pingsheng had no choice but to return. The alchemy chamber was eerily silent. A burnt odor wafted through the air. Oh no! He Pingsheng's heart trembled. Was this a failed alchemy attempt? He crouched down and peered through the rear window of the hall, only to find that Linglong and the two male disciples she had brought were already gone. On the ground lay only Hao Yun. Senior brother. Senior brother. Feeling as if something was clogging his heart, He Pingsheng rushed back into the hall and helped Hao Yun sit up. Hao Yun's face was pale and blood continuously trickled from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother. He Pingsheng was almost in tears. You knew she would fail, so you deliberately sent me away, didn't you? Hao Yun managed a weak smile, saying, It's better for one person to take the beating. Then, cough, cough, cough. Then two, isn't it? As he spoke, another mouthful of blood sprayed from Hao Yun's lips. From his pallid face, a fierce light shot from his eyes as he cursed vehemently. That damned little wench, striking so viciously. Damn it, the rotten bitch is utterly unreasonable, completely unreasonable. He Pingsheng asked, Senior brother. How are you? Are you alright? Let me fetch a doctor for you. Huh? Hao Yun spat out two more mouthfuls of blood. That little wench's thugs were no joke. They landed two heavy punches on me. I've got a few broken ribs. It hurts. Junior brother. I might have to lie in bed for several months now. From now on, you'll have to feed me. And help me with the chamber pot. He Pingsheng was fine with it, but Hao Yun himself looked utterly despondent. Two tears silently rolled down He Pingsheng's cheeks. Thank you, senior brother. If Hao Yun hadn't sent him away beforehand, perhaps it wouldn't have been just Hao Yun lying on the ground today. It would have been two. Hao Yun survived because he was older, physically stronger, and had reached the second layer of the qi refining stage. What about He Pingsheng? Would he have survived? It was no exaggeration to call it a life-saving grace. The thing is, senior brother Hao Yun and I had only a casual relationship, nothing more. Why did he save me? Thinking it over, it was simply out of compassion. Nothing else. Senior brother Hao is a good— It hurts. You need to be more careful. My rib. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst Hao Yun's incessant cries, He Pingsheng laid him on his bed. I need to rest for a while. Hao Yun said, right now the urgent matter is to clean the alchemy room, then come over. I will tell you some methods for controlling the heat while refining pills. During this time I can't move, so the alchemy room will be all up to you. Yes. He Pingsheng hurriedly went out to start cleaning the alchemy room. First ventilate the room, then scrub the pot. Opening the lid of the alchemy furnace, He Pingsheng saw the state of the failed batch of pills. Unlike the previous explosion, when Master Yuxian was refining pills, this batch was just a hair's breadth away from success. It didn't turn to ash, instead it became 12 dark failed pills. Each one was black. A burnt smell wafted from the pills. With a sweep of his hand, He Pingsheng pushed the 12 failed pills out with a broom, then angrily tossed them into the trash bin. He cleaned the alchemy furnace thoroughly. Then he began to clean up the ashes below. After finishing with the ashes, he tidied up the floor, and only then did He Pingsheng carry the trash bin towards the garbage pit on the back mountain. Then he began to clean up the ashes below. After finishing with the ashes, he tidied up the floor, and only then did He Pingsheng carry the trash. Although these were failures, what would happen if I kept them in my treasure bowl for a night? Could they be strengthened? What if it succeeds? Anyway, there's nothing good to put in there now, leaving the bowl empty every day feels like a waste. With this thought, He Pingsheng stuffed the 12 dark pills into his pocket and returned to the alchemy room. He glanced at Hao Yun, who had already fallen asleep. He Pingsheng returned to his bedroom, locked the door from the inside, and secured the bolt. He also closed all the windows. Only then did he pull out the dark treasure bowl from under the bed. The 12 dark pills were tossed into the bowl. As for whether they would succeed, that would depend on fate. Splash. He Pingsheng covered the pot with a wooden board and pushed it back under the bed. Then he rummaged around and pulled out a pill from the other end of the bed, the golden bone pill. This pill had been given to him by a certain sister in a green robe. There were only two pills. One had been taken by Zhang Laoda, and the remaining one had accidentally turned into 2 top-grade golden bone pills when it was placed in the treasure bowl for strengthening. He Pingsheng ate one, leaving the other. Having consumed this item before he knew its miraculous properties, it could be said that it would restore all physical injuries immediately after ingestion. Now there was only this one left. Should I give it to senior brother Hao Yun? He Pingsheng felt conflicted. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but if he gave it to senior brother Hao, what would he say if he asked about it? Surely I can't reveal everything. But if I don't give it, I can't bear it in my heart, especially since he saved my life. I should think of a perfect excuse first, then give it. Night fell. After having dinner with Hao Yun, He Pingsheng returned to his room, then opened the window to let the moonlight stream in. The moonlight began to gather towards the treasure bowl. He Pingsheng discovered that the gathering of moonlight into the bowl was not affected by whether the bowl was covered. Even if there was a thick wooden board on top, it still couldn't stop the moonlight from entering the treasure bowl. After watching for a while, He Pingsheng rested his head on his hand, pondering how to weave a perfect excuse to give that golden bone pill to senior brother Hao. Lost in thought, he soon fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, a strong medicinal fragrance suddenly wafted into his nose. Not good. Bang! He Pingsheng sprang up from the bed like a fish out of water, quickly pulling out the clay pot from under the bed and removing the wooden board on top. Hiss hiss hiss. The pills inside appeared before him. 1, 2, 3, 4. He Pingsheng began to count slowly. A total of 24 pills. Each one was the size of a broad bean, pure white like jade. Moreover, each one was embossed with 4 patterns. Top grade. My goodness. But now He Pingsheng had no time to continue admiring them because the medicinal fragrance was too strong. Moreover, it was becoming increasingly potent. What to do? Hide them. But where to hide them? I truly don't understand why the medicinal fragrance of the golden bone pill was faint while that of the gathering chi pill is so dense. He Pingsheng first closed the window, then rummaged through drawers and tried several spots, but found none could conceal the medicinal fragrance. Clothes wouldn't cover it, nor would blankets. The wooden board and treasure bowl couldn't hide it either. What to do? He Pingsheng was sweating profusely from his forehead. At this moment, if someone came to refine pills and smelled this strong medicinal fragrance, what would happen? Never mind. I'd rather give up these pills than expose the secret of the treasure bowl. He Pingsheng gritted his teeth, lifted a few floor tiles, then took a hatchet from the room and quickly dug a hole. Then he tossed all 24 top-grade gathering chi pills into the hole, covered it with dirt, and finally replaced the floor tiles. Sure enough, with everything ready, He Pingsheng took 2 iron bowls to the miscellaneous class to get food, then delivered it to Hao Yun's room, and With everything ready, He Pingsheng took 2 iron bowls to the miscellaneous class to get food, then delivered it to Hao Yun's room, and the two ate together. What was that smell just now so fragrant? Hao Yun asked after taking a bite of food. It's like the smell of gathering chi pills. But gathering chi pills aren't this potent. Unless they are top grade. He gazed at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng's heart raced, but he forced himself to remain calm, saying, I smelled it too. I was just about to ask senior brother. How strange. Hao Yun shook his head and said, but now I can't smell it anymore. Never mind, let's eat, eat, eat. By the way, just as Hao Yun said he wanted to eat, he suddenly stopped and asked, is the alchemy room all cleaned up? Is there enough firewood? Did anyone say they were coming to refine pills? Ugh. He Pingsheng answered carefully again, and only then did they start eating. Just after they finished eating, He Pingsheng took a deep breath, preparing to take out his golden bone pill to help Hao Yun recover from his injuries, but before he could take out the pill, they heard a stern voice from outside. Where's Hao Yun? I need to refine pills. Where did you run off to? This kid. Quick, quick. Hao Yun, frightened, hurriedly urged He Pingsheng, go out and check the situation. Otherwise we'll be in trouble. He Pingsheng rushed out of Hao Yun's room and immediately saw a tall, white-haired old man standing in front of the alchemy room. This person had an ethereal aura about him like an immortal. He Pingsheng was so scared he was about to kneel. However, the old man said, don't kneel. I despise it when you disciples kneel and bow. Too much kneeling shortens my lifespan. Yes, yes, yes. He Pingsheng quickly cupped his hands in respect. The old man before him was unfamiliar, yet he recognized him. For all around Xiuzhu Peak, there were portraits of this old man. He was a disciple of the current supreme elder of the Taishu sect, and one of its elders the founder of Xiuzhu Peak. A master in the golden core stage, the true man Chongyang. This true man Chongyang was also the master of Yuxian Yuda and others. In other words, he was also the ancestor of Linglong. This man's weight was certainly sufficient, right? You look unfamiliar. True man Chongyang looked at He Pingsheng and asked, are you new here? He Pingsheng nodded. I am just a servant in the alchemy room. How ridiculous. True man Chongyang immediately became furious, saying, I come here to refine pills, yet the alchemy boy does not come to greet me, and instead sends a mere servant. What is the reason for this? Where is Hao Yun? This lad was personally promoted by me from outside. Where has he gone? Is he not coming to see me? He Pingsheng took a deep breath and once again bowed to the ancestor before him, saying, "Report to the ancestor, senior brother. Hao Yun has been injured with several ribs broken and is now lying in bed, unable to come to greet you." Injured. The Golden Core ancestor stepped forward, crossing dozens of meters, in an instant arriving at Hao Yun's door. Upon looking inside, he indeed saw Hao Yun lying in bed with a pale face. He was immediately filled with rage, saying, "What happened to you, lad? Who was so ruthless as to injure you to such a degree?" Hao Yun grimaced and replied, "Ancestor, I cannot bow to you. Enough, enough. What need is there to bow? Tell me what exactly happened." Hao Yun said, "Yesterday the disciple of Elder Yuda's senior sister Linglong came to refine pills. Due to a failed attempt, she ended up beating me. How absurd. How absurd." True man Chongyang trembled with anger, saying, "If this is the case, then it is truly outrageous. Is this adding karmic consequences to our Xiuzhu Peak? After decades of hard cultivation, how can it be destroyed in an instant?" Humph. After saying this, true man Chongyang moved his foot and flew into the sky, turning into a tiny figure that vanished in an instant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He Pingsheng looked up at the direction in which the ancestor disappeared, unable to suppress his envy. How wonderful it is to be an immortal, soaring through the heavens and wandering freely in the world. If only I could cultivate immortality. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The one lying in bed had an expression of despair, saying, "It's over." He Pingsheng walked over and asked, "What do you mean, senior brother?" Hao Yun said, "Don't you know? Our ancestor on Xiuzhu Peak is the most righteous and forthright, and upon returning this time, he will surely punish both senior sister Linglong and Elder Yuda." He Pingsheng, being just a boy, could not fathom the intricacies of the matter and scratched his head, asking, "Isn't that good?" Hao Yun replied, "Of course it's not good. Elder Yuda and senior sister Linglong are both narrow-minded individuals. If I am punished because of this one, I be in real trouble. If the punishment is light, then I might just get beaten up again. If it's heavy, I fear for my life." Sigh. He Pingsheng thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother, if the ancestor punishes them, won't they be afraid? Would they still dare to take revenge?" "You." Hao Yun pointed at He Pingsheng's head and said, "Not everyone thinks like you. Some people are narrow-minded and can do anything. Moreover, they might not even need to take action themselves. Just find someone to come in the dead of night to sneak into our alchemy room and give me a beating. Who knows who did it?" He Pingsheng understood, feeling a sense of admiration for senior brother Hao Yun, and could not help but give him a thumbs up, saying, "You really see through it." Hao Yun said, "See through what? I was once just like you. After seeing more, one can understand more. The world is full of treachery, and you have yet to experience it. Once you get beaten and suffer losses, you will naturally understand." He Pingsheng nodded in admiration. After a few breaths, he secretly took out a golden bone pill from his pocket and presented it to Hao Yun, saying, "Senior brother Hao here. You should take this golden bone pill." Hao Yun's brows twitched as he took the golden bone pill in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it had 4 pill patterns. Unable to contain himself, he raised his voice, saying, "This is actually..." He quickly lowered his voice, "Is this a top-grade pill? Where did you get this, you lad?" He Pingsheng lowered his head, saying, "Don't worry about it, just take it. It will help your injuries recover quickly." Hao Yun immediately put on a serious face, saying, "Tell me first. If you don't tell me, I won't take it." He Pingsheng pulled out the lie he had prepared, saying, This thing was left to me by my parents before they passed away and said it couldn't be shown to others. They didn't even give me a porcelain bottle, and I've carried it with me ever since." "Your parents?" Hao Yun asked in confusion. "Aren't they all outer disciples? How could they obtain such a treasure? This is a top-grade pill. No one on the entire Xiuzhu Peak can refine it. No. I should say no one in the entire Taishu sect can refine it." He Pingsheng remained silent. Hao Yun asked again, "Are you sure it was left by your parents and not a lie?" He Pingsheng nodded sincerely. Hao Yun was not polite, saying, "I save your life, you give me a pill, then we are..." Slap. He slapped his hand against his mouth and the pill went down his throat. "Hey, what a great thing." Not long after Hao Yun swallowed the pill, his face turned red, saying, "Why do I feel like my injuries will be better today?" No wonder it was said in the books that top-grade pills and high-grade pills are completely different things. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ah, it hurts. In the transmission square of Xiuzhu Peak, there were 2 teleportation arrays, one for transmission and one for reception. Disciples who could not fly had to use these arrays to enter or leave. Thus, this place was destined to be the most bustling and populated area of Xiuzhu Peak. At this moment, however, 3 disciples were kneeling in the transmission square. One was Linglong, while the other 2 were the disciples who had accompanied her to the alchemy room to participate in beating Hao Yun. The 3 of them were punished to reflect for 3 days. The so-called reflection meant kneeling in this transmission square to introspect. "Senior brother, senior brother, senior brother." He Pingsheng rushed into the courtyard from outside the alchemy room and arrived at Hao Yun's room. he discovered Hao Yun dressed in a black Taoist robe leisurely pacing in his room. You are well. He Pingsheng looked astonished. Oh, Hao Yun replied, I'm fine. After all, I consumed the top-grade golden bone pill you gave me. He sighed. Previously, I read in books that top-grade pills are two entirely different things compared to high-grade ones. I thought the book was just boasting. Turns out it's true. This golden bone pill is of the 4th grade with lower, middle, upper, and top grades. Hao Yun looked at He Pingsheng and began explaining with his fingers, with my current injuries, if I rely solely on self-recovery, without any pills it would take about 4 months. If I swallow a lower-grade golden bone pill, that time can be directly cut down to 2 months. If it's a mid-grade, it would only take about a month. If it's upper grade, half a month will suffice. But you gave me the top grade, and it works immediately. In just half a stick of incense, I completely recovered without any side effects. Shocking. Hao Yun nodded while speaking, finally looking at He Pingsheng and asking, by the way, did you find out about the matter I asked you to investigate? I found out. He Pingsheng said, I heard from Zhang Laoda and the others that Ling Long and the other 2 disciples involved were punished. They were said to be reflecting for 3 days at the teleportation square. Reflecting for 3 days. Hao Yun shook his head, saying that's not too harsh. I broke so many bones, and those 3 only have to reflect for 3 days. They truly got off easy. Don't worry, Ling Long shouldn't come looking for trouble over a 3-day punishment. Come sit down. Hao Yun beckoned He Pingsheng. The 2 sat down on either side of the table. He Pingsheng noticed a large bowl and some fruits on the table. He thought senior brother Hao was inviting him to eat fruits. Don't touch. Hao Yun smacked the back of his hand and said, today, I'm going to talk to you about the principles of cultivation. So listen carefully. Do you know about the distinction of spiritual roots? He Pingsheng replied, I know. Hao Yun then asked, do you know why cultivators with a single spiritual root have faster cultivation speeds? He Pingsheng shook his head. With a loud bang, Hao Yun placed the large black iron bowl heavily in front of He Pingsheng and said, for example, the mouth of the bowl represents a person's spiritual root. This is a single spiritual root. During cultivation, all the spiritual energy enters the body through the mouth of the bowl. Do you understand? He Pingsheng nodded. Oh. Hao Yun took out 2 pairs, placing them in the bowl until it was filled to the brim. Look, now with these 2 pairs inside, this represents a dual spiritual root. Each pair acts as a spiritual root. Now look, one of the spiritual roots in the dual spiritual roots is much smaller than the single spiritual root. He Pingsheng understood this and nodded, saying yes. The iron bowl represents a single spiritual root. The 2 pairs inside the bowl are the thickness of a dual spiritual root, and by comparison, the diameter of the single spiritual root is twice that of the dual spiritual root. Hao Yun said, you can see. For example, a cultivator with both wood and fire dual spiritual roots cannot cultivate both roots at the same time because a person's meridians are limited to 1 set. When refining and absorbing fire spiritual energy, they cannot absorb with spiritual energy. Do you understand? So although dual spiritual root cultivators have 2 roots, only one of them is useful. And the thickness of that one spiritual root is only half that of a single spiritual root. While the thickness is half, its area is only a quarter, and the amount of spiritual energy absorbed during cultivation is also a quarter. That's the difference. In theory, dual spiritual root cultivators cultivate at a speed that is a quarter of that of single spiritual root cultivators. Do you understand? He Pingsheng nodded. I understand. Good. He Pingsheng took out the 2 pairs and added 3 oranges into the large iron bowl. Look, this is a 3 spiritual root. 3 spiritual roots are thinner, and the cultivation speed is even slower. He took out the 3 oranges and added 4 eggs. The eggs were even smaller. However, the smallest were 5 plums placed in the bowl at once. These plums are smaller than the eggs. Hao Yun said, you have 5-element spiritual roots possessing 5 spiritual roots. Each of these roots is almost the thickness of a tenth of a single spiritual root. Under the same resources and cultivation techniques, a single spiritual root cultivator can ascend from the 1st to the 12th layer of qi refinement in just 10 years. You will need 100 years. Tell me, how will you catch up? How will you cultivate? Hao Yun's analogy was quite fitting. He Pingsheng was left speechless. Looking at it this way, cultivation is indeed extremely unfriendly to 5-element spiritual roots. It felt somewhat hopeless. However, in the next moment, He Pingsheng's fighting spirit was reignited. That's right. Cultivation is indeed too unfriendly to 5-element spiritual roots, but what does that matter? I have a treasure-gathering pot. With this, why worry about having poor spiritual roots? Though my spiritual roots are thinner, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is indeed slower, but the spiritual energy in the world is mixed and thin, and even dual spiritual root cultivators cannot tap into their full potential, let alone a single spiritual root. I consume pills every day, and they are all top-grade pills. When it comes to cultivation speed, who is faster or slower, it's hard to tell. Hao Yun continued, I have 4 spiritual roots, and you have 5 spiritual roots. Neither of us will ever be able to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, since you wish to cultivate, I do have a simple breathing method for you. Take a look at it, but don't hold out too much hope." While speaking, Hao Yun took out an aged-looking book. He gently placed it on the table and pushed it in front of He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng's heart raced with excitement. The long-desired item had finally arrived. The cover of the book read Basic Breathing Method. 7. Hao Yun gestured, saying, "You have 7 days. No copying, just memorize it. I'm only letting you see it, not allowing you to cultivate. Because this method is something I memorized back then, the content of the first 3 levels might be correct, but I cannot guarantee what comes after. Approximately 80% is likely incorrect." He Pingsheng's face darkened goodness. "However, 3 levels are better than none. Yes, senior brother. I will take it to look at it first." He Pingsheng received the book, bid farewell to Hao Yun, returned to his room, closed the door, and began to read. He Pingsheng returned to his room, closed the doors and windows, and then sat down at his desk to begin reading. The foundational breathing technique. He opened the first page. The title page had no content, just a name written on it, Hao Yun. Good heavens, it turns out this book was indeed transcribed by Hao Yun. He Pingsheng continued to flip through the pages. The next section was the table of contents. The first part of the table of contents was the general outline. He Pingsheng did not rush to flip to the section of cultivation methods, but rather began by reading the general outline. Through the outline, he gained an understanding of the general steps involved in this cultivation. The first step is to cultivate the sensation of qi. Yes, it is about the method of guiding qi, allowing oneself to sense the thin, formless spiritual energy in the world around. Therefore, one must first cultivate the sensation of qi to truly begin the practice. Well then, let's start by practicing the sensation of qi. He Pingsheng flipped to the page on the method of guiding qi, read through it once, and memorized it 3 times. Only after thoroughly understanding the essence of the method did he start to sit cross-legged on the ground, close his eyes, and lower his head to sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth with his divine sense. In fact, this is nonsensical. During the qi refining stage, a cultivator's divine sense can only introspect and cannot project outward, so it cannot sense the external spiritual energy. So what should one rely on? Rely on the 480 million pores on the body, as well as the hair and skin. Just a bit of sensation. After practicing for a night, He Pingsheng did not manage to cultivate any sensation of qi. The next morning after breakfast, He Pingsheng sat cross-legged again to begin cultivating the sensation of qi. "Hey!" A voice suddenly came from outside the window. "Little, he, are you trying to find the sensation of qi?" He Pingsheng turned his head to look at Hao Yun outside the window, chuckling. "Yes." Hao Yun asked, "Did you find it?" He Pingsheng shook his head and said, "Are you going to chop wood?" No, no, no. Hao Yun waved his hand and said, "Well, you focus on finding your sensation of qi. They'll go chop wood. You take your time. Finding the sensation of qi is crucial." After saying that, Hao Yun actually took an axe and went out. "All right. Since senior brother went to chop wood personally, he'll continue to look for the sensation of qi." 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, He Pingsheng suddenly found the sensation of qi. His body was covered with goosebumps, and he could distinctly feel the flow of spiritual energy outside. Moreover, he could sense the collision of various elements within the spiritual energy. Although it was very weak, it still counted as having found the sensation of qi. He Pingsheng was extremely excited, holding the basic breathing method as he walked to Hao Yun's room. "Hey!" Hao Yun, who was sitting by the table, looked up and asked, "Did you find the sensation of qi?" He Pingsheng chuckled and said, "Yes, senior brother, how I just felt the fluctuations of spiritual power from outside. Does that mean I found the sensation of qi?" "I suppose so." Hao Yun nodded. He Pingsheng sat in front of him, his expression eager for praise. However, after waiting for more than 10 breaths, there was still no evaluation from Hao Yun. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, how long did it take you to find the sensation of qi?" Hao Yun took a sip of water and said, 1 day. 1 day. He Pingsheng's previously proud mood was instantly dampened. "Yes." Hao Yun asked, "Is there a problem?" He Pingsheng's face was bitter. "I took 3 full days and nights, and you managed it in 1 day. Isn't this too unfair? Senior brother, your talent is exceptional. Oh, I can't compare." He Pingsheng sighed. Hao Yun said, "TCH. What kind of exceptional talent is that? Those single spiritual root geniuses can reach the first layer in 2 days. What does that make me?" "Oh." He Pingsheng said, 2 days first layer." "Yes." Hao Yun replied casually while sipping tea. "Reaching the first layer of qi refining is the simplest. As long as you guide the qi into your body according to the method stated in the technique and run it through your meridians for a full cycle, finally storing it in your dantian, that counts as breaking through to the first layer. It's that simple." "Oh." He Pingsheng nodded absent-mindedly, then asked, "So, how long do those talented disciples need to find the sensation of qi?" Hao Yun said, "I've heard it's about half an hour." This. It seemed Hao Yun saw through He Pingsheng's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Don't ask. Those talented disciples are not comparable to us at all. Let me put it this way, it took me half a month to guide spiritual power to run through a full cycle in my body. That means it took me half a month to break through to the first layer. Let me put it this way, it took me half a month to guide spiritual power to run through a full... Hao Yin continued from the first layer to the second layer. It tests talent and resources. I don't have any miraculous elixirs, nor can I refine any chi gathering pills, so it took me a full 3 years to break through. After breaking through to the second layer, it's been 9 years, and the third layer is still far away. I feel that in this lifetime, I will either remain at the second layer forever, or I might have a chance to break through to the third layer of chi refining. Beyond that, there seems to be no possibility at all. Hao Yin slammed his teacup down on the table, and then stood up saying so little he. This book is just for you to look at. Don't actually cultivate. In the end, it's just a dream. He Pingsheng, unwilling to give up, said, why? Didn't you also reach the second layer? That's different. Hao Yin said, I have 4 spiritual roots. You have 5 spiritual roots. Can you compare with me? He Pingsheng was at a loss for words. 4 spiritual roots, looking down on my 5 spiritual roots. After a while, Hao Yin took out a white porcelain bottle and placed it in front of He Pingsheng. Medicinal pills should be stored in porcelain bottles. This way it can cover most of the pills sent. If your parents left you something good, use this to store it. Don't let others see what's not good for you. He Pingsheng said, I don't have any. I don't need this. Don't worry whether you have it or not is only known to you. Anyway, I'm not greedy for your things. Take it. Go, go, go. The porcelain bottle was shoved into He Pingsheng's hands, and then he was pushed out. Looking at the porcelain bottle in his hand, He Pingsheng suddenly wondered if senior brother Hao was testing him. Is he intentionally giving me the porcelain bottle, waiting for me to put the pills in, and then suddenly appear to steal my precious pills? No. I absolutely cannot put them in. I must resist. After dinner, He Pingsheng lit the oil lamp, and then began to read. A knock sounded from outside the house. He Pingsheng walked over first, removed the bolt from the door, and then opened the locked door. Hey! Outside, Hao Yun's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. What are you doing inside? Why is the door locked so tightly? Can't get it open after a long time. With that, Hao Yun's gaze focused, moving from top to bottom, landing on He Pingsheng's philtrum. He Pingsheng quickly covered his crotch with his hand, saying, don't misunderstand, it's not what you think. I'm only 14 this year and don't understand anything. All right. Hao Yun raised his gaze again and threw a book onto He Pingsheng's table, saying, take a look at this. He Pingsheng and Hao Yun sat across the table, their eyes falling on the book. The cover had several words written on it, 36 formulas for alchemy. What does this mean? I don't understand. This is a common list of 36 types of alchemical pills in the cultivation world. Hao Yun explained. In the world of immortals, it's not a secret, it's basic knowledge, almost everyone has a copy. It details the refining methods for pills such as golden bone pill, gathering chi pill, nourishing essence pill, washing marrow pill, gathering spirit pill, foundation establishment pill, and so on. Although you are just a manual worker, you will need to serve in the alchemy room. We don't have to worry about the specifics of how to refine them or how to wash them, but you must remember the timing. Go back and study it well, and don't end up like me, beaten half to death. Take a look first. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Oh. He Pingsheng picked up the book and opened it. The first formula among the 36 was the gathering chi pill. It was very comprehensive, starting from all aspects of refining the gathering chi pill, including the types of herbs, selection of herbs, order of adding them to the pot, grasping the timing, refining time, precautions, and so on. Just this one formula took up 10 pages. However, for He Pingsheng, he didn't need to remember anything else. He only needed to remember the timing for refining the gathering chi pill. After all, he was just a manual worker specifically responsible for tending the fire. All right. Hao Yun stood up. You keep an eye on this. There's no rush. When you remember it, return this to me. He Pingsheng nodded. Just as Hao Yun stepped out of He Pingsheng's room, he noticed a disciple in blue entering the small courtyard of the alchemy room. This person had sword-like brows and starry eyes, wearing a friendly expression. Are you Hao Yun? The newcomer stared at Hao Yun. Hao Yun replied, that's me. That's good. I am a disciple of Master Yuda, and also a junior brother of Linglong. The incident that occurred before was due to my junior sister's oversight. My master said since you were injured, he cannot ignore it. You should accompany me to meet the master at Hongda Courtyard. Hao Yun said, no need. I have already recovered. The disciple smiled and said, Hao Yun, this is an invitation from my master Yuda. Whether to go or not is up to you to decide. If you really don't want to go, I will report back to my master that you refused. Hao Yun's expression darkened instantly. It was not possible to refuse. All right. He nodded, then looked at He Pingsheng and said, I'll leave the matters here to you. I'll go to Master Yuda and listen to his teachings. He Pingsheng, confused and unaware of what was happening, could only nod, watching his senior brother leave with the disciple of Master Yuda. After the two of them left, He Pingsheng noticed that it was getting late, and as night fell, he securely locked his door. He ignored the book 36 Formulas for Alchemy and instead took out the basic breathing technique to start. Now he could sense the spiritual energy from the outside world, but drawing it in to refine and condense it was another hurdle. He didn't know how long it would take to accomplish. Thus, He Pingsheng began to try again and again. After 2 full hours of attempts, he still could not succeed. In fact, he made no progress at all. However, he was not discouraged, as senior brother Hao Yun had said that even a single spiritual root genius would take days to show results. Oh, He Pingsheng yawned, so sleepy. Before sleeping, he still had one thing to do. He Pingsheng took out an axe and pried open the 2 stone slabs under the bed, then dug out the soil layer by layer, revealing the pills he had buried before. A strange fragrance filled the entire room. He Pingsheng did not dare to be negligent and quickly took out 2 pills to toss into the porcelain bottle that Hao Yun had given him. Initially, he was afraid that Hao Yun had given him the porcelain bottle to spy on his secret. Now that Hao Yun was called away, he was alone in the alchemy room, so He Pingsheng naturally had no such concerns. Snap! He sealed the bottle. He thought that this porcelain bottle would effectively conceal the fragrance of the precious pills. In reality, it could not. It could only mask most of the fragrance of the pills, but still leaked about 20%. He Pingsheng looked disappointed and then buried the pills back underground. He covered the soil and finally pressed the 2 stone slabs back on top. Lastly, He Pingsheng dug out a dark ceramic basin from the corner under the bed, lifted the wooden board on top, and tossed the porcelain bottle inside. Since this ceramic basin could enhance anything, it should also be able to enhance the porcelain bottle right. Even if it couldn't enhance it, turning 1 bottle into 2 would still be good. After finishing these tasks, He Pingsheng climbed onto the bed and fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, just as dawn broke, He Pingsheng climbed out of bed and eagerly pulled out the black ceramic basin from under the bed. Lifting the wooden board, he was instantly overjoyed. There were 2 porcelain bottles quietly lying in the ceramic basin. No, this isn't a porcelain bottle. He Pingsheng picked up one of the bottles. The bottle felt cool to the touch, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be like jade. This is a jade bottle. It seems that placing the porcelain bottles in the treasure basin not only increased their quantity, but also enhanced their quality. But he didn't know if it could now conceal the fragrance of the pills. He Pingsheng did not rush to dig out the pills, but first stepped out of the room and called out a few times outside senior brother Hao's door. Actually, he didn't need to shout. Senior brother Hao's door was not even closed. Upon entering, he found the place completely empty. Not a single person was there. It was just like yesterday. This means that senior brother Hao had actually not returned all night. He Pingsheng's gaze swept across the entire alchemy room, and he shouted a few more times, but still received no response. Only echoes resonated in the empty valley. He frowned sharply, an intense feeling of unease rising in his heart. Could something have happened to senior brother Hao? Senior brother Hao. Senior brother Hao. He Pingsheng called out a few more times, then returned to his room with a face full of trepidation. What should he do? His gaze swept across the room, taking in every object within. An earthen basin, 2 jade bottles, 2 books. Those 2 jade bottles and the 2 books stood out particularly glaringly conspicuous. At this very moment, He Pingsheng began to grow anxious. Why? Because senior brother Hao had not returned, which likely meant something had gone wrong. Considering the temperament of Uncle Master Yuda, could he possibly have been sharing a cordial drink with senior brother Hao? Because of senior brother Hao, that woman called Linglong was punished to reflect on the teleportation plaza for 3 days. Why was it so coincidental that precisely after those 3 days Uncle Master Yuda's disciples invited senior brother Hao over? Something must have gone wrong. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, feeling his hands tremble. No, he must not lose his composure. If something happened to senior brother Hao, then he absolutely could not let anything happen to himself. He Pingsheng forced himself to calm down, then quickly dug into the ground, unearthing all 24 pills from the soil and placing them one by one into the jade bottles. 12 pills were placed in each jade bottle. He sealed the lids. Sure enough, in the next instant the fragrance vanished. The jade bottles could perfectly mask the medicinal aroma emitted by the supreme-grade pills. But keeping the pills in his hands was certainly not an option. He Pingsheng then buried the 2 jade bottles and the 2 books together under his bed. He covered them with a layer of soil and sealed it with a stone slab. He swept away the excess dirt on top. No trace remained. As for the earthen basin, He Pingsheng had no worries about it, for it looked no different from an ordinary worn-out basin. After finishing everything, he grabbed 2 iron bowls and rushed to the servant quarters to fetch his meal. He ate until the morning sun began to rise, yet he still did not see senior brother Hao Yun's figure. However, a Taoist with an immortal-like bearing arrived in the courtyard of the alchemy hall. He was tall and imposing, clad in a green Taoist robe with graying hair, but a pitch-black beard. His expression seemed less than pleasant. "Greetings, master." He Pingsheng bowed respectfully with cupped hands. After all, addressing any unfamiliar immortal as master could never be wrong. The middle-aged cultivator extended his right hand to stroke the 3 strands of black beard on his chest and said indifferently, "I am Yuda." "You?" He Pingsheng's voice trembled as he said, "Uncle Master Yuda." "Indeed. Yuta nodded and said, "You are that servant from the servant quarters, are you not?" He Pingsheng nodded yes. "This humble one is He Pingsheng." Yuta said with feigned nonchalance. Hao Yun claims that the reason his injuries healed so quickly is because you gave him a supreme-grade golden bone pill. Is that true? He Pingsheng felt as though his heart had stopped beating. Senior brother Hao had actually sold him out. This is bad, this is bad. Doom. Now my secret is about to be exposed. Having the treasure bowl taken away would be a minor matter, but losing my life would be a catastrophe. Speak. Yuta suddenly bellowed. His voice crashed like thunder in He Pingsheng's ears. He Pingsheng knew that his momentary hesitation had already betrayed half of his secret. However, having practiced the basic breathing and qi-nourishing technique over the past few days, although he had not truly succeeded in drawing qi into his body, he could now sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the outside world. His mind had sharpened and his reflexes had quickened somewhat. Hearing Yud's roar, he stammered, "Uncle Master, this humble one knows of the golden bone pill. But what is this supreme-grade golden bone pill you speak of?" This question caught Yuta off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, how could a mere servant possibly know what supreme grade meant? I heard that your senior sister Luo Yu once gave you 2 golden bone pills. Yuta stared at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng said yes. This humble one does not know the immortal lattice name, but a fairy did give me a porcelain bottle containing 2 pills. Yuta asked, "Where are the pills now?" He Pingsheng replied, "One was taken by me. The other, along with the porcelain bottle, was taken by Zhang the Elder, the head of the servant quarters." His voice grew quieter as he finished. Yuta stared at him for a full 10 odd breaths, then took a single step and strode directly into He Pingsheng's room. His gaze swept across the room, and he rummaged about, finding nothing suspicious before emerging from the house. He Pingsheng. Yuta looked up at the sky and said, "There is something I need you to do." "Yes." He Pingsheng followed closely behind Yuta, his face full of deference. Yuta said, "Hao Yun was an alchemy apprentice in the alchemy hall. Yesterday, I kindly invited him over and intended to heal his injuries. Unfortunately, he argued with my disciple Linglong over a disagreement, and they came to blows. Linglong, in a moment of carelessness, ended up killing Hao Yun." Boom. He Pingsheng's heart shuddered violently. His entire body trembled. Senior brother Hao. Dead. Gone just like that. Do not grieve. All mortals have their heavenly fate, Yuta said. This was his destined tribulation. This is his fate. Do you understand? At this moment, He Pingsheng had collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of terror and confusion. A wave of sorrow also rose within him. Senior brother Hao was such a good person, and now he was gone just like that. Fate. Killing someone, and then saying their fate was ill. What kind of twisted logic was that? He Pingsheng burned with rage, wanting to curse aloud, but at the critical moment, he held back. Why, oi? He Pingsheng looked up at Yuta. Couldn't you have talked things out? Why did you have to kill him? He was a really good person? Alas. Yuta sighed and said, I too am deeply grieved. Linglong committed such a grave error, and last night the patriarch has already passed judgment on her. This matter is now settled. You need not ask further. In the eyes of immortals, mere ants and grass are beneath notice. What pity is there for them? Bang! As he spoke, Yuta pulled out some clothing from his storage pouch and casually tossed it to the ground. It was a corpse. Hao Yun. On Hao Yun's chest were 7 sword wounds. Each one had pierced through his body. He Pingsheng looked at Hao Yun before him, trembling. Was this an accidental injury? I asked around. Hao Yun had no close friends or relatives. We have no idea where his family is. But since he was your superior, I entrust his remains to you. You are to find a feng shui treasure site and bury him. Oh, and one more thing. Yuta paused, then added, the Xiuzhu Peak is an immortal sacred ground and cannot be defiled. Go find a place in the outer sect. With that, Yuta drifted away. He Pingsheng sat on the ground, utterly lost and bewildered, as still as a carved wooden statue, not moving an inch. After a long while, He Pingsheng suddenly stirred. He rose from the ground, first closing the courtyard gate of the alchemy hall. Then he closed the door to Hao Yun's room. Finally, he walked into his own bedroom. It was time to make a break. He Pingsheng felt a deep sadness, yet he had no time to mourn. He believed that if he did not make a choice today, one day the tragedy of senior brother Hao would repeat itself on him. Becoming a pill attendant or a janitor in the alchemy room, he would eventually be killed by someone like Linglong on Xiuzhu Peak. He Pingsheng was merely a janitor disciple. His transfer had nothing to do with the immortal sect, and the head of the janitor class could decide his fate. Moreover, if he did not wish to be a janitor disciple, he could descend the mountain and seek work in the outer sect. This was not difficult for He Pingsheng. But what was truly difficult? It was how to take his belongings down the mountain. These self-righteous cultivators obsessed with finding opportunities in dark crevices. They would search you at the slightest provocation and even boldly rummage through your room. For what? Was it not for opportunities in case they stumbled upon something good? It was easy to imagine the difficulty He Pingsheng would face in bringing his jade vial and pills down the mountain. Besides the jade vial and pills, there were also 2 books. The 36 pill formulas. The fundamental breathing techniques. Given the nature of Xiaozhu Peak, if He Pingsheng were to descend, there would surely be countless people inspecting him. What to do? Bury them here. If so, he might never return, and it would all be for naught. Eat them now. Don't be ridiculous. Although He Pingsheng had not stepped into the world of cultivation, he still understood some basic knowledge. If he dared swallow this supreme qi-gathering pill, he would likely explode from the spiritual energy within it. Alright, back to the main topic. What to do? How could he take his belongings with him? He Pingsheng began to remove the outer garment from Hao Yun. There were 7 wounds on his abdomen and chest, all caused by sharp instruments. Among them 2 wounds were particularly long, with internal organs clearly visible. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, saying, "Senior brother Hao, I'm sorry." He stuffed the 2 jade vials and the 2 books into Hao Yun's wounds. He then took a thick needle and thread to stitch Hao Yun's wounds together. After tying Hao Yun's clothes back up, he carried Hao Yun and stepped out. Though only 14 years old, He Pingsheng was quite strong. He had no trouble fetching water before, and now carrying a person was naturally easy. "Little He, what are you doing? Is this Senior brother Hao?" "This is Senior brother Hao." "Senior brother Hao." Zhang Laoda and his group surrounded He Pingsheng. "Little He, we've heard about Senior brother Hao's situation. To be honest, we are also saddened, but there's nothing we can do. If you need help, just let me know." Zhang Laoda. He Pingsheng, carrying Hao Yun, said to Zhang Laoda, "Master Yuda asked me to take Senior brother Hao to the outer sect to find a place for burial. I might need to guard his spirit for a while. I might not be able to continue working in the alchemy room." "No problem." Zhang Laoda waved his hand and said, "He'll find someone later. You go ahead." Sigh. He Pingsheng continued walking forward with Hao Yun on his back. After descending a stretch of mountain path, he arrived at the teleportation square. The sun shone down from the zenith. The teleportation square was eerily silent. Only 2 people were present. One was a disciple guarding the teleportation array. The other was Ling Long. She was kneeling there again. The difference was that last time she was punished for 3 days of reflection, and this time it was a few more days, nothing more. When He Pingsheng walked to Ling Long's side with Hao Yun's remains, this woman unexpectedly glared at him with anger, shouting, "Get lost. Stay away from me. Damn you. You all deserve to die, making me suffer punishment here." He Pingsheng paused, deeply looked at her, then turned to leave. "Sorry." The disciple guarding the teleportation array stopped He Pingsheng, saying, "The teleportation array is only for inner sect disciples. Non-inner sect disciples are not allowed to step in." He naturally knew this rule. "Over there." The guarding disciple pointed not far away, saying, "There is a path down the mountain. You can go back down from there." "Wait." As usual, all individuals descending the mountain must be searched. Sure enough, He Pingsheng's face darkened, but he still complied with the disciple's search. Not only did the disciple search He Pingsheng, but he also did not spare Hao Yun's corpse, thoroughly inspecting it. Finding no discrepancies, he finally allowed He Pingsheng to carry Hao Yun down the mountain. The path down the mountain was long. He Pingsheng spent most of the day to finally descend from Xiaozhu Peak. The outer sect of Tai Su sect occupies a place outside the sect. Although the spiritual energy is thin here, the scenery is beautiful. He Pingsheng found a place where the mountains met the water, dug through the soil and stones, and buried Hao Yun. There was no coffin, but there was nothing that could be done. He had no place for such a thing. Of course, before burying Hao Yun, He Pingsheng had already taken out the 2 pill vials and the 2 scrolls from Hao Yun's body, wrapped them in cloth, and buried them in the ground not far from Hao Yun. Afterward, He Pingsheng split a piece of stone to erect a tombstone for Hao Yun. Once everything was done, He Pingsheng was exhausted and sat on the ground holding a dark axe. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Things reinforced by the treasure basin are truly extraordinary. Splitting stones is like cutting tofu. Extraordinary, extraordinary." After a short rest, He Pingsheng also buried the 2 axes near Hao Yun's grave, then got up to start climbing the mountain again. It was only at midnight when he finally climbed to the alchemy room. He spent the night sleeping there. The night wind was chilly, blowing incessantly. He Pingsheng managed to sleep for half a night, but was awakened several times by nightmares. When he got up in the morning, he looked soft and sluggish, carrying a worn black ceramic basin as he stepped outside. Inside the basin were his few pieces of clothing and 2 pairs of shoes. Besides that, there was nothing else. After greeting Zhang Laoda, He Pingsheng left directly. At that moment, he strangely felt that a person like Zhang Laoda could be considered a good person on Xiaozhu Peak. "Stop right there." Ling Long, who was kneeling at the teleportation square, saw He Pingsheng and shouted loudly, "He Pingsheng, come here." He Pingsheng, of course, could not offend her, so he could only walk over with the basin. "Stay a bit closer." When He Pingsheng approached, Ling Long suddenly opened her mouth and spat a mouthful of saliva at him. The tiny droplets of saliva splattered all over He Pingsheng. Had he not protected his head, he would have ended up with it all over his face. Get lost. Ling Long cursed again in agony. He Pingsheng decisively left with the broken basin. He shook his head. This woman was truly beyond saving. She had killed someone and was only punished with a few days of reflection. How could she be so angry? Sigh. Senior brother Hao. Rest assured, once I achieve a higher cultivation, I will definitely kill her to avenge you. This time descending the mountain was no burden. With He Pingsheng's physical strength, it was naturally not a problem. In about an hour, he made his way down from the peak of Xiuzhou. The entrance to the Taishu sect lies beneath this mountain range. Although there are no spiritual veins outside, and the spiritual energy in the air is quite thin, the terrain is relatively open. A great river winds around the mountains, carving out a vast valley plain in the south at the foot of the mountains. On the opposite bank of the river is a human settlement which has developed into a small town over hundreds of years. This small town is where the outer sect of the Taishu sect is located. The outer sect is a mix of all sorts, encompassing people from all walks of life. It is said that hundreds of years ago this place was merely a temporary refuge for low-level cultivators, but countless outer sect disciples later formed partnerships here, thriving and multiplying over generations. Among these descendants of celestial families, most are ordinary mortals without spiritual roots. Over time, this place has thus formed into a small human town. Regardless of whether they are mortals or low-level disciples in the Qi refinement stage, all fall under the unified management of the outer sect of the Taishu sect. He Pingsheng is naturally one of them. His parents were low-level disciples of the outer sect. Although they passed away early and everything left behind was plundered by low-level cultivators in the town, his home still exists. It is a small courtyard. The courtyard has trees and flower beds. Although small, it is quite exquisite. He Pingsheng took out his key, unlocked the rusty iron lock, and stepped into his little courtyard. Having been away for more than half a year, the courtyard is now overgrown with grass. Crossing the courtyard, He Pingsheng arrived at the door of the eastern wing and pushed it open to enter. This is the house he has lived in since childhood. From now on, he must rely on himself. After placing his belongings in the treasure bowl properly, He Pingsheng closed the door and headed towards the town's outer sect Great Hall. The outer sect Great Hall is the place that manages everything outside. Inside the hall, there are elder attendants and numerous disciples. Although He Pingsheng has left the Xiuzhou Peak, he must still survive in the outer sect. The necessities of life and various expenditures are essential, thus he remains tied to the Taishu sect. Entering the outer sect Great Hall. Inside it is quite spacious. Moreover, the light is abundant due to dozens of luminous pearls hanging from the dome, making the hall appear bright and inviting. People come and go, bustling with activity. On the right wall, there is a formation emitting flickering lights with lines of characters rolling in succession. The Fire Cloud Peak teleportation array requires guardians, contributing 50 points per month, requiring cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The Cloud Viewing Peak needs 6 disciples to tend to the spiritual fields, urgently contributing 200 points per month, requiring disciples at the 4th level or above in Qi refinement, with a focus on wood spiritual roots and proficiency in wood spells. The Tontian Peak Scripture Pavilion urgently needs 2 disciples to guard it, contributing 100 points per month, requiring disciples at the 4th level or above in Qi refinement, with an easy job. The Taishu Sect Trading Hall needs 2 outer sect disciples, requiring cultivation at the 5th level or above, specifically female cultivators, contributing 200 points per month. The sect's contribution points can not only be exchanged for essentials, but are also highly valuable. To put it simply, casually taking out 10 points, the sect's contribution points can not only be exchanged for essentials, but are also highly valuable. To put it simply, casually taking out 10 points can exchange for a year's worth of rice for a cultivator in the outer sect. The remaining contribution points can be used to exchange for cultivation resources, such as pills, techniques, and so forth. Unfortunately, this is not prepared for He Pingsheng. Because he is not even an outer sect disciple, he is merely an ordinary errand boy. The left wall appears similar to the right, with the formation revealing rolling characters on the luminous membrane. However, the content is vastly different. Errand boy chopping would complete the monthly task as required to earn 4 contribution points. Fetching water complete the task as required to earn 8 contribution points per month. Plowing fields complete the task as required to earn 120 contribution points annually. It is evident that this kind of task is suited for He Pingsheng. Could it be that I have to become an errand disciple again? He Pingsheng looked at the tasks on both sides, shook his head, and walked directly to the front desk. What do you need? A disciple clad in the characteristic robe of outer sect disciples looked at He Pingsheng with an arrogant attitude. He Pingsheng ignored his attitude and pulled out a red card from his pocket, saying, "Please help me check how many contribution points are left on this." He hasn't worked long at Xiuzhou Peak, so he surely hasn't earned many contribution points. However, it doesn't matter, his parents left him some when they were still alive. He has never used these contribution points, so naturally, he doesn't know how many there are. The disciple glanced at He Pingsheng's card, then slightly raised his eyebrows, asking, "What is your name?" He Pingsheng replied, "He Pingsheng. Where did this card come from? At your young age, how could there be so many contributions?" He Pingsheng replied, "Both my parents are outer sect disciples." Upon hearing this, the outer sect cultivator across from him immediately changed his attitude by 180 degrees, smiling as he said, "I see. Little brother, your card has a total of 1,686 points of contribution." He Pingsheng was slightly startled. So many. If these contribution points are only used for living, it would be enough for his lifetime's worth of food and drink. After all, for just food and drink, an ordinary person consumes a maximum of 20 points per year. 1,600 points would last me for decades. He Pingsheng spent a few contribution points to purchase some daily necessities in the hall, and then returned to his small courtyard. No one paid him any attention. After tidying up his things, in the afternoon, He Pingsheng took some items and went to the nearby mountain where he worshipped Hao Yun, then dug up the items buried near Hao Yun's grave one by one. 2 axes, 2 porcelain bottles, 2 books. The advantage of the outer sect is that no one checks you no matter where you go. Back at home, He Pingsheng remained restless and buried the 2 jade bottles back in the ground. The other 2 axes and the techniques he kept with him. Even if these items were discovered, they wouldn't cost him his life. After all, both of my parents are outer sect disciples. Having a basic breathing technique and 36 methods of alchemy is reasonable, right? In the following period, He Pingsheng secluded himself, diligently practicing the basic breathing technique. He hopes to soon draw qi into his body, complete a cycle, and thus break through to the first level of qi refinement. Of course, the spiritual energy in the outer sect is extremely thin. However, it does not greatly affect his cultivation. After all, he is not yet at the stage of absorbing spiritual energy. He is merely trying to run a cycle. For the next month, He Pingsheng spent his time in this monotonous life. Apart from eating and sleeping each day, he focused on his cultivation. He diligently guided the spiritual energy from outside into his body. However, after a month, He Pingsheng had yet to allow this energy to circulate even once through his meridians. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared blankly at the moonlight outside the window. Could it really be that cultivating the 5 elements' spiritual roots was that difficult? Senior brother Hao Yun had once said that he managed to draw in energy and circulate it within his body in just half a month, thus breaking through to the first layer of qi refinement. And those prodigious disciples could even achieve it in just 2 or 3 days. Yet here he was, a month had passed. Could it be that the method was wrong? With a loud thud, He Pingsheng slammed the basic breathing technique onto the table. Then he reached under the bed and pulled out a heavy black clay pot. Throughout this month, He Pingsheng had not given up exploring. He used the pot daily to condense items. When he placed 10 jin of rice inside, it would become 20 jin, and the quality was even better. However, it did not turn the rice into spiritual rice as He Pingsheng had imagined. Through this month of experimentation, He Pingsheng had come to understand some of the properties of the treasure pot. Firstly, it could only increase quantity and strength, but it could not change the type. For instance, rice and spiritual rice were 2 different species, entirely different entities. Thus, rice could not transform into spiritual rice. Similarly, the axe only became much sharper. It did not transform into a magical tool in the hands of an immortal because of the treasure pot's enhancement. So the question arose, what should he enhance today? He Pingsheng looked around the room. Over the past month, he had enhanced almost everything he could in his home. Shovels, spoons, bowls. He even enhanced a pair of shoes. The moonlight shone like water. Yet He Pingsheng's gaze fell upon the basic breathing technique on the table. A bold idea suddenly surged in his mind. Could cultivation techniques be enhanced? Let's give it a try. After all, I have already memorized the first 3 layers. Even if this thing were to be ruined, it wouldn't matter. With a decisive clap, He Pingsheng tossed the book into the clay pot, producing a crisp sound. However, he held little expectation that the treasure pot could enhance the content of the book. Shortly after tossing the pot under the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning he woke up. He Pingsheng rubbed his eyes, and still half asleep, instinctively pulled out the wooden basin from under the bed. At first glance, hey, 2 books. It really enhanced. He Pingsheng's heart raced as he excitedly reached in to take one out. Hiss! The texture. The previous one was a copy by Hao Yun. The texture was particularly disappointing, just an ordinary paper notebook. Now holding it, He Pingsheng could immediately feel the paper's toughness. He noticed that the cover of the technique had, on the previous cover it had the words, Basic Breathing Technique. Now, however, it had transformed into Changchun Qi Method. What the hell? He Pingsheng's breathing quickened. It changed. The technique has changed, which meant it must have been enhanced on top of the basic breathing technique. Let's take a look. He opened the first page. On the first page was originally written a name Hao Yun, proving it was Hao Yun's book. But now it only had 1 character Tian. What does this mean? He Pingsheng stared blankly at the character Tian, murmuring, could it be that this book was created by heaven? It seems to be so. As he muttered, he flipped to the next page. Overview. The overview stated that this was a technique suitable for cultivating the wood attribute spiritual roots. Then there were specific methods for each layer from the first layer of Qi refinement all the way to the 12th layer. Moreover, the content seemed to be much more detailed than the previous version by Hao Yun. Take the first layer drawing energy into the body, for example. The method described was vastly different from the previous one. Additionally, there were 2 wood attribute spells appended at the end. He Pingsheng did not rush into cultivation. He reached for the second book. When he looked at the title, it was different. This one was titled Li Huizhen Fa. This, a technique of a different attribute. He Pingsheng picked up this book to read. On the first page, it also had only one character Tian. The following pages contained an overview. The overview stated that this was a fire attribute technique suitable for cultivators possessing fire attribute spiritual roots. Likewise, it included the complete techniques from the first layer of Qi refinement to the 12th layer with 2 fire attribute spells appended at the end. He Pingsheng took a deep breath. Should he give it a try? Which one should he choose? His gaze fell on the fire attribute technique, Li Huizhen Fa. Let's start with this one. He Pingsheng tidied up all the unnecessary items and hid them under. Finally, he sat cross-legged on the bed and picked up the Li Huizhen Fa. First, he would memorize it, then understand it. Of course, he only needed to comprehend the overview and the first layer. These tasks took He Pingsheng half a day, and by the time he was ready to cultivate, it was already noon. After a simple meal, He Pingsheng began to draw in energy again. At that moment, the spiritual energy in the world began to flow slowly over the surface of his body. The sensation became exceptionally clear. As the technique stirred, fire attribute spiritual power began to condense, adhering to He Pingsheng's skin. Under his guidance, this fire attribute spiritual power which adhered to his skin gradually entered his flesh through countless pores. From flesh to blood, from blood to meridians. However, before entering the meridians, there was another checkpoint. The spiritual root. The spiritual energy drawn from the outside first entered the spiritual root. Only after leaving the spiritual root did it reach the meridians. He Pingsheng's spiritual root was of the 5 elements. As the fire spiritual energy he guided approached the spiritual root, the 4 other attributes of gold, wood, water, and earth naturally closed off, leaving only the fire attribute spiritual root open. Although this spiritual energy was extremely weak, even so it consumed a considerable amount of his time as it passed through the spiritual root. To put it simply, the spiritual root is like a water pipe. If it is too narrow, it will block the flow of spiritual energy, thus affecting the efficiency of energy accumulation. This is the fundamental reason why the 5 elements spiritual roots are difficult to cultivate. If it were a single spiritual root, these issues would not exist. A single spiritual root being 10 times thicker than He Pingsheng's fire spiritual root would undoubtedly allow for a much faster flow of spiritual energy. After passing through the spiritual root, the spiritual power was compressed once before entering the meridians. It would circulate through the meridians once and then be refined. After refinement, it would be gathered in the dantian, allowing him to achieve the first layer of Qi refinement. An hour later, boom! With a muffled sound from within He Pingsheng's body, he finally broke through to the first layer of the Qi refinement stage. At this moment, He Pingsheng, drenched in sweat, wore a face of astonishment and joy. Is this too outrageous? After a month of training with no progress, he managed to break through in just 1 hour. The technique cultivated from this treasure bowl is indeed extraordinary, but it is not as miraculous as He Pingsheng imagined. The reason for his rapid breakthrough is due to the continuous effort of absorbing qi into his body over the past month. If it weren't for that, even practicing the true fire technique would take at least a day to draw qi into the body. 1 hour is simply impossible. He Pingsheng suddenly felt a shock. After breaking through to the first layer of the qi refinement stage, he felt as if he could see the situation within his body. He saw his flesh and blood, his meridians, and his dantian. In the dantian, there was a small, finger-thick red vortex of fire attribute slowly spinning. Is this inner vision? He Pingsheng was utterly shocked. It is said that once a cultivator reaches the qi refinement stage, they will develop divine consciousness. This consciousness is very weak, yet sufficient to perceive their own body. This is wonderful. Previously, he relied solely on feeling to draw qi into his body, but now he could actually see his own cultivation. Wouldn't that be faster? Despite his joy, He Pingsheng did not forget the dangers ahead. The path of cultivation is long, he has barely begun. Therefore, he must continue to cultivate. He opened the second part of the true fire technique and began to study it carefully. This second part discusses the methods for progressing from the first layer to the second layer of the qi refinement stage. By nightfall, He Pingsheng finally mastered the methods from the second part. After dinner, he sat cross-legged and began his cultivation of the second part. The cultivation of the second layer of the qi refinement stage is different from the first layer. In the first layer, all you need to do is draw qi into the body and gather it in the dantian. However, to progress to the second layer, it requires accumulating a certain quantity. One must continuously absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to fill oneself. At the beginning of cultivating the second layer, He Pingsheng's expression turned grim. His spiritual root was too poor. The current issue is that he was not slow in absorbing external spiritual energy. A large amount of fire attribute spiritual energy entered his flesh through the skin. Then it flowed through the flesh into the meridians and spiritual roots. But when it reached the spiritual root, problems arose. Because the fire attribute spiritual root is too thin, it simply cannot accommodate too much spiritual energy at once. Therefore, no matter how fast he absorbs the spiritual energy, it is of no use. It simply cannot pass through. Moreover, as for the meridians, the spiritual energy begins to circulate and refine once it enters the meridians. However, the problem is that his meridians are functioning, but the spiritual energy within them is always at a deficient level. Still the same issue, the spiritual root is too thin. It is like drawing water from a large reservoir into a small one. The spiritual energy in the world is like a large reservoir, while the meridians are like a small one. Currently, although the large reservoir outside has plenty of water, the water in the small reservoir is insufficient. The reason lies in the fact that the connecting pipe between the two reservoirs is too thin, causing slow flow. He Pingsheng's current cultivation is just like this. No wonder a single spiritual root is fast. Now, through inner vision, he finally has a more intuitive understanding. Is a powerful technique enough? No. No matter how powerful the technique, it only refines spiritual energy quickly. But if the speed of spiritual energy entering is too slow, or if no spiritual energy comes in, how can a good technique help? That said, is it truly impossible for those with 5 elemental spiritual roots to cultivate? Not necessarily. If a type of spiritual energy can enter the meridians without passing through the spiritual root, the refining speed would still be quite fast. What kind of spiritual energy can enter the meridians without going through the spiritual root? Pills, various heavenly materials, and earthly treasures for external supplementation. After these items are ingested by cultivators, they do not pass through the bodespor's flesh and the filtration of the spiritual roots like the spiritual energy from the outside world. Instead, they directly enter the meridians after digestion. In this way, it can avoid the disadvantage of having a poor spiritual root. That said, can cultivators without spiritual roots also cultivate using pills? The answer is no, because the so-called meridians and dantian in cultivation are not equivalent to the blood vessels in the human body. They are derived from the spiritual roots. Without spiritual roots, there are no meridians. Therefore, those born without spiritual roots cannot cultivate even with pills. He Pingsheng understands this rough knowledge of cultivation. So what should he do next? He Pingsheng walked out of the courtyard and looked around. Taking advantage of the night, he sealed all the gaps in the windows and doors tightly, then smashed a bottle of oil before pulling out 2 jade bottles from under the bed, taking out a premium qi-gathering pill. A rich medicinal aroma instantly filled the small room. He Pingsheng hurriedly smashed the pill, taking only 1/10 of it, while the remaining 9/10 were put back into the ceramic bottle. The 1/10 of the pill was placed in a large ceramic bowl and filled with water. In an instant, the powder of the pill dissolved into the water. The surrounding medicinal aroma abruptly ceased. He Pingsheng buried the jade bottle back underground, then took a sip of water and began to cultivate. Boom! As the pure energy-filled water entered his abdomen, the grand and majestic energy surged into his meridians from all directions. At that moment, He Pingsheng felt as if his meridians were about to explode. In reality, they would not. Relatively speaking, the spiritual energy within the qi-gathering pill is the most pure and gentle. Even if one were to swallow a pill whole, it would not explode. It is just that the pills that cannot be refined in time will dissipate into nothingness, wasting valuable resources. He Pingsheng quickly operated the fire attribute true fire technique, crazily refining. The spiritual energy circulated within the meridians before being refined and gathered into the vortex in the dantian. After that, the excess energy would fill the meridians again, which would then be refined and gathered into the dantian. This cycle continued again and again. This bowl of water supported He Pingsheng's cultivation for 3 days. During these 3 days of cultivation, although he did not break through to the second layer of the qi refinement stage, his inner vision revealed that the small red vortex of fire attribute in his dantian had grown more than twice its size. 2 months later, after consuming about 2 premium qi-gathering pills, He Pingsheng finally broke through. He advanced from the first layer of the qi refinement stage to the second layer. About half a year later, after swallowing 7 premium qi-gathering pills, He Pingsheng's cultivation finally broke through to the third layer of the qi refinement stage. It took 8 months to progress from the first layer to the third layer, consuming a total of 9 premium qi-gathering pills. I finally reached the third layer of the qi refinement stage. I took a deep breath. My current cultivation has surpassed that of senior brother Hao Yun. He pushed open the door. The outside world transformed into a silver-white landscape. It's snowing. The new year is almost here. I should go light incense for my parents and senior brother Hao. Who? The fierce wind whipped through the swirling snow, relentlessly striking towards He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng was only wearing a thin garment, yet remained unfazed by the bitter cold. It is said that the early stage of qi refinement is no different from that of a mortal. However, this is not true. Entering the qi refinement stage marks a significant difference from an ordinary person. For instance, one is not afraid of severe cold, seldom suffers from hunger or frostbite, and does not easily fall ill, among other advantages. Rise. On the hillside, He Pingsheng often leapt up, soaring several zhang high. Thus, climbing the mountain in a snowstorm felt as effortless as walking on flat ground. To put it simply, if he were asked to carry water at Xiuzhu Peak, right now completing 20 trips would take him at most an hour. Such is the difference. A flask of liquor, a few stacks of paper money. 3 incenses. After performing the rituals for his parents and senior brother Hao Yun, He Pingsheng leisurely walked down the mountain. Instead of returning directly to his small courtyard, he walked towards the grand hall on the opposite bank of the river. The outer sect hall. Despite the snowstorm, people came and went endlessly, and no one truly paid attention to He Pingsheng's cultivation. He Pingsheng slowly entered the hall, glancing around. On the left screen, a striking piece of information flickered in his eyes. Xiuzhu Peak is continuing to recruit a pill child with no restrictions on cultivation level, offering 200 contribution points per month. Everyone need not worry, there will absolutely be no bullying of the pill child. He Pingsheng frowned slightly. What a surprise, Xiuzhu Peak still hasn't found a pill child. It was only natural when he thought about it. The Taishu sect is vast, yet not so large, and news about any events on the peaks quickly spreads to the outer sect. The tragic death of Hao Yun would undoubtedly serve as a warning to countless outer sect disciples. Compared to life, what is merely 200 contribution points? Of course, from the notes behind that message, it appeared that Xiuzhu Peak had indeed been anxiously searching for a pill child for over half a year. He Pingsheng let out a cold smile, leaving the left side a raised light membrane, and approaching the counter in the center of the hall. There were a dozen or so people handling miscellaneous tasks for the outer sect disciples. He Pingsheng did not go to the same person as last time, but chose a different spot. Senior brother, I would like to purchase some spirit rice. He no longer wanted to eat ordinary rice. Spirit rice greatly benefits cultivators in their training. The cultivator took He Pingsheng's card and said, "What kind of spirit rice does this junior brother wish to purchase? We have top grade, mid grade, and low grade." Without a moment's thought, He Pingsheng replied, "He'll take the low grade." There was no need for him to buy high-quality rice. With the existence of the treasure bowl, any quality placed within could be transformed into the finest. "Oh," said the cultivator, "low-grade spirit rice costs 1 contribution point per pound. How much do you need?" He Pingsheng said, "Let's start with 200 pounds. 200 pounds means 200 points. This item is much more expensive than ordinary rice. For ordinary rice, 200 pounds would only cost 2 to 3 contribution points." All right. The cultivator handed He Pingsheng a collection slip and said, "Take this slip to the warehouse to collect your spirit rice." "Thank you." He Pingsheng politely accepted the slip. The disciple said, "Junior brother, you are at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, right? You might consider doing some tasks at Fenshui Mountain. If you catch spirit beasts or gather spirit herbs, you can bring them back to the sect for contribution points. Right now, with heavy snow sealing the mountain, many spirit beasts have nowhere to hide. It's a great time to catch them. Look, there are related tasks on that array." The person pointed to the array sign. He Pingsheng said, "All right, senior brother." After leaving the counter and collecting the spirit rice, he also bought some daily necessities before heading straight back to his small courtyard. Do tasks. I still have so many contribution points, so what tasks should I do? Wouldn't it be better to focus on cultivation? I should prioritize raising my cultivation level. He Pingsheng decided to enter seclusion this time to directly break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. He wouldn't leave until reaching the 4th layer. Just now in the outer hall, the reason the cultivator could see at a glance that He Pingsheng was at the 3rd layer of qi refinement was because his divine sense could be projected outward, sweeping out everything without concealment. However, He Pingsheng was not capable of this. In order to project one's divine sense, one must break through from the initial stage of qi refinement to the mid-stage. That is to say, the 4th layer. The qi refinement stages are categorized as follows. Layers 1, 2, and 3 are considered the initial stage. Layers 4, 5, and 6 are the mid-stage. Layers 7, 8, and 9 are referred to as the late stage, while layers 10, 11, and 12 are called the perfected stage. Therefore, to project one's divine sense, one must reach at least the 4th layer. Moreover, after projecting one's divine sense, besides being able to scan the surroundings and perceive others' cultivation, there is another significant benefit: the ability to cultivate spells. Only after one's divine sense can be projected outward can various spells be cultivated. Bang! Upon returning home, he closed the door. He Pingsheng tightly blocked the gap in his door to prevent any energy from leaking. He then continued his training. He took out 2 jade vials. One vial contained 12 pills while the other contained only 3. In total, there were 15 pills. This means he had consumed 9 pills to break through from the first layer to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. I hope these 15 pills can help me break through to the 4th layer. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and directly took out 1 pill, swallowing it. Indeed, with the rise in his cultivation, he now refined spiritual power much faster, no longer needing to smash the pills and use water to aid in swallowing as he did when he first began cultivating. Boom! As a whole pill entered his belly, countless pure energies surged from the pill into his meridians. The process of swallowing pills and drawing in Qi has another distinct difference. For drawing Qi into the body, there are 5 types of spiritual energy: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which must be filtered and selected before entering the body. However, the spiritual power within this pill does not differentiate by the 5 elements. It is the purest form of energy. After being refined through the meridians, it automatically transforms into the corresponding attribute of spiritual energy based on the attribute of the Qi whirlpool it collects. As winter gives way to spring, all things awaken. After consuming 13 spirit pills over the course of half a year, He Pingsheng finally achieved his desired breakthrough to the 4th layer. Boom! At the moment of breaking through, a sudden clarity erupted from within him, allowing him to perceive everything within a radius of 10 zhang, even beyond the walls. The divine sense was projected outward. Wonderful! He Pingsheng opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing as he exclaimed, "Haha! I can finally start cultivating spells." The so-called spells refer to various techniques, including attack, defense, and assistance, among others. He Pingsheng flipped to the last page of the Li Huizhen Fa, which recorded the cultivation methods for 2 spells. The first, Fire Crow Technique. The second, Fire Shield Technique. Fire Crow Technique, Fire Shield Technique. Which one to cultivate? He Pingsheng took a glance. The Fire Crow Technique allows one to manifest a fire crow using the fire's spiritual energy within, which can then be sent out to attack enemies. This is merely a low-level spell. However, its attacking power is not to be underestimated. Once cultivated to a minor achievement, one can release a fire crow that can be controlled with divine sense to attack enemies within a range of 10 zhang. Any further than that is impossible, as He Pingsheng's divine sense can only extend 10 zhang at present. If he reaches a major achievement, he could release 9 fire crows to confront his foes at once. If perfected, he could unleash 108 fire crows in one breath, boasting unmatched attack power. A swarm of crows could easily slay even those cultivators at the 12th layer of the Qi refining stage. Of course, reaching perfection is quite difficult. Now about the Fire Shield Technique. This is a defensive spell. Once cultivated, it can instantly form a fire attribute shield that can withstand the force of an attack from an enemy of the same realm. In short, both of these spells are very useful for He Pingsheng at the moment. Which one should he practice first? It must be the Fire Crow Technique. Without offense, what good is defense no matter how strong? Therefore, attack spells naturally take priority. He Pingsheng memorized the cultivation tips for the Fire Crow Technique and began to practice in his room. In the early stages, there's no need to worry about fire burning down his room, as he is incapable of manifesting flames yet. When the fire spiritual energy within his meridians flows normally, he will be able to form the shape of a fire crow. Casting spells is somewhat easier compared to cultivation. As long as the right method is used, it's merely a matter of honing proficiency. The first step is to draw the fire spiritual energy out of his body. This process does not depend on talent, but rather on skill. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days have passed. On this day, He Pingsheng was diligently practicing the Fire Crow Technique, when suddenly a spark of fire emerged from the palm of his right hand, instantly transforming into a dazzling crow. The crow was small, only slightly larger than a palm. It radiated blinding light and flapped its wings in his palm, as if it were about to soar into the sky at any moment. He Pingsheng was immediately overjoyed. He took a deep breath and withdrew his magical energy, causing the fire's spiritual energy to dissipate, and the fire crow in his palm lost its foundation and vanished instantly. The room is too cramped to unleash it. I should find a secluded place to test my powers. He Pingsheng stood up, brushed himself off, and was about to step outside when he suddenly spotted the treasure basin lying under his bed. This place was different from before at Shizhu Peak. There was always a chance someone could barge into his room. The scene of his parents' treasure being stolen flashed vividly in his mind. Thus, He Pingsheng was not at ease, leaving the treasure basin in the room after he left. Although it was unlikely that a thief would touch it, what if? This is a treasure. He Pingsheng couldn't afford to take that risk. But if he brought it along, it would be too troublesome. Sigh, he sighed deeply. If only I had a storage bag. Unfortunately, this was just a beautiful wish. Even the exceptionally talented inner disciples of the Tai Su sect rarely possessed such high-level items as storage bags. Such items are usually only held by elders at the foundation establishment stage. How could he dare to hope for one? How about just bury it? He Pingsheng picked up the treasure basin. However, just as he was about to dig into the ground, a flash of inspiration surged in his mind. When he was young, he had seen his father cut his finger and drip blood onto that artifact. Could it be that dripping blood on this treasure would establish a bond? Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, he could always bury it afterward. With a mindset of experimentation, He Pingsheng took a small knife from the table and swiftly cut a small slit in his left hand. A few drops of fresh blood flowed out instantly. He Pingsheng dripped the blood into the treasure basin. Soon a miraculous scene unfolded. He saw a golden light suddenly flash from the spot where the blood fell. Then the blood quickly fused into the entire basin through the originally invisible patterns. In just a few breaths, the blood had vanished. Another one. He Pingsheng dripped another drop of blood, and another golden light flashed. After several attempts, the basin suddenly underwent a transformation, zipping into a beam of purple gold light and flying into He Pingsheng's body. What? He Pingsheng was dumbfounded. Where's my treasure, my basin? It couldn't be lost, could it? In the next moment, He Pingsheng's divine sense flickered, and he looked inward at himself. He saw that within his dantian, beneath a crimson vortex, was quietly lying a black basin. What else could it be but the treasure basin? Come. With a flick of his divine sense, the treasure basin flew out in a flash, landing back in He Pingsheng's hands. Return. Another flick of divine sense, and the treasure basin returned to his dantian. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This is wonderful. He Pingsheng laughed heartily, and then plopped down on the bed, taking a deep breath. In the future, he would no longer have to worry about the treasure basin being stolen. After a long while, He Pingsheng's excitement faded, and he began to ponder. The treasure basin was secured. However, there were still 2 jade vials in the room. These 2 pill bottles contained 2 top-grade gathering spirit pills. What to do with them? Carry them around. He wasn't sure if the treasure basin could store items and then be retrieved. Come. He Pingsheng moved his divine sense, and the treasure basin appeared in his hands. When a sound rang out, He Pingsheng tossed the 2 jade vials into the basin. Return. At this moment, he attempted to retrieve the treasure basin. Whoosh. The treasure basin was indeed drawn back into his dantian. He Pingsheng scanned his body with divine sense and found that the treasure basin indeed contained 2 more jade vials. Wow, it really can store things. Since it can store them, let's put in everything. Come. He Pingsheng summoned the treasure basin from his dantian and placed 2 books inside as well. After adding the 2 books, he noticed there was still a sack of spirit rice in the room weighing over 100 genes. That definitely couldn't fit inside. Previously, He Pingsheng had tried, and the basin could only hold about a dozen genes of spirit rice. Any more would not fit. Sigh. He sighed, saying, it's a bit small. If only this treasure basin could be a bit larger. As soon as He Pingsheng's words fell, the treasure basin on the table suddenly expanded a circle. From a normal basin size, it grew to the size of a bathtub. Now he could surely fit the spirit rice inside. However, at this moment, He Pingsheng was too excited to put in the spirit rice. He looked at the treasure basin with glee, saying, bigger, bigger, bigger. The basin kept growing larger. Finally, the entire basin reached a diameter of 3 feet, and only then did it stop growing. This means that the 3-foot size is the basin's limit. Gather. He Pingsheng placed all his belongings into the treasure-gathering basin, then stored it back into his dantian. What should he do next? He still had 2 top-grade qi-gathering pills on him. However, these 2 pills were certainly insufficient to break through to the 5th layer of the qi refining stage. To continue advancing, he could only rely on the slow daily process of drawing qi into his body. Given He Pingsheng's 5 elements spiritual root aptitude, this would indeed take an eternity. Perhaps he would never reach the 5th layer through mere breathing and meditation alone in this lifetime. Thus, he still needed to seek out cultivation resources. Before searching for resources, I should first go out and test this spell. He Pingsheng left his home and headed into the mountains. The small town was certainly not suitable, as no one knew the power of this fire crow spell. If it drew attention, it would be troublesome. Over the past year, with his rising cultivation, He Pingsheng's mind had gradually opened. Matters that had previously baffled him or eluded his understanding now became clear. Of course, in terms of character, he remained as cautious as ever. This caution was not innate, but a lesson learned from witnessing his parents' murder. In the desolate mountains, He Pingsheng walked for 2 consecutive days in the direction opposite to the Tai Su sect before finally stopping. This far. Even if I make some noise, it shouldn't alert the Tai Su sect, right? He Pingsheng halted in a primeval jungle. Before him, behind him, and all around him were towering ancient. The ground was slick with moss, and the sky was hidden from view. Only the babbling sound of a stream flowing down from the mountain peak on his left seemed to make He Pingsheng feel a sliver of reality in this world. Gather. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, and the fire attribute's spiritual energy within his body surged wildly, quickly coalescing into a ball of flame in the palm of his right hand. The flame flickered and took the shape of a crow. The crow flapped its wings lifelike in form. Go! With a thought, He Pingsheng controlled the fire crow to fly forward. 3 zhang away, the fire crow slammed headlong into the trunk of a tree that was as thick as an arm's span. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. A wave of fire attribute energy rushed toward him. Caught off guard, He Pingsheng was blown back 3 steps by the surge of heat. Looking up again, he saw a pitch-black hole in the trunk of the large tree with flames burning at its edge. The flames grew even fiercer, crackling loudly. Boom! Within 3 breaths, the towering ancient tree snapped in half, and along with its branches crashed heavily to the ground. However, the fire on the trunk became increasingly intense. Not good. He Pingsheng slapped his forehead and said, I mustn't start a forest fire. He quickly took out his treasure-gathering basin, hurried to the nearby stream to fetch water, and poured it directly onto the flames. A miraculous scene unfolded. He Pingsheng poured 5 or 6 basins of water, yet the flames not only refused to be extinguished, but grew even stronger. How strange, this fire can't be put out with water. He Pingsheng looked worried, personally rushing over to use rocks and soil to smother the flames. After exhausting tremendous effort, the fire only died out on its own after consuming the entire tree. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, then sat down on the ground, somewhat disheveled, staring at his palm and murmuring, could it be that flames created by spiritual spells are different from ordinary fire? This single strike can shatter an old tree. It's not bad, I suppose. But I wonder how it would fare against a cultivator and whether it can match disciples of the same level. Afterward, He Pingsheng dared not attack trees anymore. He found a rocky area devoid of trees and grass, condensed another fire crow, and hurled it fiercely against the cliff face. Boom! The next moment, rocks flew everywhere. A large black hole was blasted into the cliff. So powerful. He Pingsheng was astonished. He hadn't expected such a large hole from striking stone. Again, boom, boom, boom. After unleashing 12 fire crows in succession, the fire attribute's spiritual energy within He Pingsheng's body was finally depleted. In other words, he could only unleash this level of attack 12 times in one go. If he couldn't defeat an enemy within those 12 strikes, he would have no choice but to flee. Lacking a benchmark and having never fought anyone, He Pingsheng had no idea how powerful other Qi refining layer 4 spells were. So although he had witnessed his own spell's might, he didn't know how he compared to others. He believed his aptitude was far inferior to that of genius cultivators, and thus habitually assumed his spells were also inferior. Yet if another cultivator of the same level saw his fire crow technique, who knows how astonished they would be. After testing the spell, He Pingsheng retraced his steps back to the small town. The round trip took 5 days. Upon returning to the outer sect town, He Pingsheng did not go home immediately, but headed straight to the outer sect hall. Entering the bustling hall, He Pingsheng involuntarily extended his spiritual sense, clearly perceiving the cultivation levels of all cultivators within a 10 zhang radius. There were those at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers of Qi refining. There were also those at the 4th layer. However, those at the 4th layer were not many. As for those above the 4th layer, He Pingsheng found he could not see through them. Yet among the bustling crowd of over 100 people in the hall, only 3 had cultivation levels he couldn't perceive. He Pingsheng felt a secret sense of pride. Senior brother. A disciple handling miscellaneous affairs in the center of the hall stood up and addressed He Pingsheng as senior brother when he approached. This was a treatment He Pingsheng had never experienced before. Senior brother, what business do you wish to conduct? The servant disciple asked respectfully, looking at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng swept his spiritual sense over him, found he was only at the 3rd layer, and smiled. Junior brother, I heard that our Tai Su sect has a Chang'e pavilion open to outer sect disciples. I'd like to visit it. How can I get in? The so-called Chang'e pavilion was a step above the outer sect hall's miscellaneous affairs office, selling cultivation items needed by outer sect disciples. However, not just any outer sect disciple could enter. Its entry requirement was Qi refining middle stage. That is at least the 4th layer. Senior brother, have you reached the 4th layer? The disciple opposite him asked, his face full of respect. He Pingsheng nodded. I have. That's good. The man said, Senior brother. The Chang'e pavilion is on the 2nd floor of our outer sect hall. You can enter from over there. There's a staircase. However, before entering, you need to test your cultivation level. Once you've reached the 4th layer, someone will guide you up. Good. He Pingsheng was overjoyed and walked toward the staircase leading to the Chang'e pavilion. He Pingsheng followed the direction indicated by the disciple of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and indeed saw the staircase in a corner of the grand hall. Thank you, junior brother. He Pingsheng clasped his hands in gratitude and walked towards the staircase. He first entered a room. An old man dressed in gray robes was seated inside his cultivation level obscured to He Pingsheng. However, the old man's sharp gaze scrutinized He Pingsheng as he said, "The fourth layer, huh? Is this your first time here?" He Pingsheng respectfully replied, "Yes, this is my first time here. No need for such formalities." The gray-robed elder waved his hand, saying, "You are at the fourth layer of Qi refinement, and I am at the ninth layer. Although there is some gap, we are both in the Qi refinement stage. You can just call me senior brother from now on. I cannot bear to call you senior." "All right, senior brother." He Pingsheng quickly corrected himself. The gray-robed elder said, "Go on in." With that, this hurdle was passed. He Pingsheng let out a sigh of relief, politely bowed to the gray-robed elder once more, and then turned to enter the hall of the second layer. The second layer was the same size as the first. However, the bustling crowd from the first layer was absent here. Only a few dozen disciples were wandering among the various shelves. "This junior brother." A disciple from the fifth layer of Qi refinement approached. He Pingsheng smiled slightly and said, "Are you here to select items? Please follow me." He Pingsheng replied, "No. I'm just here for the first time, merely looking around for now." The person said, "Then feel free to browse. If you find anything satisfactory, you can purchase it. Each item has its price marked below." He Pingsheng thanked him and began to wander alone through the vast second layer. There were other cultivators present in the second layer, but not many. For He Pingsheng, the best outcome would be to purchase some low-grade pills at an extremely low price, and then use a treasure to enhance their quality before finally using them. But he also knew this was merely wishful thinking, because in the Changi Pavilion, it was impossible to sell low-grade. Then there's the low-grade Qi gathering pill. This is much more expensive than the low-grade pills. Because it is a pill used for cultivation, it can enhance one's cultivation level, so it is not comparable to the crude. This item is not sold by the batch, but by individual units. One low-grade Qi gathering pill requires 2 low-grade spirit stones. So they don't require contribution points, only spirit stones. He Pingsheng wanted to buy some Qi gathering pills, but unfortunately, he didn't have any spirit stones. Of course, as a disciple of a cultivation family, He Pingsheng could not possibly be unaware of what spirit stones are. Spirit stones are a type of special stone. Each low-grade spirit stone is roughly the size of a jujube and divided into 5 different attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, containing different elemental spiritual energy. These stones can assist in cultivation and serve as an energy supply source for formations. Naturally, they can also be used as the driving energy source for certain flying treasures. Due to their wide range of uses, they have become a universal currency in the cultivation world. He Pingsheng had seen these before. After his parents died, his family had dozens, but they were later taken away by unidentified persons. Not a single one left. "Senior brother." He Pingsheng saw the guiding senior brother and walked over to ask, "How many contribution points can I exchange for 1 spirit stone?" The disciple in blue smiled and said, "Junior brother, you may not know this, but contribution points cannot be freely exchanged for spirit stones. Some items can be purchased with contribution points, but for some precious items, you must have spirit stones to buy them. Do you understand?" "Understood." He Pingsheng wasn't foolish and quickly grasped the situation. He continued to observe the shelves. The low-grade Qi gathering pill costs 2 spirit stones for 1. The low-grade golden bone pill costs 1 spirit stone each. The low-grade cleansing marrow pill costs 5 spirit stones each. All these pills require spirit stones. He Pingsheng's gaze shifted, noticing some herbs near the shelves. 10 stalks of 7-leaf spirit herb, 1 spirit stone. 10 spirit apricots, 2 spirit stones. 10 immortal bamboo shoots, 1 spirit stone. 10 crimson fruits, 3 spirit stones. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed. The 7-leaf spirit herb, crimson fruit, immortal bamboo shoot, and spirit apricot are all first-grade spirit herbs, and together they form the materials for refining Qi gathering pills. This means that the above herbs amount to the quantity needed for 10 batches of Qi gathering pills. Purchasing them would only require 7 spirit stones. If all 10 batches are successfully refined, even if they are all low-grade, there would be 120 pills, each worth 2 spirit stones, totaling 240 spirit stones. Compared to the 7 spirit stones for the materials, that's a markup of over 30 times. Of course, the success rate of pill refining is very low. For some alchemists, often from 10 portions of materials, only 1 batch of pills can be refined. Thus, these 12 pills could also sell for 24 spirit stones. When calculated this way, the markup is also significant. However, refining pills is not that simple. In addition to purchasing materials, one also needs a pill furnace, recipes, and flames, etc. Ordinary outer disciples have no chance to enter the alchemy room to refine pills. And if refining in one's home, the success rate drops by more than 10-fold. Therefore, He Pingsheng quickly abandoned the thought of selling materials to refine pills. The key is that he also doesn't have spirit stones. He Pingsheng shook his head and left the shelf selling pills. Time to look around elsewhere. Beginner Flying Sword First Grade Artifact priced at 60 Spirit Stones. Greenwood Shield First Grade Artifact which can defend against spells from cultivators of the same level when open priced at 130 Spirit Stones. Ice Needle Talisman First Grade Talisman which can summon ice needles when used equivalent to a full-strength strike from a 7th layer Chi Refinement Practitioner priced at 60 Spirit Stones. These are truly good items. Unfortunately too expensive. I really can't afford them. Magical tools, talismans, pills, cultivation techniques, everything one could desire. Of course these are all limited to first-tier items necessary for disciples in the Chi refinement stage. He Pingsheng also spotted a paper crane. Paper crane priced at 2 Spirit Stones. What is this? He Pingsheng asked the nearby disciple in green robes with curiosity. The disciple in green replied, "This is a paper crane. When magical power is infused into it, it can be activated transforming into a celestial crane that can carry a weight of 1,000 pounds and fly with a person for a day. In just one day it can fly thousands of miles." He Pingsheng was instantly astonished. One day? Fly thousands of miles. Goodness. Moreover, the disciple in green held up 3 fingers. This item can be reused 3 times, making it an essential for us Chi refinement stage disciples when traveling. He Pingsheng understood now. In simpler terms, this paper crane was akin to a puppet. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can fly using their sword, covering vast distances in an instant. Disciples who have not reached the foundation establishment stage lack this ability and must rely on external means for long journeys. This paper crane is one of those means. What a marvelous item. Senior brother, He Pingsheng asked again, "If I have something valuable, will you buy it here?" "Of course." The disciple in green smiled and replied, "If you have something good, we will buy it. What about your item?" He Pingsheng took out a book from his pocket and said, "Look, will you buy this?" The green-robed disciple glanced over and saw the book prominently titled The 36 Recipes for Alchemy. This was not the same book that Hao Yun had given him earlier. The copy of the 36 Recipes for Alchemy that Hao Yun gave He Pingsheng had been placed in the Treasure Gathering Basin, and after being enhanced by it, had turned into 2 books. However, the title had not changed. It was still the 36 Recipes for Alchemy. He Pingsheng could not compare them directly, but from his previous memories of the 36 Recipes for Alchemy, he knew that the enhanced version had much more content, and some had been omitted. Clearly, the value of this item was far superior to the original version. He Pingsheng wanted to exchange it for some resources, and this was all he had that was suitable. Why? Because there was no risk. If they investigate, he could just say it was given to him by Hao Yun. How would they trace it back? "It's this one." The disciple in green looked at the 36 recipes in He Pingsheng's hand and couldn't help but chuckle. "Follow me." He Pingsheng followed him. They arrived at a section where books were stored. There on the shelf was indeed the 36 Recipes for Alchemy. The 36 Recipes for Alchemy priced at 1 Spirit Stone. The disciple in green chuckled, "This item is abundant in our sect. We don't buy it." "But," He Pingsheng explained, "mine is different from yours. Mine is more detailed and advanced." "Nonsense." The disciple in green immediately showed his displeasure, saying, "The 36 Recipes for Alchemy has been passed down since ancient times. It's not just our Tai Su sect that uses it. Many sects in the cultivation world use it. Your recipe is no different from the ordinary. Isn't that just deception?" "Junior brother, please take your book. Don't force me to call someone over." He Pingsheng took a deep breath and could only put the 36 Recipes for Alchemy back in his pocket, shaking his head helplessly as he left. Forget it. After all, it's not a loss. He came down from the 2nd floor to the 1st. He Pingsheng looked bewildered. He could not afford resources. What about his future cultivation? How can I obtain spirit stones? He'll ask that kid. He Pingsheng walked towards the counter in the center of the hall. The disciple who had just attended to him stood up with a big smile. "Senior brother, did you go to the 2nd floor?" He Pingsheng nodded and then said, "Brother, I want to ask you something. As outer sect disciples, how can we obtain spirit stones?" The disciple hesitated for a moment and then said, "Spirit stones are generally not something we outer sect disciples can possess. In our sect, inner sect disciples receive between 10 and 30 spirit stones each month. We outer sect disciples can only trade for spirit stones from those inner sect disciples, or by doing tasks for others. Otherwise, we can sell some items. Additionally, the sect offers some special tasks that also provide spirit stones." He Pingsheng nodded. Special tasks from the sect are typically very dangerous. If these tasks do not reward spirit stones, no one would want to take them. For example, the disciple continued, "Recently there was a recruitment for alchemists at Xiaozhu Peak, and after promising a reward of 2 spirit stones per month, didn't everyone rush to apply?" He Pingsheng turned his head and looked towards the left side at the erased light membrane. Sure enough, the recruitment for alchemists at Xiaozhu Peak was gone. "Actually, there's another way." The disciple in green said softly, I've heard that the work at the Spirit Herb Valley is quite good. If you can enter the Spirit Herb Valley and take care of the spirit herbs, the elders there might reward you with some spirit stones if they are pleased. Moreover, it's said that the Spirit Herb Valley is the most lucrative place in the Tai Su sect. I won't hide it from you, senior brother. The disciple continued, the elders in the Spirit Herb Valley can be quite fierce if the herbs are not taken care of properly. They will often scold you, and sometimes even hit you. But the good thing is no one has ever died in the Spirit Herb Valley, and the elders are somewhat restrained in their actions. Look, there's a notice here for recruiting outer sect disciples for the Spirit Herb Valley. He Pingsheng looked over and indeed saw a message on the light membrane. The Spirit Herb Valley is recruiting one fire attribute disciple to tend to the Sunfire Flower with a monthly contribution point of 200. That's all the specific information. He Pingsheng's mind began to race. This job would suit him perfectly. First, he is a fire attribute disciple. Secondly, he possesses the Treasure Gathering Basin, which allows him to slightly enhance the quality of the herbs he collects. As long as he presents what the elders like, it should be possible to obtain some spirit stone rewards. Furthermore, he is close to the source. With his Treasure Gathering Basin capable of doubling items, if he has the opportunity, it would not be impossible to obtain some spirit herbs. It's settled. All right, He Pingsheng said. Junior brother, I accept the task from the Spirit Herb Valley. I just so happen to be specializing in the fire spirit root. Great. The disciple in green said, he'll contact the senior brother from the Spirit Herb Valley right away. But he'll need to test your fire spiritual power strength. If it doesn't meet his requirements, he won't accept you. Previously 3 to 5 people applied and were not selected. Hearing this, He Pingsheng felt a bit disappointed. If others couldn't do it, could he with his 5-element spirit root? After about an hour, a plump disciple clad in a green Taoist robe entered the outer hall. Senior brother Wang has arrived. I have found a disciple with a fire spiritual root for you. Please take a look. All right. Senior brother Wang's expression was not very pleasant. He looked at He Pingsheng and said, he's only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Can he do it? The disciple immediately frowned and replied, Senior brother Wang, it's been so long and no one has shown interest. You know the situation at the Spirit Herb Valley. Let's do this. You can give it a try, and if it doesn't work, we will continue waiting. Senior brother Wang, whose name was Wang Dun, was at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Hearing the green-robed disciple's words, Wang Dun took a deep breath and said, fine. Let's go with this. You? Wang Dun looked at He Pingsheng and said, release some of your fire spiritual power. I want to see the quality first. If it's around 70 or 80%, it'll take you to the valley for further testing. Yes. He Pingsheng did not dare to be negligent. He slowly extended his right hand, and as he activated the Fire True technique within him, a burst of fire attribute spiritual energy erupted from his palm. The flames were crimson mixed with a hint of white. Oh, Wang Dun was slightly surprised and said, the quality looks quite good. This fire spiritual power is extremely pure. Come on. Use your magic power. Follow me to the Spirit Herb Valley for further testing. Hearing this from Wang Dun, He Pingsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he followed Wang Dun once more up the mountain. The Tai Su sect was situated entirely on the mountain. Last year, He Pingsheng had also made several trips to the Tai Su sect, each time exhausted to the point of near collapse. However, now that he had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, climbing the mountain was much easier. Often a single leap could cover dozens of meters, allowing him to scale walls as if walking on flat ground. By ordinary standards, he would already be considered a martial arts master. After about half an hour, Wang Dun and He Pingsheng arrived at a valley. Huff. Taking a deep breath, He Pingsheng felt that the concentration of spiritual energy here was more than 10 times that of the outside world. However, it was not very useful for him. With a spiritual root that was too weak, even the best spiritual energy was of no use as he could not refine it. He Pingsheng, right. Come with me, watch your step, and don't run around. Wang Dun led He Pingsheng through the valley. On both sides of the valley there were plots of spiritual fields. The spiritual fields were planted with various plants. Most of them were spiritual rice, while a small portion consisted of medicinal materials. The further they went in, the denser the spiritual energy became, and by the time they reached the deepest part of the valley, the plants in the spiritual fields had transformed into spiritual herbs. There were 7-leaf spiritual grass, spiritual apricots, red fruits, and immortal bamboo shoots, among others. However, they were all just first-grade medicinal materials. He Pingsheng recognized all of these as he had thoroughly read through the 36 recipes of alchemy and was familiar with the herbs mentioned therein. At the very back of this valley there was a patch of fiery red plants. This is the liang flower. Wang Dun pointed at the fiery red plants and said, it's currently in bloom, and there are a total of 560 of them, which are second-grade spiritual herbs. Come here. Nearby the liang flower there was a large stone. Wang Dun said, release some of your spiritual power onto this stone, and it will naturally show the purity of your spiritual power. If you pass, you can stay here. Let's begin. All right. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and then circulated his internal spiritual power. The fire spiritual power was drawn from his dantian flowing through his meridians before finally erupting. However, this time He Pingsheng was cautious. He did not unleash all his spiritual power, only about half of it, and directed it towards the stone. Buzzing. The stone seemed to possess magic, changing colors suddenly. When He Pingsheng's fire spiritual, it changed from gray to crimson, then from crimson to yellow, and finally from yellow to gold. As Wang Dun looked on in shock, He Pingsheng withdrew his fire spiritual power. Impressive. Wang Dun clapped his hands and said, impressive, impressive. Junior brother, you are remarkable. With your 4th level of Qi refinement, the quality of this fire spiritual power has actually reached the upper grade. The cultivation method of junior brother must be extraordinary. He Pingsheng's heart trembled. Oh no. I've been exposed. Fortunately, Wang Dun continued. Among the previous disciples, some reached the 7th or 8th levels of Qi refinement, yet the quality of their fire spiritual power could not reach the upper grade. Of course, for us here, the middle grade is sufficient. Junior brother, come with me to see Elder Ku Mu. He is the elder of our Tai Su sect's Spirit Herb Valley. Yes. He Pingsheng quickly followed behind Wang Dun. The two continued deeper into the Spirit Valley, where a haze had mysteriously risen. At the deepest part of the valley, it appeared dreamlike and surreal. Wang Dun explained, there are formations set by the elder here, hence this illusion. You usually don't need to come here to serve. Be careful not to wander in. He Pingsheng replied, yes. As they spoke, they suddenly came upon a cave. Elder Ku Mu. Wang Dun clasped his hands respectfully at the cave entrance and said, I have found a candidate to care for the liang flower. Please give your command, Elder Ku Mu. As soon as Wang Dun finished speaking, a thin layer of mist at the cave's entrance instantly vanished. An old man, small in stature and frail, walked out. This man had skin like withered wood, and his hair and beard were completely white. He glanced at He Pingsheng and said, 4th level of Qi refinement, can you handle it? Wang Dun forced a smile and replied, Elder, I have searched for many days, and he is the only qualified one. Enough. Elder Ku Mu took out a black token and handed it to He Pingsheng, saying, this is the token of the Spirit Herb Valley. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the valley and the Tai Su sect. But remember, do not run around. If you wander to another peak and get beaten up, that won't be the old man's response. He Pingsheng accepted the token and said, yes. I will remember. Elder Ku Mu continued, the previous boy did well, but unfortunately he died while trying to show off outside. The blooming period of the liang flower is still 3 months away. You will complete the rest. If you do well, I will reward you. If you are careless and make mistakes, Elder Ku Mu looked at He Pingsheng, sneered twice, and waved his hand. Go. Wang Dun will teach you how to take care of the liang flower and how to collect the pollen. Get lost. Without waiting for He Pingsheng to respond, the old man turned around and re-entered the cave. Junior brother, please follow me. Wang Dun led He Pingsheng out of the cave where withered wood true person resided. After walking for about half the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the two once again arrived at the location of the fiery red blazing sunflowers. Let me explain a bit. Wang Dun looked at He Pingsheng, then pointed at the sea of flowers beside him. This blazing sunflower is a 2nd-grade spiritual plant. In the cultivation world, spiritual plants, also known as immortal herbs, are classified into grades. They are divided into 1st grade, 2nd grade, all the way up to 9th grade. Similarly, pills are also graded. A 1st-grade spiritual plant can only refine a 1st-grade pill. A 2nd-grade spiritual plant can refine a 2nd-grade pill, and so on by analogy. These two are 2nd-grade spiritual plants, fire-attributed. They originally grow where earthly fire emerges and must absorb the power of fire to thrive. Of course, this is not absolute. Artificially cultivated blazing sunflowers in the absence of earthly fire can be supplied with fire-attributed spiritual energy through formations, which works just as well. The condition is that it requires a stable source of fire attribute. Fire spirit stones are acceptable, but the spiritual energy within them is unrefined and quite impure. Although it can be used to supply this formation and the blazing sunflowers, it can easily cause large-scale death of the blazing sunflowers. The survival rate is very low. Apart from fire spirit stones, another method is to nourish them with the cultivator's own fire spiritual power. The fire spiritual power refined by a cultivator is pure and stable, capable of continuously supplying fire-attributed spiritual energy to these blazing sunflowers. This is precisely the reason why it is necessary to find a cultivator who primarily cultivates a fire spiritual root. See the stone. Wang Dun pointed to the stone that had just tested the concentration of He Pingsheng's fire spiritual power, saying, this is the energy center of the entire formation. Let me tell you again, this stone has 4 colors: crimson, red, yellow, gold, and purple. Later, pour all the spiritual power from your body into it. If it's crimson red, then this spiritual power only lasts for 1 day, and you must supply it daily. If it's yellow, you don't need to worry for 3 days. The power within can last for 3 days. If it's gold, then one charge can last for 7 days. Understand? Wang Dun's voice was a bit loud. He Pingsheng nodded and repeated, I understand. Red for 1 day, yellow for 3 days, gold for 7 days. Not bad. Wang Dun, seeing He Pingsheng so quick on the uptake, said with a chuckle, all right. Now you can ask me anything you don't understand. He Pingsheng asked, how many days can the purple one last? Wang Dun's expression immediately darkened. Don't even think about purple. It wasn't that Wang Dun was unwilling to say the truth. Was when Withered Wood True Person had instructed him Wang Dun, he had only mentioned up to gold and had not spoken of purple. Oh, He Pingsheng nodded. Wang Dun continued, apart from supplying fire's spiritual power to this formation, your other task is to collect the pollen of these blazing sunflowers. He Pingsheng was taken aback. Pollen? Not a little bee. That's right, pollen. Wang Dun affirmed. Of course this pollen won't fall off by itself, and you don't need to collect it every day. Just gather it once every 3 to 5 days. Junior brother, you don't understand. The most useful part of the entire blazing sunflower is its pollen. After collecting the blazing sunflower pollen, grind it into a powder which can then be mixed with beast blood to make talisman ink. Talisman ink. He Pingsheng encountered another new term. What is that? He felt he had been talking too much, but if he didn't ask, he would be restless. Wang Dun was quite amiable and answered every question He Pingsheng posed. The so-called talisman ink was a substance used by cultivators who draw talismans. The pollen of the blazing sunflower is one of the main materials for drawing the second-grade talisman, the blazing fire talisman, and its price is extremely high. Of course, pollen is also divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and supreme grade. They can be easily distinguished by color corresponding almost exactly to the colors of that stone: red, yellow, gold, and purple. Come, take a look over here. Not far from this patch of blazing sunflowers was a cliff face into which someone had dug a round cave entrance. Wang Dun pointed at the cave entrance. The spiritual herb garden is afraid of water damage and fire, so building palaces or houses is not allowed. Including Withered Wood True Person, everyone lives in caves. Rest assured this cave is spacious for living. Inside there is also a fire-attributed spirit stone, ensuring it remains dry all year round without any dampness. This place was previously inhabited by the disciple who tended the blazing sunflowers. Now it belongs to you. Follow me. He Pingsheng followed Wang Dun into the cave. It was indeed very spacious. There were 3 interconnected rooms, each with a stone door. It was quiet and comfortable. On the stone wall directly above the center of the main hall there was a red spirit stone the size of a jujube, flickering with a faint light. Waves of heat cascaded down from it. Just as Wang Dun had said, there was no moisture in the cave, making it quite pleasant to live in. This is the tool for collecting pollen. Wang Dun pointed to a jade bottle on a shelf in the room. This jade bottle looked much like the jade bottles used for storing pills. Under normal circumstances, Wang Dun said, you can collect 10 bottles every month. After collecting the pollen, you must grind it here. Grind it into a powder. All the pollen obtained must be handed over to Withered Wood True Person. Do not keep any for yourself, or if you are discovered you will not escape a severe beating. Alright, that's all. Wang Dun said. You'll have to manage your own meals, but if you run low on grain, I have plenty. I can also give you 30 gene of spiritual rice every month. Take care of yourself. With that, Wang Dun left directly. He Pingsheng did not immediately start working. Instead, he first familiarized himself with the environment. This place was roughly at the innermost part of the entire valley, very far from Wang Dun's location. It wasn't too far from Withered Wood True Person, but walking at a leisurely pace would still take half an incense stick's time. It was quite peaceful, undisturbed by anyone. After acquainting himself with the surroundings, He Pingsheng finally went to the spiritual field of blazing sunflowers. He reached out and placed his hand on the stone. Rumbling. The fire-attributed spiritual energy within He Pingsheng's body surged out like a torrent flowing towards the stone. The stone radiated brilliant light. It first displayed a crimson red, then yellow. By the time He Pingsheng had infused about 80% of his spiritual power into it, the stone finally showed a golden color. Huff. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and withdrew his power. That was enough. It was actually gold. Of course, he didn't know if he had the ability to make the stone display purple, but even if he did, He Pingsheng had no intent, because exposing that fact would bring him no benefit. During testing, the stone was golden, but it merely flickered once. Now, due to He Pingsheng's infusion of magical power, the stone does not just flicker, it remains golden. After ensuring the energy supply was adequate, He Pingsheng observed for half the day before returning indoors to begin learning the techniques of collecting and grinding pollen. It is not easy. Of course, it is not overly difficult either. Since a single infusion of spiritual energy can last for 7 days, He Pingsheng has ample time to cultivate. He chose a time when no one was around and took out a superior qi gathering pill. The aroma quickly wafted through the air. However, it was not a significant problem. Firstly, although the fragrance was strong, there were very few people in the valley, and they were far away. Beyond 20 zhang, it was difficult to detect the scent of this superior pill. Secondly, this place was originally meant for cultivating spiritual plants with various spiritual herbs and flowers blooming, so the valley was already filled with the fragrance of various medicinal herbs. With this layer of fragrance covering it, the scent of the superior pill in He Pingsheng's hand was diluted by 50%. He picked up a small black axe and divided the pill into 4 portions. He Pingsheng calculated that he needed to collect pollen approximately every 3 days. Therefore, he would have to interrupt his cultivation every 3 days. A quarter of a pill was just enough for 3 days of cultivation. Once everything was prepared, He Pingsheng stored the remaining 3 pieces of the pill and took out 1 piece to consume as he began his cultivation. With the enhancement of his cultivation, he refined the pill at an increasingly rapid pace. Previously, it took him over 10 days to fully digest a quarter of a pill. Now he could complete it in less than 3 days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 3 days, He Pingsheng completely digested the energy from the pill. He then picked up his bottle and tools and headed to the Sunfire Flower spiritual field. It was time to collect the pollen. He Pingsheng arrived at the Sunfire Flower field and saw that the color of the stone from golden to yellow. This means that the fire spiritual energy inside could sustain the Sunfire Flowers for another 3 or 4 days. There were not many Sunfire Flowers in this spiritual field, only 300. He Pingsheng spent about an hour collecting pollen and ended up with a little over a bottle. All of this pollen was red. Clearly, this substance is merely of low quality. Collecting pollen does not complete the task. It also requires grinding. Next, he needed to grind the pollen into a finer powder, as this material would be mixed into the talisman ink, ensuring smooth writing. After grinding, he placed it into a jade bottle for storage. Initially, He Pingsheng intended to test if he could enhance it using his own bowl, but he ultimately gave up. The risk of exposure was too great. Thus, after collecting pollen every 3 days, and after about 10 collections, he would uniformly deliver the 10 bottles of ground pollen to the cave entrance of the Withered Wood Master. He Pingsheng worked carefully and made no mistakes. He followed the rules, neither gaining nor losing anything. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. The last 2 superior chi gathering pills he had were completely consumed. With his cultivation resources completely exhausted, he was still far from reaching the 5th layer of the chi refinement stage. One day, the Withered Wood Master emerged from his cave and summoned both He Pingsheng and Wang Dun. In these 2 months, He Pingsheng has done well. The Withered Wood Master looked at He Pingsheng and offered a commendation. He then reached out and tossed 2 spirit stones to He Pingsheng, saying, "This is a reward from me." He Pingsheng was suddenly overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior." Wang Dun beside him wore a look of envy. The Withered Wood Master nodded again, saying, "Calculating carefully, the blooming period of the Sunfire Flowers has 1 month left, but I have matters to attend to and need to leave the sect for a while. During this time, you need to take good care of the Sunfire Flowers. In a month, the flowers will wither, and you need not concern yourself with them." Understood. He Pingsheng cupped his hands in respect. The Withered Wood Master continued, "However, this substance is not easy to preserve. Over time, its fire attribute will dissipate. If too much fire spiritual energy is lost, it will be impossible to draw fire talismans. But I do not know when I will return. Let's do this." Wang Dun, when the time comes, take He Pingsheng to the Matu Mountain area and deliver the pollen collected in the last month to a shop called Fenghe Zhuang at the market. Just hand it over to manager Sure. Yes. Wang Dun and He Pingsheng cupped their hands in agreement. The Withered Wood Master then handed a paper crane to Wang Dun. After that, he left the Spirit Herb Valley. In the vast valley, only He Pingsheng and Wang Dun remained. Following this, He Pingsheng continued to work diligently as always, outputting spiritual energy, collecting pollen, and grinding pollen. During this time, Wang Dun occasionally came to supervise, as if he feared that He Pingsheng might steal something. He Pingsheng found it amusing. Just as the Withered Wood Master had said, after the last month, all 300 Sunfire Flowers withered overnight. The pollen collected by He Pingsheng during the last month totaled just over 11 bottles. He had worked for 3 months. In the first month, he obtained just over 10 bottles of pollen. The second month was similarly just over 10 bottles. However, for some unknown reason this month, he ended up with an extra bottle, reaching 11 bottles. This could not help but lead him to think excessively. After all, there was no precise standard for the amount of pollen collected daily during the blooming period. He only had a rough range. More or less, no one would know. Should he embezzle a little? He Pingsheng could guarantee that even if he embezzled some, neither the Withered Wood Master nor Wang Dun would discover it. Faced with these 11 bottles of pollen, He Pingsheng did not hesitate. He directly took 1 bottle and poured it into his jade bottle. "I'm sorry, Senior Withered Wood. I truly lack cultivation resources. I'll borrow a bottle of pollen from you today. In the future, when I have the chance, I will surely repay today's debt. One must be a bit flexible in life, but one cannot be a stubborn fool." In his thoughts, He Pingsheng nonchalantly took one bottle of pollen. After packing the remaining pollen carefully, he went to find Wang Dun. Senior brother Wang. He Pingsheng said the sunfire flowers have all withered, and the remaining pollen has been collected and ground completely. It's all here, take a look. Wang Dun opened the cloth bag that He Pingsheng had sent and examined the 11 bottles. He asked, Junior brother, did you not think of keeping some for yourself? He Pingsheng immediately wore a serious expression, saying, Senior Withered Wood has treated me well, I would never do such a thing. Wang Dun chuckled, saying, how about this? We hide half a bottle and Senior Withered Wood may not even know. We could say the withering date of the flowers was 2 days earlier, who would know? The spirit stones from selling this half bottle of pollen, we can share between us, how about that? Don't you know, Junior brother? Wang Dun looked at He Pingsheng with a lecherous grin. A single bottle of these inferior blazing sunflower pollen can sell for over 90 spirit stones. You and I can sell half a bottle. You'll get 30 spirit stones, and he'll get 20. What do you say? He Pingsheng shook his head. Senior brother, you're mistaken. If we sell this pollen to Fenghe Manor, they surely know Master Withered Wood. Selling it privately would be walking right into a trap. Wang Dun chuckled. That makes sense. How about this? We keep it for now and sell it later. Fenghe Manor might not even notice us. He Pingsheng added, Senior brother, you're mistaken again. Master Withered Wood said this pollen easily loses its fire spiritual energy. If it drains away over time, it'll become worthless. How could we trade it for spirit stones? Ha ha ha. Wang Dun burst into laughter. Well said, well said. Junior brother, I was actually testing you just now. I was worried you might secretly hoard the pollen. You're right. Keeping it would be pointless. First, we definitely can't sell it ourselves. Second, if we store it too long, within 3 months the spiritual energy will dissipate. I didn't expect you to be so sharp seeing through it at once. Here, 3 spirit stones. Wang Dun handed them to He Pingsheng. Master Withered Wood told me to prepare these. He said if you passed the test, these stones would be your reward for all your hard work these days. If you failed, you'd have gotten a severe beating today. He Pingsheng shuddered all over. Damn it. These people. Every single one of them was so calculating. Thank you, senior brother. He Pingsheng bowed and accepted the 3 spirit stones. Now he had 5 spirit stones in total. Master Withered Wood was quite generous. Probably because he earned so much. As senior brother Wang had just said, 1 bottle could sell for over 90 spirit stones. 10 bottles a month meant 900. Sigh. Indeed. Earning that much was the way. Let's go. Wang Dun produced a paper crane. He Pingsheng asked, where to? Wang Dun replied, where else? To the Matu Mountain Market to sell Master Withered Wood's pollen. If we wait and the fire attribute dissipates, who would take responsibility? Open. Wang Dun infused a thread of spiritual energy into the crane, and it instantly transformed into a yellow crane. Of course, it wasn't a real crane, just a puppet, and not a very lifelike one at that. He Pingsheng had seen this paper crane before at the outer sect's Changi Pavilion. It sold for 5 spirit stones, each could carry 1,000 jin and travel 1,000 li in a day. It could also be activated 3 times. Get on. Wang Dun was the first to land on the crane. Junior brother, hurry up. There's no time to waste. All right. He Pingsheng figured that Master Withered Wood and Wang Dun wouldn't bother scheming against a penniless man like him, so he leaped onto the crane's back. Hold tight. Whoosh. Let's go. Whoosh. The crane's wings fluttered slightly, and in an instant they soared into the sky. The valley below shrank, and the entire Taishu sect grew smaller. Flying for the first time, He Pingsheng felt unreal. He reached down and pinched his thigh hard. Beside him, Wang Dun laughed heartily. Don't worry, it's not a dream. First time flying, junior brother. He Pingsheng nodded. Yes. It's fine. Wang Dun reassured him. You'll get used to it after a few more rides. As he spoke, he controlled the crane's speed and direction, heading southeast. The Matu Mountain Market is 3,000 li from our Taishu sect. It's not far. We'll get there by noon and be back before evening. The wind howled, distorting Wang Dun's voice. As he had said, about 2 hours later they descended from the void and landed in a valley. The valley was vast, with a small town at its entrance. The town was bustling with cultivators of all kinds. He Pingsheng's divine sense swept out, noting that most passing cultivators were at the 4th layer or below. Junior brother, Wang Dun warned, don't use your divine sense carelessly. It's very rude. If you run into some temperamental cultivators, it could lead to a fight or even cost you your life. He Pingsheng hadn't known this before and quickly retracted his divine sense. Wang Dun continued, this is the Matu Mountain Market. Within 10,000 li of here there are dozens of sects like our Taishu sect. They all belong to an alliance called the Daoxian Alliance. Matu Mountain is roughly at the center of this alliance, so they set up a market here. It's for everyone to exchange and trade. Of course, it's not just sect disciples. Many rogue cultivators come too. Hearing Wang Dun's words, He Pingsheng gained some understanding of Matu Mountain and the Daoxian Alliance. He Pingsheng followed Wang Dun as they walked. He noticed that there were many trading houses in Matu Mountain. At a glance, both sides of the street were lined with shops selling all kinds of goods. There were also individual cultivators setting up stalls on the ground. Wang Dun pulled He Pingsheng straight into a shop named Fenghe Manor. Manager Lu. Wang Dun approached the counter with a grin. I'm a disciple of Master Withered Wood from Taishu sect. Oh. Manager Lu looked up. So you're Master Withered Wood's disciple. Please. What brings you here? Wang Dun said. Our master couldn't come himself, so he sent us to sell some pollen. Top quality blazing sunflower pollen. Take a look. As he spoke, He Pingsheng opened a cloth bundle revealing 11 bottles. Manager Lu smiled. All right, let me take a look. He carefully opened every bottle and examined them all before nodding. Not bad. 10.5 bottles, all inferior grade. At the usual price 96 spirit stones per bottle, that's 1,008 in total. All right, you can go now. With that, Manager Lu waved them off. He Pingsheng was taken aback. No spirit stones, and we're supposed to leave. Then Manager Lu added, wait. I need to give you a receipt. Otherwise, how will you explain things to that old withered wood? Soon a document resembling an ordinary civilian contract was handed to Wang Dun by shopkeeper Lu. Wang Dun passed it to He Pingsheng. He examined it briefly. Signatures and official seals were clearly present. It seemed reliable enough. After all, if the venerable Ku Mu had dared send his disciple with such goods, the risk must be negligible. Thank you, shopkeeper Lu. He Pingsheng bowed in gratitude, preparing to depart, only to be firmly detained by Wang Dun, who said, Brother cultivator, don't rush off just yet. It's rare to visit Metushan. How could one possibly leave without taking a proper look around? Naturally, He Pingsheng had no authority to decide his own itinerary and could only nod silently. Wang Dun beamed with delight. He placed the already unfolded paper crane behind shopkeeper Lu's counter and chuckled. Shopkeeper Lu, would you kindly keep an eye on this crane for me? No problem at all, replied shopkeeper Lu with a wave of his hand. A paper crane could be activated only 3 times, each activation sustaining its function for 1 full day. Wang Dun planned to use 1 activation for the round trip, thereby conserving a precious activation. The two circled past the front counter and hurried up a narrow staircase. Behind it, their footsteps echoing sharply as they ascended to the 2nd floor. Wang Dun, brimming with excitement, tugged He Pingsheng along and declared, Brother, he come. I'll show you something extraordinary. Following Wang Dun, He Pingsheng arrived beside a particular display cabinet on the 2nd floor. Look here, Wang Dun said, pointing with his plump little hand toward a cabinet shielded by transparent jade. There nestled within lay a small brown pouch embroidered with golden thread. At the sight of it, He Pingsheng's pupils contracted slightly. This is the spatial storage pouch. Exactly. Wang Dun nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with longing. 3 grades are available here, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. He Pingsheng too coveted such a pouch, but unlike Wang Dun, he remained composed, his gaze shifting from the pouches down to their listed prices. 2,250 spirit stones. Hiss. Exorbitant. And this was merely the beginner grade pouch. The intermediate grade cost over 8,000 spirit stones. The advanced grade approached 20,000, precisely 18,000 spirit stones. He Pingsheng asked, do differing grades correspond to varying internal capacities? Of course. Wang Dun recited with practiced fluency. These spatial storage pouches are forged by high-level cultivators who compress dimensional space into miniature realms, the so-called Sumru worlds. Take this beginner-grade pouch, for instance. Its interior measures precisely 1 chi in length, width, and height. He Pingsheng nodded, instantly forming a mental image of its modest spatial volume. 1 chi in all 3 dimensions. Then its capacity is roughly comparable to my treasure-gathering basin at maximum expansion. The intermediate grade expands significantly. Wang Dun continued, 3 chi in length, width, and height. Ample room for countless items. And the advanced grade? He Pingsheng inquired. Its interior spans 1 zhong in all 3 dimensions. Yet its superiority lies not only in sheer size, but in adaptive spatial morphology. The interior reshapes itself to conform precisely to the form of whatever object is stored. He Pingsheng stood awestruck. Truly extraordinary. Wang Dun gestured eagerly. Come, this way. Brother, let me show you something even more refined. Spirit beast pouches. Have you heard of them? Passing 2 more display cabinets, He Pingsheng finally saw the so-called spirit beast pouches. Superficially, they resembled spatial storage pouches, save for the embroidered beast head motif adorning each. This pouch can safely house one's immortal familiar. Wang Dun added, do you know what an immortal familiar is? Master Yuda of Xiuzhu Peak keeps a golden serpent familiar, now at Foundation Establishment Realm. Traveling with such a companion doubles one's combat prowess. Though that golden serpent has already slain several disciples, Wang Dun sighed, shaking his head. The two then wandered extensively through the trading hall. Let's go. Wang Dun led He Pingsheng out of the guild hall saying, street-side stalls often carry fine wares, and usually at far lower prices. Let's take a look. Agreed. They strolled among numerous vendor stalls. Indeed, the variety here was astonishing. Cultivation artifacts, medicinal herbs, pills, cultivation manuals, auxiliary tools, spirit writing brushes, spirit ink paper, even paper cranes. All were readily available. Naturally, none were high-grade. Everything was strictly beginner tier. Brother cultivator, interested in seeds of the blazing sunflower. Once planted, they yield a grade 2 immortal herb. A woman in peach-pink robes waved several seeds before He Pingsheng and Wang Dun. He Pingsheng raised an eyebrow. How much? Instantly, Wang Dun pulled him aside. Brother, don't buy seeds here. No one knows what might sprout once you return home. And even if genuine, how would you cultivate them? He Pingsheng, whose pulse had quickened moments earlier, now cooled rapidly under Wang Dun's warning. Precisely, how would one cultivate them? They required spiritual fields, and even fire elemental chi alone proved insufficient without a supporting formation array. Brother, need pills. An elderly man in azure robes smiled warmly at Wang Dun. My pills are top quality, and priced most reasonably. Come, take a look. They paused before his stall, which overflowed with pills, spirit herbs, talismans, paper cranes, even cultivation manuals. How much for chi accumulation pills? Wang Dun asked. The middle-aged cultivator replied, low-grade chi accumulation pills, 2 spirit stones per pill, a special discount, just for you. Uff. Wang Dun scowled. Our own sect sells them cheaper. No worries, no worries. The vendor added, buy all 12 pills from this batch. I'll charge you only 20 spirit stones instead of 20. What do you think? Wang Dun hesitated, tempted. Glancing at He Pingsheng, he ventured, Brother might I borrow a few spirit stones from you? He Pingsheng's expression darkened instantly. Damn it. Do we even know each other well enough for this? That seems rather inappropriate. His face fell into a pained grimace. Senior Brother Wang, I only have 5 spirit stones, and I need them for purchases myself. Indeed, he hadn't lied. Lifting a paper crane from the stall, he asked the vendor, Sir, how much for this crane? 5 spirit stones for a fresh one, but this one has been activated twice already. Only 1 activation remains. For 2 spirit stones, it's yours. Why purchase a paper crane? Because He Pingsheng needed to return, and he still carried a vial of blazing sunflower pollen destined for sale. Big brother, your price. He Pingsheng was utterly speechless. 3 times for 5 spirit stones, or once for 2. The middle-aged stall owner also looked helpless, saying, Look, if I sell it to you for 1 spirit stone, I'd be at a loss. After all, I didn't make this myself. I bought it from a shop. But if I sell it for 2 spirit stones, you'd think it's too expensive. How about this? I'll sell it to you for 2 spirit stones and throw in a treasure as a bonus. What do you say? He Pingsheng asked, What treasure? The middle-aged stall owner said, Wait a moment. Let me find it. He opened his backpack and rummaged through it for a long while before pulling out a scroll made from the hide of some unknown animal. Here, take a look. The stall owner said, This record's a divine art. Take it and practice it well. If you manage to comprehend it, you'll be unstoppable. My ancestor was a remarkable alchemist, and this was passed down from him. Sadly, none of us descendants could ever learn its sigh. The middle-aged stall owner handed the item to He Pingsheng with a sigh. He Pingsheng took the treasure and examined it, then frowned. Big brother, the general outline here is incomplete. The first chapter is missing. The second chapter is mostly missing. The third chapter is 80% gone. And the fourth chapter is completely absent. He Pingsheng was utterly bewildered. The general outline stated there were 6 chapters in total. But this? How could anyone practice this mess? Moreover, due to the missing outline, He Pingsheng had no idea what this divine art was even for. Judging from the title of the book, Divine Connection, nothing was clear either. So he couldn't help asking, also, what does the title Divine Connection mean? The middle-aged stall owner said grimly, It's Divine Connection method missing a character. Look here. Over time, the ink has worn off. He Pingsheng was left speechless. The middle-aged stall owner continued, If it were complete, would I still give it away? Young friend, don't be ungrateful. If you can glean any insight from this art, it will benefit you for a lifetime. Fine. He Pingsheng thought it over, then pulled out 2 spirit stones. The deal was done. Of course, he knew he had bought something useless. But it didn't matter. When he returned, he could enhance it with his cornucopia, and perhaps it would become a complete version. Moreover, it could be upgraded. Senior Brother Wang. After finishing this, He Pingsheng took out the remaining 3 spirit stones and said, If you still need them, I can lend you these 3. Good. Junior brother, thank you so much. Rest assured, I Wang Dun am a man of my word. I have an alchemy furnace at home. I'll leave it with you as collateral. In this world, alchemy furnaces existed. Small ones could be used by individuals. However, compared to large furnaces, these small ones heated unevenly and were hard to control in temperature, unless one was a cultivator with formidable divine, since they were rarely used, especially for low-level disciples. All right, He Pingsheng handed the 3 spirit stones to Wang Dun. Wang Dun gladly spent 20 spirit stones to buy a batch of qi condensing pills. Of course, the price was reasonable, much better than buying from the sect's Changi pavilion. All right, junior brother, it's getting late. We should head back. Wang Dun retrieved the paper crane from Fenghe village, and the two mounted it. In an instant, they soared into the sky, heading back toward Taisu's sect. Matu Mountain belonged to the Daoxian Alliance's territory, with dozens of sects nearby. Both Wang Dun and He Pingsheng wore the robes of Taisu's sect, so they encountered little danger. Highway robbery and murder for treasure had not occurred in the Daoxian Alliance's domain for many years. Of course, since the two were penniless and possessed no valuables, they drew no attention. As the sun set, the two finally returned to Spirit Herb Valley. Junior brother He. Wait a moment. Wang Dun retrieved a palm-sized bronze furnace from his dwelling and said, "This is my alchemy furnace. They'll leave it with you as collateral. When I have 3 spirit stones to repay you, you can return it. You can use it too, just infuse it with spiritual energy to expand it." He Pingsheng nodded, not standing on ceremony, and took the alchemy furnace. Since the withered wood Taoist had not yet returned, He Pingsheng could not leave. He stayed in the valley cultivating while waiting. Night fell, and all was silent. The valley, usually shrouded in mist, cleared up under the night sky. Stars glittered like pearls, and the full moon hung like a wheel in the void, casting moonbeams that illuminated the entire valley. He Pingsheng closed the stone doors of his cave one by one, then eagerly took out the cornucopia from his body. The other items originally in the basin were placed on his bed. He then threw the tattered and incomplete divine connection method into the cornucopia. With a swoosh, he pushed the basin under the bed. The stone cave was pitch black, devoid of light. Yet the moonlight outside condensed into a translucent mist, seeping through the stone door into the bedroom, where it was absorbed by the cornucopia. He Pingsheng paid it no further mind and turned over to sleep. The next morning, his first task was to pull the cornucopia out from under the bed. One look, and He Pingsheng was overjoyed. There were indeed 2 books in the basin. He took them out. The first was titled Heavenly Demon Seed Spirit Method. He Pingsheng didn't bother studying it and directly took out the second book. The second was titled Mystic Gate Serenity True Art. This was good. He Pingsheng immediately picked up the Mystic Gate Serenity True Art to read. The first page had only one character, Heaven. The second page contained the general outline, complete. The first chapter, Qi Refining, complete. The second chapter, Foundation Establishment, complete. The third chapter, Golden Core, complete. Below were also the Nascent Soul Spirit Transformation and Void Refining chapters. All 6 chapters were complete. But what exactly was this? He Pingsheng took a deep breath and meticulously studied the general outline of the Mystic Gate Serenity True Art. An hour later, he finally understood what it was. That stall owner didn't lie to me after all. This art was a soul cultivation technique. Practicing it could strengthen one's own soul. A powerful soul brought endless benefits to a cultivator. First, it better supported alchemy. Secondly, in combat, cultivators with strong divine sense had better control over spells. For example, 2 cultivators at the 4th layer of Qi Refining might have similar divine sense, both projecting about 10 zhang outward. But if one practiced a soul cultivation technique, their divine sense could project 20 or even 50 zhang. Wouldn't that allow them to dominate opponents with superior range? The attack range was extended. The phenomenon of divine consciousness is truly remarkable. It automatically manifests when a cultivator draws qi into their body and circulates it, reaching the 1st layer of the qi refinement stage. As the cultivator's cultivation level rises, the divine consciousness gradually strengthens as well. There is no need for specialized practice. In addition to its indispensable role in alchemy, talisman crafting, and formations, divine consciousness provides immense support during confrontations. Moreover, the strength of divine consciousness determines the level of comprehension. However, this aspect can also be cultivated. Yet the methods available for cultivating divine consciousness are exceedingly rare, so most individuals do not specifically focus on it during their training. He Pingsheng fortuitously obtained a fragmented method for cultivating divine consciousness, which after enhancement transformed into 2 books. Turning the pages, he noticed that the first page of both books bore a large character Heaven. Combining this with the character Heaven from the previous Li Hua True method and the Eternal Spring Qi technique, He Pingsheng speculated that it likely indicated the rank of the cultivation method. Of course, this could merely be conjecture. No need to dwell on it. It does not affect the overall framework and content later on. What to do? Cultivate. There was nothing else to occupy his time. It was impossible to improve his cultivation due to lack of resources. Thus, he might as well practice divine consciousness first. He Pingsheng took out the Xianmen Jing Exine True method again, skipping the overall framework, and directly began reading the first section Qi Refinement chapter. This divine cultivation method, like the enhancement of cultivation level, has 12 layers at each realm. After familiarizing himself for half an hour, He Pingsheng began the process of refining his divine consciousness. He guided a thread of divine consciousness from his sea of consciousness sweeping through the meridians of his soul. The next moment, He Pingsheng cried out in pain. Refining divine consciousness is unlike cultivating. During cultivation, such excruciating pain does not occur, but refining divine consciousness does. Gritting his teeth, He Pingsheng started again. Another agonized scream escaped his lips. Yet he was undeterred, fighting through repeated failures, and finally, after a day, successfully guided the divine consciousness within his sea of consciousness to circulate throughout his entire soul. The first layer of divine consciousness achieved. As night fell, He Pingsheng had a light meal before sealing the stone door. He was utterly exhausted. During the process of drawing qi into the body, fatigue dissipates, but refining divine consciousness is different. After refining, he felt dazed, as if his soul had been drained, yearning for sleep. However, before sleeping, there was one more task to complete. He Pingsheng casually tossed the paper crane he had bought from a stall into the treasure basin, then pushed it under the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, upon waking, He Pingsheng instantly felt refreshed. Boom! In the next moment, his divine consciousness extended outward. The range of his divine consciousness had increased. Previously, it could cover about 10 zhang around him. Now this distance had expanded to approximately 15 zhang. Increasing the range is not the key. What mattered was that He Pingsheng sensed a significant improvement in the quality of his divine consciousness, making it sharper and more agile. Fantastic. He never expected that practicing divine consciousness would yield such results in just a day. Speaking of which, he quickly leaned down and pulled out the treasure basin from under the bed. Peering into the basin, he exclaimed, "Wow, too." Indeed, the paper cranes he had tossed into the treasure basin had now multiplied into 2. He Pingsheng excitedly held the 2 paper cranes in his hands. Previously, each crane had but 1 activation opportunity left. Wonderful. Now he could activate them twice. He Pingsheng gently swept his divine consciousness over the paper cranes. Then, what? He Pingsheng was so astonished that he jumped off the bed. 12 times. Absolutely. Each paper crane had 12 activation opportunities, totaling 20. Moreover, the duration of each activation remained unchanged at 1 day, but the flying speed of these paper cranes was now double that of before. This means that the journey from Lingyao Valley to the Ma Tushan Fengshe, which previously took 2 hours, now only required 1 hour with these paper cranes. So it turns out that these paper cranes also have ranks. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed. Then, could I consider selling one? It should fetch a good price, right? What He Pingsheng lacked most right now was cultivation resources. Cultivation requires a partner, wealth, and land. Without wealth, what good is cultivation? Collecting. He Pingsheng stowed away the 2 paper cranes, putting aside his thoughts of selling them, and focused intently on refining divine consciousness. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The autumn wind was bleak, the leaves in the valley turned yellow. When He Pingsheng reached the second layer of the Qi refinement chapter in his divine consciousness practice, the withered wood master returned to Lingyao Valley. His complexion was pale, and the wrinkles on his face appeared even deeper. Cough, cough, cough. Upon seeing He Pingsheng, he lightly coughed and said, "Shall he have you completed the tasks I entrusted to you?" "Senior," He Pingsheng said, "I have completed it. In the last month, I collected a total of 10.5 bottles of flower pollen, and ultimately, under the guidance of Senior Brother Wang Dun, I went to the market at Ma Tushan, delivering the items to Manager Liu at Fenghe Zhuang. Here is the seal Manager Liu provided." He Pingsheng handed a piece of paper to the withered wood master. "Not bad." The withered wood master nodded as he looked at the seal, saying, "You did well. He Pingsheng, you are a good child, what a pity." As the withered wood master put away the seal, he said, "It's a shame that your primary cultivation route is fire, making it impossible for you to stay in Lingyao Valley for long. Hey race, what will do when I plant the Liang flower next year, I will seek you out for assistance. You may leave now." "Leave?" Just like that, he was dismissed. He Pingsheng felt a bit dazed. His time in Lingyao Valley had been... "What?" the withered wood master asked. "Do you have any other matters?" He Pingsheng clasped his hands and said, "I previously worked in the alchemy room at Xiuzhu Peak and noticed that much herbal ash is discarded in a valley. If you are willing, I can gather all that herbal ash to use as fertilizer for the various spirit plants in Lingyao Valley. This herbal ash can indeed enrich the soil." "Umph." The withered wood master snorted coldly, saying, "He Pingsheng, don't suggest any foolish ideas to me. Herbal ash nourishing spirit plants. Have you lost your mind to think of such a method? Or are you planning to seek something there for yourself?" The withered wood master's gaze was like a knife sweeping across He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng's heart tightened. This was true. He indeed harbored ulterior motives. He was considering searching for some discarded pills there, ensuring ample resources for future cultivation. But among the disciples of the Tai Su sect, who could be naive? The higher the cultivation, the sharper the mind. Often a single thought can capture the core information. He Pingsheng dared not meet his eyes, merely clasping his hands and saying, "I was presumptuous. You may go." With a wave of his hand, the withered wood master dismissed him. He Pingsheng hurriedly retreated. After He Pingsheng left, the withered wood master's eyes suddenly narrowed, and in an instant he took flight on his sword, heading towards the area where herbal ash was discarded at Xiuzhu Peak. This kid definitely wouldn't come here without reason. Could it be? There's something to uncover here. The withered wood master extended his divine consciousness and began searching the surroundings. At the foot of the mountain, the ash in the furnace was slowly uncovered by him. There was nothing inside. Only ash remained, along with some discarded pills. It seems I was overthinking. The withered wood master shook his head. Just an outer sect disciple. Even if he has some small thoughts, it likely won't lead to any opportunities. Forget it. You've wasted my time. The withered wood master shook his head and left Xiuzhu Peak. It is not that Senior Ku Mu chased you away. At the front of the valley, Wang Dun accompanied He Pingsheng along the way, comforting him as they walked. It is because your main cultivation is of the fire attribute, which is simply not needed here. Don't worry, Senior Ku Mu plants the fire sunflowers every year. If next year I still need a disciple to take care of them, I will definitely choose you. He Pingsheng smiled and said, "It's fine. By the way, Senior Brother Wang, about this alchemy furnace." He took out a palm-sized alchemy furnace. Wang Dun's face twitched slightly, saying, "Junior Brother, this item is a low-grade magical artifact, and I spent over 50 spirit stones to buy it back then. I thought that since I have the gold fire and with spiritual roots, I could refine pills and perhaps become a remarkable alchemist in the future, making my path of cultivation much smoother. Unfortunately, after trying a few times, I realized that I am indeed not cut out for this." He sighed. "What a waste of money. Just keep this here for now. I will come back to redeem it with spirit stones when I have some." A man must keep his word. With a sigh, Wang Dun added, "Actually, I should have sold it when I went to Matua Mountain last time, but I still had some hope in my heart, thinking that one day I could become an alchemist." All right, enough about that. Seeing Wang Dun so insistent, He Pingsheng nodded and said, "This is our home address, so just come find me in advance." He Pingsheng handed Wang Dun a note with the address of his home in the small town at the foot of the Outer Gate Mountain. After reaching the valley entrance, He Pingsheng bid farewell to Wang Dun and went down the mountain alone. Back in his small courtyard, He Pingsheng closed the door and took out all the items he had obtained recently to take him. First, 2 books on refining the spirit, one belonging to the demonic path and the other to the orthodox. Secondly, 2 paper cranes, each capable of flying 12 times. Lastly, there is a bottle of fire sunflower pollen. Of course, there is also an alchemy furnace, but this item does not belong to He Pingsheng, so it cannot be counted as his. One could only say it is temporarily stored with him. This time's harvest could be considered substantial. However, looking left and right, it did not achieve his cultivation goals. After all, there are neither spirit stones nor pills. The fire attribute energy of the fire sunflower pollen has almost dissipated. He Pingsheng took out the jade bottle, opened the cap, glanced inside and frowned. If this continues for another 10 days, this will completely turn into waste. The originally bright red pollen had turned somewhat pale. Selling it now? With this poor quality, even Feng He Manor probably wouldn't accept it, right? Moreover, just having come down from the mountain, if he hurriedly went towards Matua Mountain, Ku Mu would likely become suspicious. What if he kept an eye on me? Forget it. I cannot take the risk. He Pingsheng stared at the pollen in his hands, feeling that it should still be salvageable. Let's do this. He Pingsheng took out his treasure-gathering pot, opened the bottle, and poured all the pollen. Next comes the waiting. While waiting, He Pingsheng certainly could not be idle. Although he could not practice the Li Hua true method, he could refine the spirit. Continuing on. The next morning, He Pingsheng dragged the treasure-gathering pot out from under the bed. The powder that had originally turned pale now changed color. Purple. Hiss. This is top quality. He Pingsheng was stunned. He had heard Wang Dun say that the quality of the fire sunflower is divided into 4 types: low grade, is red middle grade, is yellow upper grade, is gold, and top quality is purple. Originally, He Pingsheng just wanted to restore the quality of this item, but unexpectedly by accident, he directly elevated it to the top quality. Top quality. But, looking at the items in the pot, He Pingsheng was troubled again. If this item were taken to Feng He Manor or elsewhere, it would definitely cause a sensation. Not to mention whether he would be directly pulled over for study. If this matter were to reach Ku Mu's ears, He Pingsheng would have no way to explain. His face turned bitter. I would have preferred a middle grade one. Forget it. Let's just put it away for now. He Pingsheng stored away the pollen. Originally, it was just 1 bottle, but now it filled 2 bottles completely. Since it is of no use, let's just store it. For the time to come, He Pingsheng continued to refine the spirit. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. During these 4 months, he did nothing but practice the Xianmin Tranquility True Method. His divine sense also reached the 4th level of the Qi Refinement chapter, finally catching up with his cultivation level. Boom. At this moment, He Pingsheng's divine sense spread overwhelmingly. The divine sense that could only extend about 10 zhang previously could now stretch 30 zhang beyond his body. Inside and outside the house, everything was clear. Oh, is it snowing? He Pingsheng, who had been focused on cultivation, forgot the time. He opened the door and saw snow falling outside. The ground, the rooftops, the distant mountains, everywhere was a pure white. Another year has passed. He Pingsheng sighed as he looked at himself. Now he was already considered 16 years old. He had completely transformed from the appearance he had when fetching water at Xiuzhu Peak 2 years ago. He had grown a foot taller, become much sturdier, and his face had changed from the slightly childish look to that of a resolute young man. If someone unfamiliar looked at him, they would definitely not recognize him. Hey! He Pingsheng looked at the snow falling from the void. His gaze shifted towards the direction of Taisu sect. It has been 4 months, and Wang Dun still hasn't mentioned the spirit stone. Do you not want the alchemy furnace? As he spoke, He Pingsheng returned to the house and took out 2 jade bottles. These jade bottles originally contained top-quality fire sunflower pollen, but after 4 months of losing medicinal properties, its quality had decreased significantly. However, before leaving, he needed to store all his items in the treasure-gathering pot. Finally, he changed into a simple outfit, taking off his robe that bore the Taisu sect. However, before leaving, he needed to store all his items in the treasure-gathering pot. Finally, he changed into a simple outfit, taking off his robe that bore the Taisu sect insignia. This way, even if it caused some ripples, he wouldn't worry about anyone tracking it back to Taishin's sect. The cold wind hit his face, and the snow floating in the air was like chaos. He felt that this heavy snowfall was just right. If flying around could also obscure others' gaze. However, he did not dare to take off from his small courtyard, but walked all the way to Hao Yun's grave before taking out the paper crane to activate it. A beam of spirit light flashed, and the paper crane instantly transformed into a size of about 10 feet. He Pingsheng leaped onto the paper crane, and with a thought he controlled it to fly. The paper crane soared into the high sky. He Pingsheng looked down and saw the world beneath vast. The biting cold wind pierced through the air. Fortunately, He Pingsheng was a cultivator. As he circulated the fire attribute's spiritual power, within him a warm current spread throughout his body. No matter how heavy the snow or how fierce the wind, he felt no chill. An hour later, the paper crane landed directly at the entrance of the Mataochan marketplace. He Pingsheng paid no mind to the activation of the paper crane, simply storing it away. He continued walking. Although the weather was cold and snow continued to fall from the void, there were still numerous cultivators setting up stalls. He Pingsheng arrived at the familiar stall of a middle-aged man, looked over the elixirs, and asked how much for the gathering chi pill. 2 spirit stones each. If you want a furnace's worth, I can give you a discount, 20 spirit stones. The middle-aged vendor replied, surprisingly failing to recognize He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng quietly extended his divine sense and was shocked to discover that he could actually see the cultivation level of the vendor before him. He was at the 8th level of the chi refinement stage. No way. This left He Pingsheng stunned for a moment. How is this possible? In the cultivation world, one could only discern the cultivation level of others from a higher to a lower level. Under normal circumstances, one could at most see through the cultivation level of those at the same realm, unable to perceive the exact levels of those who were stronger. But now he could see it clearly. How could he at the 4th level of chi refinement see through someone at the 8th level? He Pingsheng took a deep breath, certain that this was the benefit of practicing the divine sense technique. There was no other explanation. All right, please hold 2 furnaces for me, while I'll go inside to fetch some things, and we'll be right back. He Pingsheng pointed towards the trading association and walked over. It wasn't long before he arrived at the Fenghe Manor. However, this time he did not go in. After all, this was a place where the Ku Mu Jinren often conducted transactions. If recognized by that Lu shopkeeper, it would be quite troublesome. Walking past the Fenghe Manor, there were numerous shops inside. He casually chose one and walked in. The shopkeeper was a hunched, skinny old man. He Pingsheng dared not use his divine sense to sweep over the old man. Instead, he respectfully clasped his hands together. After all, casually using divine sense to scrutinize others was quite rude. Hello there, the old man smiled and said, young man, what do you want to buy? I have most of the things you need here. I don't wish to buy anything, just asking if you accept pollen from the liaoyang flower. He Pingsheng replied. Oh, the shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. In this deep winter, you have liaoyang flower pollen. This must have been cultivated in a place where the earth fire is exposed, right? He Pingsheng's heart raced. He almost slipped up. Fortunately, the shopkeeper found an excuse. He Pingsheng took the opportunity to say, I'm not sure. It was cultivated by my master, who asked me to sell it. All right, show me how much you have, the old man said. He Pingsheng replied, I only have 2 bottles. Look, he took out the 2 jade bottles. A bit little. The shopkeeper held the jade bottle up to his eyes, opened the cap, and was immediately astonished. This. They are actually of medium quality. Hiss. This is impressive, truly impressive. To cultivate medium quality liaoyang flowers in this deep winter, that's really something. Your master must be an extraordinary person, the old man said, sealing the bottles. All right, I'll take these 2 bottles of Liaoyang flower pollen. Did your master mention how many spirit stones he wants for them? His eyes were small yet bright, giving him a very shrewd appearance. He Pingsheng feigned a simple look and said, I don't know. My master didn't say. Which sect are you from? The old man asked. He Pingsheng replied, I came from the north. He did not directly mention his sect. He didn't want to create any trouble for himself. Of course, he couldn't just make up a sect name either, as that would easily expose a flaw. By saying he came from the north, he simply meant to avoid disclosing more. It would be best if the old man understood this. All right, the old man said. According to the rules, a bottle of low-grade Liaoyang flower pollen is worth about 100 spirit stones. Since both of your bottles are of medium quality, we can give you 300. 2 bottles, a total of 600 spirit stones. Does that sound good? He Pingsheng nodded and said that's fine. Normal prices will do. Good. The old man waved his hand, pointing inside. We have everything in our shop. Would you like to take a look and buy something? He Pingsheng smiled and said, no need, thank you. The spirit stones belong to my master. I wouldn't dare to use them. What a joke. How could he possibly make a purchase here? He would rather buy elixirs and spiritual herbs later. Anyone could tell he was a rogue cultivator without a master. Wouldn't his previous words expose him? All right. The old man brought over a cloth pouch and tossed it onto the counter. This contains 600 spirit stones, count them. Actually, there was no need to say anything. He Pingsheng had divine sense. With a sweep, he immediately knew the quantity inside. Each spirit stone was quite small, about the size of a jujube. However, 600 stones were still quite a lot. He Pingsheng had no choice but to carry the cloth pouch on his back. He then slowly walked out of the shop and began to stroll down the street. There was no other option but to walk around with the cloth pouch. He certainly couldn't just take all the spirit stones out in front of so many people and then store them away. He Pingsheng's actions instantly attracted numerous onlookers. But there was no need to worry about someone trying to rob him, as this was the Ma Taoqian marketplace. He Pingsheng then visited several shops and bought quite a few items: 7-leaf spiritual herbs, spiritual apricots, immortal bamboo shoots, and ju fruit. These were materials for refining the gathering qi pill, which he needed to purchase. Regardless, he now had an elixir furnace. He thought to give it a try and see if he could refine them. He purchased 20 portions of each material. Of course, he couldn't just buy spiritual herbs. He also needed to purchase some elixirs. He bought 2 furnaces of gathering qi pills from the shop and another 2 from the stall of that middle-aged cultivator. Now he had enough supplies for a short while. Little brother, the middle-aged vendor said, actually you could also buy some Qingling pills. You might need those. He Pingsheng asked, what are Qingling pills? The middle-aged vendor chuckled, little brother, you may not know this, but while devouring elixirs speeds up cultivation, it has its downsides. If consumed for a long time, the poison from the elixirs will accumulate within the body. Over time, it will hinder your cultivation. So cultivators should take Qingling pills alongside elixirs to purify the elixir poison from their bodies. Huh? He Pingsheng scratched his head, asking, elixir poison? There's such a thing. How could there not be? When refining elixirs, it's impossible to completely eliminate the impurities in the herbs. If there were absolutely no impurities, wouldn't that be a top-grade elixir? He Pingsheng's brow twitched. Are you saying that top-grade elixirs have no elixir poison? Of course, the middle-aged vendor replied. That's natural. However, top-grade elixirs only exist in legends. Who could ever refine one? Upon hearing the mid-aged cultivator's words, He Pingsheng let out a sigh of relief. Poison from pills. I consume only the finest pills, so I naturally have no worries regarding such matters. No thank you. He Pingsheng replied with a smile. I don't consume pills often, so if I ever find myself afflicted by pill poison, I will come to you for help, but my finances are tight. Huh? The mid-aged cultivator's gaze shifted from He Pingsheng's face to the sack he carried on his back. You are short on funds. He Pingsheng quickly pulled the sack from his back, hugging it tightly. The spirit stones in this bag do not belong to me. They are my master's. I can't afford to spend them recklessly. The mid-aged cultivator nodded. He Pingsheng put away the purchased pills and asked the cultivator for 2 empty porcelain bottles before leaving the Mana Mountain Market without a care. 3 fierce-looking men immediately followed him. The mid-aged cultivator shook his head with a sigh. A mere 4th-layer cultivator is now targeted by the Black Wind Trio. This lad is in grave danger. Sigh. He doesn't even understand the principle of keeping wealth hidden, so he can't blame others. The Black Wind Trio are notorious evil cultivators within the Daoxian Alliance. It is said that they are guilty of countless crimes, yet no evidence can pin them down, leaving the Daoxian Alliance unable to convict them. All tales are but legends. However, there is no doubt that these 3 men are definitely not good people. Brother. After leaving the Mana Mountain Market, the second man said, this way, hurry. Let's catch up. Go. With a whoosh, a paper crane soared into the sky, heading towards the direction where He Pingsheng had disappeared amidst the wind and snow. The speed of the paper crane is not fixed. The higher the cultivation level of the cultivator controlling it, the faster it goes. The Black Wind Trio thought simply, how fast could a fourth-layer Qi refinement disciple run? Even if we are a bit late, we should be able to catch up. However, that did not happen. The three of them flew through the void for half a day in a frenzy, yet they did not even see a shadow of He Pingsheng. Meanwhile, after an hour, He Pingsheng landed on a slope not far from the sect, and then put away the paper crane, walking towards the outer gates small town. From beginning to end, he was unaware that someone was tailing him. He Pingsheng did not head home directly, but instead wandered around the outer gate's main hall. It was time to replenish various living supplies. After purchasing some spirit rice with contribution points, He Pingsheng came to the central counter in the main hall. It was a circular counter where several disciples sat ready to serve those who came. "Junior brother, how can I help you?" Seeing He Pingsheng approach, a disciple stood up and kindly asked. He Pingsheng said, "Senior brother, I would like to ask if the Spirit Herb Valley is currently recruiting disciples." Spirit Herb Valley. The disciple nodded slightly. "Yes, they are. Do you wish to work at the Spirit Herb Valley? Are you of the wood attribute?" No. He Pingsheng quickly waved his hands. "I am not of the wood attribute. I do not want to work at the Spirit Herb Valley. I merely wish to ask if you could help me deliver a message to Senior Brother Wang Dun there. I have some urgent matters to discuss with him." He Pingsheng did not intend to reclaim his 3 spirit stones. He simply wanted to discuss using his alchemy furnace. After all, the alchemy furnace belongs to him. However, the disciple shook his head and said, "I can't deliver it. Don't you know, a little while ago Senior Brother Wang Dun was killed in a duel with someone." "Huh?" He Pingsheng's mouth dropped open in shock. "No way. He is gone." "Gone?" The disciple's face showed sorrow. "Senior Brother Wang was a good person." He Pingsheng asked, "Who killed him?" The disciple looked at He Pingsheng and quickly lowered his voice. "It is said to be an inner sect disciple from Xiuzhu Peak, but I do not know the specifics. For someone like Senior Brother Wang Dun, who has no sect and no protection, if he dies, he simply dies with no one to care. Sigh. Cultivating immortality is just like this." "By the way, what did you need Senior Brother Wang Dun for?" the disciple asked again. He Pingsheng shook his head and said, "Senior Brother borrowed a few spirit stones from me earlier. But now that he is dead, the debt is cleared. Thank you for enlightening me, Senior Brother." He Pingsheng bowed respectfully to the disciple before leaving. Wang Dun is dead. Theoretically, the alchemy furnace should belong to him now. However, instead of feeling joy over acquiring the alchemy furnace, He Pingsheng felt a deep sense of sorrow. Again, Xiuzhu Peak, again, an inner sect disciple. In the eyes of those inner sect disciples, perhaps we outer sect disciples are truly less than ants. Killing a Haoyun only resulted in 7 days of reflection. How many days of reflection would they have after killing Wang Dun? He Pingsheng shook the snow off himself, and he closed the door tightly. Sitting on the edge of his bed, He Pingsheng furrowed his brow, unable to calm his heart for a long time. It wouldn't be that wicked woman Linglong again, would it? Are the lives of outer sect disciples so worthless? Then what about the countless mortals in this small town? Are they also regarded as mere weeds in the eyes of the cultivators? He Pingsheng pondered for a long time, unable to move. After a while, he shook his head, dismissing the chaotic negative emotions in his mind. With a thought, he summoned the treasure basin from his dantian. The basin was about 3 feet in size, filled with a variety of items. First and foremost were spirit stones. After purchasing 20 pills and 14 herbs, he had spent 54 stones, leaving him with 546 spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, there were 4 jade boxes, each containing 20 portions of 7-leaf spirit grass, immortal bamboo shoots, vermilion fruits, and spirit apricots. These were the raw materials for refining qi gathering pills. Each type had 20 portions. Besides these herbs, there were also 4 porcelain bottles, 2 of which contained a total of 24 inferior qi gathering pills. The rest were various miscellaneous items. Sigh. Looking at the cluttered room, He Pingsheng couldn't help but sigh. If only there were a storage bag. If there were a storage bag, he could store everything inside. Unlike now, when he needed to take out everything and place it on the ground or bed when he wanted to use the treasure basin to enhance items. It is really quite inconvenient. But just think about it. A basic storage bag costs over 2,000 spirit stones. Forget it. He Pingsheng shook his head and tossed all 20 portions of herbs into the treasure basin. Enhance. After several days of going out to confirm the fact that Wang Dun had indeed fallen, he threw Wang Dun's alchemy furnace into the treasure basin as well. Materials. Alchemy furnace. Porcelain bottles. Pills. 1 by 1 enhance. He Pingsheng wasn't idle either. He picked up the book titled 36 Methods of Alchemy and studied it for several days. During these days, he focused on the basic knowledge of alchemy and the recipe for qi gathering pills among the 36 methods as he was about to start his alchemy journey. Preparing for alchemy requires more than just these. Wood is also necessary. Different pills require different types of wood. Even for the same pill, different refining periods require different woods. There are distinctions in size and specifications as well. All these factors mean that a considerable amount of wood is needed. He Pingsheng picked up an axe and personally went up the mountain to chop wood. In the world of cultivation, alchemy is a profound art. When one reaches a certain level, they can manipulate the Dan fire with their divine sense, directly roasting the herbs to burn off the dross and preserve the essence, extracting the medicinal juice from the spiritual herbs. After purifying and merging all the different types of herbal juices once cooled, they form elixirs. This is the intricate method of alchemy. Clearly, disciples in the Qi refinement stage and those in the foundation establishment stage cannot use such methods to refine pills. On one hand, they lack the strong divine sense needed to separate the medicinal juice from the dross. On the other hand, as there is no golden core condensed in their dantian, they naturally cannot summon the Dan fire. Thus, the alchemy methods of lower-level disciples are simple and crude boiling. Water is added to the Dan furnace and the herbs are cleaned and placed inside as well. Then the boiling begins. After boiling, the essence of the herbs is released into the water, and by boiling the water down, what remains is the herbal essence. This method is extremely clumsy, and the success rate for forming pills is very low, often only 1 out of 10 batches succeeds. But this is the only method available to lower-level disciples in the cultivation world. He Pingsheng can only use this rudimentary method now. The herbs in the Dan furnace have been fully enhanced. Originally 20 portions of herbs have now become 40. The key is that these 40 portions of herbs are all of premium quality. Previously, Wang Dun's Dan furnace was of low-grade artifact quality with only 1 layer of restrictions. Now, after being enhanced by He Pingsheng, this Dan furnace has become a premium artifact possessing 4 layers of restrictions. Moreover, there are 2 such furnaces, 1 square and 1 round. Hee. Seeing this Dan furnace, He Pingsheng chuckled, a premium artifact. Next time I go to the market at Mataochan, I should be able to sell this for a good amount of spirit stones. In the cultivation world, the classification of treasures is quite strict. From low to high, they are divided into artifacts, spiritual tools, magic treasures, and mysterious treasures, among others. Under normal circumstances, the treasures used by disciples in the Qi refinement stage are of artifact level, while those in the foundation establishment stage use spiritual tools. Disciples in the golden core stage possess the basic conditions to nurture magic treasures, so typically cultivators above the 3rd level of the golden core stage will have magic treasures. Mysterious treasures, among others, are used by nascent soul stage cultivators. Of course, this is not always the case. For instance, some impoverished early-stage foundation establishment cultivators may still be using artifacts. Whether it is artifacts, spiritual tools, magic treasures, or mysterious treasures, they are further divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and premium qualities. For an artifact, a low-grade artifact has 1 layer of restriction. A middle-grade artifact has 2 layers of restriction. A high-grade artifact has 3 layers of restriction. A premium artifact has 4 layers of restriction, and so on. Upon reaching the level of spiritual tools, even the lowest grade spiritual tools have 5 layers of restriction. It can be understood that the more restrictions are inscribed on a treasure, the higher its level and the more powerful it becomes. He Pingsheng reached out and took the circular Dan furnace before him. It was the size of a palm. "Open!" he shouted loudly as his internal energy surged forth. In an instant, the Dan furnace transformed to the size of an iron pot, with 4 layers of restrictions on it. However, unfortunately, these 4 layers of restrictions had not been refined. So to use this Dan furnace freely, it seems impossible. Before refining pills, the furnace must first be refined. Come on. I wonder how long it will take to refine. Next, it's time to refine this Dan furnace. Unconsciously, 2 months passed. He Pingsheng refined all 4 layers of restrictions on the Dan furnace. Open. Collect. Come out. After refining, He Pingsheng found that using this Dan furnace became much more convenient. He could freely take it out or store it in his dantian. Of course, this Dan furnace also has a certain storage space, allowing for temporary placement of some items. Next, it's time for alchemy. The first step is to summon the Dan furnace, enlarging it to the size of an iron pot and placing it in the yard. It can only be placed in the yard because fire needs to be lit, and it definitely won't work indoors. The second step is to add water to the pot. Then the herbs are added in sequence to begin boiling. The process of boiling requires utmost caution. However, it's not a big problem. The methods for boiling and refining elixirs, controlling the heat, and knowing what to expect at any moment are all clearly recorded in the 36 methods of alchemy. However, it's not a big problem. The methods for boiling and refining elixirs, controlling the heat, and knowing what to expect at any moment are all clearly recorded in the 36 methods of alchemy. The vermilion fruit. Everything was stable. Half an hour later, a strange fragrance wafted from the Dan furnace. However, it was not particularly strong. Only He Pingsheng could smell it. The neighbors were oblivious. Even if they did catch a whiff, they wouldn't come to inquire, for all of He Pingsheng's neighbors were ordinary people without a single cultivator among them. After several more hours, He Pingsheng scooped out the dross from the pot and began to refine the small amount of mixed medicinal juice that remained. As the elixir gradually took shape, it finally transformed into 12 elixir pellets. However, before they could truly take form, a loud bang erupted from the pot. Bang! It exploded. The first attempt at alchemy a failure. However, what comforted He Pingsheng was that despite the failure, he obtained 12 waste elixirs. These were quite similar to the 12 he had obtained in the alchemy room at Xiuzhu Peak. Huff! He Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief and stored the waste elixirs. While this was waste elixir for others, for He Pingsheng, who possessed the miraculous Gathering Treasure Basin, because they could be directly refined, and after enhancement with the Gathering Treasure Basin, they would become premium Gathering Chi pills. The first batch failed. He Pingsheng did not rush to refine the second batch, but calmly began to contemplate. Why did it fail? Where was the problem? What was the issue? How to resolve it? With these questions and solutions in mind, He Pingsheng began to refine the second batch. But the result was undeniably another failure. Alchemy does not have many shortcuts. It relies on repeated failures to accumulate experience and skill. Fortunately, despite his failures, he always managed to produce waste elixirs. The following days were spent in alchemy, refining 2 batches a day. 1 batch in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. Day after day. When He Pingsheng reached the 17th batch, he finally succeeded. He Pingsheng was overjoyed. Ha ha ha! I can refine elixirs now. I can produce Gathering Chi pills now. What he didn't know was that for a typical mid-stage Chi refinement cultivator, successfully refining the first batch of pills would require at least 100 attempts. He Pingsheng was able to find his rhythm on the 17th batch primarily because his divine sense was stronger than that of his peers, and secondly, he had the support of the heavenly level 36 methods of alchemy. Otherwise, he too would not have succeeded. Let's go again. He Pingsheng continued with alchemy. However, not every attempt would be successful. His success rate in refining pills was about 1 in 4. In other words, on average, 4 portions of herbs could produce 1 batch of pills. This success rate is already quite extraordinary. Because those ordinary skilled alchemists have a similar success. For complete beginners, some might not be able to refine even 1 successful batch out of 10. Of course, He Pingsheng thought that if he were refining in the alchemy room at Xiuzhu Peak, this success rate could be improved. Additionally, as his cultivation and divine sense increased, the success rate for refining elixirs would also rise significantly. There are many factors that determine the success rate of alchemy. Besides these, there is also the matter of spiritual roots. Yes, spiritual roots. Theoretically, cultivators with gold, wood, and fire attributes as their spiritual roots have the highest success rate in alchemy. According to ancient texts, those with a gold spiritual root can better perceive the attributes and state of the alchemical furnace. Those with a wood spiritual root find it easier to control the essence of plants, while those with a fire spiritual root can better manage the properties of flames, allowing for more precise adjustments to the flames. At present, He Pingsheng has not delved deeply into these matters. No matter, let's continue with alchemy. After all, for him, any waste pills are still the same. In the following days, He Pingsheng spent his time in this monotonous routine. He finally finished refining 40 batches of medicinal materials. A total of 12 furnaces produced pills, yielding 144 pills. The quality of these 10 furnaces was mostly similar, with 11 furnaces producing inferior pills. Only the last furnace yielded for medium quality pills and 8 inferior pills. There were 28 furnaces of waste pills. Fortunately, none of them exploded into powder. At the very least, they were still waste pills. The next step was simple: directly toss the waste pills into the treasure gathering basin and then enhance and double their potency. While enhancing, he practiced. These 28 furnaces of waste pills and the 12 furnaces of successful pills totaled 40 furnaces. After He Pingsheng's enhancement and doubling in the treasure gathering basin, they transformed into 80 furnaces of top-grade Qi gathering pills. He Pingsheng purchased several porcelain bottles to enhance them into jade bottles, storing these pills one by one. Later, due to an overwhelming quantity, he even buried some pills in the soil beneath his bedroom. Time flashed by, and several months had passed. He Pingsheng practiced the Li Hua true method, daily advancing his cultivation from the 4th layer of Qi refining to the 5th layer. During this period, he did not encounter significant difficulties. While practicing, He Pingsheng did not sit in meditation like a wooden sculpture. Instead, he alternated between meditation and spirit refinement. Thus, when he broke through to the 5th layer of Qi refining, his training in the Xianmen Calm Mind True Method also reached the 5th layer. He Pingsheng's divine sense grew considerably stronger. With a single thought, he could cover a distance of 80 zhang. This distance was already quite far. Open the door. The leaves rustle. Another autumn has arrived. Unbeknownst to him, more than 2 years have passed since He Pingsheng began his cultivation. It's time to replenish supplies at the outer sect disciple hall. He had nearly exhausted all the spiritual rice and other items at home. This time, He Pingsheng planned to purchase some materials needed for the Baigu pill. If he could refine that by goo pill, one pill could last a month and a furnace would last a year. It would save him the trouble of having to light a fire and cook every day. He Pingsheng closed the door and leisurely made his way there. Today's outer sect hall was unusually lively, almost teeming with people. He Pingsheng scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. He was able to perceive the cultivation levels of the surrounding cultivators. Now he could sweep the area within 80 zhang with a single thought. This powerful divine sense was well concealed, making it difficult for those under scrutiny to notice. Even if they did, they might not realize it was He Pingsheng's divine sense. Therefore, there was no need to fear. Hey! In an instant, He Pingsheng was surprised such high cultivation. There were levels 5, 6, 7, and 8. Conversely, those at the first, second, and third layers were almost non-existent. This was highly unusual. Groups of disciples were lined up waiting for something. He Pingsheng became curious and approached a nearby cultivator, cupping his hands, and said, "Hello, senior brother. May I ask why you are waiting in line? Is there something important happening?" "I don't know." The person glanced at He Pingsheng and coldly shook his head. He Pingsheng was taken aback. You're waiting in line here, and you don't know. Never mind. It seems the other party is unwilling to speak. But it doesn't matter if you don't say anything, someone else will. He Pingsheng asked several more people and finally got an answer. Selection. To be precise, it was a selection for inner sect disciples of the Tai Su sect. Within the Tai Su sect, outer sect disciples are numerous while inner sect disciples are relatively few. Occasionally, they look for talented outer sect disciples with high cultivation to enter the inner sect. The conditions for entering the inner sect are to be at the 5th layer of qi refining or above. However, it does not mean that reaching the 5th layer guarantees entry. This is determined by your bone age, spiritual root, and skills. Of course, luck also plays a role. This time, there are only 20 spots for the inner sect selection. However, there are thousands of disciples waiting in the hall, which shows how fierce the competition is. He Pingsheng understood why others responded coldly when he asked. After all, every additional person means one more competitor. So the question arises, should he go? Of course he should. The status of an inner sect disciple is extremely high, and it is easier to obtain resources. Although being closer to those powerful beings in the inner sect might be intimidating, He Pingsheng was not afraid, as his treasure-gathering basin could now be stored within him and would generally not be exposed. Moreover, the benefits of the inner sect do not stop there. They can also participate in various tasks and trials. Not to mention the dozens of sects in the Daoxian Alliance jointly control 2 secret realms. Every so often they organize disciples from various sects to venture in for treasure hunting and trials. Only inner sect disciples are allowed to participate. Want to enter from the outer sect? Dream on. So now that there is this opportunity, He Pingsheng is definitely going to take a shot at it. Thus, he casually found a team and joined the line. The line moved quickly. After about an hour, it was finally his turn. In front of him was a table behind which sat 2 people, 1 male and 1 female, both wearing the standard inner sect robes. The robes were black with golden edges embroidered at the collar and cuffs and bore the Tai Su sect's unique cloud pattern emblem. Outer sect disciples wore dark green attire. Elders. He Pingsheng respectfully cupped his hands. There's no need for that. The woman nodded and said, just call us senior brother and senior sister. What is your name and what is your spiritual root? He Pingsheng replied, He Pingsheng 5 elements spiritual root. Oh. The woman looked at He Pingsheng with some surprise and said, a 5 elements spiritual root cultivator has reached the 5th layer of qi refining. Junior brother, you have a strong will and are indeed a person of great fortune. He Pingsheng smiled, not responding. The woman then asked, how old are you this year? He Pingsheng cupped his hands and said 17 years old. In fact, he had lied by 1 year. He was only a little over 16 years old. However, if counted by virtual age, saying he was 17 would not be unreasonable. What? This time the male disciple beside her could not sit still. 17 years old. 5 elements spiritual root. 5th layer of qi refining. Under normal circumstances, cultivators of the 5 elements enhance their practice by absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, making it nearly impossible for them to break through to the 4th level in their lifetime. Surpassing expectations, He Pingsheng astonishingly reached the 5th level of the qi refining stage at the age of 17, which naturally left many in shock. Of course, He Pingsheng had long prepared his explanation regarding his cultivation. He calmly stated, Senior brother, there is no need to be surprised. My little brother possesses gold, wood, and fire attributes in my spiritual roots, and I have a great talent for alchemy, so my usual practice involves consuming pills for cultivation. It's not as you think, senior brother. The senior brother took a deep breath, nodded, and said, there is indeed such a possibility. Wait a moment. The female cultivator suddenly looked at He Pingsheng and asked, did you just say you are skilled in alchemy? Yes. He Pingsheng replied. This was not bragging. His current success rate in crafting the gathering qi pill was around 30%, a terrifying success rate even in the foundation establishment stage. Then The woman asked, "What is your success rate in pill crafting, junior brother?" He Pingsheng replied, "About 1 successful pill for every 4 furnaces of herbs." Hiss. No wonder. The woman gasped in shock, saying, 4 furnaces yield 1 pill, and as far as I know the materials for the gathering chi pill can be purchased for 7 spirit stones for 10 portions. If you can craft 3 furnaces, that totals 36 pills, each selling for 2 spirit stones, making it over 70 spirit stones. Exchanging 7 for over 70 junior brothers' earning ability is extraordinarily frightening. If you cultivate by consuming pills naturally, you can reach the 5th level. However, the woman continued, consuming pills inevitably carries pill toxicity. You must remember to eliminate the toxins from your body in a timely manner. Yes, He Pingsheng replied sincerely. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Go ahead. The woman waved her hand, saying, the results will be announced in a month, and they will be published in the outer hall. Junior brother, don't forget to come and check it out then. After finishing, she stared at He Pingsheng and said, Junior brother, you must come, because as far as I know, some of the elders need disciples skilled in alchemy. Yes. He Pingsheng cupped his hands and then left. After exiting the 1st floor, he went to the 2nd floor to purchase some daily necessities and looked around. He initially intended to buy some defensive treasures, but after searching for a long time, he found none and had to give up. Returning to his small courtyard, he began refining pills again. This time he was refining the bigger pill. With the enhancement of his spiritual sense, his success rate in alchemy had also improved, now hovering around 1/3. After refining 10 furnaces, 4 produced pills, while 6 were failures, both of which he tossed into the treasure basin, doubling their effectiveness overnight. In total, he obtained 240 high-grade bigger pills. The quality and efficacy of these pills varied. An inferior bigger pill allows one to go without food for a month, while a high-grade bigger pill enables one to abstain from eating for half a year. This means that the bigger pills He Pingsheng possessed were enough for him for 120 years. It was that outrageous. Fortunately, bigger pills had no distinct smell and could be stored in regular ceramic bottles. During this time, He Pingsheng did not sit in meditation to cultivate. Instead, he took out the techniques from the Li Hui True method to practice. There were only 2 fire attribute techniques, the Fire Crow technique and the Fire Shield technique. He had already mastered the Fire Crow technique, an offensive spell. The Fire Shield technique, on the other hand, was once mastered, the fire's spiritual power within could condense into a fire shield for defense, though the extent of its defensive power remained unknown. Yet having it was better than not having it. Therefore, He Pingsheng began to practice this Fire Shield technique. After about 20 days, he successfully mastered the Fire Shield technique. Open. With a gentle command from He Pingsheng, fire attribute spiritual power gathered from his fingertips, instantly transforming into a round shield. The shield was not large, with a diameter of only 2 feet, sufficient to cover He Pingsheng's upper body. That was more than enough. Since this item was in his hands, it could be moved like a physical object. When an attack came, it wouldn't be difficult to use the Fire Shield technique to block it. However, the exact blocking capability of this Fire Shield technique remained a mystery, as it could not be tested like the Fire Crow technique. I can only test it in future battles. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground. He was pondering another matter, the inner sect. If by chance he succeeded in the inner sect selection, what would happen next? Would he cultivate, as before, breaking through a level every few months? That would be absurd. Under the watchful eyes of the ancestors, if you dared to cultivate like that, you would surely be captured for detailed study. The enhancement of a cultivator's power is related to 2 factors. First, the spiritual root. Second, the cultivation method. A poor spiritual root means even the most powerful cultivation method is futile. However, if one relies on pill consumption for cultivation, it could bypass the limitations of spiritual roots, but even consuming pills has its speed variations depending on the cultivation method. For example, even if He Pingsheng consumed high-grade gathering chi pills, if he did not practice the Li Hui True method, but instead opted for the basic breathing technique, his speed would be significantly slower. Thus, even if he told others that he broke through so quickly by consuming pills, no one would believe him. What to do? There was no way out. This was a deadlock. The only way to break it was to slow down his pace. But slowing down would surely come at a cost. Never mind. There is a remedy. He Pingsheng waved his hand and picked up another book, the Changchunqi technique. If I can't continue cultivating the fire attribute Dantian, then he'll cultivate the wood attribute Dantian. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots correspond to Dantians. One type of spiritual root corresponds to 1 Dantian. For instance, He Pingsheng has 5-element spiritual roots, thus possessing 5 Dantians: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is not surprising, and most people only cultivate 1 Dantian due to limited energy, but throughout history many have cultivated dual or even triple Dantians. He Pingsheng decided to give it a try as well. Cultivating dual or multiple Dantians has a significant advantage: deeper magical power. Just imagine, even at the same fifth level of the chi refining stage, if others have only one dantian to store spiritual power, while you have two wouldn't that provide a significant advantage in combat. Let's give it a try. He Pingsheng immediately sat down and began studying the Changchun Chi technique. After 2 hours, he finished studying the overview and the techniques for the initial layers and began cultivation. Step 1. Draw chi into the body. This is not difficult. Regardless of the attribute, once you have done it once, it becomes easy. Thus, within just a few breaths, He Pingsheng was able to draw a strand of wood attribute spiritual power through his spiritual root into his meridians. Step 2. Refine one complete cycle. 10 days later, He Pingsheng's wood-type dantian cultivation broke through to the second level. He took a deep breath, tidied up his belongings, and stepped out towards the outer gate hall. Today is the day to announce the results of the inner door selection. Speaking of this inner door selection, it is quite peculiar. There are no competitions or tests, just a few simple questions to determine the outcome. He Pingsheng did not hold much hope for himself as he slowly walked into the outer gate hall. It was crowded, filled with people everywhere. However, the inner door disciples had not yet arrived. Since they were not here, he decided to wait. He waited and waited. An hour later, a yellow crane flew down from the high mountains of the inner door, landing precisely before the outer gate hall. He Pingsheng saw that this yellow crane was actually a paper crane. A man and a woman descended from the crane. He had never seen this pair before and did not dare to casually scan their cultivation with his divine sense. The two did not enter the hall, but waved their hands outside the outer gate hall, saying, "Everyone, please be quiet." The man in the black Taoist robe looked with authority at the disciples rushing out of the entrance, saying, "The top 20 disciples selected for the sect have been determined. When I call your name, please step forward behind me. Sima Ju, Lu Tsongyuan, Zhang Kuiyun, Shi Daqiang, Guai Zhiyun." One by one, the cultivators were overjoyed, stepping out from the crowd and standing behind the man in the black Taoist robe. He Pingsheng secretly extended his divine sense to examine these people's cultivation levels. Most were at the 7th or 8th level of chi refining, and there was not a single person at his 5th level. Forget it. It seems I won't be chosen. Just as He Pingsheng shook his head and was about to leave, the man said the last one, He Pingsheng. Huh. He Pingsheng was taken aback, then felt a surge of joy. I actually made it. That's great. I will have the opportunity to participate in the secret realm trials. He hurriedly stepped out from the crowd and quickly stood behind the man in black. He immediately sensed countless divine senses sweeping over him. However, in the next moment, someone voiced their dissent. Why him? Someone said he's only at the 5th level of chi refining. Oh, why choose him and not me? Him at the 8th level. Exactly, him at the 7th level. I have a higher cultivation than him. In an instant, countless voices rose expressing dissatisfaction with the inner door selection. Unruly. The man in black shouted, "The inner door selection has its own rules. Do you think you have the right to?" With a crisp sound, the man in black instantly drew his sword, saying, "Who else is not convinced? Come ask me." Now no one dared to speak. Get lost. The man shouted again, and the outer door disciples scattered like birds and beasts. The entrance to the outer gate hall was suddenly empty. The man turned to look at the more than 20 people behind him, and his expression softened again. Dear junior brothers and sisters, you will soon become inner door disciples. From now on, we must work together. Please wait a moment. Soon the receiving disciples from each peak will arrive. Thank you, senior brother. The crowd bowed to the male disciple, their faces filled with excitement. After all, being able to join the inner door comes with numerous benefits. Not long after, He Pingsheng waited for about half a stick of incense before seeing a dozen figures riding yellow cranes descend from the high mountains behind. Of course, these so-called yellow cranes were all paper cranes. Paper cranes are practically the best choice for low-level disciples in the cultivation world to travel. After a dozen disciples landed, they immediately began calling out, "Lu Tsongyuan and Sima Ju, follow me. Guai Zhiyun, come with me. He Pingsheng, and Shun Shurgu, you two come over." A female disciple in a moon-white robe called out from the front. Then He Pingsheng and another tall man stepped forward and arrived beside the woman. The Taoist robes of the Taisu sect are all of a unified style, but inner door disciples do not only have one outfit, so this moon-white robe can also be considered the uniform attire of the inner door disciples. Greetings, senior sister. He Pingsheng and Shun Shurgu both cupped their hands towards the woman. The woman nodded and said, "You are He Pingsheng." Yes. She was quite direct, immediately using her divine sense to scan He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng cupped his hand, saying, "Disciple He Pingsheng, I heard that you can refine first-grade pills." The woman asked. He Pingsheng replied, "Yes." "You better not lie. The only reason the master allowed you to enter the inner door is because you can refine pills. If you lie, you will surely die." He Pingsheng calmly nodded. "Let's go," the woman said, leaping onto the back of the yellow crane. "You two get—" "Yes." He Pingsheng and Shun Shurgu did not dare to disobey and jumped onto the back of the yellow crane. This thing can carry 1,000 genes of weight during flight, so their combined weight was naturally not a problem. Whoosh! The yellow crane took off towards the Tai Su sect. Previously, He Pingsheng had taken half a day to reach Xiu Bamboo Peak from the foot of the mountain. Now riding the yellow crane, he arrived in the blink of an eye. As He Pingsheng wore a conflicted expression, the yellow crane landed in a place he was very familiar with, Xiu Bamboo Peak. Damn it! He Pingsheng cursed inwardly. No way again at Xiu Bamboo Peak. Although it was Xiu Bamboo Peak, this height was somewhere He Pingsheng had never been before. The place where the three landed seemed like a fairyland. Directly opposite was a magnificent hall. Next to the hall there were 3 smaller palaces. Beside each palace there were countless pavilions, towers, and serene courtyards. This is Xiu Bamboo Peak. The woman looked at the two and said lightly, my surname is Zhao. My name is Zhao Linger. From now on you can call me Senior Sister Zhao. Yes, Senior Sister Zhao. The two cupped their hands towards the woman. Zhao Linger continued, let me briefly explain something to you too. Look over there. That grand hall is the Ancestral Master's dojo. At ordinary times be sure not to. Ancestral Master. He Pingsheng nodded. He had seen this Ancestral Master once a couple of years ago. The 3 halls behind are the dojos of the Ancestral Master's 3 foundation establishment disciples. Zhao Linger continued from front to back. They are the dojos of Master Yu Xin and Master Yu Da, and the last one is the dojo of my Master Yu Ning. Shin Shigu, you go to the central Hongda courtyard. That is Master Yu De's dojo. From today on you will be Master Yu De's disciple. Once you arrive someone will receive you. Yes. Shin Shigu cupped his hands and left. He Pingsheng, come with me. Zhao Linger led He Pingsheng forward, saying, as they walked, from today on you will be the disciple of my master, and we will be fellow disciples. He Pingsheng followed Zhao Shiji as they walked further back, first passing by the hall of the Ancestral Master, and then walking along the eastern side of Master Yu Xin's dojo. When they reached the dojo of Taoist Yu De, Zhao Shiji suddenly said, He Shidi, in the future, when you have nothing to do not come to Master Yu De's side. He has a fierce spiritual beast under his care, unpredictable and violent, and it has previously harmed people. He Pingsheng nodded cautiously. After passing the dojo of Taoist Yu De, they arrived at the residence of real person Yu Ning. It was also a palace, though not large, equipped with a main hall and side halls. Let's go, I'll take you to meet Master. The other brothers are also here. Zhao Linger led He Pingsheng into a courtyard and then arrived at the entrance of the palace. He Pingsheng looked up and saw that the door frame of the palace was carved with 3 large characters, Yu Ning Palace. Master, I've brought someone. Zhao Linger respectfully saluted at the entrance of the main hall. A calm female voice came from within the hall saying, you both can come in. Then He Pingsheng and Zhao Linger entered the palace. The palace was very spacious, although the light from outside could not enter. Several luminous pearls embedded in the dome illuminated the entire hall brightly. The ground was spotless. Sitting at the front was a Taoist nun who appeared to be in her 50s, dressed in a blue Taoist robe, her expression solemn. In front of the nun sat about 10 disciples. The people sitting on the meditation cushions turned their heads curiously, each looking at He Pingsheng with varied expressions. Some of these people He Pingsheng had seen 2 years ago, but they would not recognize him. On one hand, He Pingsheng's status was extremely low at that time, and no one looked at him with a second glance. On the other hand, in the past 2 to 3 years, He Pingsheng's body appearance and even temperament had undergone a tremendous transformation. Quick, kneel down and bow to Master. Zhao Linger reminded He Pingsheng. He naturally did not dare to be negligent and respectfully knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times to the Master above. The nun nodded and smiled, saying, not bad. You may rise. He Pingsheng carefully stood up, standing respectfully in the hall. The nun said, my Dao name is Yu Ning, and I will be your master from now on. Starting today, you will be a true disciple under my Suzhou Peak Yu Ning Palace, and according to the order, you should rank 9th. These are your seniors, you have met them right. After scanning the eyes of the other few people in front of him, He Pingsheng hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Junior has met all the senior brothers and sisters. Everyone laughed. Real person Yu Ning said, you are now at the 5th level of the Qi refining stage. What technique are you practicing? He Pingsheng had long been prepared. He took out a copy of the basic breathing technique he had transcribed by hand and respectfully presented it to Yu Ning, saying, replying to Master, I practice this primarily focusing on the fire root. The basic breathing technique is not attribute specific. It is of a relatively low level, simply teaching how to draw qi into the body and refine spiritual energy. Whichever type of spiritual energy you refine corresponds to the main attribute of your root. Yu Ning nodded, glanced through the technique, and said, you've done well. It's impressive that you could reach such a level with a basic technique. It seems, as Linger said, you should be skilled in alchemy. This, He Pingsheng quickly said, I wouldn't dare to say I'm skilled. I just occasionally manage to refine successfully. I have a fire attribute technique here, just suitable for your cultivation. Yu Ning took out a book and tossed it in front of He Pingsheng, saying, take this back and study it carefully. I'll consider it a gift from me for our first meeting. Additionally, here are 20 spirit stones for your temporary use. In the future, you can receive the benefits for inner disciples monthly, which includes another 10 spirit stones. He Pingsheng was delighted accepting the items and expressing his gratitude repeatedly. It must be said that being an inner disciple is great. He just became a disciple and already has so much. He received techniques, spells, and spirit stones. Also, there is a courtyard on the left side of my palace. You can choose one. Your senior brothers are all of the same standard. In addition, there are 16 sets of seasonal Taoist robes. Go select a courtyard, change into the robes, and then come back to see me. Yes. He Pingsheng and Zhao Linger chose a relatively secluded courtyard to reside in, and he also received 16 sets of seasonal Taoist robes along with the inner disciple token. After changing into new clothes, he returned to Yuning Palace. Not bad. Real person Yuning nodded and said, earlier you said you were skilled in alchemy. Well, let me test your alchemical skills. Here are 10 sets of materials for the gathering chi pill for you. Let's see how you do. As she spoke, real person Yuning tossed out a jade box. The jade box landed in front of He Pingsheng. Ho Mu Xian. Real person Yuning said, you go outside and bring back some wood needed to refine the gathering chi pill. Yes. A tall male disciple dressed in a light blue Taoist robe stood up and left Yuning Palace. After about half a stick of incense, Ho Mu Xian returned with several servant disciples. Let's go. Yuning said, let's go outside and take a look. The firewood was brought, but it definitely couldn't be refined in Yuning Palace. It could only be processed in real person Yuning's courtyard. Open. Real person Yuning waved her hand and produced an alchemy furnace. The furnace, the size of a palm, spun in the air and instantly transformed into a foot-sized object, landing in front of He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng. Yuning said, according to the rules of the cultivation world, I will give you 10 chances. If you can successfully refine the gathering chi pill within these 10 opportunities, it will count as passing my assessment. If you speak nonsense, don't blame me for being merciless. A hint of coldness appeared on her face. To be honest, she did not think much of a mere 5th level of chi refining. She did not need disciples like this. What she valued was He Pingsheng's alchemy skills. If He Pingsheng dared to deceive her, the consequences would surely be dire. Yes. He Pingsheng took a deep breath. Under normal circumstances, his success rate in alchemy was 1 in 3. Now, given 10 chances, if he couldn't refine any, he really wouldn't have a place in the world. Master. He Pingsheng cupped his hands and said, I have a request. Yuning asked, speak. He Pingsheng said, I have my own alchemy furnace and I am used to refining with it. I cannot switch temporarily, so I hope Master will allow me to use my own furnace. Yuning nodded, saying, very well. She waved her hand, taking back her own furnace. In fact, real person Yuning's furnace was of a higher grade than He Pingsheng's. He Pingsheng's furnace is a top-grade magical tool with 4 layers of restrictions, while real person Yuning's furnace is a mid-grade spiritual tool with 6 layers of restrictions. Yuning added, these 2 servants are the ones I used when refining alchemy in Yuning Palace. They have no problem controlling the fire. You can rest assured and let them manage the flames. All right, you may begin. Yes. He Pingsheng respectfully retrieved his cauldron from his sleeve. The round 3-legged miniature tripod was an extraordinary magical artifact. An extraordinary magical artifact bearing 4 layers of restrictions. An extraordinary artifact. Yuning was somewhat surprised to see He Pingsheng's cauldron. Though it was far inferior to her own spiritual artifact in rank, an extraordinary piece was still a rare find. Having lived over a century, she had never even laid eyes on one. For extraordinary items were exceedingly scarce. Despite its low rank and mere 4 layers of restrictions, crafting such a piece was more challenging for an artificer than forging a mid-grade spiritual artifact with 6 layers. You are quite fortunate, lad, to have acquired an extraordinary artifact. Yuning praised He Pingsheng. The surrounding fellow disciples watched with envy and curiosity. To dispel their curiosity and any unwarranted thoughts, He Pingsheng smiled and said, I dare not hide the truth from you, Master. Wang Dun, a disciple of the Spirit Herb Valley, owed me some spirit stones and left this cauldron as collateral. Later, he died under mysterious circumstances, and the cauldron became mine. This. Yuning was momentarily speechless. Your luck. The senior and junior brothers and sisters grew even more envious of his fortune. Their curiosity faded. He Pingsheng had achieved his goal. Let them envy as long as they didn't pry and, open. He Pingsheng commanded softly. The fire-attributed spiritual energy within him surged into the cauldron, which instantly expanded to a foot in size. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron settled on the ground. Light the fire. He Pingsheng ordered. First, use pearwood to build a roaring blaze for half an hour. As he spoke, he poured water into the cauldron. Then, following the usual alchemical sequence, he placed 4 ingredients into the cauldron: celestial bamboo shoots, 7-leaf spirit herbs, spiritual apricots, and vermilion fruits. The decoction began. It was a lengthy process, yet the surrounding disciples watched with unflagging. He Pingsheng's method of refining the qi-gathering pill differed from the original 36 alchemical formulas, and thus his technique varied from most alchemists. Yet the differences were subtle, not immediately apparent. Even Yuning failed to notice the fine distinctions between his alchemy and that of others. After about an hour and a half, a fragrance wafted from the cauldron. "It's done." He Pingsheng rejoiced and lifted the lid. 12 qi-gathering pills leaped out. He caught them and placed them into a porcelain bottle. His usual success rate was only 30%, 3 successes out of 10 attempts, so today's first batch success was a stroke of luck. "Hey." Yuning was overjoyed. "It actually worked. Come, let me see." She approached, took the bottle, and examined it. Though all 12 are low-grade pills, it's still commendable. Good. He Pingsheng, from today onward you are my personal disciple. Follow me." They returned to Yuning's hall. She took the main seat, and the disciples sat below. Only He Pingsheng had no seat, standing there awkwardly. "Master, I'm short on qi-gathering pills for my training. I'd like the junior brother to refine a batch for me." "Me too. Junior brother, and for me. They'll provide the materials following the sect's rule, 10 sets of ingredients for 1 batch of pills. And me." The senior and junior brothers and sisters called out to He Pingsheng. Yuning nodded. He Pingsheng smiled wryly. "Master, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I'm at the critical juncture of breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement. I won't have time for a while. How about this once I break through ill-refined pills for all my senior and junior siblings?" Yuning nodded. "How about this? You supply the sect with 5 batches of qi-gathering pills each month, and the sect will give you 50 sets of materials. Deal. From now on, you'll be exempt from all sect tasks, and your annual contribution points will be credited to you." 5 batches. He Pingsheng frowned. 5 batches was no small amount. With his success rate of about 1/3, refining 5 successful batches meant attempting 15 or more. He could only manage 2 batches per day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. 15 batches would take 7 or 8 days. If luck was against him, he might spend 10 days a month on alchemy. To shorten the time, he'd have to work overtime. 3 batches a day, still taking 5 days. All right. As a newcomer, He Pingsheng had no leverage to bargain with his master, so he had to agree. "Excellent." Yuning smiled. "Today's batch counts toward your quota. All of you disperse." She waved the disciples away. "He Pingsheng, come with me." "Yes." He Pingsheng quickly followed. Yuning circled from the front of the hall to the back. Passing through the hall and a garden, they arrived before a small house. Though small, the house was equally resplendent. Yuning opened the door with a wave, revealing several more night pearls embedded within. Beneath the radiant pearl light stood a high platform upon which rested over a dozen jade tablets. Each tablet bore a name. Yuning, Homushian, Xiao Shuejian, Chengxiyu. Yuning pulled a pure white jade tablet from her storage pouch and placed it before He Pingsheng. "Cut your finger and drip 2 drops of blood onto it. They'll make a life tablet for you." "Life tablet?" He Pingsheng was puzzled. Yuning pointed to the pile of tablets. "As you can see, each of your senior and junior siblings has one. This jade tablet is a life tablet akin to what mortals call a life lamp. The tablet exists as long as the person lives, it shatters when they fall. This way you'll know immediately if any of you perish outside." He Pingsheng now understood what a life tablet was. It was a life indicator. An intact tablet meant the person was alive, a broken one meant they were dead. In the cultivation world, every sect had such items, allowing them to monitor their disciples' status at all times. The more important the person, the more essential it was to preserve their tablet. All right. He Pingsheng took out a dagger, cut his finger, and dripped a few drops of blood onto the white jade tablet. Yuning then formed several hand seals, and a pure white life tablet was completed. She picked up a brush and wrote a name on the tablet. He Pingsheng. "This is a treasure bag. I am giving you one. It is for your daily use. Go now." Yuning waved the dust whisk in her hand and said, "For the next few months, I will also enter seclusion. If you have any questions about your cultivation, ask Zhao Linger first. You should also inquire about the taboos of Xiuzhu Peak and Taishu sect with her, otherwise you might lose your life for nothing." The treasure bag is a pouch that can hold things similar to an ordinary cloth bag. The difference is that this treasure bag is made from special materials that can block the divine sense of even Foundation establishment stage cultivators. It prevents others from seeing what is inside. "Yes." He Pingsheng took the treasure bag and respectfully bowed before leaving Yuning Palace. In the afternoon, He Pingsheng visited various senior brothers and sisters, getting acquainted with them. The eldest brother is Ho Mu Xian. The second brother is Xiao Shuejian. The third sister is Chengxiyu. The fourth brother is Yang Qingyun. The fifth is Wu Zhengyang. The sixth is Zhao Linger, the female cultivator who brought He Pingsheng from the outer sect. The seventh is also a female cultivator named Tian Shaoqing, rumored to be a junior of Master Yuning. The eighth is a big guy named Su Kuan Luan. The ninth is He Pingsheng. Although He Pingsheng had greeted his senior brothers and sisters one by one, he did not dare to use his divine sense to scan their cultivation levels. After greeting his senior brothers and sisters, He Pingsheng returned to his small courtyard and hung a sign that read in seclusion at the door. With that, those who came to disturb him would naturally not knock on the door. As night fell, He Pingsheng finally took out the items bestowed upon him by Yuning today to examine them. A book. It is a fire attribute cultivation method called the fiery qi refining technique. This thing still requires cultivation. Why? Because he needs to understand a bit. Otherwise, if master asks and he knows nothing, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? He must at least pretend to be knowledgeable. After reading through this technique, He Pingsheng's gaze turned to the spirit stones. Today, Yuning also gave him 20 spirit stones as a meeting gift. He originally had about 550 spirit stones. Now with the additional 20, he has 570. In fact, He Pingsheng had long thought about throwing spirit stones into the treasure basin for enhancement. But he did not do so. The reason is simple. Based on He Pingsheng's experiments and observations over the past 2 years, if he throws in over 500 low-grade spirit stones, they would definitely double by the next day, turning into over 1,000 spirit stones. But that is not the key issue. The key is that while the treasure basin doubles, the items placed inside it also enhances them. Spirit stones are classified into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Based on past experiences, if he throws in 500 low-grade spirit stones, he would surely have 1,000 top-grade spirit stones appear the next day. What are top-grade spirit stones? What are their uses? Would they cause a sensation? He Pingsheng knew nothing about these, so he did not dare to recklessly place the spirit stones inside. The key issue is if he puts them in, and they all turn out to be top-grade spirit stones, how would he take them out and spend? A guy at the 5th level of qi refining bringing a bunch of top-grade spirit stones to the Ma Tua Mountain Market, do you think he would be cut into 8 or 16 pieces? But today, looking at these spirit stones, He Pingsheng couldn't help but think, why not try throwing one in first and see what comes out? Dingling. A small spirit stone was tossed into the treasure basin by He Pingsheng. Then He Pingsheng picked up the fiery qi refining technique again and started to practice it a bit. This technique is vastly inferior compared to his Li Huazhan Fa. Forget it, no more cultivation. Just understanding it is enough. It's merely to deal with master. He must not be completely clueless when master asks, right? The next morning, as dawn broke, He Pingsheng sprang out of bed. Hey! He Pingsheng took a deep breath. What rich spiritual energy. He hurriedly crawled down, reaching under the bed to pull out the treasure basin. Inside the treasure basin, there were surprisingly 2 spirit stones. Ordinary low-grade spirit stones in the cultivation world are about the size of jujubes. However, these 2 spirit stones are evidently not. They are larger, roughly the size of eggs. What is this? He Pingsheng reached out to pick up the 2 spirit stones. Since he had never seen higher-grade spirit stones, he could not confirm whether these spirit stones were indeed top-grade. However, the rich spiritual energy filling the room is definitely emanating from these 2 spirit stones. He Pingsheng did not dare to let the 2 spirit stones be overly exposed. He quickly stored them along with the treasure basin in his dantian. After washing up, he waited in the room for a long time. The rich spiritual energy in the room gradually dissipated. When the morning sun rose, He Pingsheng opened the courtyard door and stepped out. Sister Zhao. He Pingsheng found Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger smiled and said, "What's up, little junior brother?" He Pingsheng said, "Master told me to ask you if there is anything I don't understand." "All right." Zhao Linger's smile grew even wider. "Little junior brother, if you have any questions, just let me know." "Oh," He Pingsheng said, "actually I understand many common knowledge issues in the cultivation world, but I cannot ask you one by one, so I was wondering if there are any works about common knowledge in the cultivation world. I could also go and check it out." Zhao Linger said, "Hey, you came to the right person. We have a scripture repository in the Taishu sect, and there are books like the one you mentioned in it. I borrowed it back in my day. What was it called? Let me think. That's right. It's called Miscellaneous Records of Cultivation, which records many common knowledge issues in the cultivation world. You can borrow it or you can buy a copy. It's not expensive." "Yes." He Pingsheng said, "Thank you, sister. Where is this scripture repository?" Zhao Linger chuckled and said, "The scripture repository is right in our Taishu sect on the back of Yulong Peak. You go to the plaza in front, take the teleportation array to Taishu Hall, and then take the teleportation array from Taishu Hall to reach Yulong Peak. Remember, it's Yulong Peak. When you reach Yulong Peak, just ask around." "Yes." He Pingsheng cupped his hands in thanks, and then walked towards the plaza of Shouju Peak. There are 2 teleportation arrays here. A few years ago, He Pingsheng had been here. Back then, a disciple from the Yuda sect named Ling Long was punished here for killing someone. So when He Pingsheng walked to the plaza, he couldn't help but recall his senior brother Hao Yun from back then. That familiar face seemed to be dancing in front of his eyes. "Senior brother." The outer sect disciple in charge of guarding the teleportation array bowed deeply to He Pingsheng, nearly pressing his head to the ground. Back in the day when He Pingsheng was still a servant disciple, this outer sect disciple guarding the teleportation array used to yell at him. Now their statuses are vastly different, and the treatment is truly like heaven and earth. No need for such courtesy. He Pingsheng looked at the person before him calmly. If he was not mistaken, this guy was still the same one from 3 years ago. I want to go to Taishu sect, please help me teleport. Yes. The outer sect disciple was instantly delighted and said, Senior brother, please. I will activate the teleportation array right away. Buzzing. A flash of white light appeared before him. He Pingsheng only felt a wave of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, everything around him had changed. Before him, a row of dozens of teleportation arrays were arranged neatly. Behind the teleportation arrays was a vast square, and behind the square stood a grand hall. The hall was enormous, even several times larger than the Taoist venue of his master at Treasure Peak. Above the entrance of the hall hung 4 gilded characters, Supreme, Void, Divine Hall. He Pingsheng knew that this was the most important place of the entire Taishu sect, the palace of the Supreme Elder and the core of the whole Taishu sect. The Supreme Elder. That was the master of the founder of Treasure Peak, his master, Yuning's grandmaster, a terrifying nascent soul powerhouse. He Pingsheng took a glance and quickly looked away, asking the surrounding disciples, which teleportation array should I take to Yulong Peak? This way, senior brother. An outer sect disciple guided He Pingsheng to another teleportation array. Buzzing. A flash of white light, the same sensation, the same dizziness. He Pingsheng had already appeared on Yulong Peak. Looking around from Yulong Peak, a layer of clouds obscured everything, rendering visibility null. Thus, He Pingsheng did not know where he was within the Taishu sect, nor did he know which direction Treasure Peak was in. Excuse me, where is the Sutra Pavilion? He Pingsheng asked the outer sect disciple. The disciple guarding the teleportation array stood up and respectfully said, I heard it's behind Yulong Peak. I don't have the qualifications to go there. You can find it yourself, senior brother. All right. He Pingsheng walked from the teleportation array towards the back of Yulong Peak, inquiring along the way, and soon spotted the Sutra Pavilion. The Sutra Pavilion was also guarded. At the entrance of the first floor, 2 outer sect disciples stood watch. He Pingsheng took out his identification token to gain entry. On the first floor, there was an elder who resembled a shopkeeper with hair and beard white as snow, his cultivation level inscrutable. Young man. The elder looked up at He Pingsheng. Did your master not teach you? It is impolite to casually scan a senior with your divine sense. Senior. He Pingsheng was taken aback, quickly cupping his hands in apology. Disciple knows wrong. The elder did not pursue the matter further, but nodded and asked which peak, whose disciple. He Pingsheng replied, Treasure Peak, my master is real person Yuning. Oh. The elder nodded, so you are the disciple of junior sister Yuning. Very well, young man, just call me Uncle Master from now on. Yes, Uncle Master. He Pingsheng was greatly shaken. The elder said, with your cultivation level, you can only browse the first floor. Go ahead. If you wish to purchase anything, just bring it to me. He Pingsheng cupped his hands in thanks, and then walked forward. The first floor was vast, but it was mostly empty, with only a bookshelf at its center. The bookshelf was about 10 zhang long and divided into several tiers. Upon closer inspection, he found that most of the items here were cultivation techniques for Qi refinement stage disciples. There were various attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Besides cultivation techniques, there were also methods for alchemy, weapon, refining, talisman, crafting, and formations. Additionally, there were some magical techniques. Each book was marked with a price. Most cultivation techniques were of lower grade, thus their prices were relatively low, ranging from 100 to 300 spirit stones. As for the lowest, that was the basic breathing technique, which could be purchased for just 30 spirit stones. He Pingsheng scanned the room and finally found the miscellaneous records of cultivation. It was a thick volume. Checking the price, 10 low-grade spirit stones. It wasn't expensive. He Pingsheng looked around and found nothing else useful apart from this book, so he took the miscellaneous records of cultivation and returned to the elder. Have you made your selection? The elder glanced at the miscellaneous records of cultivation and smiled. 10 spirit stones. All right. He took out 10 spirit stones, and He Pingsheng left the Sutra Pavilion clutching the miscellaneous records of cultivation. Why did he buy the miscellaneous records of cultivation? Because He Pingsheng really lacked knowledge about cultivation. Moreover, he was eager to know what the spirit stones enhanced in his treasure bowl actually were and what their value was. After exiting the Sutra Pavilion, He Pingsheng's gaze turned toward the back. There was another building behind, named the Treasure Hall. What purpose does this serve? Is it similar to the outer sect where various items can be purchased? Curious, He Pingsheng walked to the entrance of the Treasure Hall and asked the outer sect disciple guarding it. Indeed, this place was just as lively as the second floor of the outer sect hall, selling various cultivation items. He Pingsheng took out his token and easily gained entry. The treasure hall was much more bustling. Disciples came and went, unlike the Sutra Pavilion, which was. He Pingsheng entered and began to browse with great interest. Pills, spiritual herbs, various materials, talismans, paper cranes. magical artifacts, and more. A talisman for chi refinement stage use was about several dozen spirit stones. A magical artifact for chi refinement stage use cost at least 50 spirit stones. Mid-grade ones were about 100 spirit stones. High-grade ones were 200 spirit stones. As for premium ones, there were no premium items. The truly expensive items were for foundation establishment stage cultivators. For instance, a mid-grade spiritual artifact would cost over 1,000 spirit stones. A second-grade talisman for foundation establishment stage would also cost several hundred spirit stones. Of course, the attack power of such talismans was extremely formidable, any one of them could pose a significant threat to foundation establishment stage cultivators. If used against chi refinement stage disciples, it could directly annihilate them. He Pingsheng thought for a moment, and then picked a low-grade magical artifact flying sword, a low-grade magical artifact green, wood shield, and 2 talismans, namely Fireball Talisman and Ice Needle Talisman. The flying sword was priced at 50 spirit stones, while each first-grade talisman cost 60 spirit stones. The most expensive was the green wood shield, priced at 100 spirit stones. In total, it amounted to 270 spirit stones. He Pingsheng paid the spirit stones and walked out of the treasure hall with a pained expression. When he returned to his small courtyard, it was already close to noon. He Pingsheng took out the token inscribed with the words "closed door" and hung it at his door. Once inside, he eagerly took out the miscellaneous records of cultivation and began to flip through it. Soon he found the page introducing spirit stones. Spirit stones can be classified into 4 types based on quality: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and premium. The description stated low-grade spirit stones are as large as jujubes, mid-grade spirit stones are as large as chicken eggs, high-grade spirit stones are as large as fists, and premium spirit stones are as large as human heads. Low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade, these are the 4 grades of spirit stones. As for why the spirit stones he refined were only mid-grade and not top-grade, He Pingsheng could not comprehend. He continued to explore the uses of these spirit stones. He buried himself in reading once more. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, He Pingsheng raised his head in shock. He finally understood why his treasure basin had not refined any top-grade spirit stones. It was simply 2 against the heavens. Ordinary low-grade spirit stones could be used as currency and tools for transactions in the world of cultivation. Mid-grade spirit stones contain abundant spiritual power. Even a single piece can support the cultivation of disciples in the chi refinement stage or even the foundation establishment stage. It is well known that cultivators in the world of cultivation must seek places rich in spiritual energy to practice. Where is rich in spiritual energy? The answer is blessed lands and famous immortal mountains. For example, the reason why the Tai Su sect was established here is that beneath the Tai Su sect's mountain lies a spiritual vein that continuously emits spiritual energy for cultivators to absorb and practice. Once one leaves the Tai Su sect, there is no spiritual power outside, making cultivation impossible. However, if one possesses a mid-grade spirit stone, one can cultivate even in ordinary places. This is because mid-grade spirit stones contain abundant spiritual power, providing a person with even richer energy than that offered by lower-grade spiritual veins. And this is just mid-grade spirit stones. What about high-grade ones? High-grade stones are even more astounding. A single high-grade spirit stone buried underground is equivalent to a small spiritual vein. To put it simply, a high-grade spirit stone is sufficient to support a cultivation family. As for top-grade spirit stones, they are even more against the heavens. A top-grade spirit stone the size of a human head buried underground is equivalent to a medium-sized spiritual vein and can already support a large sect like the Tai Su sect. Thus, He Pingsheng finally understood why his treasure basin only refined mid-grade spirit stones. What if it had directly refined top-grade spirit stones? Of course, what He Pingsheng did not know was that the treasure basin could indeed refine top-grade spirit stones, but this refining ability was related to his cultivation level and the degree to which the treasure basin had been refined. Just because it couldn't now didn't mean it wouldn't in the future. In addition, there is also an exchange ratio between the different grades of spirit stones. For example, a mid-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade stones. A high-grade stone can again be exchanged for 10,000 mid-grade stones. As for the value of top-grade stones, it is not mentioned in this cultivation record, but it is certainly even more against the heavens. 10,000 stones. He Pingsheng was immediately astounded. He currently had 20,000 low-grade spirit stones in hand. However, they were useless. Although he had mid-grade stones, He Pingsheng would not be foolish enough to actually use mid-grade spirit stones for transactions. Without sufficient strength, using items that did not match his status would only invite disaster. Sigh. Looking at the remaining 300 spirit stones, He Pingsheng gently sighed. I still don't know when he'll be able to gather enough spirit stones to buy a storage bag. No rush. Take it slow. The first step was to throw the low-grade magical tool, the flying sword, into the treasure basin, and then push the treasure basin under the bed. Let's enhance them one by one. During the enhancement, He Pingsheng was not idle. He took out his alchemy furnace and began refining pills. Master Yuning said that he had to provide 5 batches of qi-gathering pills to the sect every month, which was a mandatory task that could not be delayed. After about 7 days, he finally refined the 5 batches of pills. The remaining waste pills would not go to waste either. They were saved for future enhancement into top-grade qi-gathering pills. During these 7 or 8 days, everything he purchased from the treasure hall was enhanced by He Pingsheng. First, the low-grade magical tool, the flying sword, after enhancement resulted in 2 top-grade flying swords. Of course, it was still classified as a magical tool. Each flying sword has 4 restrictions. Next, the low-grade magical tool, the Qingmu shield, after enhancement resulted in 2 spiritual shields. One was a vine shield while the other remained the Qingmu shield. However, the shields after enhancement were all top-grade magical tools, each possessing 4 restrictions. The talisman Fireball talisman after enhancement resulted in 2 explosive talismans. The Ice Needle talisman after enhancement resulted in 2 Ice Arrow talismans. The 4 talismans after enhancement all saw a significant increase in grade. Although they were still first-grade talismans used in the Qi refinement stage, their power had increased several times. Looking at these treasures, He Pingsheng began to calculate crazily in his heart. The explosive talismans and Ice Arrow talismans were definitely to be kept for himself for defense. He would keep 1 flying sword, and he could keep one of the 2 shields. This way, he could wield 1 top-grade magical flying sword, 1 top-grade magical Qingmu shield, and 1 top-grade alchemy furnace. 3. The price of the flying sword was uncertain, but he could roughly guess. For example, a high-grade flying sword would cost around 200 spirit stones, so this top-grade one would definitely not be less than 300, and it could even reach 400. The price of the alchemy furnace could not be lower than that of the flying sword. The most expensive would undoubtedly be the Qingmu shield. Among all magical tools, defensive ones usually have the highest price. He Pingsheng did not know the specific reason, but the fact he saw in the shops was that these items were priced very high. A high-grade Qingmu shield would sell for a high price of 400 spirit stones, so what about the top-grade one? 800, or even 1,000. In this way, these 3 magical tools could sell for approximately 1,005 to 2,000 spirit stones, which would be enough. Enough to buy a storage bag. Originally, He Pingsheng wanted to make another trip to the treasure hall to buy some magical tools for enhancement, but in the end, he dismissed this idea. It's better not to. It would be unwise to attract others' attention. Caution is essential for longevity. Picking up the 5 batches of pills, He Pingsheng left the house. Master Yuning was in seclusion, and he had previously mentioned that he would be in seclusion for a long time. So, He Pingsheng did not disturb him and directly came to the small courtyard of his 6th senior sister Zhao Linger. There was no sign at Zhao Linger's courtyard door indicating that she was not in seclusion. He simply knocked on the door. "Junior brother." Zhao Linger looked at He Pingsheng in surprise and said, "What brings you here?" He Pingsheng smiled innocently and took out 5 porcelain vials, senior sister. "These are the pills I refined this month. Master said to hand them over to you." "That's wonderful." Zhao Linger was immediately delighted, saying, "Junior brother, please come in and have a seat." "Yes." He Pingsheng was not polite and followed Zhao Linger into her courtyard. Zhao Linger's courtyard was roughly the same size as He Pingsheng's, almost identical, but the aesthetic was much. This woman had planted many flowers and plants in her courtyard, creating a vibrant scene. It was also very fragrant. He Pingsheng's gaze passed over these flowers and plants and landed on the earthy yellow light membrane at her door. "What is this thing?" "This is a formation." Seeing He Pingsheng's expression, Zhao Linger chuckled and began to explain, "Junior brother, you may not know, but this thing is quite useful." He Pingsheng took a deep breath, his eyes flashing as he asked senior sister, "What is the purpose of this formation?" Zhao Linger pulled He Pingsheng to the front of the formation and casually took out a jade token. With a swipe on the earthy yellow formation light membrane, the formation vanished. "Why did it disappear?" He Pingsheng asked. "Hee hee." Zhao Linger covered her mouth and laughed, "Junior brother, it's not gone, I just closed it. Look." She lifted the jade token again and swiped it. Buzzing. The formation rose once more. "Impressive, impressive." He Pingsheng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in shock. "What's so impressive about that?" Zhao Linger explained, "As cultivators, we must pay attention to protecting ourselves. Although in the sect, everyone is like brothers and sisters, and with the master watching over us, one can never fully know a person's heart. The ones who can harm you the most are often those closest to you. The so-called vigilance is essential. A formation is necessary for a cultivator. What I have here is a first-grade confinement formation." He Pingsheng asked, "Confinement formation? What is its function?" "Oh, its function is significant." Zhao Linger continued, "Firstly, once this thing is activated, it has a defensive function that can prevent outsiders from entering your small courtyard at will. Secondly, it can also block a portion of divine senses, preventing those with ill intentions from sneaking up. Especially for us girls, we must protect ourselves well, or else we might not even know if those old perverts are peeking. As she spoke, Zhao Linger's face reddened. He Pingsheng responded, boys should protect themselves as well. Huh, Zhao Linger burst out laughing, that's true. By the way, she suddenly lowered her voice, there's a guy named Su Kuei under the sect of Elder Yuda. We all call him Senior Brother Huang. He is the worst when it comes to peeping. He not only loves to spy on female disciples, but also enjoys watching male disciples. It's disgusting. Junior brother, you must be careful and best set up a formation like mine. He Pingsheng felt a surge of heat in his heart. Why? The so-called prevention of peeping is secondary. He needed to use pills for his cultivation, and the pills were of high quality. Once taken out, the fragrance would instantly permeate the house. If discovered by his fellow disciples, it would be troublesome. Thus, even after nearly half a month in the inner sect, He Pingsheng had yet to cultivate even once. Sometimes he thought about returning home to practice. Now it was good. If he could set up a formation to envelop his small courtyard, he wouldn't have to worry about the aroma of the precious gathering pills leaking out. Senior sister, He Pingsheng said earnestly, how is this formation arranged? Can you teach me, junior brother? Hey, Zhao Linger said, this is simple. You can go to the treasure hall and purchase a set of materials for the confinement formation. Just arrange them according to the formation diagram to activate it. A first-grade formation can be set up in half a day. Okay, thank you, senior sister. After He Pingsheng completed the transaction for the pills, he received the receipt and left. After exiting Zhao Linger's small courtyard, he headed straight to the treasure hall on Yulong Peak. Inside the treasure hall, He Pingsheng found the formation materials. The materials for the first-grade formation confinement formation include 1 formation disc, 16 formation flags, 2 formation talismans, and 1 formation diagram. The total price is 280 spirit stones. Hiss! He Pingsheng gasped in shock. Good heavens! It's really expensive. He only had 294 spirit stones left. That means after buying the materials for this confinement formation, he would be completely broke. Should he buy it? Of course he had to buy it. How could he cultivate without peace of mind? Senior, He Pingsheng brought the formation materials to the counter and respectfully said to the elderly man behind it, I would like to ask, can an ordinary person set this up? The old man replied, gently, no problem. It's just a first-grade formation, so no special foundation in formations is required. Just place the formation disc and flags according to the arrangement in this diagram. If any problems arise during activation, feel free to come to us. Okay. He Pingsheng poured out all the spirit stones from his bag. After paying, only 14 low-grade spirit stones remained. Upon returning to his courtyard, He Pingsheng took up the formation diagram. The diagram contains explanations. It describes how to place the formation disc, where to position the flags, how the spirit stones support it, how to activate it, and how to enter and exit, and so forth with detailed introductions. After reading it, He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Should he reinforce it? That seems very necessary. Not long after, a commotion was heard outside the courtyard. He Pingsheng gathered his belongings into his dantian and stepped out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard door, fellow disciples were gathered. Zhao Linger was explaining something to a cold-faced Taoist maiden dressed in a moon-white robe. Senior sister, what happened? He Pingsheng asked, looking puzzled. Zhao Linger said, junior brother, did you just purchase formation materials from the treasure hall? Yes. He Pingsheng nodded. The cold-faced Taoist maiden looked at He Pingsheng and sneered, so you are He Pingsheng. You have only been in the inner sect for less than a month, yet you have spent over 500 spirit stones at the treasure hall. I came to ask, where did your spirit stones come from? If you cannot give a clear answer, do not blame me for being ruthless. This. He Pingsheng was shocked and opened his mouth wide. No way. I just bought something, and they are real. The Taisu sect is really going a bit too far. It's like this. He Pingsheng said, my spirit stones, part of it was left to me by my parents. On the other hand, I can also refine some gathering pills. I previously sold some to my fellow disciples and earned some spirit stones. All my savings over the years add up to just over 500 spirit stones. If you don't believe me, look. He Pingsheng took out a pouch. There are only 14 left. Indeed. Zhao Linger added, elder phone, my junior brother really can refine pills. My master even said that he should refine 5 batches of gathering pills for our sect each month. If you don't believe it, I can have my master explain it to you later. Elder Feng then looked at He Pingsheng and asked, what about your parents? He Pingsheng replied, both my parents were outer disciples of the Taishian sect, but they are no longer around. Oh. Elder Feng nodded and said, very well. After saying that, she turned and left. Because He Pingsheng's parents were both dead and this kid could refine pills, she had no way to investigate further and could only drop the matter. It's all good, junior brother. Zhao Linger comforted, that's how the sect is. Disciples often get questioned. As long as your spirit stones have no issues, generally nothing will happen. Oh. He Pingsheng appeared calm on the surface, but he secretly took note of the lesson. The crowd dispersed. He Pingsheng returned to his room. Initially, he intended to enhance the formation with a treasure basin, but now he hesitated. Why? Because if he were to strengthen it to a higher level formation, it might be easily recognized, leading to trouble. He decided to make do for now. Thus, He Pingsheng spent a day completing the layout of the formation. In truth, setting up such a low-level formation was quite simple, with not many complex elements. All the formation flags and plates were placed according to their positions. Finally, he secured the spirit stones to provide the energy source and activated it. Open. He Pingsheng uttered softly. Buzz. A soil-colored formation light membrane immediately rose, enveloping both his room and half of the courtyard. Close. He waved the formation talisman, and it instantly shut down. Once inside the formation, he waved the talisman again. Open. The formation roared to life once more. The energy source for this formation was the spirit stone. A low-grade spirit stone could sustain this formation for about 2 months. It wasn't too much or too little. Every inner sect disciple could manage it. Entering the formation, He Pingsheng took out a top-quality gathering chi pill. Immediately, a familiar and rich fragrance wafted through the air. He Pingsheng even went outside the formation to test it, confirming that not a trace of the scent could be detected outside. Wonderful. This way, he didn't have to worry about others recognizing that he was cultivating with top-quality pills. He could focus on his cultivation in peace. Day after day, month after month. For the next 3 months, He Pingsheng spent his time in this pill-consuming cultivation. During this time, he would set aside some hours each month to refine pills and send them to Zhao Linger. As for how Zhao Linger distributed them, that was none of his concern. Of course, the materials required for alchemy were provided by his sect. Each time he refined pills, he would receive 50 portions of materials. He Pingsheng wasted not a single portion. The refined pills would be given to the sect, while the failed pills were kept to enhance into top-quality gathering chi pills for his own consumption. One day after 3 months, a soft explosive sound echoed in He Pingsheng's room. He had broken through. He reached the 6th layer of the chi refining stage. Since he had informed Master Yuning about his impending breakthrough previously, this breakthrough did not seem abrupt. However, he needed to be cautious moving forward. He Pingsheng took out the miscellaneous records of cultivation and began flipping through it again. Soon he found the information he was looking for in the cultivation world. The speed of cultivation is related to the talent of the cultivator. Single spiritual root cultivators typically break through 1 layer every year during the mid and late stages of chi refining. Ordinary 2 or 3 spiritual root cultivators may require 2 years or more. Huff. He Pingsheng let out a deep breath. 2 years. We have 5 spiritual roots after all, and even with pill consumption, it should not be less than 2 years. 1 layer every 2 years might not raise suspicion among others, but it absolutely couldn't be any faster. Then the question arose. He Pingsheng typically consumed top-quality pills and could break through a layer in at most 6 months. What to do with the remaining time? Let's refine the spirit. He Pingsheng found an excuse for himself. Besides refining the spirit, I can also cultivate the wood attribute dantian and elevate its cultivation. If the speed remains quick, he could continue developing other dantians, cultivating the gold, water, and earth attribute. This way it wouldn't seem too abrupt. Spring passed, and winter came. In the blink of an eye, it was once again a season of drifting snowflakes. He Pingsheng's cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the chi refining stage. Not just one dantian, but both the fire attribute and wood attribute dantians had also reached the 6th layer. Of course, others couldn't tell. His Xianmin Tranquility True method had also reached the 6th layer. There was nothing left to cultivate. The key point was that less than a year had passed. There was still over a year left before He Pingsheng's self-imposed next breakthrough time frame. What to do? He couldn't just waste time, could he? He Pingsheng stood in his house and looked at the spirit stones in his hand. Only 7 were left. These spirit stones would only be enough for a year's consumption of the formation. It was time to go out and take a look. He planned to visit the market at Ma-Tu Mountain to trade some items for spirit stones. However, before leaving, He Pingsheng directly retracted the formation. He threw the formation plates, flags, talismans, and diagrams into the treasure basin. After 1 night, the enhancement was complete. The materials for a set of confinement formation had been enhanced into 2 sets, and the level had also increased. Previously, it was a low-grade confinement formation. Now it could construct a top-quality confinement formation. What was the difference? First, the defensive capability has improved. Secondly, the defensive range has also expanded. This top-quality formation now covers a radius of 100 zhang up from 10 zhang. Needless to say, He Pingsheng's small courtyard could cover several nearby courtyards if unfolded. Of course, a top-quality formation has its flexibility. It can cover a distance of 100 zhang, but can also contract to cover just 10 zhang. I wonder how much this thing can sell for. He Pingsheng put everything into his dantian before heading out to visit his senior sister Zhao Linger. You are going down the mountain. Zhao Linger looked at He Pingsheng in surprise and said, for how long? He Pingsheng replied, just going down the mountain to handle some matters about a day. Oh, Zhao Linger nodded and said, if it's just 1 day, then there's no need to inform Master, but if it's more than 3 days, you must tell Master. All right. He Pingsheng nodded and then descended the mountain. When he reached a secluded spot, he took out the paper crane to activate it, and it flew into the sky towards Matu Mountain. This was He Pingsheng's third visit to the Matu Mountain Market. The first time was with Wang Dun to sell the pollen of the raging sunflower. The second time was when he secretly went to sell the pollen by himself. This time, He Pingsheng's main purpose was to sell the magical tools he had. If possible, he wanted to buy a storage bag. Without a storage bag, it was truly inconvenient. Riding on the yellow crane, He Pingsheng took out the items from his dantian one by one and placed them into the treasure bag. 1 top-quality magical flying sword. 1 top-quality magical vine shield. 1 top-quality magical alchemy furnace. A complete set of materials for the top-quality formation confinement formation. Once he arrived at the market, it would be inconvenient to take things in and out of the treasure basin, so he needed to prepare in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for how much these items could sell for, He Pingsheng wasn't sure. He would take it step by step, first getting estimates from others, and then deciding afterward. After doing all this, He Pingsheng changed his outfit, swapping his inner sect disciples' attire for a plain Dao robe without any insignia. Why? To avoid encountering fellow disciples. Whoosh! After more than an hour, He Pingsheng landed at the entrance of the Matu Mountain Market on the paper crane. With a wave of his hand, the paper crane returned to his grasp. He Pingsheng put away the paper crane, then carried a large bag on his back, walking towards the market in Matu Mountain. Most of the disciples at the Qi refinement stage here carried treasure bags. There were many street vendors along the roadside. Pills, materials, magical artifacts. Here you can buy all sorts. He Pingsheng saw the middle-aged cultivator selling pills again. This person was still the same, constantly shouting to sell the gathering Qi pills and other items he had refined. As he walked along, he arrived directly at the location of the shops inside. The shops here were numerous, not just 1 or 2. He also saw the Feng He Zhuang. It was here that he had once sold the pollen of the fierce sunflower for Master Kumu. To avoid trouble, He Pingsheng naturally did not enter Feng He Zhuang, but instead went into a shop next door. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged woman. Greetings, senior. He Pingsheng bowed to her. Ah. The woman's spiritual sense swept over him. Seeing He Pingsheng, who was so young, yet had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, the woman was somewhat surprised, and her tone became gentler. Hello. Young man, what do you want? Someone like He Pingsheng, who could reach the 6th level of Qi refinement at such a young age, was likely seen as a core disciple of some sect in the eyes of others, so the business associations in Matu Mountain did not dare to offend him easily. I don't need anything. He Pingsheng took out a square 4-leg pill furnace from his treasure bag and said, Senior, I have a top-grade magical artifact, a pill furnace. You should also be buying them here, so give me a price. Oh. The middle-aged Taoist nun raised her eyebrows in surprise and said, it's actually a top-grade magical artifact. As she spoke, she reached out to take the 4-legged square furnace into her hands. After inspecting it, she said, top-grade magical artifacts are quite rare, especially a pill furnace. Young man, wait a moment, I can't make the decision myself, though I need to ask in the back. Okay. He Pingsheng nodded. The nun took the 4-legged square furnace and left. After about half an incense stick's time, she returned and said, all right. If you truly wish to sell, I can offer you 800 spirit stones for this. He Pingsheng's heart trembled. 800. Hiss. Goodness. Far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he thought he would be grateful if he could sell it for 300 to 500 spirit stones. He did not expect to sell it for such a high price. All right. He Pingsheng suppressed his excitement and nodded. The woman promptly handed over the spirit stones, which He Pingsheng quickly placed into his treasure bag. Then he shouldered the bag and left the shop. After leaving the shop, He Pingsheng did not hurry to the next one, but instead circled around outside Matu Mountain before re-entering and finding a new shop to go into. Why go through such trouble? It was to be cautious and avoid drawing too much attention to himself. The second shop was named Shun He Tang. He Pingsheng slowly walked in. The specifications of these shops were actually quite similar. The same kind of counter. Behind the counter was a shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man, and it was hard to tell his cultivation level. He Pingsheng cupped his hands and respectfully called out, Senior. The middle-aged man said, no need to be so formal. Junior brother, you are already at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and I'm not much higher than you. Just call me senior brother. Yes. He Pingsheng corrected himself, senior brother. I want to sell an item. Oh. The man immediately became interested and asked, what item do you want to sell? He Pingsheng rummaged through his treasure bag and pulled out a vine armor shield. This vine armor shield was also a top-grade magical artifact. It had 4 layers of restrictions. My master said that among magical artifacts, defensive ones are the most. While handing the vine armor shield to the man, He Pingsheng added, this is also a top-grade magical artifact, and under full deployment, it can easily withstand a full-strength attack from a cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Take a look, how much spirit stones can you offer? It's actually a top-grade magical artifact. The man looked at the vine armor shield in his hands, his eyes gleaming with greed, as he said, "Good stuff, very good stuff. I happen to be in need of such an item. Young brother, how about this?" The man lowered his voice and said quietly, "Don't sell it to the business association. I'll buy it personally with spirit stones. How does that sound? You've probably asked several associations already, so just give me a price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it personally." He Pingsheng frowned slightly. Personal purchase was fine with him. But how should he set the price? He quickly calculated in his mind. A top-grade pill furnace sold for 800 spirit stones. This greenwood shield would certainly be priced slightly higher. So, 1,000. No. Can't sell it for less. 1,200 spirit stones. He Pingsheng looked at the man and quoted his price. This. The man suddenly felt a pang of pain. 1,200 spirit stones was practically digging into his purse. How should he put it? Top-grade magical artifacts are scarce and hard to find. You simply can't buy them normally. Defensive magical artifacts are at least 1,000 spirit stones. Though 1,200 is a bit high, it is still reasonable. Can you lower it a bit? Brother, can you give me a little discount? The man pleaded 1,100. He Pingsheng said 1,150. The man gritted his teeth. All right. It's settled then. Wait a moment. The man hurried upstairs and soon returned with a treasure bag. 1,100 spirit stones, a substantial sum. He Pingsheng handed over the vine armor shield and then leisurely exited. He now had a total of 1,950 spirit stones. He needed 300 more to reach 2,250. He still had 2 items in his pocket. One was a top-grade flying sword. The other was a complete set of materials for a confinement array. Which to sell? Of course, the array materials. Selling more is better. He Pingsheng took a big circle and walked into the third business association. This business association had a distinctive name, Kunlun Pool. He didn't know what this Kunlun Pool meant. An old man with white hair and beard behind the counter smiled and said to He Pingsheng, "Young man, what do you want?" "Storage bag." "Oh." The old man was slightly surprised, standing up straight and saying, "Impressive at such a young age to own a storage bag. Incredible. He said, leading He Pingsheng to a shelf. "Look here. There are 3 types in total: low grade, middle grade, and high grade. Which one do you want?" Regarding the levels of storage bags, Wang Dun had previously introduced them to He Pingsheng. The low-grade ones have a space of 1 foot in size with a length, width, and height, all measuring 1 foot. The medium-grade storage bags possess a space of 3 feet, while the high-grade ones have a space of 10 feet. Moreover, the high-grade ones are superior in that their space can change shape. For example, if you have a spear longer than 10 feet, it's no problem. It can still fit inside, as long as the total volume does not exceed the limit. It's truly remarkable. He Pingsheng cast a glance at the storage bags. Low grade, 2250 spirit stones. Medium grade, 8600 spirit stones. High grade, 18500 spirit stones. There's simply no choice. The spirit stones He Pingsheng currently possesses are insufficient to purchase even a low-grade storage bag. This one, he pointed at the low-grade storage bag and said to the shopkeeper, "Low grade, please." However, "Shopkeeper, I'm short on spirit stones." The shopkeeper thought He Pingsheng was trying to bargain and chuckled, asking, "How much are you short?" He Pingsheng replied, "I currently have only 1950 stones on me, and am still short 300. "Hey." The shopkeeper's expression darkened, and he angrily said, "You little brat are being unreasonable. How can you bargain like this? You want to deduct 300 stones in one go. No way. The minimum is 2100 stones, it cannot be less." He Pingsheng was taken aback. He hadn't intended to bargain, he was simply in need. All right. He Pingsheng rejoiced and said, "Shopkeeper, the thing is, I really am a bit short on spirit stones. How about you see how much this can offset?" As he spoke, he pulled out a complete set of array materials from his storage bag. Confinement array. The shopkeeper picked up the materials, examined them closely, and exclaimed in shock, Is this a top-quality array?" "Yes." He Pingsheng nodded and said, "Although it is a first-grade array, its quality is top-notch. Once activated, it can cover a distance of over 100 feet. This item is useful even for Foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, its defensive power is even stronger." "Exactly." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "It can indeed be used by disciples in Foundation establishment. This is a good item. How many spirit stones are you planning to sell it for?" He Pingsheng said, "You name a price. If it's reasonable, I'll sell it." The shopkeeper pondered over the array materials for a while and finally said, 1500 stones. He Pingsheng actually didn't know how much this item should sell for. However, he could reference it. The pill furnace sold for 800 and the vine armor shield sold for 1150. This array material should be a bit more expensive, so 1500 is acceptable. All right. He Pingsheng nodded in agreement. 1500 it is. Then he took out 600 spirit stones from his pocket and said, "Now, is this enough?" "Enough, enough, enough." The old man smilingly took out a storage bag and said, "Little brother, this storage bag is yours now. Try it. Just attach a strand of your divine sense to it, and you can freely open it without needing to refine it." "Good." He Pingsheng took a deep breath, extended his divine sense toward the storage bag, and quickly mastered its opening and closing. Indeed, as Wang Dun had said, this item only has a space of 1 foot long, 1 foot wide, and 1 foot high. Very small. Usually it can only hold some ordinary items. He Pingsheng poured all his remaining 1300 spirit stones into the storage bag. Even then, the storage bag was nearly full. Yet despite being filled with items, the weight of the storage bag in He Pingsheng's hand did not change at all. It's truly a wonderful item. Once he uses the gathering treasure basin to enhance it a bit, it will surely upgrade. At the very least, it should become a medium grade one, right? He Pingsheng tucked the storage bag into his sleeve and continued carrying the treasure bag as he walked out. Originally, he planned to sell the flying sword, pill furnace array materials, and vine armor shield to exchange for a storage bag. However, he didn't expect that the top quality magical tools would be so valuable. 3 items were enough, and he still had over 10 spirit stones left. Therefore, he decided not to sell the flying sword. He would keep it for himself. "Senior brother, how much is this cultivation method?" He Pingsheng stopped in front of a stall where he saw a soil attribute cultivation method. Of course, this cultivation method only has a general outline. The contents within are missing. One can understand the quality and functions of the method by looking at the outline. 70 spirit stones. The cultivator glanced at He Pingsheng and earnestly quoted the price. He Pingsheng replied, 30 stones. He directly have the price. All right. The cultivator surprisingly agreed very readily. He handed the complete soil attribute cultivation method to He Pingsheng, who checked it and confirmed there were no issues before pulling out 30 spirit stones from his sleeve to hand over to the other. To avoid others discovering that he consumed top-quality pills to enhance his cultivation, He Pingsheng needed to ensure that his cultivation did not increase too quickly. A level up every 2 years would be best. Even slower would be better. However, the key is that in reality, he could level up in about half a year. He couldn't waste the remaining time, so he decided to buy another cultivation method to practice. The soil attribute method focuses on defense. He'll practice it. Just in case I get into a fight, it would provide me with some additional means of survival, right? After purchasing this soil attribute cultivation method, He Pingsheng returned to the shop area, casually walked into a shop, and spent over 200 spirit stones to buy a set of low-grade materials for the confinement array. Why did he buy it? Because he needed to use it. Although he had the top quality one, it would not be good if someone discovered it. After all, many people knew that he had purchased a low-grade confinement array from the sect. Better to be cautious. He would save the top quality array for future opportunities. With that, He Pingsheng had achieved his purpose for coming to Ma Tudin Mountain and was ready to leave. He exited the market of Ma Tudin Mountain, found a relatively secluded spot, and released a paper crane toward the Taisu sect. As He Pingsheng flew away, 3 burly men emerged from a hidden spot behind him. The Black Wind Trio. This kid is cultivating quite fast. One of them remarked, in less than 2 years he has jumped from the 4th to the 6th layer of chi refining. Quite impressive. This brat has quite a few good items on him. He even bought a storage bag. The 3 men chuckled. Indeed, they had chased He Pingsheng last time, but they could not catch up due to their slow speed, allowing He Pingsheng to escape. This time he won't get away. The leader of the Black Wind Trio waved his hand and summoned a small flying boat. This flying boat was palm-sized, but with the support of his inner power quickly transformed into a size of about 10 feet. My flying boat can't carry too many people, though otherwise we won't be able to catch up with this brat. Old 2 wait here, old 3 come with me to pursue. The Black Wind Trio. They are notorious evil cultivators in the vicinity of Maotu Mountain. It is said that they specialize in robbing low-ranking disciples. However, these 3 are very cunning, focusing their sights on those scattered cultivators who lack power, influence, or background, or on the outer disciples of sects. This way, even if they kill 1 or 2, those sects wouldn't expend much effort to investigate. Moreover, there would be all that is known about the Black Wind Trio is merely legend. This time it is evident that they have mistaken He Pingsheng for an ordinary scattered cultivator. As a scattered cultivator without any sect background being able to break through 2 levels in less than 2 years, he must possess something extraordinary. And you even have a storage bag. Whoosh! The flying boat carrying the leader and the 3rd member of the Black Wind Trio soared into the sky, chasing after He Pingsheng. The flying boat's speed was quite fast, significantly quicker than He Pingsheng's paper crane. This was a treasure obtained after the Black Wind Trio had slain a scattered cultivator, perfect for pursuit. After about half a stick of incense's time, the flying boat caught up to He Pingsheng in midair above a towering mountain range. Kid, come down. On the flying boat, the leader suddenly waved his hand, and a fireball shot from a distance. He Pingsheng was instantly horrified and hurriedly controlled his paper crane to lower its altitude. He then jumped directly to the ground. Why? Because if he was ambushed in midair, he might not get killed by the attack, but could end up dying from the fall. Oomph. The leader and the third member of the Black Wind Trio landed as well when they saw He Pingsheng. The leader of the Black Wind Trio looked at He Pingsheng with a fierce expression and said, "Kid, you're quite wealthy, huh? Actually purchasing a high-quality storage bag. Hand over your storage bag, and I might consider sparing your life." He Pingsheng crouched down, constantly retreating as he scanned the two with his divine sense. He discerned their cultivation levels. One was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and the other was at the 8th level. Both were higher than him. He'll say it again, "Hand over your treasures, and I can let you go." The leader of the Black Wind Trio stepped closer. Though he spoke of sparing his life, he did not relent. Suddenly a fireball was launched from his hand towards He Pingsheng. Had long been on guard, so at the first moment the fireball was hurled at him, he rolled on the ground to evade. However, just as He Pingsheng stood up from the ground, he suddenly discovered that the third member of the Black Wind Trio was launching another fireball at him. With no combat experience, He Pingsheng momentarily did not know how to respond. He could only hurriedly summon his palm-sized alchemy furnace, throwing it out as a makeshift defense. Bang! The fireball struck the alchemy furnace hard. The furnace, which was not a defensive treasure to begin with, was sent flying, landing several dozen meters away, its condition uncertain. Heh. The leader of the Black Wind Trio said, "This guy has quite a few treasures on him. Unexpectedly, he has a top-tier alchemy furnace. Old 3, let's take him down together." The two once again gathered fireballs and hurled them at He Pingsheng. At this moment, He Pingsheng became much calmer. "You have spells, but do I not?" With a thought, 2 fire crows flew out from his palm, one to the left and one to the right, hurtling towards the leader and the third member of the Black Wind Trio under his divine senses control. The spell following the leaving fire true method fire crow technique. Bang! Bang! The 2 fire crows collided with the fireballs of the 2 men. The 2 fireballs shattered into pieces. However, the 2 fire crows did not dissipate, continuing their assault on the leader and the third member of the Black Wind Trio. Moreover, due to He Pingsheng's powerful divine sense, he could direct the fire crow's trajectory. The leader and the third member of the Black Wind Trio found themselves at a disadvantage. But these two were experienced in combat, and their defensive means were abundant. 2 spiritual shields gathered together easily blocked the fire crows. After all, the fire crows were also at the end of their strength. At this moment, He Pingsheng suddenly remembered that he had also practiced the fire shield technique. How did I just forget to use it? Plus, the top-tier magic weapon, the Qingmu shield, hasn't been refined yet. Otherwise, I could have used it to block their fireballs. At this moment, He Pingsheng suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't he thought of refining his treasures in all this time? This kid is a bit unusual. Keep your distance while attacking. Whoosh! The 2 brothers immediately retreated, putting some distance between themselves and He Pingsheng. Slash! The leader waved his hand and threw out a palm-sized flying sword. This flying sword was a mid-grade magical tool which swelled in size with the support of mana, instantly transforming into 3 feet long, slashing towards He Pingsheng from the air. Of course, they couldn't be too far away. They had to remain within the range of divine sense control, otherwise they wouldn't be able to manipulate the flying sword. This time He Pingsheng was very calm. He took a deep breath and immediately a fire attribute, Qi shield, manifested around him. Fire shield technique. Crack! The flying sword struck fiercely against He Pingsheng's shield. The light on the shield dimmed slightly, but it did not break. Of course there were cracks. Slash! However, the Black Wind Trio did not attack with just one person. After the leader's flying sword struck, the third member's flying sword followed up. He Pingsheng's fire shield technique shattered under the assault of the 2 flying swords. He swiftly rolled on the ground, creating distance between himself and the leader and the third member. It was essential to maintain distance outside the range of their divine sense. But the opponents were not foolish. They pressed forward while He Pingsheng retreated tightly, closing in on him. Ha ha ha. No rush. The leader of the Black Wind Trio laughed heartily. "We can wear him down, don't worry, the treasure will belong to us." He Pingsheng couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He vowed that once he returned, he would definitely refine the flying sword and the Qingmu shield. Go! In the gap of his defense, He Pingsheng conjured 2 more fire crows, launching them fiercely at Meanwhile, with a wave of his hand, he pulled out a talisman from his sleeve, the Fire Bullet Talisman. This was something he had enhanced from the Fireball Talisman. Not knowing its power, he decided to give it a try. Open! He Pingsheng's mana surged, and the talisman unfolded, instantly releasing a fireball. It flew straight towards the leader of the Black Wind Trio. Rather than a fireball, it could be called a fire bullet. This thing moved at an incredible speed, carrying an immense amount of fire attribute power, and with a bang it struck the leader's chest. The leader of the Black Wind Trio had no time to react at all. Bang! The leader died without pain as his body was blasted into countless pieces. Damn! Seeing He Pingsheng produce such a powerful talisman, the third member of the Black Wind Trio disregarded his leader and turned to flee. He was fast. In an instant, he covered several dozen meters. Just as it seemed he would disappear into the depths of the forest, He Pingsheng pulled out another talisman, the Ice Arrow Talisman. Go! Whoosh! A 2-foot-long ice arrow shot out, catching up to the fleeing third member in the blink of an eye, piercing through his heart. The third member of the Black Wind Trio was dead. Huff! Huff! He Pingsheng gasped for breath. The recent duel had not exhausted much of his strength or spiritual energy. However, this first act of killing had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. Fear, terror, confusion, surviving a calamity, relief. Various emotions spun within the heart of the 18-year-old youth. This placed immense pressure on his psyche. Nonetheless, He Pingsheng's mind was clear. He approached the remnants of the Black Wind leader shattered into countless fragments and picked up the leader's treasure bag. He opened it and had a look. Inside were several hundred spirit stones, some earth-grade magical artifacts, and 2 cultivation manuals. That was all. He Pingsheng had no time to count meticulously, so he hastily dumped everything from the treasure bag into. Next, he moved to the side of the third brother. The third brother was already dead, a 2-foot-long ice arrow embedded in his body, piercing through his heart. The entire person had turned into an ice statue. He Pingsheng ignored the ice figure and took the third brother's treasure bag, as well, taking everything inside. Let's go. Whoosh! He Pingsheng soared into the sky, once more heading back to the sect. His treasure bag was now filled with numerous items and spirit stones, so much that it barely fit. Thus, He Pingsheng naturally dared not return to the sect nonchalantly. What if someone searched his treasure bag? How could he explain so many spirit stones? That would mean certain death. So He Pingsheng returned to the outer sect, to his small courtyard. Closing the door behind him, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to sort through all the items. Having killed the leaders of the Black Wind Trio and the third brother, he had obtained a considerable amount of items. First, the spirit stones. In total, about 800. Adding to his initial 1,100, he now had around 1,900. Aside from the spirit stones, there were also magical artifacts. 2 flying swords. One was a medium-grade artifact, and the other was a low-grade artifact. One medium-grade artifact, the cloud-piercing boat. This is interesting. He Pingsheng examined the palm-sized flying boat artifact, muttering to himself, "This thing is surprisingly fast. I can use it for long journeys in the future." Aside from these, there were no other magical artifacts. He Pingsheng then took out 4 books. All 4, 2 were fire attribute manuals. One was a gold attribute manual, and one was a wood attribute manual. The fire and wood attributes were of no use to He Pingsheng. However, the gold attribute manual could indeed be enhanced. With this, He Pingsheng possessed manuals for gold, wood, fire, and earth attributes, only lacking the water attribute among the 5 elements. After sorting through his items, night fell. He Pingsheng took out the storage bag and dumped all the spirit stone. Then he tossed the storage bag into the treasure basin. Enhancement. Let's see what this storage bag can be enhanced into. With endless imagination, He Pingsheng lay in his small house and quickly fell asleep. Throughout the night, he was awakened several times by dreams of battling the Black Wind Trio. The night passed in a somewhat haphazard manner. The next morning, He Pingsheng rubbed his slightly swollen eyes and got out of bed, reaching under the bed to drag out. Inside the treasure basin, there were 2 storage bags. Huff! Seeing the 2 storage bags, He Pingsheng let out a sigh of relief. The enhancement was successful. He just didn't know what quality the storage bag had been enhanced to. He casually picked one up. His divine sense attached to the storage bag and then extended into the space within. In the next moment, He Pingsheng was utterly shocked at Tianzhong's space. Not bad. This storage bag contained a Tianzhong space. Tianzhong wide, Tianzhong long, Tianzhong high. It could hold many items. It can hold much more than a superior storage bag. He Pingsheng gasped in shock. Could it be a top-grade one? After attaching his divine sense, He Pingsheng also picked up some other information about the storage bag. In addition to the enlarged space, this storage bag had another function: invisibility. Indeed, once hung around the neck, the storage bag would directly turn into nothingness. Even He Pingsheng himself could not see it. He could only communicate with the storage bag using his divine sense. Great! He Pingsheng felt a thorough sense of relief. Originally, he was worried about how to handle the storage bag issue. For instance, if elders saw it, would it be too ostentatious? Even if you hid it in your clothes, others could still detect your storage bag with their divine sense. But now it was fine if the storage bag was directly invisible, the kind that others couldn't detect, even with divine sense. Now he could use it without restraint. Ha 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 ha. Show off. He Pingsheng swiftly stuffed all his belongings into this storage bag. In the future, he wouldn't have to bury things in the ground anymore. As for the other storage bag, after he attached his divine, since he hung it on himself. Anyway, since it could be invisible, 1 or 2 made no difference. He Pingsheng still used the treasure bag to hold some items. For example, a low-grade flying sword, his own alchemy furnace, as well as a dozen spirit stones, a low-grade confinement array material, and a few old low-level manuals. These items were not something to fear others knowing about. After doing all this, He Pingsheng left his courtyard and headed straight up the mountain. Upon returning to Shouju Peak, he greeted Zhao Linger and then went into seclusion once more. This time in seclusion, there were quite a few things to attend to. First, refining the flying sword and greenwood shield magical artifacts. In future confrontations, having both offensive and defensive options would allow him to respond with much more composure, unlike the franticness of yesterday. Enhancing the manuals. He enhanced the gold and earth attribute manuals respectively. Then he chose a manual of the earth attribute to practice. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, another year had gone by. He Pingsheng had cultivated the earth and gold attribute manuals, each reaching the 6th layer of the qi refinement stage. Upon introspecting himself, he could see 4 spirals of qi rotating within his dantian. Each spiral was a gathering of spiritual energy of a specific attribute. The reason for his rapid progress was that He Pingsheng had previously broken through from the 1st to the 6th layer with no bottleneck. The subsequent cultivation of other attributes was merely a matter of accumulating spiritual energy. It was a natural progression, hence it was swift. Aside from cultivation, He Pingsheng, having learned from the previous battle, also placed significant emphasis on spells. Metal, wood, fire, earth. He Pingsheng practiced 4 types of arts, yet he possessed only 3 spells: Fire Crow Technique, Fire Shield Technique, and Earth Armor Technique. Among these, 2 are defensive and 1 is offensive. Coupled with the already refined Qingmu Shield, he now has 4 defensive methods. However, he only has the Fire Crow Technique as his means of attack. It feels a bit lacking. After flipping through several arts, he found no better spells to practice. Nevertheless, this is sufficient for He Pingsheng at the moment. He believes that with his 4 dantians, he can definitely dominate against opponents of the same level. The last battle made him realize an important principle: talismans are crucial. If necessary, he should buy more talismans. What should he do next? Continue practicing to break through to the 7th layer of the qi refinement stage, or seek the 5th art to complete the 5 elements. He Pingsheng doesn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder, but he feels that gathering all 5 elements must be beneficial. So he decided to take a look. He opened his courtyard door and walked outside. This time he did not go to the treasure tower at the back, but directly to the shop on the 2nd floor of the outer door's main hall. Senior brother, please, what do you need? The outer door disciple looked at He Pingsheng with great respect. He Pingsheng's divine sense scanned the area without any restraint, not caring about the other's feelings. The other party's cultivation level was not low. They were actually at the 5th layer of the qi refinement stage. I would like 2 portions of the materials for the golden bone pill. The golden bone pill was the first type of pill He Pingsheng encountered. Back when he was doing menial tasks, senior sister Luo Yu had given him 2, which he enhanced into superior golden bone pills. A superior golden bone pill can instantly heal flesh wounds. It's incredibly remarkable. This item is of course important, taking one at a critical moment can save a life. After the last fight, He Pingsheng felt he must prepare some golden bone pills. After acquiring the materials for 2 portions, he began to wander around the hall. After looking around, he did not find any water attribute techniques. Are there no water attribute arts? He Pingsheng asked. None. The outer door disciple smiled bitterly. The resources of the outer door are scarce. However, if you need a water attribute technique, I might have a solution. Oh. He Pingsheng looked at the outer door disciple. The disciple lowered his voice. What I practice is a family heirloom water attribute technique. If you want, I can copy a version for you. Hee. The outer door disciple looked at He Pingsheng and gave a seemingly simple smile. Some things were difficult for him to say directly, but He Pingsheng understood. After thinking for a moment, he said the techniques sold at the outer door are generally 35 spirit stones. For a complete water attribute technique, it'll give you 30 stones. If it includes the water spell, it'll give you 50 stones. Lower tier techniques sometimes come with attached spells, and sometimes they do not. There are many variations. Hence He Pingsheng made this proposition. Alright. The disciple replied, I'll go copy it now, or you can come back in a few days. Rest assured the technique I have has a water spell attached. He Pingsheng nodded. After agreeing on the transaction's location and time, he returned to his small courtyard on Shouju Peak. He continued to refine pills because there were tasks every month. In the following days, He Pingsheng focused on pill refinement. He first refined 2 batches of golden bone pills and was pleasantly surprised that he succeeded all at once without any waste. Moreover, one of the batches surprisingly contained 4 middle-grade pills. This delighted He Pingsheng. Although the quality was not crucial to him since he could enhance them with the Treasure Basin, producing middle-grade pills indicated that his alchemy skills had improved, which was indeed worth celebrating. After finishing the golden bone pills, he began refining qi-gathering pills. 1 batch, 2 batches, 3 batches. The success rate did not significantly improve. He still had about a 1/3 success rate, when refining qi-gathering pills. However, he discovered that among the 5 batches of qi-gathering pills he refined, 4 batches contained middle-grade pills. Each batch had 4 middle-grade and 8 low-grade pills. He Pingsheng did not keep any for himself and handed all these pills to Zhao Linger. When Zhao Linger checked and found so many middle-grade pills, she was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Junior brother, you can refine middle-grade qi-gathering pills now." This was truly good news. Middle-grade pills are significantly better than low-grade ones. First, regarding potency. A single middle-grade qi-gathering pill has over double the potency compared to a low-grade one. Secondly, regarding pill toxicity. All medicines contain some degree of toxicity, and pills are no exception. Regardless of whether they are upper, middle, or lower-grade impurities are mixed in which are the source of pill toxicity. The toxicity of middle-grade pills is 1/10 of that of low-grade pills. Thus, middle-grade pills are naturally more favored by cultivators. Perhaps it's because I've refined more, so my alchemy skills have improved. He Pingsheng chuckled and scratched the back of his head, displaying an earnest demeanor. Senior sister, I've been in the sect for 2 years, refining pills for 2 years. It's normal for my skills to improve. Yes. Zhao Linger said, this is a good thing. Let's report this to Master. Together they entered Yuning Palace, where Master Yuning was quite pleased and rewarded He Pingsheng with 200 spirit stones. After leaving Yuning Palace, He Pingsheng went down the mountain again to the outer door. The time agreed upon with the outer door disciple had arrived. In a remote part of the outer door, senior brother. Look, this is my family's technique. This is the copy please compare. He Pingsheng took both techniques and began to compare them. He had to be careful, because techniques are very special, not a single character can be wrong. It took half an hour for He Pingsheng to meticulously finish comparing the copy word by word. Very good. No mistakes. Here are 50 spirit stones. This matter do not tell anyone else. Rest assured, senior brother. The disciple replied. This is a family heirloom technique. I'd rather not risk it getting out. All right. He Pingsheng clasped his hands farewell. Returning to his small courtyard on Xiuzhu Peak, He Pingsheng immediately tossed the water attribute technique into the treasure basin to begin enhancement. After staying in the courtyard for less than half a stick of incense, he heard a commotion outside accompanied by a loud knocking on the door. He shitty, are you there? Come out quickly. He Pingsheng frowned slightly. How rude. He clearly remembered that he had just hung a sign at the entrance indicating that he was in seclusion. They saw that I was in seclusion and still knocked. However, since someone was shouting outside, he had to go take a look. He Pingsheng reluctantly got up and opened the courtyard door. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized the visitor. Ling Long, disciple of Master. Years ago, when he was still a servant, it was this Ling Long who came to accuse him, claiming that the quality of the mountain spring water had worsened because of him, resulting in him being severely beaten by Zhang Laoda. No matter how one looks at it, that beating back then was caused by Ling Long. But it didn't matter much, it was just a beating. The key point is that this venomous woman also beat senior brother Hao Yun and then killed him. It was all her. How dare she come looking for me to refine pills today? What's wrong? Have you gone mad? Ling Long asked He Pingsheng. Clearly she did not recognize He Pingsheng. This was because He Pingsheng's appearance, age, and temperament had changed drastically from that of the semi-grown child he once was. It was normal for her not to recognize him. As for his name, Ling Long had never known what that servant was called. He Pingsheng was not polite. He extended his divine sense and scanned Ling Long intensely. 10 layers of qi refining stage. Hiss. So powerful. Her cultivation is truly high. Oh, Ling Long said with a hint of mockery. What are you secretly scanning your senior sister with your divine sense? Are you so taken by my beauty that you wish to peek at my body? Ling Long's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on He Pingsheng. However, He Pingsheng remained as calm as still water, cupping his hands lightly, and said, my apologies, I merely subconsciously wanted to see the cultivation of my senior sister, but did not expect that senior sister's cultivation was profound beyond what a mere 6-layer qi refining disciple like me could perceive. Humph, Ling Long said, at least you have some self-awareness. So how about it? She handed over a jade box. Can you refine 10 batches of medium-grade pills for me? No problem, right? I just heard that you can now refine medium-grade gathering qi pills. The fact that He Pingsheng could refine pills was something that all the disciples on Xiuzhu Peak knew. At first others didn't care. Why? Because everyone could refine pills. It was just a matter of success rate. A batch of materials only costs 7 spirit stones, which is affordable. But when He Pingsheng began to refine medium-grade pills, things became different. Medium-grade. On the entire Xiuzhu Peak, apart from the ancestors and a few foundation establishment masters, no one else could do it. Thus, upon receiving the news, Ling Long rushed over immediately. Senior sister. He Pingsheng politely cupped his hands. Firstly, refining pills has a success rate. If you give me 10 sets of materials to refine 10 pills, I cannot guarantee that I can do it. Even if you find the ancestral master, I fear he wouldn't be able to do it either. Ling Long nodded and said, Then how many batches can you successfully refine? He Pingsheng did not answer her question, but rather stated, secondly, I am a disciple of Yuning Palace, and have no obligation to refine pills for you. I already have to refine 5 batches of pills for my sect every month, which has already consumed 10 days of my cultivation time. So for the rest of the time, I need to devote myself to cultivation and will not help others refine pills. Senior sister, please leave. Ling Long's expression suddenly changed. What do you mean? He Pingsheng reiterated, I have no time, my apologies. After saying this, he directly closed the door. Refining pills. Dream on. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, Ling Long pounded on the door fiercely. He Pingsheng, don't think that just because you are an inner sect disciple you can offend me. Let me tell you, Master Yuda is my grandfather. If you offend me, you will definitely not be able to stay on Xiuzhu Peak. He Pingsheng was stunned. The granddaughter of Yuda? No wonder, no wonder. No wonder this woman is so arrogant and domineering, killing Hao Yun and just letting it slide after a few days. But what does it matter if she is the granddaughter of Yuda? I am not one of Yuda's disciples. He Pingsheng was too lazy to pay her any mind, shook his head, and returned to his own Dao Hall. After a while, Ling Long's knocking ceased. However, about half an hour later, Zhao Ling Er came again. Junior brother, I am your 6th senior sister. He Pingsheng had no choice but to open the door again. Zhao Ling Er was accompanied by an outer sect disciple. What is it, senior sister? He Pingsheng asked. Zhao Ling Er said with some worry in her brows. This is a Taoist boy under Master Yuda. He came to say that Master Yuda wants to speak with you. He Pingsheng's heart suddenly trembled. Damn, I just refused that Ling Long woman, and now Master Yuda is looking for me. This is too protective. What does Master Yuda want with me? He Pingsheng looked at the Taoist boy. The Taoist boy had only the cultivation of 4 layers of qi refining stage, yet was quite handsome and looked pitiful. I don't know. The Taoist boy shook his head. Master Yuda did not say. Zhao Ling Er said. It's probably about Ling Long refining pills. Don't worry, although Master Yuda is strict, he is not unreasonable. So, junior brother, you should follow him first. I will report this matter to the master, let her handle it. Don't worry, you won't suffer any losses. As for this pill refining matter, if you want to refine, then refine. If you don't want to refine, then don't. We disciples of Yuning Palace do not need to look at the faces of those from Hongda Courtyard. All right. He Pingsheng nodded. There was no other choice. He believed that at a crucial moment the master would stand. So they split into 2 paths. Zhao Ling Er went to Yuning Palace, while He Pingsheng followed the Taoist boy to Hongda Courtyard. Hongda Courtyard was not far, and soon they arrived. Upon reaching the entrance, the Taoist boy said, Please wait here for a moment, I will notify the ancestral master. Understood. He Pingsheng nodded. After about a dozen breaths of time, seeing that the Taoist boy did not come out, He Pingsheng suddenly sensed an extreme danger. He didn't know what it was specifically, but his intuition told him that if he didn't hurry and leave, he would be in immediate danger of death. Thus, He Pingsheng exerted all his strength and jumped away. At that moment, a gigantic golden python suddenly burst forth from Hongda Courtyard, charging toward the very spot where He Pingsheng had just stood. Bang! The immense force created a deep pit at the entrance of Hongda Courtyard. He Pingsheng was so frightened that he trembled, and without a second thought he ran. However, the golden python swiftly pursued. He Pingsheng's speed was no match for that of the python. In less than a breath, the python caught up behind He Pingsheng, opening its massive mouth and preparing to bite down on him from above. If this bite landed, He Pingsheng would be swallowed whole. He had long heard about this python. It was raised by Master Yuda and had already reached a level comparable to a human in the foundation establishment stage. He Pingsheng could not defeat it no matter what. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a talisman, fireball talisman. He didn't know if it could fend off the python, but he had to struggle for survival in the face of death. Open. He Pingsheng had no retreat left. With a wave of his hand, the talisman transformed into a fireball the size of a ruler, roaring as it shot towards the giant python's mouth. The speed was too fast. The giant python had no way to evade. Boom. The fireball exploded in the giant python's mouth. Crash. Immediately, red blood began to rain down from the sky. In pain, the giant python could no longer continue devouring He Pingsheng. However, it writhed in agony, its massive head twisting violently before crashing into He Pingsheng. At this moment, He Pingsheng was already prepared. A layer of earthen armor expanded around him, followed by a layer of fire shield. Additionally, the exquisite magic artifact Qingmu shield was also activated. 3 layers of defense. Even a cultivator at the 12th level of qi refinement would struggle to break through all 3 layers in one go. However, the giant python was at the foundation establishment stage. Bang! He Pingsheng was instantly sent flying. The 3 layers of shields were torn apart as if they were made of paper. The Qingmu shield was also knocked to the ground far away. He Pingsheng's body soared for over 10 zhong before crashing hard onto the ground. Uft, uft, uft. After hitting the ground, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The ferocity of the foundation establishment stage was beyond the comprehension of a chi refinement disciple. Fortunately, He Pingsheng had 3 layers of shields, and the force of that last blow was merely the python's pain-fueled outburst, not a true attack. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether He Pingsheng would have survived. Roar. The golden giant python glared at He Pingsheng, infinite hatred surging in its vertical pupils as it prepared to attack. At that moment, He Pingsheng's master Yuning finally arrived. Beast, how dare you harm my disciple? Yuning stepped forward, hovering in the air. With a sudden shake of her dust brush, white threads flew out, wrapping around the giant python. The giant python engaged in battle with Yuning, and for a moment it was impossible to determine a victor. At that moment, the master of Hongda Courtyard Yuda finally emerged from his retreat. With a loud shout, he seized control of the golden giant python. What's going on? After controlling the golden giant python, Yuda looked at Yuning and asked junior sister, why are you fighting this beast? Humph. Yuning snorted coldly and replied, shouldn't you be asking yourself why the giant python suddenly flew out from your palace to harm others? Look at my disciple. If he had been even half a breath later, he would have lost his life. At this moment, He Pingsheng had already stood up from the ground, retrieving his Qingmu shield. He didn't dare raise his head, fearing that Yuda might recognize him. Of course, he was overthinking it. Yuda did not recognize He Pingsheng. Kid, what's going on? Yuda questioned. He Pingsheng replied, responding to master's inquiry, one of your disciples sent a Dao child to invite me to Hongda Courtyard for questioning. I followed him to the entrance, but did not see you, only this giant python that nearly swallowed me. Dao child? Yuda's eyes narrowed. No, I did not send you any such person. Don't wrong me. At this moment, Zhao Linger stepped forward, saying, I can testify that it was your Dao child Ming Zhu who did this. Good. Yuning sneered, master brother, your Dao child is using your name to commit murder? Yuda's face turned dark. Where is Ming Zhu? Come out. I want to ask him who gave him the audacity. Grandpa. At that moment, Ling Long arrived with a group of people from Hongda Courtyard, saying, Grandpa, this Ming Zhu actually dared to falsely pass on a decree and almost harm junior brother He. I have already executed him on the spot. Look. Bang. Several disciples threw a corpse onto the ground. Who else could it be but Ming Zhu? This. Everyone was left speechless. Dead. No way to prove. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, looking at Ling Long. At this moment, if he still didn't understand what was happening, he might as well be dead. It must be that he refused to help this woman with her alchemy, and she bore a grudge, fabricating a reason to deceive him into going, then used the golden giant python to kill. If he was killed, all the blame would be placed on the Dao child Ming Zhu. A clever scheme. A vicious plot. A serpent-throated woman. Ling Long's gaze also turned towards him, filled with provocation, arrogance, and a hint of superiority. Senior brother. Yuning said, as far as I know, my disciple has had no dealings with your Dao child from Hongda Courtyard, nor any grievances. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I will seek justice from our master. He Pingsheng, do you have any grievances with Ming Zhu? After Yuning spoke, she turned to He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng shook his head. No. I only learned his name just now. Then it must have been an accident. Yuda concluded directly, this beast does not understand human nature. Perhaps it has never seen junior brother He, leading to a fright and attack. No. From a distance, Zhao Linger shouted, Master Uncle. It was clearly Ling Long who asked junior brother He to help with alchemy and was refused, then plotted to frame him. You must investigate this thoroughly. Otherwise, why would Ming Zhu falsely pass on your decree to summon He Pingsheng? This doesn't add up. Swish. All eyes turned to Ling Long. Ling Long panicked, saying, nonsense. I didn't. Yude's gaze sharpened, landing on Ling Long. He knew his granddaughter's character too well, but he couldn't just sacrifice her over this matter. Junior brother He would. Yuda looked at He Pingsheng. You are the party involved. You have the right to speak. He Pingsheng thought for a moment, then clasped his hands, saying, I do not know the truth. I only thought it was because I refused to help with alchemy, and sister Ling Long should not be so venomous. Naturally, He Pingsheng wanted to kill Ling Long, but he knew that was impossible. Since he couldn't strike the opponent down in one blow, it was better to take a step back. Otherwise, shouting hoarsely would only be a foolish scream. How could someone in a high position kill their own granddaughter for his own sake? Even if he were an inner disciple, so what? This was not cowardice, but a strategic retreat to find an opportunity. He. Junior brother, He makes a valid point. Yuda chuckled. Very well, I believe this is merely a misunderstanding. I will continue to investigate this matter. I hope junior brother He will not take offense. This is some compensation. He tossed over a bag of treasures. He Pingsheng accepted it directly. Why refuse a gift? Junior sister, what do you think? Yuda looked at Yuning again. Yuning nodded. Very well. Let's proceed this way for now. Pingsheng Linger. Yuning turned to her disciples. You two come with me. Linger, you were reckless today. As soon as she stepped into the Yuning palace, Master Yuning's expression darkened. She looked at Zhao Linger and reprimanded, how can you speak recklessly without solid evidence? What she referred to, of course, was Zhao Linger's recent accusation that Ling Long was the mastermind behind the incident. Zhao Linger was unconvinced and said it's clearly her. Everyone on Xiuzhu Peak knows what kind of person she is. My foolish disciple. Yuning replied, even if you know, you cannot just blurt it out. Do you think your master Yuta doesn't know? Speaking the truth without evidence will only put you at a disadvantage. Don't let this happen again. Zhao Linger looked aggrieved. He Pingsheng said, Master, senior sister is looking out for me. She is only acting out of a righteous hatred for evil. Yuning nodded and said, I know you are all good children. Pingsheng. Yuning looked at He Pingsheng and said, you did well. As cultivators, we must follow our true hearts. If she asks you to refine pills, you can choose to do it or not. There's no need to force yourself. You refining pills for the sect is a task completed for the sect, and they are not the same thing. Yes. He Pingsheng clasped his hands. Yuning continued, have you encountered any problems in your cultivation recently? This time her gaze was directed at both of them, not just at He Pingsheng. Zhao Linger thought for a moment and said, I haven't faced any significant difficulties. Thanks to my junior brother's pills, I am about to break through to the 9th layer. However, I've consumed a bit too many pills and the toxins in my body have accumulated excessively without being cleaned out. Eating too many pills can lead to pill toxins, which is inescapable. To detoxify, one can only swallow the Qingling pill. That's fine. He Pingsheng quickly replied, I'll refine a few batches of first-grade Qingling pills later. Yuning nodded and said, then I'll trouble you. I'll have Linger send some materials for the Qingling pill over to you. Pingsheng, have you encountered any issues during your cultivation? In these days, you should be close to breaking through, right? He Pingsheng replied, it might still take some time to break through to the 7th layer. I have the same issue as senior sister, I can't consume too many pills. However, if I were to mention the problems encountered during cultivation, it's that I'm lacking some spells. That is indeed a... Yuning clapped her storage bag and took out a few books, saying the spells I usually cultivate are not fire attribute. They may not suit you. How about you take a look at these spells? Not all spells are appended at the end of cultivation techniques. Some powerful spells can be compiled separately. He Pingsheng flipped through a few pages and picked up a spell called Golden Fist, saying, Master, I want to cultivate. Good. Yuning readily agreed, saying, you can take it to copy how it was originally supposed to be returned to me. However, this spell is of the metal attribute. Although you can wield it with fire spiritual power, the effect when you cast it might be diminished. In the realm of cultivation, spells like techniques are also divided by attributes. Different attributes of spiritual power can activate different spells, but it's not absolute. Some spells can be activated by all 5 spiritual powers: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. For example, this Golden Fist is best activated with metal attribute spiritual power. When mastered to perfection, it can transform the hands and arms into gold akin to metal, making it difficult for opponents of the same level to withstand a single strike. However, if one lacks metal spiritual power, they can still activate it with fire spiritual power. At that time, the arms would turn crimson, infused with fire spiritual power. This punch would lose its might, often unable to unleash its full potential during combat, and at best, it would only deal 80% of the damage. However, this was of no concern to He Pingsheng, because he practiced all 5 elements. He possessed both fire attribute and metal attribute in his Dantian. Thank you, Master. He Pingsheng stored the original of the Golden Fist. Yuning said, go ahead, but remember, spells are merely side branches. Cultivation is the essence. With higher cultivation, strength naturally increases, so don't get the main and secondary aspects mixed up. Don't delve too deeply into these things. Yes. He Pingsheng clasped his hands once more. The two exited Yuning Palace. Thank you, senior sister, for speaking up for me. He Pingsheng looked at Zhao Linger with gratitude. Zhao Linger replied, it's nothing. This woman is ruthless and malicious. Remember to stay away from her in the future. He Pingsheng nodded. Zhao Linger added, you go back first. I'll find some materials for the Qingling pill for you. He Pingsheng returned to his small courtyard, closed the door, and began to transcribe the Golden Fist. The next morning, He Pingsheng got up and pulled the treasure basin from under the bed. Inside the basin were 2 books. They were enhancements of water attribute techniques. He Pingsheng took a glance. They were both of the Tian level 1 with spells and 1 without. The one with spells was called 1000 Ren True Solution, and the spell appended to it was the Ren Water Escape Technique. It was not an offensive spell, merely an auxiliary water escape technique, in other words, a life-saving method for fleeing. He Pingsheng felt somewhat disappointed. He already had several means to save his life, but what he lacked now were offensive capabilities. He could only enhance the Golden Fist. However, he couldn't control the result of this enhancement. It would definitely yield 2 spells of the metal attribute, but whether they would be defensive or offensive spells remained uncertain. He tossed the copy of Golden Fist into the treasure basin. Enhancement begins. The next day, upon waking, he indeed obtained 2 metal attribute spells. The first, 1 Diamond Shield. He Pingsheng's face immediately darkened. Without even looking at the content, just from the name Diamond Shield, he knew it was a defensive spell. Looking at the second, 1 Yellow Turban Warrior. Yellow Turban Warrior. What is this? He Pingsheng opened the spell and began to study it. After just finishing the outline, He Pingsheng became excited. Because this was an offensive spell. As the name implies, the Yellow Turban Warrior can be summoned to assist in battle. The Yellow Turban Warrior is a phantom, but its combat power should not be underestimated. Its capability depends on the summoner's cultivation level, the density of their spiritual power, and the strength of their divine sense. Great. Without hesitation, He Pingsheng began to study it. Gather. 20 days later, He Pingsheng suddenly opened his eyes and casually pointed at the void ahead. Bang! Instantly, a golden phantom descended. The Yellow Turban Warrior stood a full meter high, wielding a massive axe, and under He Pingsheng's divine sense control, it swung the axe repeatedly at the void ahead. With each swing, it carried immense power. Bang! A stone pedestal in He Pingsheng's room was shattered into pieces by the Yellow Turban's strength master with a single axe strike. So powerful. Seeing this scene, He Pingsheng was stunned. If that axe had struck a cultivator, even a refining chi stage practitioner would be gravely injured. He waved his hand to withdraw the spell, and the Yellow Turban's strength master transformed back into a golden spiritual energy, returning to He Pingsheng's dantian. For some time thereafter, He Pingsheng continued his cultivation. Life was relatively simple. Meditation, cultivation, and alchemy. After about another 6 months, He Pingsheng's cultivation finally reached the peak of the 6th layer of the refining chi stage, with only a thin line separating him from breaking through to the 7th layer. He estimated that it would take at most a month to complete. At this time, a deep bell toll echoed suddenly in the Yuning Palace. He Pingsheng quickly packed his things and stood up, knowing that the 3 tolls signaled his master summoning the disciples, likely to instruct them about something important. He Pingsheng did not dare to delay, hurriedly changing into a clean Taoist robe before heading to the entrance of Yuning Palace. Upon arrival, he found a considerable number of people already gathered. Come in. The voice of the master echoed from within Yuning Palace. The disciples entered the great hall one by one with deep respect. In the center of the hall was a stone azure lotus platform where Master Yuning was seated atop the lotus. Below there were 3 rows of cushions. Each row had 3 cushions, a total of 9. He Pingsheng, being the 9th, naturally found that these cushions were prepared for the disciples. I pay my respects to the master. The disciples bowed to Yuning. The Taoist nun seated on the lotus platform, appearing to be in her 50s, nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Children, please sit down." "Thank you, master." Everyone sat down in order. Needless to say, He Pingsheng naturally took the last seat. To his left was the 8th disciple Su Kunlun, and further left was the 7th disciple Tian Shaoqing. In front of He Pingsheng sat the 6th disciple Zhao Linger. "Hey, old 9, you're already at the 6th layer now." Su Kunlun exclaimed, his eyes wide like bronze bells. "When did that happen? If you advance further to the 7th layer of the refining chi stage, you'll catch up to me." He Pingsheng's divine sense swept over Su Kunlun. Indeed, this fellow was at the 7th layer of the refining chi stage. Fool. Up above, Master Yuning's face darkened as she looked at Su Kunlun, saying, "Old 8, what have you been doing all day? Your foundation isn't lacking, so why haven't you made any progress?" "How many years has it been?" Su Kunlun said with a bitter expression. "Master, it's not that I'm foolish. I really don't know what's going on. My cultivation just isn't progressing." Yuning replied, "It's just that you haven't put in enough effort. If your junior brother catches up and surpasses you, don't think about being the 8th disciple anymore. Let him be the 8th while you become the 9th. If that doesn't work, he'll send you back and you'll return to the outer door." Su Kunlun looked like he was about to cry, saying, "Master, please don't." "Humph." Yuning snorted coldly, then turned her gaze to He Pingsheng, stating, "Pingsheng, I remember that you just became my disciple not long ago, yet you broke through from the 5th to the 6th layer of the refining chi stage. It has been nearly 3 years, so why are you still at the 6th layer? What is the reason?" It was evident that Yuning was dissatisfied with He Pingsheng's slow progress. He Pingsheng could only make excuses, saying, "Disciple, I took too many pills before which harmed my body, so I needed some time to recuperate. Master, don't worry. I'm not far from that 7th layer. At most I can break through in a month." "Oh." Yuning nodded upon hearing that He Pingsheng could break through in a month, saying, "That would be best." After finishing, she shifted her gaze back to the crowd and said, "Everyone, I've summoned you here this time, and some of you may have already guessed the reason right. That's right, in about half a year's time, the Cooling Mountain Secret Realm will open. According to regulations, when the Cooling Mountain Secret Realm opens, our Taishu sect's inner disciples can participate as long as they reach the late stage of the refining chi stage. I hope that all of you can participate and find your own opportunities within. Therefore, Pingsheng, you need to accelerate your cultivation. Hurry and reach the late stage of the refining chi stage." He Pingsheng suddenly understood. No wonder the master had repeatedly urged him to step into the 7th layer of the refining chi stage sooner. It turned out this was the reason. The refining chi stage is roughly divided into 4 levels: early stage, mid stage, late stage, and perfection. The early stage refers to the first 3 layers. The mid-stage consists of the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers. The late stage includes the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers. Perfection refers to the 10th, 11th, and 12th layers. The minimum requirement to participate in the Cooling Mountain Secret Realm is to be at the late stage of the Refining Chi stage. Thus, theoretically, as long as one reaches the 7th layer of the Refining Chi stage, they would qualify for participation in the Secret Realm. Yes, Master. He Pingsheng performed a respectful salute. Yuning nodded and continued, the Cooling Mountain Secret Realm opens only once every 30 years for disciples at the Refining Chi stage. It is a rare trial ground. Today I will explain its intricacies to you, so listen carefully. Yes. The disciples bowed. It turns out that the Cooling Mountain Secret Realm belongs to the public resource area of the Maotu Mountain Taoist Union, enveloped by a massive formation. This formation, whose grade is unknown, was certainly set up by the ancestors. The formation has a unique characteristic: it repels cultivators above the Refining Chi stage from entering. In other words, anyone at the Foundation Establishment stage cannot enter. Of course, it doesn't mean they can't really enter. It is said that historically there was a disciple at the Foundation Establishment stage from a sect who pretended to be at the Refining Chi stage to enter, but the formation detected that disciple and directly closed off access, resulting in everyone being unable to trial and seek treasures. This ultimately led to the trial, which opened only once every 30 years, being ruined. Angry cultivators banded together, not only killing that disciple, but even annihilating the sect of that impostor. Since then, no Foundation Establishment stage disciple has dared to impersonate a Refining Chi stage disciple to participate in trials. As for the rules inside after entering, they are simple. The answer is there are no rules. Once inside, everything seen can be fought over. However, generally speaking, each sect still adheres to one principal unity within the sect, searching as a sect unit. However, if something truly remarkable is discovered, it is not uncommon for sect disciples to fight, and even there are plenty of such incidents. If someone dies, they die. No one cares. Sects have generally reached a consensus that disciples lost during trials do not count as sect grievances. If you have the ability, resolve it within the trial grounds. As for the items obtained within the trial grounds, generally speaking, the sect and the individuals split them evenly. Let's go, junior brother. After leaving the Yuning Palace, Zhao Linger pulled He Pingsheng's hand, saying, first, let's go to Old Eight's place for some spiritual tea and chat. Next to them, Old Eighth Su Kunlun and Old Seventh Tian Shaoqing looked at He Pingsheng, both with eager expressions. All right, let's go. He Pingsheng naturally could not refuse, so he directly agreed. Ha ha ha. The chubby Su Kunlun immediately beamed with joy, saying, that's great. Let's go. I tell you, I have spiritual tea over there that will definitely satisfy you. At first, He Pingsheng thought that these people were trying to win him over, so he would help them refine pills. He did not refuse, thinking that it was fine to refine a few more batches each month. However, he was mistaken. They did not intend for him to refine pills. Entering Su Kunlun's small courtyard, everyone sat down in his room. Su Kunlun said, come, 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 let's have some tea. This gathering of ours is for the upcoming Suaping Mountain trial. While pouring tea for everyone, he continued, this event happens once every 30 years. None of us have ever been in, but it's said to be extremely dangerous. All the senior brothers have reached the minor or major completion of the Chi refinement stage, and they wouldn't take us along. The 4 of us in the late Chi refinement stage can only stick together to have some fun. He Pingsheng nodded. This was indeed true. There are 9 disciples under the Yuning sect, and the first 5 have all reached the 10th level or above of the Chi refinement stage, which is the complete realm of Chi refinement. They usually band together and generally do not take Su Kunlun with them. They'll bring it up first. Su Kunlun said, we are all fellow disciples, not just brothers and sisters, but closer than that. Once we get into that secret realm, the 4 of us will work together and look for opportunities. The treasures we obtain will be distributed according to contributions, okay? Su Kunlun looked at the others. I have no objections. Zhao Linger raised her hand in agreement. Tian Shaoqing said, I have no objections either. He Pingsheng also said, I have no objections. For He Pingsheng, having a team to advance and retreat together was the best outcome. He did not think that as a mere disciple at the 7th level of the Chi refinement stage he would encounter any miraculous opportunities. Of course, he was still only at the 6th level. The 7th level referred to the future. All right then, Su Kunlun said, that's settled then. Also, once Old Ninth breaks through and reaches the 7th level, we will head to Maotu Mountain together to buy some self-defense items. Better safe than sorry. Everyone naturally had no objections. After finishing, Su Kunlun looked at He Pingsheng seriously and said, junior brother, I wasn't in the sect for a while, and I heard that you were almost swallowed by that beast raised by Uncle Yuda. He Pingsheng nodded and said yes. But it's not the beast's fault. Someone plotted against me. I understand. Su Kunlun said, it was that little vixen Linglong. Damn it, when I get my hands on her, I will definitely. Looking at Tian Shaoqing and Zhao Linger next to him, Su Kunlun suddenly felt that saying this was inappropriate and quickly corrected himself, saying, I will deal with her. This woman is too arrogant and shameless. Junior brother, you don't know she has harmed many people over the years relying on her status as you desk granddaughter. In the past, there was a pill boy in our Xiuzhu Peak's alchemy room named Hao Yun. Su Kunlun counted on his fingers, recounting with familiarity. She went to the alchemy room to refine pills, but when she failed, she blamed it on Hao Yun. She beat Hao Yun almost to death, but Hao Yun, that kid, somehow got his hands on a top-grade golden bone pill and ate it. To get the source of the golden bone pill, that little vixen tortured Hao Yun for an entire night. Hao Yun's mouth was quite tough. He never said a word until he died. In the end, he was killed by that little vixen. He Pingsheng appeared calm on the surface, but waves of shock surged within him. Senior brother, how you never revealed my identity, even at the cost of your life. Sigh. Tian Shaoqing sighed and said, so what? Hao Yun was just a rootless outer disciple, while Ling Long is you desk granddaughter. Even though she killed Hao Yun in the end, she only faced 7 days of reflection, right? That's a life. And recently she framed junior brother He and ended up causing that Taoist boy Ming Zhu to die, too, didn't she? She killed him too. Tian Ziqing's face turned pale. 2 lives gone just like that. This woman is truly heartless. And that's not all. Su Kunlun continued. I remember a few years ago, I was only at the 5th level of qi refinement then. At that time, this Ling Long killed a couple. An outer disciple named He Sanjia offended Ling Long for some reason and was swallowed alive by the giant python she commanded. He Pingsheng's body shook violently. He Sanjia, isn't that my father? And then? He asked, a bit panicked. Su Kunlun said, and then? Then He Sanji's partner came to reason with her, but was killed by Uncle Yuda. Sigh. This woman really is a scourge. He Pingsheng gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He tried hard not to let his tears fall. He struggled to remain calm. Father, mother, so that's how you died. Back then, Uncle Jiang told him that his father was killed by a beast while out, and his mother went to seek revenge and was also killed. It turns out it wasn't a beast. It was humans. It was Ling Long and Yuda, this pair of grandfather and granddaughter. Junior brother He. Zhao Linger looked at He Pingsheng and asked, what's wrong with you? He Pingsheng's face was somewhat pale. He opened his eyes, forced a smile, and said, I feel a bit scared and a bit of regret. Don't be afraid. Zhao Linger patted He Pingsheng's shoulder and said, it's all in the past. Just be careful when you see her in the future. By the way, Tian Shaoqing suddenly said, I'm worried that junior brother, he might offend Ling Long. What if she targets us during the trial in the secret realm? What are you afraid of? Su Kunlun slammed his hand on the table and said, when the time comes, the 4 of us will be together, and I don't believe she will dare to kill us. Tian Shaoqing said, that's true. The others exchanged comments while He Pingsheng remained silent. He tried hard to keep himself calm. Some past events connected together, forming a cause and effect. He still remembered when he was doing odd jobs in the alchemy room with Hao Yun. Uncle Yu Xian once asked him, when he saw He Pingsheng, do you know He Sanjia? He Pingsheng of course said he knew. Later, Uncle Yu Xian also warned him, saying, don't say you are He Sanji's son in front of outsiders. At that time, He Pingsheng found it puzzling. Now it seems Uncle Yu Xian was trying to protect him, preventing Yuda's grandfather and granddaughter from knowing his identity. In this way, the identity of the enemies who killed his parents also matched up. It was indeed Yuda and his. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, silently calculating when he could break through to Foundation establishment to deal with that scoundrel Yuda. However, it should still be quite far away. Senior brother Su. He Pingsheng looked at Su Kunlun and asked, how much do you know about this secret realm? Is there a map? Yes. Su Kunlun said, there is certainly a map, but having a map in this secret realm is useless. The map only shows the terrain, and every 30 years the positions of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures change. He Pingsheng asked again, are there any heavenly materials or earthly treasures inside? There are plenty. Su Kunlun replied. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside are countless. Think about it, junior brother. Various spiritual roots and herbs, don't they need spiritual energy to thrive? He Pingsheng nodded. Su Kunlun said, this secret realm originally has several spiritual veins, and it is covered by an enormous formation outside, so the spiritual energy cannot dissipate, becoming increasingly dense. Thus a secret realm formed here. After 30 years of accumulation, can you imagine how many spiritual plants there are? Of course, at most they are first-grade spiritual herbs. These include various materials for refining pills like Qing Ling Dan Ju, Qi Dan Jing Gu Dan, Pei Yuan Dan. These things are the most common. Next are second-grade materials. In this secret realm, there are also materials for refining second-grade pills like Juling, Danju, Ji, Dan Tong Ming Dan. However, the materials for second-grade pills are much rarer than those for first-grade pills. Besides these, occasionally some third-grade spiritual roots can be seen, which are quite valuable. As Su Kunlun spoke passionately, saliva flying everywhere, he quickly grabbed some spiritual tea to drink. Beside them, Zhao Linger added, in addition to these, there is a rather extraordinary heavenly material, an earthly treasure, namely the Shui Yuan Ling Xing. Someone once found that Shui Yuan Ling Xing in the heavenly pool within the secret realm. Yes, yes, yes. Su Kunlun exclaimed, Shui Yuan Ling Xing is truly a treasure. He Pingsheng looked puzzled and asked, may I ask what this Shui Yuan Ling Xing is, senior brother and sister? Zhao Linger explained, Shui Yuan Ling Xing is the pinnacle of first-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Consuming one allows a qi refining stage cultivator to break through a layer without obstruction. I've heard that the last time the secret realm opened, someone fought fiercely over a Shui Yuan Ling Xing, resulting in the deaths of 6 or 7 qi refining stage cultivators at the 11th layer. He Pingsheng said, it shouldn't be that serious. No matter how precious it is, can it be more valuable than life? At worst, still just give it up, there's no need to fight over it. Although cultivation is slow, if 2 years aren't enough, can't 3 to 5 years suffice to break through a layer? Zhao Linger touched her forehead. Tian Shaoqing smiled. He Pingsheng asked, what are you laughing at? Su Kunlun said, junior brother, you don't understand. For cultivators in the early, mid, and late stages of qi refining, like you said, as long as there is enough spiritual energy, or if there are pills available, breaking through is just a matter of time. For faster ones, they can break through a layer in a year. For slower ones, it might take 2 or 3 years. Of course, I'm talking about when there are enough pills. However, junior brother, Su Kunlun laughed and looked at He Pingsheng. You may not know this, but pills are not all powerful. Because at the perfected stage of qi refining, all cultivators will inevitably encounter their first bottleneck in cultivation. He Pingsheng echoed, bottleneck. Yes. Su Kunlun continued. Otherwise, if cultivation were so easy, wouldn't there be foundation establishment cultivators everywhere? But the reality is just the opposite. Of very few cultivators can reach foundation establishment. It's precisely because of this bottleneck in qi refining. Of course, I haven't reached the 10th layer of qi refining yet, so I don't understand bottlenecks. But I've heard from my seniors that once you reach the 10th layer of qi refining, this bottleneck is bound to be encountered. Some with good talent may encounter it later at the 12th layer. Others with weaker talents might encounter it at the 10th layer of qi refining. And most will encounter the bottleneck at the 11th layer of qi refining. Little brother, Su Kunlun said with a smile, looking at He Pingsheng, with your 5-element spiritual root, I dare say you'll likely encounter a bottleneck at the 10th layer. At this moment, He Pingsheng still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and curiously asked, a bottleneck means it's hard to break through, right? Not at all. Su Kunlun shook his head. A bottleneck isn't about being hard to break through, it's that you fundamentally can't break through. To overcome a bottleneck, there are only 2 methods. First, you need to find a miraculous item, like Shui Yuan Ling Xing, and swallow it whole to break through a layer of bottleneck. Second, you must have a great opportunity and suddenly realize some profound truth of heaven and earth to break through the bottleneck. In any case, it's very difficult. For most people in this world, a bottleneck means they cannot break through, it is the end of their cultivation. Moreover, little brother, in your situation, even if you break through a layer of bottleneck, it won't help. If you break through to the 10th layer as a bottleneck, then the subsequent breakthroughs to the 11th and 12th layers will also be bottlenecks. Upon hearing this, He Pingsheng immediately fell silent. This meant that swallowing pills later would be useless. How long would it take for me to reach foundation establishment if I worked so hard in cultivation? If I can't reach foundation establishment, how can I take revenge? The key is, what if there are 3 bottlenecks? Alright, don't scare him anymore. Zhao Linger rolled her eyes at Su Kunlun and said, we don't know what the future holds yet. It's not as if those with 5-element spiritual roots are bound to encounter 3 bottlenecks. Sometimes those with single spiritual roots also have 3 bottlenecks. This cannot be generalized. Zhao Linger stood up and said, all right, enough of this talk. We should focus on cultivating well for now. When the time comes, we will face whatever challenges arise without worrying about the future. Right? Tian Shaoqing said, no need to worry about the future. He Pingsheng thought it made sense. I'm only at the 6th layer of qi refining now, who knows how long it will take to reach the 10th layer. Moreover, I have a treasure trove, so what do I have to fear about bottlenecks? Senior brother, you. He Pingsheng stood up and cupped his hands towards Su Kunlun, saying, he'll go back to cultivate for now. If I can't break through the 7th layer, then everything is just talk. That's true. Su Kunlun replied, you go ahead. By the way, I have some spiritual tea here, take it and drink. They'll give you 2 pounds. This is a good thing, drink it more often as it helps calm the mind. As he spoke, he handed He Pingsheng a large bag of spiritual tea. Returning to his small courtyard, He Pingsheng first checked his formation. Only when he found everything in order did he begin his secluded cultivation. It was time to challenge the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. He Pingsheng took out a top-grade Qi gathering pill and swallowed it in one gulp, immediately causing the Li Hua true method within him to operate frantically. In fact, He Pingsheng had been cultivating for quite some time, and the breakthrough to the 7th layer was not far off. According to his estimation, in another month, he would be able to break through completely. However, the breakthrough came earlier than he had anticipated. About 10 days later, He Pingsheng broke through the physical barrier within him, and with a sudden burst his cultivation level advanced. 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. After reaching the 7th layer, his divine consciousness suddenly increased significantly. I have broken through. He Pingsheng was overjoyed and took a deep breath, then waved his hand, revealing one of the hidden storage bags. With a clatter, he poured out many items. Inside, there were magical artifacts, talismans, and spirit stones. Soon he would enter the cooling mountain secret realm for trials. Though it was a treasure land, it was also a place of life and death, requiring careful preparation. He must be well prepared before entering. Therefore, He Pingsheng began to take inventory of the items he currently. What else did he need to supplement? First, the magical artifacts. He had quite a few magical artifacts. Among them were 4 top-grade flying swords, 1 Qing Mu shield, 1 alchemy furnace, and 2 Chuanyun boats. Of these 4 top-grade flying swords, 2 were acquired through enhancements he had purchased. The other 2 were obtained by enhancing the flying sword of the Black Wind's leader. As for the Chuanyun boat, it was originally obtained after defeating the leaders of the Black Wind's 3 demons. It was a mid-grade magical artifact which He Pingsheng later enhanced in the Treasure Basin, resulting in 2 top-grade Chuanyun boats. The 2 enhanced Chuanyun boats were identical, capable of being propelled by magical energy. They were extremely fast. If his internal magical energy was insufficient to support them, it was no problem. He could also load spirit stones into the slots of the Chuanyun boats, using the spiritual energy within the spirit stones as a power source to drive the boats at high speed. In addition to magical artifacts, there were also talismans. He Pingsheng possessed 2 talismans, 1 ice arrow talisman and 1 fireball talisman. These 2 items could be considered powerful weapons. He had used them to eliminate the leaders of the Black Winds. Both were one-hit kills. He Pingsheng believed that these talismans would be enough to give even a Qi refinement stage 12th layer expert a run for their money. As for whether they could kill, he was unsure. Unfortunately, he only had 2. He Pingsheng decided to return to the Ma-Tu mountain market to buy some low-grade talismans, then enhance them into top-grade talismans one by one using the Treasure Basin. They would be excellent for self-defense. Besides that, there were spirit stones. Before him lay a large pile of mid-grade spirit stones, each the size of an egg. The Treasure Basin could enhance everything, but He Pingsheng's treasures were limited. Therefore, when he had no treasures to enhance, he would use spirit stones to empower the basin. At the beginning, he dumped several hundred spirit stones into the Treasure Basin all at once. However, the next day, he discovered that even the Treasure Basin had its limits. It could only enhance one at a time, turning 1 low-grade spirit stone into 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Although the speed was a bit slow, it was acceptable. Thus, whenever he had no treasures to enhance, He Pingsheng would use spirit stones for enhancement. Over time, he acquired more than 400 mid-grade spirit stones. According to the records in the miscellaneous notes on cultivation, 1 mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 400 mid-grade stones meant over 4 million. He Pingsheng was undoubtedly a wealthy man. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low and he could not wield these mid-grade spirit stones. He could only keep them for future use. In addition to talismans, magical artifacts, and spirit stones, there were also pills. Currently, he mainly had Qi gathering pills with over 100 furnaces, all top grade. Besides Qi gathering pills, he also had 2 furnaces containing a total of 24 top grade golden bone pills. He also had some pill of bypass. These pills were already sufficient for his current needs. As for spells, he had 2 offensive ones, the Fire Crow technique and the Yellow Turban Strength technique. For defense, he had more options, the Water Escape technique for quick escape, and then the Fire-based Fire Shield technique and the Metal-based Diamond Shield technique. With more than 6 months remaining before the Cooling Mountain Secret Realm opened, there was no rush to acquire other items. He Pingsheng remained in seclusion and continued his cultivation. His fire attribute Dantian had reached the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. What about the remaining 4 attributes of metal, wood, water, and earth? He continued. He Pingsheng began to cultivate the wood attributes Changchun Xingqiju. After a month, the wood attribute Dantian broke through to the 7th layer. In fact, this breakthrough was different from the initial breakthrough of the fire attribute Dantian. Since his cultivation had already reached the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage, enhancing the other Dantians was relatively easy. It only required the accumulation of spiritual power without needing to break any physical barriers. After another 4 months, He Pingsheng finally cultivated all 5 Dantians of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to the level of the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. At this moment, only a little over a month remained until the cooling mountain secret realm opened. Meanwhile, he had also mastered the Ren water escape technique and the diamond shield technique. He Pingsheng opened the formation and walked out of his small courtyard. Not far next door was senior sister Zhao Linger's courtyard. Great. Junior brother, you've broken through. Zhao Linger looked at He Pingsheng and said, we were all worried that you wouldn't break through. Why did you stay in seclusion for so long? Not long after, Su Kunlun and Tian Xiaoqing arrived as well. Naturally, they scanned He Pingsheng with their divine sense, and upon seeing his breakthrough, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He Pingsheng was not polite. They scanned him with their divine sense, so returning the scan shouldn't be considered impolite. He noticed that Zhao Linger had also broken through and was now at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Tian Xiaoqing was at the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage. As for Su Kunlun, he was at the same level as He Pingsheng, both being at the 7th layer. Let's go. Zhao Linger said. Now that everyone is here, I'll go ask Master for permission. Let's go to the Ma-Tu Mountain Market to buy some items. Alright. Upon hearing about going to the Ma-Tu Mountain Market, everyone instantly became excited. Zhao Linger personally went to Yuning Palace to inform Master Yuning, and then the group descended the mountain together. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Linger took out a paper crane and said, one paper crane may not be enough to carry all 4 of us. Does anyone else have a paper crane? I have one. Haha. Su Kunlun also produced a paper crane saying, let's go. Lao Jiu, sit behind me. Before long, 2 yellow cranes soared into the sky heading toward the Ma-Tu Mountain Market. Zhao Linger and Tian Xiaoqing sat together while He Pingsheng and Su Kunlun sat together. Under normal circumstances, joint actions like this with disciples dressed in the attire of a prestigious sect would not encounter any danger. After all, even the likes of the Black Wind's 3 demons would not dare to approach these inner disciples of the righteous sects, for this was the Daoxian alliance. Senior sister. Within the Hongda courtyard of Xiuzhu Peak at the Taishu sect, at the entrance of an ornately decorated hall, an inner disciple clad in a dark green Taoist robe rushed over in a fluster. The palace doors swung open, and a woman in red emerged. It was none other than Linglong, the granddaughter of Yuda Jinren. What is it? Linglong's eyes flickered with displeasure. The disciple said, Senior sister, you asked me to keep an eye on He Pingsheng, didn't you? He has broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, and he just went out. He went out. Linglong's eyes lit up. Excellent. Where did he go? The Ma-Tu Mountain Market. But he didn't go alone. He went with Zhao Linger, Su Kunlun, and Tian Xiaoqing. Hearing this, the smile that had just risen on Linglong's face instantly faded. She looked at the disciple before her and said, I understand, Junior Brother Qin. You may take your leave now. Yes. Junior Brother Qin respectfully cupped his hands and departed. A shadow of gloom immediately flickered across Linglong's face. Damn it. He went as a group. Fine, I'll let you off this time. Anyway, that Suaping Mountain trial is starting soon. Since you've broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, you'll definitely participate in the trial, won't you? When we get to the trial grounds, I'll deal with you. Let you know the consequences of rejecting me, Linglong. Bang. The tall red door of the side hall was slammed shut by her with force. 2 hours later, 2 yellow cranes landed at the entrance of the Ma-Tu Mountain Market. Whoa. So many people. Su Kunlun exclaimed, peering inside. He Pingsheng was also startled. The crowd here was simply overwhelming. I get it. Su Kunlun realized instantly. Look, the Suaping Mountain trial is about to begin. These disciples are all here to prepare for the upcoming trial. With that explanation, everyone nodded. This so-called Suaping Mountain trial wasn't exclusive to the Taishu sect. Dozens of sects from the entire Daoxian alliance, along with hundreds of clans, were also participating. It was crowded. Let's go. More people means more lively and more goods. The 4 of them entered the Ma-Tu Mountain Market together. Not only were there more customers, but the number of street stalls had also increased. Let's check out the stalls over here first. Su Kunlun took the lead and headed towards the street vendors. These so-called street stalls were personal setups on the open ground at the entrance of the Ma-Tu Mountain Market. They took up very little space. Just a piece of cloth sufficed. The stallholders were a motley crew, a diverse mix. There were nearby rogue cultivators, disciples from various clans, and disciples from different cultivation sects. Need any pills? Very cheap. 3 spirit stones each. Kigathering pills. He Pingsheng recognized this stallholder. Years ago, he had bought a damaged cultivation technique from this very person, which he later enhanced into the divine refining technique, Shinmen Quiet Heart True Art. But weren't Kigathering pills usually available for just 2 spirit stones? Why had the price gone up? Uninterested in these pills, He Pingsheng continued walking forward. Flying swords, magical artifacts, talismans, pills. All kinds of items were available. He even saw someone selling 100 treasure pouches and wine. Someone was even openly selling the incredible storage pouch on the street. The stall selling storage pouches was surrounded by a crowd. He Pingsheng swept out his divine sense only to find he couldn't discern the stallholder's cultivation level at all. Needless to say, he was likely a Foundation establishment disciple. In such a densely packed crowd, He Pingsheng used his divine sense without fear of being discovered. With so many people who could tell whose divine sense had swept over them. Heaven's a storage pouch. Su Kunlun gazed at it with envy. This is a great treasure. Having this would be far more convenient than 100 treasure pouch. Absolutely. Zhao Linger chimed in. But it's too expensive. Usually only those Foundation establishment seniors can afford it. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it. The main issue was that Qi refining disciples had limited sources of spirit stones. They needed to invest their scarce resources wisely, spending on items that could enhance their cultivation like pills. Thus few wasted spirit stones on storage pouches. Although precious, a storage pouch was ultimately just a supplementary tool. It offered no direct help to one's cultivation itself. When I get rich, you'll definitely buy one. Su Kunlun withdrew his gaze and looked at He Pingsheng. Junior brother, I think you should consider it. You're an alchemist. You alchemists are rolling in spirit stones. He Pingsheng smiled. I don't have enough spirit stones right now. I'm saving up. Maybe in a few years. Chatting and laughing, they walked along. He Pingsheng asked curiously, what do you all plan to buy? Zhao Linger said, I want to buy a low-grade defensive magical artifact. Tian Shaoqing added, me too. Su Kunlun said, the master gave us some offensive low-grade artifacts back then, but we don't have any defensive ones. We need to buy those ourselves. But defensive artifacts are the most expensive. Let's see if we can afford one. What about you, junior brother? Everyone looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng said, I don't need a defensive artifact. I want to try buying some talismans. I hear they're very useful. All right, Zhao Linger said. You look around then. We'll check out the shops over there. Let's split up and meet back. The Matu Mountain Market was bustling with noise. All forms of fighting were forbidden here, so there was no need to worry about safety. He Pingsheng walked over to a stall and crouched down. The stall was small, but it had many talismans laid out on it. Young friend, are you looking to buy talismans? The stallholder was a Taoist nun who appeared to be around 30 years old. He Pingsheng said, senior, what kind of talismans do you have here? The Taoist nun chuckled. We're both Qi refining disciples, no need for senior. I can't bear it. I'm a disciple of Tianfu Mountain. I have some common talismans here. Look, this is a fireball talisman, this is an ice needle talisman, this is a vine entanglement talisman, and this is a lightning talisman. He Pingsheng asked, how powerful are they? The Taoist nun said, take this fireball talisman for example. Its power is equivalent to a fireball technique cast by a disciple at the 7th layer of Qi refining. In simple terms, it was just so-so. If a fireball talisman's attack was only as powerful as an ordinary cultivator's spell, why would anyone buy it? The answer was simple: instant activation. Sometimes when an enemy's attack was already upon you and there was no time to cast a spell, you could directly slap a fireball talisman on them, unleashing a strike. Additionally, when one's spiritual power was depleted, these low-grade talismans could serve as an emergency measure. However, for He Pingsheng, these were not problems, because they could be enhanced. How much do you sell them for? He Pingsheng asked. These talismans. 65 spirit stones each. The Taoist nun chuckled. He Pingsheng nodded. The talismans here were indeed pricier than those in the treasure hall of his sect. In the treasure hall, it was only 60 spirit stones. Of course, that was in the past. Now with the trial at He Pingsheng Mountain about to begin, it was said that the prices in the sect's treasure hall had also risen. Moreover, after the experience of being questioned by the sect after purchasing items last time, He Pingsheng felt that buying things in the sect's treasure hall was unsafe. Even if it was a bit more expensive, wasn't it much more convenient to buy at Ma Taotian? These defensive talismans are more expensive, 150 spirit stones each. The Taoist nun picked up a talisman and placed it in front of He Pingsheng. Curious, he asked, what is this? The Taoist nun replied, this is a earth shield talisman. Once activated, it forms a shield of earth attribute around your body capable of withstanding an attack from a refining Qi stage disciple. If the opponent does not break it, this talisman can be used 3 times in total. Of course, if it is destroyed, it becomes a one-time item. Little brother, in the trial at He Pingsheng Mountain, besides the disciples from various sects, there are also many demonic beasts within the secret realm. Having a defensive talisman would be extremely beneficial. He Pingsheng nodded and asked, do you have any second-grade talismans here? Second-grade talismans are meant for Foundation establishment stage disciples. The Taoist nun smiled wryly, shaking her head. Sorry, I don't have any. I am merely a refining Qi stage disciple. How can I make second-grade talismans? Besides, you won't need second-grade talismans for the trial at He Pingsheng Mountain. If you really want to buy one, you can ask at the Merchant Association over there. All right, He Pingsheng said. Give me 2 ice needle talismans, 2 lightning talismans, and this earth shield talisman. Just one will do. Okay. The woman was overjoyed and said, a total of 410 spirit stones. Just give me 400 and we'll skip the change. He Pingsheng took the talismans and pulled out 400 spirit stones from his bag. These spirit stones had been placed in the bag beforehand. Of course, his storage bag was hidden concealed within his clothes, allowing him to secretly transfer spirit stones from the storage bag to the treasure bag anytime. As for the few talismans in his hand, they were also secretly placed into his storage bag without a trace. With these talismans, He Pingsheng felt a sense of security. At least he wouldn't have to worry when going to the trial at Shui Ping Mountain. However, he truly wanted to buy a second-grade talisman. Why? Because of Yuda. Yuda had a vendetta against him. If one day Yuda discovered He Pingsheng's true identity, would he act to eliminate the threat beforehand? You must know that Yuda was already at the foundation establishment stage. A blow from a foundation establishment expert could easily crush a refining chi stage, and at that point no defensive treasures would be of any use. One should not harbor malicious thoughts, but one must remain vigilant. If he had a second-grade talisman on him, he could enhance it with a treasure-gathering pot later. If the day really came when he faced Yuda, he could pull out the talisman and send him back to the afterlife, right? Let's go ask. He Pingsheng hurriedly walked past countless stalls and finally arrived at the back shopping area. Here it was equally crowded. Previously, he had visited shops like Shuanhe Hall and Fenghe Manor to sell items. To avoid being recognized, He Pingsheng did not enter these shops this time, but chose another. Upon entering the shop, he found the counter surprisingly empty. The shopkeeper was overwhelmed attending to the customers. He Pingsheng greeted them and began browsing in the shop. Indeed, the prices of goods here had risen significantly compared to before. Of course, this referred to the low-level items that refining chi stage disciples could use. The slightly higher-grade items had not increased much in price. For instance, storage bags. These basic storage bags still cost over 2,000 spirit stones each. However, hardly anyone was buying them. He Pingsheng swept past several cultivators and arrived at the talisman zone. The talismans here were even more expensive. A low-grade fireball talisman, or ice needle talisman, or lightning talisman cost 70 spirit stones each. As for second-grade talismans, there were very few. To be precise, there was only one type in front of He Pingsheng, the fire talisman. He knew about this item. Previously, he had helped Master Ku Mu collect sunflower pollen in the spirit herb valley of the Taishu sect. It was said that after grinding the sunflower pollen into powder, it could be mixed into the talisman ink to draw this fire talisman. He Pingsheng looked at it. There was no price marked below the fire talisman. Thus, he had to run over to the shopkeeper and ask, "Excuse me, what is the price of this fire talisman?" Fire talisman. The shopkeeper's brows furrowed slightly. He looked at He Pingsheng, then smiled coldly, saying, "Little brother, you won't be able to use this. This is a second-grade talisman meant for foundation establishment stage disciples." In his eyes, He Pingsheng was just asking casually. However, He Pingsheng replied earnestly, "What's the price?" The shopkeeper said, "The fire talisman you have in hand is of low quality, priced at 1,800 spirit stones. If you have 1,800 spirit stones, I can sell it to you." Hiss. 1,008. He Pingsheng was shocked, his body shuddering. That was way too expensive. Are second-grade items really so much more expensive than first-grade ones? He Pingsheng thought this item should be around 600 or 700 spirit stones at most. He never expected it to be so expensive. "Do you want it?" The shopkeeper looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng's face turned red, saying, "It's too expensive. Ooh, I don't want it." The shopkeeper chuckled, flicked his sleeve, and left his expression filled with mockery. He Pingsheng walked out of the shop dejectedly. 1,008 spirit stones. He truly did not have that much. Last time he made a killing at Ma Taochan, and after buying a storage bag, he had about 1,900 spirit stones left. However, in the following days, he had spent around 200 on enhancements and just spent 400 on purchasing first-grade talismans. Thus, He Pingsheng only had around 1,300 to 400 spirit stones left. Of course, he had plenty of medium-grade stones. However, those things couldn't be taken out. Let's check another shop. Perhaps that old man was deliberately trying to trick me. After switching to another shop, the price for the fire talisman was still 1,800 spirit stones. The third shop, 1,800 spirit stones. The fourth shop, likewise, still 1,800 spirit stones. It seems the other party had not deceived him. He simply couldn't afford it. Come and see, come and see. How strange, how truly strange. Rare and bizarre beyond belief. Every item here is shrouded in mystery unfathomable to any but those blessed with extraordinary fortune and fate. No sooner had he left the merchant district than He Pingsheng spotted a stall. The stall measured barely 3 feet square, and behind it stood an old man with snow-white hair and beard, clad in a tattered Taoist robe. Right then he was hopping and skipping about, trying to lure in passers-by. A closer look at his wares revealed something truly unusual. He Pingsheng swept his divine sense over the bizarre materials, but found that he recognized none of them. Naturally, countless others, just like He Pingsheng, had gathered around out of curiosity. "What's this? Old man, what is this thing?" The white-haired, white-bearded elder's face stiffened with indignation. "Call me senior, not old man." "Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Someone jeered, "You shameless old coot, a mere chi refining sixth-layer fellow, and you dare demand to be called senior." He Pingsheng hadn't paid much attention before, but now with a sweep of his divine sense he saw the old man's cultivation clearly. Was he truly only at the sixth layer of chi refining? Good heavens! His mouth ran wild. "What the hell do you know?" The old man's face flushed crimson. "Don't judge me by my current cultivation. In my prime, I was far more powerful. I just had my cultivation crippled. Enough, I won't waste words on you ignorant lot. Come take a look at my treasures. Back in the day, I roamed the entire continent and gathered countless treasures. Even I can't identify what's laid before you now. Fortune is fortune. Perhaps these items and I were never meant to be. So feel free to browse and take whatever catches your fancy. If you like something, I'll sell it to you at the lowest price." The crowd surged forward, examining the old man's wares with keen interest. With the curiosity of youth, He Pingsheng was equally intrigued. He walked over, crouched at a corner of the stall, and casually picked up a round pitch-black bead. The moment he held it, the bead resting in his palm gave him a sudden fleeting sense of clarity and enlightenment. This. He Pingsheng was startled, then tightened his grip on the bead. That feeling of unimpeded insight grew even stronger. The white-haired elder looked at He Pingsheng with a knowing smile. "Young man, everything hinges on fate. Some things may seem ordinary to others, but only those destined can discern their extraordinary nature. So are you the destined one?" The elder fixed his gaze on He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng pondered for a moment, then asked, "How much for this bead?" The elder held up one finger. "Since we've met by fate, I'll give you this price." He Pingsheng was taken aback. 100 spirit stones. The elder said, "What are you talking about? I meant 10,000. He Pingsheng nearly spat blood. He tossed the bead back onto the stall and stood up to leave. "You must be joking. 10,000. Hell, I don't have that kind of money." Wait, don't go." The elder called out as He Pingsheng rose. "I said 10,000, but you can haggle. How about 1,000 spirit stones? Deal?" He Pingsheng shook his head. "Do I look like someone who has 1,000 spirit stones?" The elder asked. He Pingsheng sneered, now convinced the man was a swindler. Ignoring him, he continued on his way. 10. "Young man, just 10 spirit stones will do." But He Pingsheng had already vanished into the... "How about the heavenly talisman scripture? It's a book on crafting talismans. Young friend, 100 spirits, monkey wine. 1 spirit stone for a jar." As He Pingsheng walked on, he realized the market sold all manner of goods. Before long, he spotted another cultivator selling talismans at a stall. Dressed similarly to the Taoist nun he had seen earlier, she was likely a disciple from the same heavenly talisman mountain. With nothing else to do, He Pingsheng crouched before the young woman's stall. There were fireball talismans, lightning talismans, ice needle talismans, the usual low-level talismans for junior cultivators. After scanning everything, He Pingsheng noticed one difference from the nun's stall: a yellow talisman, inscribed with characters he couldn't read. "What kind of talisman is this?" He Pingsheng picked up the yellow talisman and asked the vendor. The young woman, absorbed in a book, looked up. Hiss! He Pingsheng's breath caught in his throat. Stunningly beautiful. Her face was the epitome of perfection. Jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her long lashes fluttered over eyes like black gems. Her skin was as white as snow, and her expression was serene. She looked like a celestial maiden descended from heaven. For a moment, He Pingsheng was utterly transfixed. The woman smiled, unbothered by his reaction, and said, "This is a disguised talisman." "A disguised talisman?" He Pingsheng stared at the talisman in his hand. "What does it do?" Though momentarily stunned by her beauty, his will was resilient. In the blink of an eye, he regained his composure. This surprised the young woman. "A disguised talisman. Naturally, it alters your appearance." The woman chuckled. "For instance, you can make yourself more perfect, more beautiful." Oh, He Pingsheng suddenly understood, so that's why the vendor was so pretty. She must have used the talisman. He shook his head, finding the talisman rather impractical. "Of course," the young woman said calmly. "Changing your appearance isn't just about looking better. It can instantly transform your features so that even those who know you won't recognize you. And that can save your life sometimes." A flash of insight struck He Pingsheng right. "This talisman of mine," the young woman continued, "it's a low-grade one. It can be used 3 times, each lasting 2 hours, and even a chi refining 12th-layer cultivator can't see through it. Of course, if you run into a foundation establishment cultivator, it's useless. Their divine sense is powerful enough to see through it at a glance." Having finished her explanation, the young woman looked at He Pingsheng calmly. He was tempted to buy it, so he asked, "How many spirit stones?" The young woman replied, 200. He Pingsheng exclaimed, "So expensive. Aren't first-grade talismans usually around 60 or 70? Heh." The young woman closed her book and smiled. "Not at all. Disguised talismans are rare and their materials are different. They can't be valued like ordinary first-grade talismans." Tell you what, if you're serious, it'll take 180. He Pingsheng thought it over and said, fine. What is the use of spirit stones? Useless. Only when they are transformed into useful things can the value of spirit stones be reflected. After spending a hefty sum of spirit stones, He Pingsheng felt a pang of regret as he secretly tossed the newly purchased disguise talisman into his storage bag, murmuring to himself for comfort. He had just over 1,000 spirit stones left at his disposal. Feeling he had bought enough, He Pingsheng stopped wandering and sat down in a shaded area, with fewer people waiting for Su Kunlun and the others. About an hour later, the three of them approached with excited expressions. Junior brother. Old 9. Su Kunlun asked, what did you buy? He Pingsheng replied, I bought a few talismans for self-defense. Did you all purchase defense artifacts? Zhao Linger shook her head, saying, too expensive. By the way, I just saw a top-grade defensive artifact at Shuana Hall called the Divine Armor Shield. It's truly amazing. Yes. Su Kunlun chimed in. If we can get this item and refine all 4 layers of formations on it, we can easily resist attacks from cultivators of the same level. With this item, even if we encounter someone at the 12th level of Qi refinement, we would have a chance to escape. He Pingsheng's heart raced. Is it really that powerful? He truly didn't know how powerful a top-grade artifact was. The key point was that the Divine Armor Shield sounded so familiar. In Shuana Hall, He Pingsheng recalled that he had sold a top-grade artifact to the shopkeeper at Shuana Hall for a total of 1,150 spirit stones. That was it. Tian Xiaoqing said, that's a top-grade artifact, but unfortunately it's too expensive for us. He Pingsheng quickly asked, how many spirit stones? 1,500 spirit stones. He Pingsheng suddenly felt uneasy. 1,005. They took my 1,105 and made a profit of 405. Damn, these merchants are indeed ruthless. However, thinking about it, they need to make a profit too, especially now that the secret realm is opening once every 30 years. Everything is almost increasing in price. So the price doesn't seem too bad. Let's go. Zhao Linger said, we can return to the sect now. We'll talk once we get back. All right. The 4 of them stopped talking and summoned paper cranes again, jumping on them to fly into the clouds. By sunset, they landed directly on the peak of Shizhu Peak. Junior brother. Come, I'll show you a treasure. Zhao Linger took a deep breath and pulled He Pingsheng toward her small courtyard. Su Kunlun and Tian Xiaoqing naturally followed behind. Close the door. Senior sister, activate your formation. A first-grade confinement formation was activated. Zhao Linger carefully took out a bag of treasures and said, Old 9, today the 3 of us bought a treasure to let you take a look. Although we don't know what this treasure is, we still need to show it to master later. As she spoke, Zhao Linger pulled out a dark bead from the bag. Seeing this bead, He Pingsheng was instantly astonished. What the? Isn't this the bead that old guy sold? He Pingsheng had also wanted to buy this bead before, but the seller initially demanded 10,000 spirit stones, which was too expensive. After He Pingsheng refused, the seller lowered the price several times, revealing it to be a scam. Wait, how did these 3 little cuties manage to buy it? Hold on, didn't Zhao Linger just say that they bought it together? So they spent quite a bit of spirit stones, huh? Old 9, this is truly a good treasure. Su Kunlun said, you won't believe it, hold it in your hand, it gives a special feeling. It's as if the entire person has become transparent. Exactly. Tian Xiaoqing said, when I hold it, it's like my divine sense is clear. He Pingsheng did not take hold of it, because he had already held it before. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Linger, asking, senior sister, how many spirit stones did you spend? Zhao Linger exclaimed excitedly, only 1,000. He Pingsheng nearly spat. 1,000? Only. I didn't have that many spirit stones on me, so I gathered 400, and then old 7 and old 8 each contributed 300, and this treasure became ours. Junior brother. Zhao Linger looked eagerly at him. What do you think of this item? He Pingsheng didn't want to hurt their feelings, so he shook his head and said, I can't see its significance. Don't worry, it won't be wrong. Su Kunlun said, you don't know that the old man selling the item looked like a person of immortal demeanor, definitely a senior expert. Zhao Linger nodded, very impressive. He Pingsheng thought, since we don't know, let's show it to master. Let's go. Let's go. He Pingsheng watched the 3 of them cheerfully walk toward Yuning Palace and couldn't help but scratch his head. Wait, aren't cultivators supposed to gradually expand their minds with the thickness of their divine sense? Why do these 3 little cuties seem to lack mental depth? Just as he was pondering this, Zhao Linger turned back and waved at him. Little junior brother, come over too. All right. He Pingsheng had no choice but to quicken his pace to catch up. The 4 of them arrived at the entrance of Yuning Palace. Disciples Zhao Linger, Tian Xiaoqing, Su Kunlun, and He Pingsheng pay respects to master. Zhao Linger respectfully bowed at the door, listing all 4 names in one breath. A voice from inside responded, come in. Buzz. A strand of invisible energy disappeared in the world. He Pingsheng knew that the defensive array of Yuning Palace had been withdrawn. The 4 opened the hall door and entered in single file. Master Yuning sat high on a stone platform. Greetings, Master. The four bowed in unison. Yuning nodded and asked, What's the matter? Zhao Linger replied, Master, the three of us pooled our resources to buy a treasure, but we don't know its function, so we came to show you. Oh, a spark of light flickered in Yuning's eyes, showing her delight. She stepped forward and stood before the four. Where's the treasure? Take it out for me to see. Her tone was even somewhat eager. Zhao Linger wasted no time and directly took out the dark bead. Su Kunlun chuckled, saying, Please hold this item and feel it. All right. Yuning took the bead and held it in her hand. Then she exclaimed in shock, This. My goodness, I feel as if my entire divine sense has become clearer. Treasure. What kind of treasure is this? Boom. Her massive divine sense surged out, scanning the black bead. However, upon inspection, it merely yielded emptiness. Nothing was discovered. This item is not simple. Yuning shook her head while holding the bead. It's surprising that even I cannot discern its origins. How many spirit stones did you spend to acquire this? Yuning looked at the three of them. 1,000 pieces. Zhao Linger excitedly stuttered. I contributed 400, and both junior brother and junior sister each contributed 300. We three combined have gathered 1,000 pieces. Yuning looked at the black bead in her hand, somewhat reluctant to part with it, saying this item should be a treasure that can assist in cultivating the spirit. You three are currently in the chi refining stage, so it won't be of much use to you. How about this? Give me the bead, and I will give you 2,000 spirit stones for it. All right. Yuning looked at the three. Their faces instantly revealed expressions of difficulty. Treasure. We don't even know what kind of treasure this is, and you want to take it away. Isn't this a form of plundering the disciples' belongings? But facing a master, the three naturally did not dare to refuse. They simply remained silent, feeling unwell. Yuning smiled and said, I know what you are thinking. In truth, I am not coveting your treasure. I just feel that this item is of no use in your hands. You see, your ancestor is about to celebrate his 300th birthday, and I have searched for suitable treasures, but have found nothing. What I mean is, if you transfer this item to me, I will use it as a birthday gift for your ancestor. It is certainly not that I am greedy. How about it? Yuning looked at the three. All right, Zhao Linger said, I will listen to the master. With Zhao Linger agreeing, the other two naturally did not dare to oppose. I will listen to the master. I will also listen to the master. Good. Yuning smiled, and then took out 2,000 spirit stones. You can divide them. Let's go. Follow me to pay respects to the ancestor. Yuning intended to take the disciples to see the ancestor to prove that she had not embezzled the treasure, but was genuinely bringing it as a birthday gift. Master, I won't go. He Pingsheng was not keen on attending. Why? Because this so-called ancestor was the only golden core expert of Xiuzhu Peak, the real man of Chongyang. He had already met the real man of Chongyang before. No, Yuning said, you have just entered my sect and have yet to meet the ancestor. How can that be acceptable? Come with me today. You must bow to the ancestor. Naturally, He Pingsheng did not dare to disobey and could only follow the master out of the palace with a face full of trepidation, heading toward the place where the ancestor resided. The ancestor's place is at the highest point of Xiuzhu Peak. The spiritual energy here is twice as rich as in Yuning's palace. Rumbling. Layers of formations opened sequentially outside the grand palace as Yuning led the four disciples inside. Although there was no sunlight inside the dojo, golden light radiated all around. It was dazzling. He Pingsheng dared not look around and only saw a Taoist in blue sitting on a lotus platform ahead. Beside that Taoist, streams of golden light flickered, exuding an extraordinary air like an immortal. The real man of Chongyang. Salute to the master. I have seen the ancestor. Everyone bowed together. The Taoist on the lotus platform opened his eyes, his face filled with kindness as he said, Yuning, there is no need for such formalities. As he spoke, the Taoist's gaze swept over He Pingsheng, saying, Is it you, kid? He Pingsheng's heart trembled. He had met the ancestor once when he was doing chores in the alchemy room, and he didn't expect the ancestor to have such a good memory. However, what He Pingsheng did not know was that it was not the real man of Chongyang who had a good memory, but for golden core practitioners, a single closed-door cultivation could last several years. Of events from a few years ago were as clear to them as if they had happened yesterday. As for He Pingsheng's changed appearance, that was of no concern. Golden core practitioners observe a person's bones and aura, not their looks. Now that He Pingsheng had appeared, the real man of Chongyang could see through him at a glance. Disciple He Pingsheng, I bow to the ancestor. He Pingsheng hurriedly bowed again. Do not bow. The real man of Chongyang quickly stopped him, saying, I do not like this kind of formality. Yuning asked, Master, do you actually know this disciple of mine? The real man of Chongyang shook his head and said, I do not know him. I happened to see him once before, and at that time he was not yet our disciple of Xiuzhu Peak. No more talking, Yuning. Why have you come to see me today? Yuning said, Master. Your 300th birthday is approaching, and I have found a treasure that seems to have unique benefits for spirit cultivation. I came to present it to you for your appraisal." As she spoke, Yuning took out the black bead in her hand and presented it to the real man of Chongyang. The real man of Chongyang received the bead with a smile, saying, "You have a good heart." However, just a few breaths later his brow furrowed. "Master," Yuning asked, "is there something wrong? You have been deceived." The real man of Chongyang slightly increased his grip, and the black bead began to shed black dust, revealing a green seed. "This?" Yuning said. "Master, what is this?" The real man of Chongyang replied, "In the far west there is a poisonous herb called the Jilan flower. The seeds it produces are highly toxic. Just a slight exposure can paralyze the spirit. This is the seed of the Jilan flower." He Pingsheng almost vomited. He thought it was a clear Dao heart, but it turned out to be a paralyzed spirit. Damn it, that old man is really a big con man. "Master, forgive me." Yuning was also about to retch. The real man of Chongyang was a person of good temperament. He waved his hand and said, "There is no need for such things. I do not care about the 300 years of lifespan. I still need to go in a closed-door cultivation. You may all leave now." "Yes." Yuning trembled all over. The real man of Chongyang then asked, "How many spirit stones did this thing cost?" Yuning replied, 2,000. "Oh." The real man of Chongyang said, "Do not seek small advantages in the future. I still have some spirit stones here that are temporarily unused. I will give them to you." Whoosh! A storage bag flew over from a distance. Yuning took the storage bag and hurriedly left the grand hall with her disciples. Su Kunlun, Zhao Linger, and Tian Shaoqing all shrank their heads, not daring to make a sound, fearing they might trigger the master's ire. Once they arrived at Yuning's palace, Zhao Linger finally said, "Master, should I return these spirit stones to you?" Yuning's face darkened, and she said, "What do you take me for?" "Well, you three go to the teleportation square for a week of reflection." "Go." Zhao Linger pouted and said, "Why, master disciple?" "Why?" Yuning said with a dark face, "How can you still have the face to ask me why?" "Because you are foolish." "Go." "Wait." Yuning looked at He Pingsheng and said, "You should go." He Pingsheng instantly lost his composure. "Master, I didn't participate in this matter. I didn't even know when they bought it. Damn it, I'm not the foolish one. Why punish me?" But Yuning waved her sleeve. "If I say go, then go. Stop being so whiny. Do you believe I will double your punishment?" Four individuals knelt on the teleportation square. The blazing sun hung overhead, dazzling and blinding, making it almost impossible to lift their heads. The servant disciples and outer sect disciples atop Xiaozhu Peak naturally dared not watch here, but the inner sect disciples coming and going could not help but laugh. Especially the disciples under the Hongda courtyard and Yuta gate. "Oh." Linglong, dressed in a pink robe, held a sword and stood smiling in front of the four, saying, "What crime have you committed to be sent here for reflection?" "He Pingsheng, you haven't killed anyone, have you?" He Pingsheng ignored her. Linglong wasn't bothered either, continuing to mock them from the side. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Master Yuning had originally punished the four to reflect for 7 days, but after only half an hour she softened and dispatched her eldest disciple, Homu Xian, to this place. Junior brothers and sisters, quickly stand up. Homu Xian looked at the four with indifference, saying, "The master has decreed that your 7 days of reflection are hereby revoked. If there is a next time, you will be directly expelled from the sect." Everyone was left speechless. The four of He Pingsheng slowly stood up, exchanged glances, and hurriedly left the teleportation square, heading to their respective residences. The first thing He Pingsheng did upon returning home was to hang the sign that read in closed-door meditation at the entrance, then activated the formation and stepped inside. He had never taken such a minor punishment to heart. What was this small grievance compared to the enmity with his parents? It was simply insignificant. He Pingsheng sat cross-legged on the ground, first calming himself for a stick of incense's worth of time to disperse all the negative emotions within him, then he opened his eyes. With less than a month remaining, this secret realm would soon open. Preparations were almost complete. However, he still needed to gather everything in one last sweep. His cultivation could no longer be improved, stuck at the 7th layer of qi refining. Those spells he wasn't familiar with or hadn't practiced could still be practiced further during this time. Then there were various treasures, especially the talismans he had purchased at the Matu Mountain Market, which needed to be reinforced properly. He Pingsheng took out all the talismans. There weren't many, only 6 in total. Ice Needle Talisman 2 pieces. Thunder Talisman 2 pieces. Earth Shield Talisman 2 pieces. Disguise Talisman 1 piece. Without hesitation, He Pingsheng threw all the talismans into the treasure basin. Then he began to familiarize himself with various spells. First, he reviewed the spells. 2 metal attribute spells: Yellow Turban Warrior Diamond Shield. No wood attribute spells. 1 water attribute spell: Rin Water Escape Technique. 2 fire attribute spells: Fire Crow Technique, Fire Shield Technique. 1 earth attribute spell: Earth Armor Technique. In total, there were 6 spells, 2 of which were offensive Yellow Turban Warrior and Fire Crow Technique. He had mastered both. For defense, there were 3 Diamond Shield Fire Shield Technique and Earth Armor Technique. Only the Diamond Shield had not been learned. However, He Pingsheng felt it unnecessary to learn it. With the Earth Armor Technique and Fire Shield Technique, it was sufficient. One escape spell, Rin Water Escape Technique. This one needed to be learned. For the following time, He Pingsheng focused on practicing the Rin Water Escape Technique. After more than 10 days of effort, he had mastered the spell. Only after mastering it did he realize its formidable power. In simple terms, in places with water, he could conceal himself in the water and swiftly escape. The speed of moving through water was extremely fast, almost no different from running on land. There was also the added benefit of being able to become invisible, concealed within the water. Unless the opponent's divine sense was strong enough, they would be unable to detect him. It was truly extraordinary. During this time, not only had He Pingsheng mastered the Rin Water Escape Technique, but he had also reinforced all the talismans one by one. Ice Needle Talisman was reinforced into Ice Arrow Talisman. Thunder Talisman was reinforced into Tian Lei Talisman. Earth Shield Talisman was reinforced into Wand Stone Talisman. Disguise Talisman after reinforcement remained as Disguise Talisman. However, the quality of the reinforced Disguise Talisman had improved. Before reinforcement, according to that stunning woman, this Disguise Talisman could be used 3 times, with each use lasting only 2 hours and capable of deceiving disciples at the 12th layer of Qi refining. After reinforcement, the talisman became 2 pieces, each of which could be reused 12 times with a duration of 1 day each. As for whether it could deceive Foundation Establishment cultivators, He Pingsheng did not know, but he was certain it would have some improvement. To summarize the talismans he could use now were Ice Arrow Talisman 7 pieces, Fireball Talisman 3 pieces, Tian Lei Talisman 4 pieces, Wandstone Talisman 4 pieces, Disguise Talisman 2 pieces. As for the magical items that He Pingsheng had refined, there was 1 top-grade Flying Sword, 1 top-grade magical item, the Qingmu Shield, 1 top-grade Confinement Formation Set, and 1 top-grade magical item, the Chuanyun Boat. Altogether, he couldn't say he was armed to the teeth, but it was certainly enough for He Pingsheng's needs. Other materials were placed into the storage bag, while these magical items and talismans that he might need at any time were placed into another storage bag for easy access. After doing this, He Pingsheng opened the door and walked out. There were only 7 days left until the opening of the secret realm. Junior brother, you're out of closed-door meditation. Just as he stepped outside, he saw the 6th sister, Zhao Linger, rushing over from afar. Hurry, hurry. Master is looking for you. We need to go to the master's dojo for a meeting. He Pingsheng didn't dare to delay, quickly following Zhao Linger in a hurry to reach Yuning Palace. He found a mat and sat down. On the stone lotus platform sat a Taoist nun who appeared to be around 50 years old. It was Master Yuning. Seeing the disciples arriving one by one, Yuning revealed a smile on her face, saying, "Well done. This time, all 9 disciples of our Yuning Palace have qualified to enter the secret realm." Eldest senior brother Homu Xian clasped his hands and said, "It is all thanks to Master's guidance." The other disciples, including He Pingsheng, also clasped their hands and flattered, "Master's guidance is superb." Yuning chuckled and said, "Don't flatter me just yet. There are 7 days left until the secret realm opens. The sect has decided that we will go there in advance, and we will set off this afternoon. There are a few points I need to clarify with you. First, all inner sect disciples of our Taishu sect must wear moon-white sect robes for easy identification by fellow disciples. Second, regardless of how other disciples behave, my disciples should preferably travel in groups. Homu Xian, you are the eldest senior brother, so this team will be led by you." "Master." Homu Xian's face suddenly turned pained as he said, "Disciple has been stuck at a bottleneck for 13 years. This time, after waiting so long for the secret realm to open, I plan to take a risk and head to the core area to see if I can obtain the Water Yuan spiritual apricot to break through the bottleneck. If I have to take them with me." He glanced at He Pingsheng and the others, his face filled with a desperate desire to survive. Clearly, Homu Xian did not want to take them along. In Homu Xian's eyes, He Pingsheng was nothing but a burden. "Xiao Xuejin, you come." Yuning did not want to put her eldest disciple in a difficult position, so she turned her gaze to the second disciple. Xiao Zuejian's expression turned bitter. "Master, I am in the same situation. I still want to follow in senior brother's footsteps." Then the third senior sister Cheng Siyu, the fourth Yang Qingyun, and the fifth Wu Zhengyang all bowed to Yuning. "Master, we will follow senior brother and enter the secret realm together." Behind them, Zhao Linger, Su Kunlun, Tian Xiaoqing, and He Pingsheng all looked increasingly grim. Goodness, they were being rejected. Sigh. Yuning sighed deeply and said, "All right, each has their own opportunities, and it is not appropriate for me to force you. You may go as you wish." Linger, Xiaoqing, Kunlun, and the ninth one, you four, should team up temporarily. Once you reach that secret realm, do not delve too deep, and do not compete fiercely with others. Opportunities arise from being alive, do not force it. Do you remember that? He Pingsheng and the others bowed to Yun Ning. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Then Yun Ning took out 9 white jade tokens, distributing them to the disciples one by one. These items are the credentials for entering the Alliance's secret realm, and they are also a guarantee for your safety. If you encounter danger, just crush this jade token, and you will be transported out of the secret realm. But remember, the essence of this jade token is a kind of formation. Once crushed, a formation will be activated. The process from activation to transportation is not instantaneous. It requires some casting time. About 3 breaths of time. Hearing this, He Pingsheng's heart trembled. 3 breaths. For escaping, 3 breaths was still too long. If the enemy is right in front of you, using this item would be useless. 3 breaths is enough time for someone to kill you 10 times over. To escape safely, sufficient time must be ensured. He Pingsheng tucked away the white jade token, engraving it in his heart. Yun Ning said, as per tradition, I will not accompany you all on this secret realm exploration. A total of 276 members from the Tai Su sect will participate in this secret realm exploration, all led by the Grand Elder Xianyang from the Internal Affairs Hall. Elder Xianyang is a powerful practitioner at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Not only is his cultivation extraordinary, but he is also strict, being the 2nd strongest Golden Core in our entire Tai Su sect. You must show respect. Go now. Yun Ning waved her sleeves, and the disciples streamed out. They first returned to gather their belongings and brought their respective treasure bags before gathering at the teleportation square. He Pingsheng did the same. He went back to fetch the items he had prepared a long time ago. In fact, there weren't many. His primary talisman's treasures and so on were all stored in the storage bag. In this treasure bag, there were only some ordinary items and a few sets of moon-white clothing. The master had said that all disciples of the Tai Su sect must wear moon-white robes this time. In addition, He Pingsheng's treasure bag also contained a set of women's clothing. Not for any other reason, but to be able to switch identities at a crucial moment. If I encounter danger, I can disguise as a woman, and who would recognize me? Once everything was prepared, He Pingsheng, like everyone else, carried his treasure bag to the teleportation square at Xiao Bamboo Peak. There were quite a few disciples here. Including He Pingsheng and his senior brothers and sisters, there were a total of 9 people, plus disciples of the 2 masters Yuda and Yuxian. At a glance, there were about 30 to 40 people. He Pingsheng spotted someone he despised, Linglong. His enmity with Linglong could be described as deep as the sea. Not only did he have a grudge against senior brother Hao Yun, but there was also a blood feud involving his parents. Furthermore, he had a grudge against her for nearly being killed by her schemes. Yet when he encountered Linglong, although he wanted to tear her apart in his heart, he maintained a neutral expression, not showing the slightest hint of hatred. Linglong also saw him smirking coldly and said, "Oh, he has also reached the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. It's a good thing to have the qualification to participate in the trial, but one fears that this good fortune may turn into misfortune. If you happen to die in the secret realm, it would be a loss indeed." He Pingsheng did not respond. However, Su Kunlun Zhaolinger and Tian Shaoqing, beside him, all glared angrily at Linglong. Ho Muxin's eyes also narrowed, saying, "Junior sister Linglong, that remark is a bit too harsh, isn't it?" "Senior brother Ho, I am not a harsh person." Linglong replied, "Everyone knows I have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. I am merely giving good advice to remind Shitty He. Just watch." Linglong stepped forward to He Pingsheng's side, and in a flash slapped towards He Pingsheng. Everyone was astonished. He Pingsheng quickly dodged. However, Linglong's earlier move was just a feint, and by the time He Pingsheng reacted, her delicate hand had already grasped his treasure bag. With a slight pull, everything in He Pingsheng's treasure bag spilled out. They were all ordinary items. Dozens of spirit stones, a few pieces of clothing, and 1 or 2 magical artifacts. To everyone's shock, He Pingsheng actually had a piece of women's clothing in his bag. Linglong immediately burst into exaggerated laughter. "He Shitty, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person carrying women's clothing, ha. Do you have some disgusting fetish?" Everyone cast strange looks at him. He Pingsheng did not respond, nor did he show any discomfort. He calmly squatted down to pick up the clothing and items from the ground, placing them back into his treasure bag. Then He Pingsheng stood up and cast a faint glance at Linglong. "Junior sister, do not act recklessly." A woman stepped forward to pull Linglong away. He Pingsheng's gaze lingered on that woman for 2 breaths of time. He had seen this woman before. Back when he was a servant, she had given him 2 lower-grade golden bone pills after being beaten up by Zhang Laoda. He had heard from Yuda that this senior sister seemed to be named Luoyu. "Time is running short, let's go." Ho Muxian glanced at the junior disciples behind him. "First, let us head to the Tai Su Palace." Everyone stepped onto the teleportation array together, and in a flash they departed from Xiao Bamboo Peak. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves at the Tai Su Palace. The Tai Su Palace is the largest palace in the entire sect. It is said to be the place where the sect's highest elder, the ancestor, cultivates. And the ancestor is the only nascent soul in the Taisu sect. Not to mention, He Pingsheng, even Hong Muxian, had never seen it. Even his own master Yun Ning might not have seen the true appearance of this ancestor. In the square of the Taishu Great Hall there are dozens of teleportation arrays. From here one can travel to various peaks of the Taishu sect, with each peak having 2 teleportation arrays for round trips. At this moment, quite a number of disciples have gathered in the square. All the disciples are dressed in pale moon-colored robes. After about 2 hours, the disciples from each peak have basically gathered. An elder dressed in a purpler Taoist robe suddenly appeared. The elder is tall with a bushy white beard, and his face is etched with the vicissitudes of time. His eyes shimmer with brilliance, sweeping across the gathered disciples as if he can see into their hearts. Silence. The elder waved his hand with a feather duster and said, "I am Xianyang." The disciples, upon hearing that this was Elder Xianyang, all knelt down and bowed to him. "Greetings, Elder." "Greetings, Elder Xianyang." "Greetings, Ancestor Xianyang." Xianyang, holding the feather duster in his left hand, stroked his white beard with his right and said, "All right, good. Everyone rise. This time I will lead you to the Cooling Mountain's secret realm to participate in the Daoxian Alliance's trial. You all have your life and death tokens, right? If anyone doesn't have one, let me know." Xianyang glanced at the crowd. The so-called life and death token is the white jade token held by He Pingsheng. Once crushed, it can instantly form an array that teleports the disciple out of the secret realm. Good, since you all have them, let me reiterate, once this item is activated, it will bring you out of the secret realm. However, once you exit, you will lose the qualification to continue exploring the secret realm. Moreover, this item has a 3-breath delay upon activation. Be sure to use it with caution. Yes. Everyone clasped their hands in response, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Elder." "All right." Xianyang waved his large sleeve and said, "Everyone follow me." At an unknown time, a small flying boat appeared in Xianyang's hand. Under his magical power, it instantly expanded into a blue ship about 100 feet long. On the ship, several arrays of luminous membranes flickered. Xianyang was the first to step onto the bow and said, "Come aboard." The disciples jumped up one by one. Although the ship is large, it only rises a few dozen feet above the ground, so even disciples like He Pingsheng, who is only at the 7th level of Qi refining, can easily land on it. Once on the ship, He Pingsheng discovered that there were actually 108 slots on the ship's railing. Each slot was embedded with a spirit stone. In total, there are 108 spirit stones. These spirit stones serve as the power supply for the flying boat. Of course, the other energy sources for the arrays are unknown to He Pingsheng. Everyone boarded the immortal boat. An elder at the golden core stage stroked his beard and asked, "Is everyone here?" A young cultivator stepped forward and reported, "Elder, all personnel from Chiyun Peak are present. The disciples from Lianhua Peak are on board. Chaoxiao Peak is here. Shizhu Peak is here. Tianyi Peak is here. Songwan Peak is here. Xiuzhu Peak is here. Yulong Peak is here. Juha Peak is here. Shenf Peak is here. All the disciples from the 10 peaks of Taishu have gathered." "Good." The internal affairs elder Xianyang nodded and said, "Let's go." With a thunderous rumble, the massive flying boat slowly lifted off, then turned its bow towards the southeast in the void. Perhaps due to the large number of people on board, or for other reasons, the flying boat, despite its size, flew at a low altitude. To put it simply, it was only slightly higher than the mountains. The blue sky remained above, and the white clouds floated overhead. The speed of the flying boat increased, as did the retreating clouds above and the mountains below. In the clear sky, sunlight poured down, illuminating the peaks in a vibrant green interspersed with patches of white from the exposed massive stones. In the clear sky, sunlight poured down, illuminating the peaks in a vibrant green interspersed with patches of white from the exposed massive. Then heavy rain poured down into that part of the sky. However, the flying boat where He Pingsheng was did not suffer any disturbance as it glided past the edge of the massive dark clouds. After a few breaths, the clouds dissipated and the dark clouds receded to the rear, gradually becoming a small, blocked by the retreating mountains, disappearing from sight. The void before them became clear again. After half a day's journey, He Pingsheng saw a long and towering mountain range. The flying boat could only fly along the right side of the mountain range at a height, not even reaching half of the mountain. The crowd again witnessed the beautiful spectacle of swirling dark clouds and flying snowflakes. This is the Ice Extreme Mountain, the tallest mountain within the entire Daoxian Alliance territory. The elder at the golden core stage stroked his beard and cheerfully explained to the crowd, "Don't be fooled by the ice and snow on this mountain. There is a massive sect on it called the Ice Extreme Immortal Sect. Moreover, the spiritual energy of the Ice Extreme Immortal Sect is extremely rich." Upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished. It was incredible that such a towering mountain housed a sect. Seeing the elder's amiable demeanor, a disciple mustered the courage to ask, "Elder Xianyang, why is our flying boat flying so low not even higher than a paper crane. At this, everyone was moved, and they looked at the bold disciple. Some also curiously turned to the elder. However, the elder did not take offense. He just smiled and said, "I would like to fly higher as well, but with so many of you my flying boat is a bit strained, so I can only fly low." Ha ha ha. As he spoke, the elder laughed heartily. The disciples followed suit. Only then did everyone realize that Elder Xianyang had a rather good temperament. He Pingsheng noticed that the flying boat not only flew lower, but also was not fast slower than a paper crane. However, the advantage was that this vessel had a defensive membrane to guard against enemy attacks. After traveling on the immortal boat for 2 days, it finally arrived at a mountain range that wasn't too high. Boom. The flying boat landed in a square. He Pingsheng looked up and found the square densely packed with people all dressed in various Taoist robes. It seemed that many other sects within the Daoxian Alliance had also arrived. As far as He Pingsheng knew, there were about 20 large sects in the Daoxian Alliance. Besides these large sects, there were also over 100 cultivation families. With various forces combined, there were easily over 100. Each time, nearly 10,000 disciples participated in the trials. The immortal boat landed, and the disciples descended one after another, occupying a corner of the square to rest. Elder Xianyang was gathered with the other sect elders boasting. He Pingsheng, however, cast his gaze towards the back of the square. There a massive array stood guarded by 18 cultivators in golden Taoist robes at the entrance. It seemed that this was the entrance to the secret realm. "Did you see the 18 Foundation Establishment disciples behind us?" Zhao Linger pointed to the 18 figures in golden robes. He Pingsheng's gaze turned once more toward the rear of the square. The 18 disciples, each dressed in golden Dao robes, were all at the Foundation Establishment level. Of course, He Pingsheng could not see their cultivation levels. He could only guess they were at that stage. Now that Zhao Linger had spoken it out loud, he was certain. "I see them." He Pingsheng nodded. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Zhao Linger replied. "These 18 individuals come from 18 different sects guarding this entrance together. If any sect tried to enter early, it would be impossible." He Pingsheng was immediately taken aback, saying, "Aren't the entrances opened every 30 years? Can we not enter at other times?" "You are too naive, junior brother." Zhao Linger chuckled, then pulled him closer and whispered, "To put it simply, this so-called secret realm wasn't created by humans, was it? It's just that within 1,000 miles there are a lot of exposed spiritual veins, so some great experts used tremendous power to seal this place with a great formation. And this great formation doesn't only open every 30 years, it can be activated at any time. It's just that for the sake of exploration by various sects, the opening day is artificially set to 30 years. If there were no guards, wouldn't a powerful figure from a certain sect be able to secretly activate the formation and send their descendants inside? That would make the secret realms within the Xian Alliance unfair. Therefore, to ensure fairness, these 18 Foundation Establishment disciples are placed here to guard. And these 18 disciples come from 18 different sects. I heard from my master that there is also a senior from our Tai Su sect guarding here, but I can't recognize which one it is." He Pingsheng nodded. Now he understood what this so-called secret realm truly was. "Junior brother, senior sister." The plump Lao Ba Su Kunlun came running over smiling and said, "Look, there's someone setting up a stall over there. Should we go check it out?" He Pingsheng raised his gaze and indeed saw some cultivators setting up stalls at the edge of the massive square. This was not surprising. Those who came this time were all Qi refinement disciples from various sects and families, all at the same level, making it easier to trade goods. As soon as someone set up a stall, many were instantly drawn over. Soon more began to set up their stalls. "Let's go take a look." Before He Pingsheng could set off, he saw Homu Xian had already walked over. So He Pingsheng hurried over as well. If he spotted something good, wouldn't he be able to grab it first by arriving early? He approached one of the stalls and took a glance. The items sold by these Qi refinement disciples were generally similar. Pills. The main item was the Golden Bone Pill. At this time, no one would buy the Gathering Spirit Pill. After all, Gathering Spirit Pills are used for cultivation. Who would come to a secret realm to cultivate? The Golden Bone Pill was different. If one got injured in the secret realm, swallowing this would be extremely beneficial. Besides pills, there were also talismans. Some were selling various strange items. He Pingsheng was not lacking in talismans or pills. He had 14 attack talismans on him, and they were even of the enhanced type. With a single strike, he could slay any Qi refinement disciple. As for the Golden Bone Pill, there was even less need. He Pingsheng had 2 bottles of top-grade Golden Bone Pills with 24 pills. He also had some ordinary middle and low-grade ones. That was more than enough. However, he unexpectedly ran into someone familiar here. Not exactly a familiar person, just someone he had met before. The beautiful woman who sold talismans at the Matua Mountain Market. He didn't expect to encounter her here again. She was still setting up her stall selling talismans. Previously, He Pingsheng thought she had used a disguised talisman to appear so beautiful. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Because disguised talismans were extremely precious, and only effective for 2 hours. How could a wealthy woman maintain the same appearance for so long? She was probably just naturally beautiful. Junior brother, do you need any talismans? The beautiful woman raised her head and glanced at He Pingsheng. It was because he had been staring at her for a long time. He Pingsheng's face instantly turned crimson, awkwardly touching his nose, and said, "No, no." The beautiful woman smiled and said, "I recognize you. You bought my disguise talisman at Matua Mountain before, right?" He Pingsheng was surprised that she still remembered him, feeling an inexplicable excitement within. Yes, yes, yes. After saying that, he scolded himself internally for being so useless. Why was he so excited just because a beautiful disciple was talking to him? After saying this, He Pingsheng hurried his pace to leave and headed towards another stall. Junior brother. Zhao Linger followed closely behind, He Pingsheng saying, "Are you smitten?" I see her Dao robe. She is a disciple of Tian Fu Mountain He. Quite a match for our Tai Su sect. He Pingsheng's face turned even redder. He didn't know how to respond to Zhao Linger, so he quickly pretended to be interested in something and casually squatted down at a stall, picking up a green jade slip and placing it against his forehead. This was a cultivation method. Of course, here it was only an outline. The name of the cultivation method was Bronze Skin Golden Bone Classic. According to the introduction of the outline, this was a cultivation method that could refine the body. After cultivating it, one could enhance their physical defense, becoming like bronze skin and golden bone, and when fully mastered, they could withstand attacks from cultivators of the same level without external aids. So powerful. He Pingsheng was somewhat tempted. Junior brother, I have a complete body refining cultivation method here. The stall owner was a Taoist nun who appeared to be around 40, looking kindly at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng was surprised that at such an age she was still at the qi refinement level. However, after a moment of thought, he found it normal. After all, there were quite a few male disciples in their 70s and 80s still at the qi refinement stage. No, Zhao Linger said, snatching the jade slip away. Junior brother, your cultivation is already challenging enough. You should focus all your energy on improving your cultivation. How can you dabble in such sidetracked methods? Cultivating this thing wastes too much time. He Pingsheng, however, smiled, taking back the cultivation method from Zhao Linger, and said, I want to give it a try. Waste time. For others, it might indeed be a waste. But for He Pingsheng, it was not a waste at all. He had been cultivating to stabilize his realms, and now he had reached the 7th layer with the 5 elemental attributes. Yet he was still worried about breaking through too quickly. If he practiced this body-refining cultivation method, wouldn't it perfectly fill his spare time? Senior sister, how many spirit stones for this technique? He Pingsheng returned the manual to the woman. The woman replied, 300. What? He Pingsheng bristled with indignation. 300. So expensive. Ordinary techniques of various elemental attributes usually cost only 30 to 50 spirit stones each. This one costs 300. That's 10 times the price. The woman chuckled. Junior brother, don't dismiss it based on price. There's a reason for its value. To be frank, body forging and spirit forging techniques are exceedingly rare. Among 100 techniques you might find in the cultivation world, perhaps not one will be a body forging or spirit forging method. That's why it's expensive. Moreover, this technique covers not only the qi refining stage, but also the complete foundation establishment stage. It's a bargain. He Pingsheng said, 100 spirit stones. Though rare, the demand is low. Out of 100 cultivators, perhaps not one would be interested in such a technique. He slashed the price by 2/3. The Taoist nun opposite was stunned. Junior brother. This is truly too low. This isn't just cutting in half. You've slashed it down to my ankles. He Pingsheng replied, apologies, this is my limit. If you sell, I'll pay the spirit stones. Any more, and I simply can't afford it. Fine, fine. The Taoist nun waved her hand. 100 it is, take it. She tossed out a green. He Pingsheng shook 100 spirit stones from his treasure pouch. Then before the woman, he examined the jade slip, confirmed the technique was intact, stored it away, and departed with a cupped fist salute. Junior brother, Zhao Linger asked, are you truly planning to cultivate that? It's such a waste of cultivation time. Exactly. Su Kunlun chimed in. When would one find the time? I wish I could split each day into 24 hours and still find them insufficient. Tisk. Zhao Linger scoffed at Su Kunlun's words. I don't believe that. Tian Shaoqing added, nor do I. If you said 12 hours weren't enough for sleep, I do believe it. Ha ha ha. He Pingsheng was amused by them. All right. Su Kunlun looked embarrassed. Enough about me. Old 9, this thing truly wastes too much time. He Pingsheng said, didn't you mention earlier that during qi refining one eventually hits bottlenecks? My spirit root aptitude is poor, so I'll likely encounter one after reaching the 10th layer. I plan to cultivate this body forging method only then. After all, cultivation would be futile at that point. Su Kunlun mused, that does make sense. Zhao Linger added, I've heard there's a spiritual fruit in this secret realm called the gold-silver peach, a supreme treasure for body forging. He Pingsheng asked, what is the gold-silver peach? Zhao Linger explained. It's a first-grade spiritual fruit that glimmers with a gold-silver sheen from afar. It doesn't aid cultivation directly, but if consumed and refined with a body-forging technique, it yields extraordinary results. She rolled her eyes and gently nudged He Pingsheng with her elbow. Old Nine, you don't actually think you can forge your body with just any technique, do you? It requires auxiliary materials. He Pingsheng fell silent. Indeed, he had assumed that simply practicing a body-forging technique would grant him a bronze skin and iron bones. Enough, let's move on. Zhao Linger said. Come, let's check ahead. A crowd had gathered around a certain stall. What astonished everyone was that the stall owner wasn't a chi refining disciple. It was a golden core elder. Beside the elder's stall stood several disciples guarding it. Everyone, our elder is a mighty golden core cultivator. He would never deceive you. These maps were drawn by the elder after studying countless records left by predecessors. Would you like a copy? He Pingsheng understood they were using the golden core elder's reputation to sell maps. Each sect had its own. They were compiled from routes discovered over the years. Incomplete, but somewhat useful. Should we buy one? Su Kunlun asked Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger inquired, how much for a map? A disciple in green Taoist robes replied, 600 spirit stones. Gasps of shock. The price. Everyone was immediately deterred. No wonder they needed a golden core elder's endorsement. Such a ripoff. Forget it. Zhao Linger said. Master told us not to go to the core area, so the map is unnecessary. Let's go. The four-person team returned to the Taishu sect's area, each finding a corner to sit. He Pingsheng took out the newly purchased jade slip to study. Even the general outline alone contained much to learn. After reading it once, He Pingsheng gained a glimmer of understanding about this body forging method. Body forging, as the name implied, meant tempering one's body into a treasured artifact, ensuring invincibility among peers in battle. Body forging required external aids referred to in the outline as external supplementation. Such supplementation could be divided into two categories. One category was heavenly materials and earthly treasures like the gold-silver peach, which when consumed and refined with body forging methods strengthened the physique and enhanced power. The second category was blood, specifically the essence blood of various demon beasts, spirit beasts, or even cultivators. Such supplementation also fortified the body and augmented strength. After reading the outline, He Pingsheng did not continue his studies. He planned to enhance the bronze skin golden bone sutra in his cornucopia before cultivating it. He would wait, no rush. Several more days passed. One morning, 18 Foundation establishment disciples in golden Taoist robes each stepped forward. One announced, everyone. From now on, the secret realm is open. For 1 month. You may enter. However, you must return within the month. A disciple in golden robes addressed the crowd loudly. I know some of you think you can hide inside and cultivate in secret after the realm closes. If you think that you're courting death. Once the realm ends, everyone must leave or die. Well, release a golden core stage spirit pet to hunt down and slay every chi refining disciple who remains hidden without exception. Disciples of the Taishu sect, come to me. A rough shout echoed from afar. The crowd turned to see Elder Xianyang of the Taishu sect. Everyone hurriedly gathered before Elder Xianyang. Form a line. When I call your name, step forward. Elder Xianyang commanded. Disciples of Lianhua Peak, come forward. The dozens of disciples from Lianhua Peak rushed to the elder's front. You few. Elder Xianyang pointed to a group and said, come here. Each of you will receive a treasure bag. Bring back all the spiritual herbs you find, even the lowest grade. Elder Xianyang distributed new treasure bags to each person, fearing that the disciples' bags might not be. After distributing the bags, Elder Xianyang waved his hand, and his magical power transformed into a particle of light that quickly expanded, enveloping the 10 or so individuals before him. Go! Elder Xianyang shouted, and the light shield wrapped around the group as they flew upwards swiftly, entering the entrance of the secret realm. At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm opened, revealing a dark vortex. Nearby elders were continuously throwing their sect's disciples into it. This method of entering the secret realm opened He Pingsheng's eyes. Disciples from Lianhua Peak were tossed in one after another, followed by those from Shizhu Peak and Chaoxiao Peak. Finally, it was the turn of Shizhu Peak. Little ones from Shizhu Peak, come over. Elder Xianyang's expression was somewhat pale. After all, using magical power to transport disciples into the secret realm was quite taxing. Sending so many disciples in succession left him somewhat exhausted, yet Elder Xianyang showed no signs of displeasure. Go! Disciples from Yushuan sect and Yuta sect were sent in one group after another. Elder Xianyang wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at He Pingsheng, saying, phew. There's only one left. I'm exhausted. This is even more tiring than fighting with someone. Come here, you four. Elder Xianyang handed each of He Pingsheng's group a new treasure bag, saying, stand firm, I will only toss you, and where you appear afterward is unknown. Hold tight, don't let the spatial force scatter you. A light shield enveloped the four of them. Go! Elder Xianyang raised his foot and forcefully kicked the light shield, which instantly sent He Pingsheng and the others flying into the entrance of the secret realm. The surrounding light suddenly darkened. It was pitch black. He Pingsheng felt as if he were traversing through a dark void akin to using a teleportation array. He did not know how long it had been when the external light suddenly brightened. Then, bang bang bang. The four of them fell to the ground in a heap. Damn it. Zhao Linger cursed, Fatty Su Kunlun, get off me. You're crushing me. Tian Ziking's face turned red. He shitty, you're on top of me. The two men awkwardly got up from the ground. The four looked around, each with a vigilant expression. The sky was clear with not a cloud in sight. A great sun hung high in the sky, blindingly bright. Surrounding them were endless mountains. The spiritual energy here was incredibly rich. What a great place. He Pingsheng exclaimed, if I could cultivate here, my progress would surely be doubled. As soon as He Pingsheng finished speaking, Su Kunlun chimed in. You have a 5-element spiritual root. No matter how rich the spiritual energy, it won't help. You can't absorb it, old Jiao. He Pingsheng awkwardly smiled. Indeed, that was true. Zhao Linger, holding a sword, cautiously glanced around and said, with such abundant spiritual energy, there must be many spiritual herbs in this secret realm. Let's go. We need to search for them. All right. Regardless of who finds the items, well, split them evenly among the four of us. Do you all have any objections? She looked at the other three. Since their cultivation levels were all lower than Zhao Linger's, they nodded in agreement. However, Tian Shaoqing took out a bottle from her treasure bag and poured out a handful of seeds. She tossed a handful of seeds casually around. Sister, He Pingsheng exclaimed, these are seeds of the 7-leaf spirit herb, right? Yes. Tian Shaoqing said, let's spread them here. The spiritual energy is so abundant that in 30 years this place will surely grow a lush field of 7-leaf spirit herbs. By then, future cultivators can harvest them. Su Kunlun gave a thumbs up, saying, Sister Tian, you are so noble. Tian Shaoqing rolled her eyes at him and said, do you think all these spiritual plants in the secret realm come from nowhere? Aren't they just trees planted by those before us for the later generations to enjoy? If we only take and don't plant, this secret realm would have long since ceased to exist. Before coming here, my master specifically asked me to be responsible for scattering seeds along the way. I still have many seeds here. Let's go. The four of them journeyed through the secret realm together with Tian Shaoqing, scattering many seeds along the way. Since they were all disciples in the Qi refining stage and had not yet learned to fly with swords, they could only walk in this secret realm. The benefit was that they were all cultivators, able to cover several zhang with each step moving quickly. They traversed the mountains as if treading on flat ground. However, after about half an hour, the four had not encountered any spiritual plants. Is there a map? Let's see where we are now. He Pingsheng suggested. Zhao Linger replied, I've looked already. Just relying on the map won't help. Let's keep walking for now and confirm the characteristics of our current area. If we still don't find anything in another half hour, I'll use the flying crane to scout. Just then, as they were walking, Su Kunlun excitedly raised his hand and exclaimed, look, look. What's that? He spoke with great excitement, saliva flying everywhere. He Pingsheng abruptly turned his head to look in the direction Su Kunlun was pointing. In the distance, there was a lush green bamboo grove. Su Kunlun exclaimed, immortal bamboo. That's immortal bamboo. What a massive grove of immortal bamboo. Only then did everyone realize. Immortal bamboo. Immortal bamboo has no special value. However, if it just sprouted from the ground, it would be called immortal shoot. This immortal shoot was one of the 4 materials needed to refine the first-grade gathering Qi pill. Let's go. Let's check it out. The 4 of them dashed toward the bamboo grove. Upon reaching the edge of the bamboo grove, they were astonished. So many immortal shoots. Countless immortal shoots poked their heads up from the densely packed bamboo forest floor. This was indeed a first-grade spiritual herb. Don't just stand there. Each of us take one side and gather them all. Not a single one left behind. Stop, stop, stop. Zhao Linger suddenly called out to those digging bamboo shoots. What's wrong, senior sister? Tian Shaoqing asked. Not digging anymore. Look. Zhao Linger pointed back. The others turned and saw a large pile of immortal bamboo shoots. Zhao Linger continued. Each of us only has 2 treasure pouches. We can't fill them all with immortal bamboo shoots, can we? The group's faces darkened. Indeed, everyone had come to seek treasures. Carrying 2 pouches of immortal bamboo shoots would hardly fetch 50 spirit stones, even if sold. The immortal bamboo shoot was a peculiar spiritual herb. When refining the Qi gathering pill, a whole shoot wasn't needed. 1 shoot sufficed for dozens of batches of Qi gathering pill. If each of them brought back 2 pouches of immortal bamboo shoots, wouldn't the master scold them to death? Enough. Zhao Linger said. Well, take this much and leave the rest. Then the 4 began dividing the shoots. Each got 10. 10 shoots filled half a treasure pouch. Let's go. After dividing the shoots, Zhao Linger said, Next time we find first-grade spiritual herbs, we don't need to collect so many. Just take a little. The key is second-grade spiritual herbs. Those are the valuable ones. He Pingsheng nodded. Spiritual herbs were like that. One grade difference could mean a world of value. For example, common chi gathering pill ingredients being first grade could only fetch 7 spirit stones for 10 portions. That was a first-grade spiritual herb. And second grade, take blazing sunflower pollen. Even the lowest grade could sell for over 100 spirit stones per bottle. The gap between first and second grade was truly immense. Leaving the bamboo grove, Tian Shaoqing asked, "Where do we go now?" He Pingsheng raised his hand, pointing to a distant mountain piercing the clouds. "There's a high peak. We can climb it and take a look. From a height, we might determine our location in the secret realm." Zhao Linger nodded. "That works." Su Kunlun also nodded. "I have no objections." "Then let's go." He Pingsheng led the way. Half an hour later, they reached the summit. What a view! Standing atop the mountain, He Pingsheng couldn't help but exclaim. From his vantage point, the rolling mountain ranges stretched like a winding line across the horizon. Countless green vegetation covered the land, patches of deep orange, golden yellow lush verdure, and vibrant emerald. Behind them was a 100-zhang cliff. Mountain spring water cascaded down, forming a waterfall at the cliff's edge. At its base lay a clear. Under the sunlight, the pool shimmered and sparkled. "Bring out the map. Let's see where this is." Zhao Linger looked at Su Kunlun. Su Kunlun hastily produced the map and handed it to Zhao Linger. But after studying it for a while, she still couldn't make sense of it. They couldn't pinpoint their location. Buzz. Just then a sound like that of mortal bees came from the air. At first no one paid it any mind, but after a few breaths the buzzing grew louder. Zhao Linger turned and saw 2 finger-sized golden wasps hovering in the air, not far behind them, staring at the group. Slash. Without a second thought, Zhao Linger drew her sword and struck swiftly. She was incredibly a flash of sword light, and the blade was already back in its sheath. 1 golden wasp fell to the ground, cleaved in 2. Slash. Su Kunlun also struck out, but he used palm force, not a flying sword. Perhaps due to poor control, he not only failed to kill the wasp, but also sent it flying away. Damn it! Su Kunlun jumped in anger, his fat body bouncing like a spring. A mere wasp dares to While Su Kunlun fumed and cursed, Zhao Linger crouched down, examining the golden wasp's corpse with a furrowed. She said, "This is a tiger-striped golden wasp." The other 3 gathered around curiously. "Senior sister, what is a tiger-striped golden wasp?" He Pingsheng asked. Zhao Linger said, "It's an extremely dangerous spiritual wasp. They carry potent venom. If stung by a tiger-striped golden wasp stinger, even a cultivator at the 12th level of chi refinement would meet their end. How did something like this end up here? We should leave quickly. If we encounter a swarm of these, we might not make it out." "Let's go," Tian Shaoqing said. "No time to waste." However, Zhao Linger said, "There's no need to panic. Although the tiger-striped golden wasp is terrifying, the honey they produce from gathering nectar is a top-tier treasure. Consuming it can instantly replenish the Dantian chi of chi refinement disciples. Legend says even if the Dantian is completely depleted, a single drop can restore it all. That powerful, eh?" He Pingsheng's brows rose. "Then it's an extraordinary treasure. According to the miscellaneous records of cultivation, anything that could instantly restore internal spiritual energy was a rare treasure. Though low level, it was still precious." "That's not all," Zhao Linger said. "This tiger-striped golden wasp honey has 2 other uses besides instantly restoring a cultivator's depleted Dantian. First, it can detoxify most poisons. Second, it can serve as a harmonizing spiritual liquid in alchemy." He Pingsheng nodded. He was familiar with alchemy. Especially for low-level disciples, ingredients couldn't be placed directly into the furnace to roast, or they'd turn to ash instantly. What to do? Add water. Boil them in water. But water was the crudest method. The best harmonizing agent wasn't water, but various spiritual liquids. Using spiritual liquid instead of water in alchemy not only increased the success rate of pill formation, but also improved the quality. However, this was somewhat useless to He Pingsheng, as he didn't need it. He had the treasure bowl to directly enhance, so the value of this tiger-striped golden wasp honey is immense. Zhao Linger continued. If the sect knew there was tiger-striped golden wasp honey here, they'd spare no effort to have disciples collect it. "So, junior brothers and sister," Zhao Linger's face showed unprecedented seriousness, "I suggest we search for the location of the hive. If we can collect some, it would be a stroke of luck. If not, we can at least mark the spot. Senior sister, be careful." On the cliff of 100-zhang, Zhao Linger exerted a slight force under her feet and leaped up from a slightly protruding rock. She glided along the cliff, covering a distance of 3 zhang, and landed steadily on another protruding rock 3 zhang away. This rock was small, barely large enough for 1 foot to stand on. Clang! A clear ringing sound echoed as a sword was drawn from its sheath. At the same time she landed, Zhao Linger also unsheathed her sword and plunged it into the stone wall beside her. This served as a double insurance to ensure she wouldn't fall. Behind her, Tian Xiaoqing, Su Kunlun, and He Pingsheng jumped one by one following the path Zhao Linger had just taken. Despite Su Kunlun being a big guy, he moved surprisingly agile at this moment. "Senior sister, did you see that?" Su Kunlun shouted. Ahead, Zhao Linger turned her head and said, "I saw. There are still about 50 zhang ahead. I will search for a few more landing points to get across. There's a mountain fissure over there. All these bees are in that mountain fissure." As Zhao Linger spoke, she exerted her feet again and leaped up, landing on a cliff protrusion 10 zhang away. With her jump, the others followed suit one after another. After 7 or 8 times, the 4 of them reached him. The landing point here was large enough to accommodate all 4 of them. Peering into the mountain fissure, it appeared dark and murky with nothing visible. Buzzing, 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 buzzing. Occasionally large golden bees flew from a distance and entered that mountain crevice, or flew out from the fissure. Some came towards Zhao Linger and her companions, but she decisively struck them down. "Remember this," Zhao Linger said solemnly. "When we enter this cave, each of you must fully prepare your defenses. The tiger-striped golden bee is a first-level demon beast. It's not inherently terrifying. Its offensive power is quite weak. It's not even as strong as a second or third layer chi refining disciple, but what's dangerous is the poisonous stinger on its tail. This thing is highly toxic. If struck, even a 12th layer chi refining cultivator would meet their doom here." Zhao Linger extended 2 delicate fingers and said, "Our goal this time is to collect tiger-striped golden bee honey. If we get a good yield, that's great. If not, we shouldn't be too disheartened. But there are 2 points you all must remember. First, if the bee swarm attacks in large numbers, immediately stop collecting treasures and retreat. Retreat. Flee. Do you understand?" She didn't rush to say the second point, but looked at the 3 people in front of her. He Pingsheng, Su Kunlun, and Tian Xiaoqing nodded. Zhao Linger continued, "Second, if we are surrounded by a large swarm of bees and can't escape, immediately crush the jade talisman in your hand. Don't hesitate, don't hesitate, don't hesitate." As she spoke, Zhao Linger even took out her jade talisman. "Did you hear that?" The 3 in front replied in unison, "We heard." "Good." Zhao Linger said, "Follow me." Bang. With a wave of her hand, Zhao Linger produced a silver shield. The shield was reinforced with 3 layers of restrictions using her magical power, making it a high-quality magical artifact. The spherical silver shield enveloped Zhao Linger completely. Even so, she still freed one hand to hold the jade talisman. Bang! Bang bang! Beside her, He Pingsheng, Su Kunlun, and Tian Xiaoqing also activated their shields. He Pingsheng's shield was reinforced with the top-grade magical artifact, the Qingmu shield. With 4 layers of restrictions, it was the sturdiest shield among them. Previously on Shouju Peak, he had nearly died at the mouth of a golden giant python due to Linglong's schemes, and at that time, He Pingsheng had once used the Qingmu shield to defend himself. So taking it out again at this moment wouldn't seem out of place, as everyone knew he possessed a top-grade defensive shield. To Qi refining disciples, this item was considered a supreme treasure, but to those in the foundation establishment and golden core stages, it was worthless. Thus no one would really covet it. The 4 of them entered the cold and damp cave in single file. The cave was neither too big nor too small, approximately 1 zhang in diameter. Buzzing, buzzing. Soon golden bees flew over. A hornet suddenly landed on He Pingsheng's light membrane. However, it didn't matter. This bee wouldn't affect the light membrane. "Hurry up," Zhao Linger urged. "They've already noticed us. We need to get in and out quickly." The 4 of them started running in the cave. But from this moment on, a steady stream of golden bees began to arrive. At first, there were only 1 or 2. However, after 20 breaths, swarms of bees came flying in. Buzzing. Hundreds of them pounced onto the 4 light membranes. The expanded light membranes felt heavy. "Senior sister, this isn't good," Tian Xiaoqing said. "We don't know how far ahead it is, but the number of golden bees is increasing. What should we do?" "I can barely hold on." Zhao Linger's expression also turned grim, saying, "We miscalculated. Oh, we didn't expect there to be so many golden bees inside. How about this? We can't continue to take risks. Let's get out first. Let's think of a way to lure the bees away. First, we need to lure the bees in this cave away, then we can come back to collect the honey." Zhao Linger was a decisive person. After saying this, she turned and left. The other 3 quickly followed. As a result, something unexpected happened. Buzzing. Countless golden bees swarmed out of the cave like a golden cloud. They came rushing out like a flowing stream. "Damn!" Su Kunlun exclaimed, "Senior sister, run. There are too many, we can't hold them off." The 4 of them quickened their pace like the wind, and within a few breaths they dashed out of the cave. The bees behind weren't very fast, but as soon as they exited the cave, the 4 of them were taken aback. Outside the cave was only a platform of about 1 zhang in size, and beyond it was a sheer cliff. Although the 4 were cultivators, they hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage, so they naturally couldn't fly away on swords. What to do? They could only leap from the cliff along the original route. This was quite strenuous. Paper crane. Paper crane. Zhao Linger shouted, quickly activate the paper crane. But as soon as she finished speaking before anyone could take out the talismans, countless golden bees came rushing over. Buzzing. The 4 light membranes were completely covered by the golden bees. Thousands upon thousands of them made one's scalp tingle. At this moment, even if they activated the paper crane, what could they do? These golden bees could consume this layer of defensive membrane cleanly in a very short time. By then, even if they were on the paper crane, they would still be stung by the bees. What to do? Oh, I'm going to die. What should I do? Tian Shaoqing anxiously scratched her head. She looked at the light membrane outside her body. The membrane was covered with countless golden bees, making it impossible to see the outside situation. She could not see the sky, the sun, her senior sister, or her 2 junior brothers, only the light on the membrane dimming gradually. If this continues, the membrane will surely shatter within 10 breaths. Don't panic. He Pingsheng couldn't see anyone else, but he remained relatively calm. Senior sister. Senior brother. Beyond the cliff is the void, and about 100 zhang below is a deep pool. My idea is if we jump down from here, we might not necessarily die, right? All of them were latest-stage qi refining cultivators. Normally falling from 100 zhang cliff could be fatal, but below was a pool, so they would definitely not die. That won't happen. Su Kuan-lun's voice came. But you might break your legs. Zhao Lingair said, I don't know how to swim, nor do I have any water escape techniques. If I fall into the water and break a leg, I would definitely die. I can't either. I don't know how to swim. What should we do? I'm going to die. I can't hold on any longer. Bang. A crisp sound rang out. That was the sound of the jade talisman being crushed. Junior brother, senior sister, I'm leaving. Whoosh. 3 breaths later, Tian Shaoqing was directly teleported away. He Pingsheng said, don't go. Jump down with me. I can use water escape technique. Zhao Lingair said, no. I'm afraid of heights. Junior brother, if you find any treasure, share some with us. Crack. Zhao Lingair's jade card shattered. Junior brother. I'm going to. Crack. Su Kuan-lun's jade card was also crushed. In an instant, the 3 of them left. Only He Pingsheng remained at the cave entrance. Should he leave? Or stay? He Pingsheng took a deep breath and made a decision. He jumped up suddenly, leaping forward 10 zhang. Then he fell like a stone with the huge light membrane and countless golden bees on it plummeting down the cliff. A height of 100 zhang is still very high. A wave of dizziness hit him. After 2 breaths, the light membrane around He Pingsheng started to reflect some light. Many golden bees flew away. After another breath, bang. He Pingsheng landed in the emerald pool, causing a huge splash. Severe pain shot through his left leg, which was the first to touch the water. Accompanying it was a crisp sound of bone cracking. A height of 100 zhang is still too high. This was more than half a mile high. Falling from this height wouldn't kill a person, but He Pingsheng's left leg, having been the first to hit the water surface, was struck by the immense impact, causing a crack in the bone. He shouted, and his entire body plunged into the deep water. Fortunately, only his left leg was injured, the rest was fine. Moreover, after sinking into the water, the group of golden bees did not pursue him any further. After all, they had no diving instinct. Unfortunately, He Pingsheng's Qing Mu shield, which had 4 layers of restrictions, fell into the deep water. It would not be found anytime soon. Escape. He Pingsheng gritted his teeth against the pain and immediately used the Ren water escape technique. His body moved like a fish, swiftly covering dozens of zhang underwater, heading downstream. After swimming for half an incense stick's worth of time, he dared to surface. He was now several miles away from the cliff, and naturally there were no golden bees around. He Pingsheng pulled his wet body and injured leg onto the shore. Looking around, he found that the place was quiet. He found a relatively flat boulder, then took out materials to set up a formation, sketching a simple but exquisite first-level defensive array on the boulder. Defensive array. With this defensive array, he wouldn't have to worry for the time being. This array could defend against any attacks from qi refining cultivators or demonic beasts. Once everything was set up, He Pingsheng took out a green jade bottle from his storage pouch. He opened the bottle and took out a blood-red pill, the golden bone pill. And it was of supreme quality. After swallowing the supreme golden bone pill, He Pingsheng quietly sat within the defensive array, waiting for his body to heal. Since the pill was of supreme quality, it worked quickly. After about the time it takes for half an incense stick, the injury on his leg healed completely. It was truly miraculous. After a series of events, it was already late. He Pingsheng had no intention of continuing to search for treasure and decided to rest here for the night. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 white lights flashed in succession. Su Kuan-luan, Tian Shaoqing, and Zhao Lingair appeared on the square. Tai Su sect. It's the disciples of Tai Su sect. Xianyang, you lost. As soon as the 3 appeared in the square, they heard voices nearby. Turning their heads, they saw their ancestor, Elder Xianyang, looking at them with a dark expression. It turned out that several sect elders were gathered together to bet on which disciple would be teleported out first. Unexpectedly, it was a disciple of Tai Su's sect. Xianyang angrily said, "It hasn't even been a day, yet how could you three be so foolish? What happened?" "Elder, I'm sorry, disciple acknowledges my fault." The three quickly knelt on the ground. Xianyang said, "Stop kneeling, tell me what happened." "Yes," Zhao Ling'er said, "Disciple, we encountered the golden striped bees and were chased by thousands of them with nowhere to escape, so we had to." "What? Golden striped bees? Where? Where?" Upon hearing these four words, the surrounding elders jumped up one by one. This was a valuable resource. Although they couldn't use it, the nectar of the golden striped bees was a supreme treasure in the hands of low-level disciples. Moreover, it was also an excellent blending spirit liquid for alchemy. "Shut up." Elder Xianyang, realizing the seriousness of the matter, quickly said seriously, "Don't speak further. You three follow me." He took the three of them to a secluded place, then waved his hand to create a barrier enveloping them, saying, "Tell me, where did you find the golden striped bees? If we know the exact location, we can formulate a strategy for the next time the secret realm opens, specifically sending disciples to fetch the nectar from that place." Although the secret realm belongs to everyone, the treasure locations discovered by various sects are still kept secret from each other. Such information is generally not shared. "I don't know." Zhao Ling'er shook her head. "We haven't figured out where that is yet." Looking at Elder Xianyang's dark expression, Zhao Ling'er hurriedly said, "But don't worry, Elder. Junior brother is still inside. When he comes out, we can ask him, and well no." Nightfall. The moon rises. He Pingsheng lies on the massive stone slab, gazing up at the moon. Earlier he knew that this secret realm was shrouded by a high-level formation, and he thought there would be no sun or moon within it. But upon entering, he discovered there was indeed both. There is a sun, a moon, and even stars. Could the moonlight here condense into moon essence, thereby enhancing treasures? "Let's give it a try." He Pingsheng waved his hand, taking out the treasure-gathering basin from within himself, and carefully placed it beside him. At the same time, a jade slip was also thrown into it. This jade slip was purchased at a temporary trading fair in the square before the secret realm opened. It contains a body refining technique known as the Copper Skin and Golden Bone Sutra. What kind of transformation would it undergo after enhancement? He Pingsheng couldn't sleep and quietly stared at the basin. Beside him, moonlight gathered, flowing into the basin. He Pingsheng's heart suddenly filled with joy. It seems that the sun and moon he sees here are not illusions, but real. Wonderful. Even in this secret realm, he could enhance items. As he watched, He Pingsheng fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already morning. He quickly looked into the basin. Inside the dark ceramic basin lay two jade slips. One was red, the other was green. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, put away the treasure-gathering basin, and then took out the two jade slips, his face full of anticipation. He first pressed the red jade slip against his forehead. Body refining technique. It's named Fiery Golden Body Technique. Grade Celestial. Sections: Qi Refining Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul Transformation. A total of 5 sections. He Pingsheng glanced briefly at the overview. This technique requires the aid of external fire energy during cultivation to refine oneself, ultimately becoming copper-skinned and iron-boned. If perfected, one can withstand the strikes of treasures of the same level with their physical body. For example, if one could fully cultivate the Qi refining section during the Qi refining stage, without any treasures, they could endure the full strength of a 12th-layer Qi refining disciple. It could even block the power of a Qi refining disciple using magical tools. It is that strong. Wonderful. He Pingsheng looked at this technique, his heart igniting with fervor. This is far superior to the previous Copper Skin and Golden Bone Sutra. The only drawback is that the cultivation process is extremely time-consuming and painfully arduous. He Pingsheng put away the red jade slip and picked up the green jade slip. Before looking at the green jade slip, he had almost made up his mind to cultivate the Fiery Golden Body Technique from now on. But after seeing the green jade slip, He Pingsheng's thoughts changed again. The green jade slip also records a method of body refining. Name 9 Poisons Golden Body. Grade Celestial. Sections: Qi Refining Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent, Soul, Transformation, Void, Refining, Integration, Ascension, and Transcendence. A total of 9 sections. Hiss. After seeing this body refining technique, He Pingsheng was instantly stunned. It has everything from the Qi refining stage to the Ascension stage. So many. Gulp. He Pingsheng couldn't help but swallow and took a deep breath to continue reading the overview. The overview not only explains and summarizes this technique, but also includes introductions and descriptions. Through the overview, He Pingsheng also understood the terrifying aspects of this technique. It refines the body using various lethal poisons. The 9 Poisons Golden Body isn't an absolute 9, rather it is a virtual number. For example, if He Pingsheng wants to cultivate the first section Qi Refining, he must first find a poison pill from a Qi Refining stage demon beast. Then by practicing the 9 poisons golden body technique, he can fuse the first level demon beast's poison pill into his own body. This way he can reach the first layer of the chi refining section. Once he reaches the first layer, the cultivator will possess a special talent, poison resistance. It can also be said to be immune to all poisons. Of course, saying immune to all poisons is an exaggeration, but being immune to poisons of the same level is quite accurate. Once he cultivates the chi refining section, any poison from a chi refining stage demon beast will have no effect on He Pingsheng. Similarly, once he reaches the first layer of the foundation establishment section, any toxicity from foundation establishment stage demon beasts will also be perfectly defended against. Though high-level toxins cannot be completely defended against, they can significantly weaken the toxicity, preventing death by poison. It is indeed astonishing. Of course, to master this technique, one needs a significant number of poison pills. After all, there are 12 layers in the chi refining section. Each layer requires a vast amount of poison pills to accumulate. Only upon reaching the 12th layer can one be considered to have perfected the chi refining section. So the question arises, what is a poison pill? In the realm of cultivation, every demon beast has a pill within known as a demon pill. The demon pill is similar to the golden core within human cultivators, typically condensing only after reaching the 3rd level of a major demon, which is equivalent to the golden core stage for humans. Those demon beasts with potent toxins possess not only a demon pill, but also another pill called a poison pill. Some first-level chi refining demon beasts have poison pills without needing to reach the 3rd level. He Pingsheng knows that within this secret realm, there are numerous first-level demon beasts, many of which are toxic. For example, the previously encountered tiger-striped golden bee is one such poisonous demon beast. However, the poison pill of the tiger-striped golden bee is quite small. Which one to choose? He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered. From the results, it is certainly best to cultivate the 9 poisons golden body. Because with the same body, refining this 9 poisons golden body not only allows one to refine their body to withstand treasures, but also grants immunity to all poisons. So this is definitely the better choice. This is it. He Pingsheng ultimately picked up the green jade slip. Cultivating the 9 poisons golden body also has the benefit of being able to start right away. By secretly catching a few tiger-striped golden bees and slaying them, he can extract their poison pills to begin his cultivation. As long as he gets started, he can reach the level of immunity to all poisons. This way, he can withstand the stings of these golden bees while entering the cave to extract the tiger-striped golden bee gel. Excellent. A perfect arrangement. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and packed all his items into the storage bag, stepping out of the formation. However, he did not dismantle the formation. He Pingsheng jumped away from his original position and headed towards the direction of the tiger-striped golden bee's nest. This time it was not to enter the nest to collect the bee gel, but to obtain the poison pills. He walked for a full half an hour, bypassing cliffs and traversing forests until he reached the place where the tiger-striped golden bees had appeared before. After staying for about the duration of an incense stick, he heard a buzzing sound in his ears. He Pingsheng did not dare to be careless and suddenly turned to lock onto a tiger-striped golden bee in the air. Slash. He summoned his flying sword and precisely struck down. A golden bee was instantly sliced in half, falling to the ground. He Pingsheng dared not approach the cave entrance where the tiger-striped golden bees gathered, instead choosing to wander around the perimeter. After slaying 5 golden bees, he summoned a paper crane and leaped off the cliff, heading towards the formation he had set up. Back within the formation, He Pingsheng took out the corpses of the 5 golden bees, carefully dissecting them one by one. The tiger-striped golden bees were quite large, about the size of a finger. Thus, each poison pill extracted from the tiger-striped golden bee was about the size of a common yellow bean of vibrant green in color. 5 poison pills. Let's give it a try. He Pingsheng placed the poison pills into a jade vial, then took out the green jade slip. 9 poison refining body. The first step was not to swallow the poison pills, but to become proficient in the energy refining section of the 9 poison refining body. Refining the body and refining energy are not the same. The various techniques of energy refinement involve drawing external spiritual power into one's flesh, entering the meridians through blood and flesh, circulating and refining within the meridians, and finally converging in the dantian. Refining the body is different. The body refinement technique does not operate through the meridians, but through the blood vessels. It absorbs all the toxins into the blood vessels and then refines them along a specific path. After refinement, the toxins would blend into his flesh and blood. On one hand, it would temper his flesh and bones, and on the other, achieve the goal of being immune to all poisons. Therefore, the first thing to learn was to circulate the blood vessels. After about half a day's effort, He Pingsheng was able to smoothly circulate his blood vessels according to the method of the 9 poison refining body. At this moment, he did not hesitate, directly opening his mouth to swallow one of the poison pills. The poison pill entered his stomach through his mouth, and began to digest in his stomach. Eventually, the toxins were absorbed by the blood in his stomach and transferred into his blood vessels. He Pingsheng felt his entire body going numb from the poison. At this point, he could not even walk. Fortunately, he was able to guide the circulation of his blood vessels with his divine sense. Booming sounds echoed as the blood within him circulated along its original path, slightly altered under He Pingsheng's guidance. He carried countless toxins spreading throughout his body along with the blood flow. Once, twice. As the sun set after spending over half a day's effort, He Pingsheng finally refined all the toxins in his blood. Puff! He suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a green mist. 9 poison, refining body energy, refining layer 1 success. Is this really the immunity to poisons? He Pingsheng was somewhat delighted. He did not expect that by refining a small poison pill he could achieve immunity to all poisons. However, this so-called immunity to poisons does not mean he was truly immune to all poisons. He could only resist the toxicity of other creatures at the same realm. If a poison from the Foundation establishment stage came, He Pingsheng would definitely still be unable to withstand it. Let's do it again. He Pingsheng did not recklessly charge towards the beehive. He did not leave, but instead sat cross-legged again, continuing to refine the poison pills. After a night's effort, He Pingsheng fused 3 of the remaining 4 poison pills. His poison resistance further strengthened. Moreover, due to the progress in this body refinement technique, He Pingsheng could now feel an increase in the toughness of his skin. This is truly amazing. He Pingsheng touched his skin facing the rising sun and stepped out of the formation. It was time to test this so-called immunity to poisons. He summoned the paper crane and in an instant leaped over the 100-foot cliff, landing at the entrance of the tiger-striped golden bee's lair. Buzzing. Immediately, a bee the size of a finger flew towards He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng did not dodge or slay the golden bee. Instead, he allowed the bee to bite down on his neck. After biting, the tiger-striped golden bee flew away. Before it could fly 3 feet away, the bee fell to the ground with a thud, dead. After stinging a person, the golden bee would also meet its demise. He Pingsheng did not feel much. He only felt a sharp pain in his neck when the bee stung him. Then it was gone. There were no signs of poisoning. This is truly incredible. He took a deep breath and murmured, "I can't believe I can truly be immune to the poison of a first-level demon beast." From then on, He Pingsheng had no more worries. He took a step forward, and his body transformed into a gust of wind as he walked into the cave. Open. As he walked, the fire attribute spiritual power surged within He Pingsheng, and immediately 3 fire crows materialized, swirling around his body. On one hand, this could be used for illumination. After all, the divine sense of a Qi refinement stage disciple is quite weak, and using divine sense is not as direct as using eyesight. Secondly, it could provide some defense against the golden bees. Golden bees fear fire. After walking several dozen feet forward, a large swarm of golden bees surged out, flying towards He Pingsheng. Although he now possessed the immunity to poisons, seeing the dense swarm still made him uneasy. He Pingsheng directly took out a talisman, the Hardstone Talisman. The Hardstone Talisman was enhanced using a first-grade Earth Shield Talisman. Its defensive power was even greater than He Pingsheng's previous Greenwood Shield. With the Hardstone Talisman at the ready, he charged forward. The golden bees swarmed, completely obscuring the Hardstone Talisman, forcing He Pingsheng to rely on his divine sense to discern the direction. After walking about 100 feet further, He Pingsheng caught a whiff of a strange fragrance. Then an enormous beehive appeared before him. Inside the beehive there was honey and bee paste. With a loud bang, He Pingsheng actively stored away the Hardstone Talisman as countless golden bees recklessly charged towards him. He Pingsheng paid them no mind and directly reached out to collect the bee paste. There was plenty of honey, but little bee paste. He Pingsheng ignored the honey and extracted all the bee paste inside, filling almost a gourd. This gourd was quite large, and when he lifted it, it weighed about 10 pounds. He left. He Pingsheng once again unfurled the Hardstone Talisman, waved his hand to gather the thousands of golden bee corpses on the ground, and then swiftly flew into the void, riding the paper crane back to his defensive formation. At this moment, he was swollen all over. Due to the edema, his facial features had changed shape. Although he was immune to poisons, the numerous golden bees still had an impact on He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng sat cross-legged within his formation, allowing his blood to circulate according to the method of the 9 poison refining body for 2 cycles, and the swelling on his body completely subsided. At this time, He Pingsheng finally had the opportunity to take out the gourd of tiger-striped golden bee paste. It was heavy, a large gourd. This gourd was originally a common item used by ordinary folks, and He Pingsheng carried it with him just for the convenience of fetching water. After all, he never knew when he would need to refine pills. Now it was just right for holding the bee paste. When he opened the gourd, it was almost full of white bee paste. He Pingsheng dipped a drop and placed it in his mouth. The taste of the bee paste was quite unique. It had a hint of sourness, sweetness, and also a somewhat astringent discomfort. However, among these flavors, there was a hint of extraordinary fragrance. A strong floral and fruit. Not now, oh, I shall reinforce it come nightfall. He Pingsheng put away the gourd, deactivated the formation, and meticulously gathered the formation materials. He then mounted a paper crane which shot into the sky, flying away from the valley pool. Without any particular destination, He Pingsheng drifted aimlessly through the air. However, he kept a firm memory of the location where he had discovered the tiger-striped golden bees. After about half an hour, he finally spotted a landmark feature. This should be the 1,000-Pillar Mountain. Seated on the paper crane, He Pingsheng murmured as he gazed down at a vast mountain range. 1,000-Pillar Mountain was a spectacle of countless peaks, each standing like a pillar between heaven and earth, a magnificent sight at a single glance. This was a wonder within the secret realm, serving only as a geographical marker for orientation. There were no treasures to be found near this mountain. He Pingsheng took out a brush, quickly sketching the approximate location of the tiger-striped golden bees in the direction of 1,000-Pillar Mountain. He then turned the paper crane and flew northward. Approximately 500 li north of 1,000-Pillar Mountain lay the core area of the secret realm. The heart of the realm was a vast lake with a small island at its center. In the waters surrounding the island grew a miraculous celestial treasure called the water essence spirit apricot. According to Su Kunlun and Zhao Linger, it was the perfect resource for qi refining disciples to break through bottlenecks. He Pingsheng was well aware of his own limitations and talent. He knew that encountering bottlenecks was inevitable, so he was determined to obtain this treasure. Before the paper crane had flown for even half an incense stick's time, it arrived directly above a valley. Looking down from the heights, He Pingsheng spotted a patch of crimson plants within the valley. This is... He Pingsheng's body trembled with shock. He would recognize this plant even if it were reduced to ashes. Blazing sunflower. He had spent considerable time dealing with these in the past. Down. Without hesitation, he guided the paper crane in a steep descent, landing within the valley. Blazing sunflowers were second-grade spirit herbs. Their ground pollen could fetch a considerable price. Having seen them, he could not simply pass them by. In the deep valley flanked by two mountains, a wave of scorching heat emanated. Beside the patch of blazing sunflowers, the earth seemed to have split open, with fire-attributed power continuously gushing forth from the fissure. He Pingsheng approached and peered into the crack. A blinding crimson glow filled the earth's fissure. No wonder blazing sunflowers can grow here. He Pingsheng understood it was only because of the exposed earth fire that these flowers could appear in a place like this. He turned to look and saw that the patch of blazing sunflowers was vast. They were distributed along the earth fissure, their numbers more than 10 times greater than the patch he had seen in the Spirit Herb Valley, which belonged to Withered Wood True Man. Many of the flowers were piled high with pollen. It was the perfect time for harvesting. As an experienced gatherer, He Pingsheng immediately took out his tools and began collecting the pollen. The blazing sunflowers here not only yielded a high amount of pollen, but also boasted superior quality, reaching the middle grade. However, He Pingsheng was not particularly fixated on quality. Even the lower grade would suffice. After all, these could be enhanced in his cornucopia. After about 2 hours, He Pingsheng had collected 14 bottles of pollen. According to the prices quoted by the Matu Mountain Market Chamber of Commerce, a bottle of middle-grade blazing sunflower pollen was worth 300 spirit stones. These 14 bottles would amount to over 4,000 spirit stones. A windfall. He Pingsheng grinned from ear to ear. He would use the cornucopia to enhance them, then downgrade the quality back to middle grade for sale, netting a full 8,000 spirit stones. Just as He Pingsheng was filled with joy, a paper crane streaked across the sky. He frowned slightly, and with an instinctive wave of his hand stowed all the collected pollen away. At that moment, the paper crane swooped down and landed. 2 cultivators descended from it, a man and a woman, both clad in deep purple Taoist robes. Embroidered on the cuffs of their robes was the character Zhuang. 2 streams of divine scents swept over He Pingsheng without the slightest courtesy. Damn it. The man said, his face dark with anger. I didn't expect someone else to have harvested it already. The woman's expression was stern, her eyes as cold as ice as she fixed her gaze on He Pingsheng. Since they were being discourteous, He Pingsheng would not be polite either. He sent his own divine sense sweeping over them. Their cultivation levels were rather surprising. The woman was at the 10th layer of qi refining and the man at the 11th layer. They were far above him. Seeing their cultivation, He Pingsheng immediately linked his divine sense to his storage pouch. Within the pouch, the stubborn stone talisman had been silently transferred into his hand. If they made a move, he could instantly activate it for defense. First secure an invincible position, then seek an opportunity to counterattack. Having killed the Heifeng brothers, He Pingsheng's heart still pounded with tension in such situations, but he was no longer as flustered as before. Junior brother, you must be a disciple of the Tai Su sect. The man took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and cupped his hands towards He Pingsheng. I am a disciple of the Zhuang family, a cultivation clan from Jiu Mountain. That's right. He Pingsheng took 3 steps back. I am indeed a disciple of the Tai Su sect. Junior brother, the man continued, it seems you have collected all the blazing sunflower pollen here. But what you don't know is that these blazing sunflowers were planted by a senior of our Zhuang family 30 years. Exactly. The woman behind stepped forward, raising her sword slightly towards He Pingsheng. Junior brother, you may not be aware that 60 years ago our Zhuang family disciples discovered this place with exposed earth fire suitable for growing blazing sunflowers. However, we didn't have seeds then, so during the secret realm's opening 30 years ago our family planted them here. We intended to harvest them during this opening, but we didn't expect you to beat us to it. Junior brother, these plants belong to our Zhuang family. Please return the pollen you have collected. Considering your labor, you may keep 1 bottle. However, the woman added, to ensure you haven't hidden any, you must hand over your pouch for our inspection. Rest assured, we will only check for blazing sunflower pollen. No matter how valuable other items are, we will not touch them. As she spoke, the man and woman moved, positioning themselves to block He Pingsheng. One stood to his left, the other to his right, as if afraid he might suddenly flee. He Pingsheng indeed could not escape easily. To flee, he would need either the paper crane or the cloud-piercing boat. But both required several breaths to activate. He simply did not have that time. The 2 Dao friends jested. He Pingsheng remained unafraid, always attentive to the movements of the others, and said, let's not discuss whether your words hold any truth. Even if it were true, it would make no sense. This secret realm is a shared domain belonging to all sects and families of the Daoxian Alliance. How could there be talk of private occupation? Today, since your family has planted the fierce sunflower here, does it mean that no other disciples are allowed to harvest? If my Tai Su sect disciples were to plant throughout the entire secret realm, would you not come here at all? Such reasoning does not hold water. The woman chuckled, saying, Junior brother, you are being quite unreasonable. He Pingsheng remarked, if that is so, then when we exit this secret realm, why not discuss it with the elders of our Tai Su sect and see if it holds? The expressions of the man and woman from the Zhuang family darkened instantly. Indeed, their reasoning was untenable. Did Tai Su sect not plan anything as well? Tian Xiaoqing, following her master Yuning's instructions, brought various seeds from outside, scattering them along the way, all for the future disciples to gather celestial materials when they arrived here. Yet Tai Su sect did not claim these things as their own. The secret realm is communal. If you plant something without revealing the specific location to others, then it is fine to secretly come back and harvest it. But if someone else harvests it, then they were simply unlucky. This is all within the rules. Enough. The man said, since Junior brother has harvested, then let it be. Your reasoning holds merit, our Zhuang family. He seemed to give up, yet suddenly launched an attack. A black spear appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and with a bang it expanded, transforming into a size of over 10 feet, piercing through the void with a powerful sonic boom. By the time He Pingsheng reacted, the spear was already less than 3 meters away from him. What a surprise attack. Open! He Pingsheng had long been prepared, and the Wanshi talisman had been in his hand for some time. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, a thick, light membrane enveloped him. Bang! The spear struck the thick, light membrane. However, the membrane of the Wanshi talisman only trembled slightly, showing no signs of being pierced. He Pingsheng breathed a great sigh of relief. The items reinforced by the treasure-gathering pod are indeed formidable. Slash. At that moment, the woman beside him was not idle either. The flying sword in her hand transformed into a 3-foot length and slashed down from the void towards He Pingsheng's shield. Yet the shield still remained unbroken. He Pingsheng would not sit idly by. The fire attribute technique within his body rumbled, and 3 fire crows immediately coalesced around him. Yet the shield still remained unbroken. He Pingsheng would not sit idly by. The fire attribute technique within his body rumbled, and 3 fire. In He Pingsheng's view, the woman's cultivation was slightly lower, making it easier to break through first. Trivial skills. The woman smirked faintly, then swiftly drew her sword again for another strike. This sword was extraordinarily fierce, the sword light taking form resembling a crescent moon as it slashed towards He Pingsheng's fire crows. In the woman's view, He Pingsheng was merely at the 7th level of chi refinement. This strike could easily eliminate 3 fire crows. However, her confidence was excessive. Poof! The first fire crow was indeed cut down by her. Yet after severing the first fire crow, her sword light instantly extinguished. The remaining 2 fire crows continued to charge towards her. The woman was instantly taken aback. Not good. She decisively retreated. She was well aware of the strength of that previous strike. It was almost her most powerful sword. And yet such a strongest sword could only sever 1 fire crow. With a moment's thought, she understood the power of the fire crows. She dared not receive it heeded, and could only retreat, hoping to distance herself to avoid danger. However, to her despair, these fire crows could actually change direction and flew back towards her. Damn it. Slash. The woman swung her sword again, barely managing to sever He Pingsheng's second fire crow. But the third was almost upon her face. What to do? The woman was at a loss. She gritted her teeth, blood flowing in her heart, and summoned a talisman with a wave of her hand. Bang! A silver small shield floated in front of her, blocking most of her body. This was one of her trump cards, a high-grade defensive talisman. She had paid a great price to obtain this talisman. Bang! He Pingsheng's third fire crow violently collided with the silver shield of the talisman. Bang! The talisman exploded. He Pingsheng's third fire crow also exploded. A powerful surge of fire's spiritual power erupted. Although the woman was not injured, she was still blown back 4 or 5 steps by the immense spiritual power. Damn, damn, damn. She cursed in fury, repeating the word damn 3 times. Not only had she lost the pollen of the fierce sunflower, but she had also lost a precious talisman. Wasn't this tantamount to spitting blood? Ha ha ha. Let me handle it. Today he must die. Behind, He Pingsheng, the male cultivator from the Zhuang family, suddenly burst into laughter. He Pingsheng turned his head only to see the man hovering in midair 3 meters above, radiating a faint glow. On his head the black spear had now turned blood red. Watch me break his shield. Zhuang family's 13 spears. Go! After the man finished speaking, a red spear shadow violently erupted from the black-red spear above his head. The spear shadow carried unmatched spiritual power as it stabbed towards He Pingsheng. Bang! The spear shadow struck the shield. The shield was not broken, but the brilliance atop it dimmed by a fraction. This shield was formed by the talisman, relying entirely on the talisman's inherent power, and could not be supplemented by the cultivator's spiritual power. A dimness was a dimness, it could not be replenished. Go! The second spear shadow shot out again. Thump! Bang! Bang! 5 consecutive shots. The talisman shield around He Pingsheng grew increasingly dim, and it seemed it would shatter soon. Though the Wanshi talisman was a premium item, a talisman is still a talisman. It cannot provide energy. As energy is consumed, it diminishes. It could defend against a blow from a 12th level Qi refinement disciple, but it could not withstand a continuous barrage of attacks. The 6th shot. The 7th shot. Bang! He Pingsheng's shield, activated by the Wanshi talisman, was directly ha ha ha. The man laughed heartily, saying die. The 8th spear shot forth, piercing towards He Pingsheng. However, around He Pingsheng's body, another shield suddenly appeared. Spell Earth Armor Technique. While casting the Earth Armor Technique, He Pingsheng also fervently circulated the metal attribute spiritual power within him. First strike preemptively. Otherwise, if both the man and woman attacked together, it would be difficult to defend. The towering figure of the yellow turban warrior was merely a phantom. It was formed by the condensation of golden spiritual energy. This phantom wielded a massive golden axe and swung it down at the woman. Naturally, the axe was also a manifestation of the phantom. Bang! 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 The yellow turban warrior was quite foolish, relying on a single move, relentlessly swinging the axe. However, despite having only this one move, the woman on the opposite side had almost no means to defend herself. Meanwhile, He Pingsheng could focus entirely on countering the man's attacks. 8th strike. 9th strike. A yellow earth-type shield formed outside He Pingsheng's body, sustained by his spiritual power. With each attack, the brilliance of the shield dimmed. But it was of no concern. As long as he continued to supply Earth-type spiritual energy, the shield would regain its brightness. This was the difference between spell-based defense and talisman-based defense. Talisman-based defense could not be replenished at will. If the opponent attacked enough times, the talisman shield would eventually break. But spell-based shields were different. As long as the magic power within you was not exhausted, the shield would not shatter. Of course, if the enemy's attack power was too great and shattered it in one blow, that would be another matter. Damn! The man fell from the void, pale-faced. The recent move was the secret technique of the Zhuang family's 13 strikes. Unfortunately, the man had not yet mastered it fully, so he could only unleash 9 strikes instead of 13. Moreover, this recent technique had nearly depleted 80% of his spiritual energy. Junior sister. The man shouted, this golden figure is controlled by his divine sense. Find an opportunity to retreat. As long as you exit his divine sense range, you will be safe. I must say the man was correct. As long as she stepped out of He Pingsheng's divine sense range, she could escape the attack of the golden figure. With a wave of her hand, another powerful beam of sword light shot out, attacking as a means of defense. Then she looked for an opportunity to retreat. She thought that as long as she withdrew 20 zhang from He Pingsheng's body, she would be fine. However, to her astonishment, even beyond 20 zhang, He Pingsheng could still control the yellow turban warrior to continue its assault. Junior sister, quickly use your trump card. Strive for a one-hit kill. The man shouted again. The woman, however, grimaced, saying, what other trump card do I have? However, this exclamation successfully caught He Pingsheng's attention. He had no choice but to divert most of his focus onto the woman. At that moment the man slipped away, swiftly running off into the distance. He was fleeing. He Pingsheng was astonished. He's running away. Senior brother, don't leave me behind. The woman was nearly in tears. Seeing the man run further and further away, He Pingsheng had no choice but to extend his divine sense into his storage bag and retrieve an ice arrow talisman. Release, he murmured softly. The ice arrow talisman instantly transformed into a foot-long ice arrow which shot through the void towards the fleeing man. The man, intending to create distance and activate the paper crane to escape, had not successfully triggered it when the ice arrow pierced through his body. The foot-long white ice arrow pierced through his body, protruding from his chest, while the tail remained locked. Bang! Once the ice arrow penetrated the man's body, it exploded violently. The man was dead. Throughout it all, He Pingsheng never knew the man's name. Initially, He Pingsheng could have used the ice arrow talisman to deal with both of them from the start. But he didn't. After the sturdy stone talisman withstood their attacks, He Pingsheng's mindset changed. He no longer wanted to quickly eliminate the two, but rather test his own current combat strength against them. The outcome was quite satisfactory. He Pingsheng turned around, exerting force with his feet, and dashed towards the Zhuang family's female disciple. Junior brother, I apologize for my earlier offense. It was all a misunderstanding. You were right, the treasures in this secret realm belong to whoever obtains them. I was merely misled by my senior brother. If you spare my life today, I will do anything for you. The woman begged, desperately holding on while pleading with. As she spoke, she even threw a flirtatious glance at He Pingsheng. Junior brother, I am a direct descendant of the Zhuang family, and my father is the third elder of the Zhuang family. My mother hails from the Ice Extreme Immortal sect. Though I may not be of noble birth like you, I am certainly not of lowly status. As long as you let me go, I will serve you well. If you are unsatisfied after I serve you, you can kill me at any time. The way she addressed He Pingsheng gradually changed. Previously it was junior brother, but now it became senior brother. He Pingsheng paid no attention, merely watching. The yellow turban warrior required no control from him. He merely needed to continuously output his golden spiritual energy. The woman was already struggling to hold on. Senior brother, the woman continued, I know there is a treasure land in this secret realm where one of the main materials for refining foundation establishment, pills the Zhuyu fruit, can be found. Please pause and listen to me. If you think what I say makes no sense, you can kill me then. After all, with your skills, there's no way I could escape. At this, He Pingsheng was intrigued. He waved his hand and withdrew the yellow turban warrior. Although he said he put it away, he merely extracted the golden spiritual energy from the yellow turban warrior. Phew. The Zhuang family female disciple sighed in relief. Looking at He Pingsheng, she asked, May I inquire your name, senior brother? He Pingsheng replied indifferently, Do not ask what you should not. I will give you 3 breaths of time to speak. The woman took out a jade slip and said, Senior brother, I have information about all the treasures in the secret realm. You will know once you take a look. If you are not satisfied, you can kill me at any time. A green jade slip was tossed over from her direction. He Pingsheng carefully caught it, examined it, and found nothing amiss before pressing the jade slip against his forehead. Just at that moment, several subtle sounds of piercing air suddenly came from afar. Puff, puff, puff. Following that, He Pingsheng felt a chill on his leg, abdomen, and right shoulder. He could feel that 3 needles as thin as cow hairs had pierced into his flesh. Damn! He Pingsheng regretted it with a grim face. In the end, he had been careless. He should not have trusted this woman's deceitful words. The woman's body suddenly leaped up. Instead of attacking He Pingsheng, she jumped back, creating distance between them, hiding behind a large tree. In this way, even if he threw the ice arrow talisman, it could not harm her. A tingling sensation spread throughout He Pingsheng's body from the spots where the 3 golden needles had pierced. There was poison. The poison spread rapidly. Within a few breaths, He Pingsheng felt the numbness intensifying. With a thud, he fell to the ground and lay motionless. 30 zhang away, behind a massive old tree, the female disciple of the Zhuang family cautiously extended her divine sense to check. Confirming that He Pingsheng had lost all breath, she calmly stepped out from behind the tree. As she walked, she chuckled softly, murmuring to herself, Did you really think this lady is easy? Fool. Die. Now everything is mine. These 3 poison needles were her true trump card. Not even her senior brother knew about them, let alone the elders of her sect. Today she had saved her life, thanks to these. Confident in her hidden weapons, she walked straight towards He Pingsheng. When she was 1 zhang away from He Pingsheng, she raised her hand and summoned her flying sword. Slash. The sword fell. However, to her shock, a yellowish defensive light membrane suddenly appeared around He Pingsheng. The light membrane easily blocked the flying sword, and then 3 fire crows shot out, striking her chest with a bang at lightning speed. Bang bang. The other 2 fire crows collided with her back. The Zhuang family female disciple was finished. Likewise, He Pingsheng had no idea what her name was. He Pingsheng climbed up from the ground. Indeed, the scene of him being poisoned was an act. He had indeed been poisoned, but thanks to cultivating the 9 poisons refining body technique and gaining immunity to poisons, the toxin couldn't cause much stir within him. He had already eliminated 70% of it. Now only 30% remained in his body. This poison is probably not from a qi refinement stage. He Pingsheng furrowed his brows slightly. If it were poison collected from a qi refinement stage beast, he would be immune and no residue would remain in his body. The fact that there was still some residue meant that the poison was of a higher grade than that of the qi refinement stage. Perhaps it was from the foundation establishment stage. But it didn't matter. He Pingsheng took out the tiger-striped golden bee honey and drank a drop. The honey also had some detoxifying. At the same time, the 9 poisons refining body technique within He Pingsheng operated, and after a few breaths the remaining poison in his body was completely cleared. He picked up the female disciple's treasure pouch. Then he ran to the spot where the man had just been shot and picked up his treasure pouch. He Pingsheng directly summoned a paper crane and swiftly flew away, then casually found a hidden spot tossing out array materials to form a top-tier defensive array. Entering the array, He Pingsheng finally emptied the contents of both treasure pouches. Time to assess the first were the spirit stones. Not many snacks. The 2 of them combined had just over 200 spirit stones. A flying sword, a low-grade magical artifact. A black long spear, a mid-grade magical artifact. A small silver shield, a low-grade magical artifact. In total, there were only 3 magical artifacts. Besides these 3, there were just a few jade slips left. So poor. He had thought this loot assessment would yield great rewards. But this was it. There was hardly any. He Pingsheng looked at them with disdain, almost pinching his nose. These 2 were hardly stronger than the Black Wind Trio. How could they be so poor at the peak of the qi refinement stage? Were disciples of cultivation families all like this? He Pingsheng shook his head, no longer pondering these. Fortunately, although these 2 cultivators were relatively poor, they had still obtained quite a few good items during their 2 days in this secret realm. There were dozens of first-grade spiritual herbs. Besides that, there was nothing else. After categorizing the items, He Pingsheng's gaze fell on a few jade slips. 2 manuals of very ordinary grade. He Pingsheng ignored them directly. 1 jade slip recorded a divine ability, Zhuang family 13 spears. Although it was called a divine ability, it was actually just a spell. However, the grade of this spell was somewhat higher. This could be kept, though later he could use the treasure bowl to enhance it, probably resulting in a stronger spell related to spear techniques. The last jade slip recorded a distribution map of treasures within the entire secret realm. Such items existed in every sect. However, each sect's map was different. This was because the sect maps were drawn based on the disciples' explorations and summaries. Moreover, the sects did not share information, leading to each sect's map differing slightly. This Zhuang family's map was quite similar to the Taishu sect's map. The only difference was that the Zhuang family's map marked a growth point for a second-grade spiritual herb, the Zhuyu fruit. Moreover, from the map, it appeared that the location of the Zhuyu fruit was not far from the lake, where the water yuan spirit apricot was located. He Pingsheng put away the map and had no intention of going to the mountain where the Zhuyu fruit was located. Only the Zhuang family knew about this. There would surely be Zhuang family disciples stationed there. If he recklessly approached, what if he encountered a group of Zhuang family disciples? Wouldn't they suspect him? Better to search elsewhere. He Pingsheng headed north, using the paper crane to soar over mountains and rivers blocking his path. Otherwise, he primarily walked. Walking was beneficial for spotting rare materials. After a day's journey, his harvest was decent. Not only did he collect dozens of first-grade spiritual herbs, but he also gathered 3 second-grade spiritual herbs, earth yellow roots. Earth yellow roots are one of the main materials for refining the second-grade pill, Gathering Spirit Pill. The Gathering Spirit Pill has the same effect as the Gathering Qi Pill, but it is the primary pill consumed by disciples during their foundation establishment period. As night fell, He Pingsheng sought out a flat high ground, taking out the top-tier array materials, once more quickly constructing a top-tier defensive array. It was impossible to search for rare materials at night, so he could only rest. Of course, He Pingsheng remembered to take out the treasure bowl as well. This time he placed 2 items inside. A gourd of tiger-striped golden bee honey and a small silver shield. This shield was taken from the Zhuang family disciple, a low-grade magical artifact that could be used after some enhancement. A night passed. He Pingsheng's spiritual energy fully recovered. He opened his eyes, his gaze falling. 1 gourd had turned into 2. Moreover, the quality of these gourds had changed. Originally, they were just ordinary gourds. Now, although they remained ordinary, they shimmered with golden light. Bang! He Pingsheng picked up one of the gourds and opened it. A rich fragrance wafted out. Inside, the gourd was filled to the brim with golden liquid. Rich and thick. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, feeling that the air around him was fragrant. This fragrance was akin to the combined scent of countless spiritual herbs and flowers, exceptionally rich. There was also a hint of intoxicating aroma. He Pingsheng scooped up a drop of golden syrup and placed it in his mouth. Boom! It was as if an explosion occurred in his mouth. It was not an energy explosion, but rather a flavor explosion. So delightful. Before enhancement, the honey was white, slightly sour with a hint of sweetness, but it tasted particularly astringent. Now that astringent taste had completely vanished. At the same time as the drop of golden syrup flowed down his throat into his abdomen, an endless surge of energy was released. He Pingsheng did not know how to describe this energy. He also had no idea about the quality of this golden syrup. However, he had a strange feeling that even a single drop, or even just 1/10 of a drop, would be enough to refill his exhausted dantian with spiritual power. It was that exaggerated. So great. Looking at the 2 large gourds of golden honey in front of him, He Pingsheng smiled. I won't have to worry about running out of spiritual power when fighting others in the future. He couldn't help but laugh. After putting away the gourd, He Pingsheng took a deep breath, his gaze once again falling upon the treasure basin. 2 shields. 1 silver, 1 blue-green. He reached out and took the silver shield into his hand. His divine sense swept across the shield, revealing its name. Name: Shimbing Shield. Level: Supreme Magical Artifact. It bore 4 layers of restrictions. After enhancing so many treasures, He Pingsheng had basically figured out the pattern of the treasure basin. Overall, it would not enhance beyond its level. For example, if you had a magical artifact, it would still be a magical artifact after enhancement. It would only be upgraded from low grade to supreme. For instance, if you had a gathering chi pill, it would still be a gathering chi pill after enhancement, and it wouldn't turn into a gathering spirit pill, let alone a foundation establishment pill. The Shimbing Shield in He Pingsheng's hand belonged to the ice attribute. When unfolded, it became a shield composed of Xuanbing, exceptionally sturdy. It could block almost all attacks from cultivators in the chi refining stage. Ice belongs to water. Thus, it could be perfectly utilized with the water spiritual power from a water attribute dantian. The only regret was that this item had 4 layers of restrictions. To use it smoothly, one must completely refine it. And to completely refine it, it would be nearly impossible without a month's time. Therefore, even though he had the Shimbing Shield, now he couldn't use it. After putting away the Shimbing Shield, a second small blue-green shield appeared in He Pingsheng's hand. Wood attribute. Name: Spirit Wood Shield. Grade: Supreme Magical Artifact. It also had 4 layers of restrictions. The same thing. He Pingsheng put away this small shield as well. He stood up, exited the formation, casually closed it, and then packed away the formation materials. A few days later, He Pingsheng stood beside a blue water pool. There was a cut on his forehead. It was a minor injury, nothing serious. He took off his damp Taoist robe, and at this moment he was bare-chested, staring intently at the opposite side of the blue pool. Across was a cliff. A spiritual plant grew horizontally on the cliff, and its growth position was extremely special. It was almost entirely embedded in the crevices of the mountain, making it hard to see without careful observation. He Pingsheng only spotted this spiritual plant by chance. The spiritual plant was of first-grade quality. It bore a dozen or so fruits. Those fruits displayed 2 colors, each fruit being gold on one side and silver on the other. He Pingsheng was initially unfamiliar with this item, but before entering the secret realm, he had heard Zhao Linger and Su Kunlun mention a body-refining celestial fruit called Jinin Tao. Based on their description, this plant should be the Jinin Tao. The pool was not very wide, only about a dozen zhang. He Pingsheng could leap across without relying on any external force. It was not difficult. The challenge was that there was a white poisonous toad in the water. Just now, He Pingsheng had leaped up without any preparation, wanting to pick the Jinin Tao on the opposite bank. Suddenly, a white poisonous toad sprang out of the water. Caught off guard, He Pingsheng was struck by the toad's tongue and fell into the water. Had it not been for his magical ability of immunity to all poisons, he would have been lying at the bottom of the water, becoming the toad's meal. Thinking about it made him shiver with fear. The path of cultivation is truly fraught with danger. Rise! He Pingsheng softly shouted, leaping again into the air towards the opposite bank. However, this time he was prepared. Splash! Just as his body flew to the center of the pool, the emerald water surface suddenly broke. A red tongue pierced through the water's surface like a poisonous arrow, stabbing towards He Pingsheng. Open! This time He Pingsheng was prepared. At the moment he saw the anomaly on the water surface, he cast a metal attribute spell, Diamond Shield. The diamond shield expanded, instantly forming a spherical golden light membrane around He Pingsheng. It was thick and bright. Puff! The fleshy tongue struck the light membrane, but did not penetrate it. After all, the white toad in the water was merely a beast in the chi refining stage and had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. Splash! The poisonous toad jumped directly out of the water. He Pingsheng finally saw the true form of this white toad. White. From head to toe, it was pure white. Only a pair of small bright green eyes stood out. It was a very peculiar sight. The bright-eyed white toad opened its mouth wide as it leapt out of the water. Its plump tongue transformed into a poisonous arrow, stabbing towards He Pingsheng. But it was useless. The protective shield around He Pingsheng not only remained intact, but he also used the force of the stab to quickly descend towards the cliff on the opposite side. He Pingsheng chuckled. Beasts are just beasts. They possess mere brute strength without. He Pingsheng landed on the cliff, effortlessly picked all 13 Jin Yin Tao fruits from the tree, and with a push of his legs leaped over the water pond again. Perhaps He Pingsheng's actions thoroughly enraged the white toad. Suddenly, two massive water spouts erupted from the surface. Two similarly sized bright-eyed white toads leaped out of the water, almost simultaneously landing on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their tongues changed from red to bright green, fiercely stabbing towards He Pingsheng. Those bright green tongues transformed into poisonous arrows. Even green poisonous gas was seeping out from them. From a distance, a foul odor could be detected. He Pingsheng did not dare to be careless, constantly dodging and evading the attacks from the two beasts. Fall! He shouted loudly. A golden phantom over 2 meters tall descended. Spell Yellow Turban Warrior. Bang! 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 The Yellow Turban Warrior did not need any control and chose to attack one of the greenied white toads on its own. He Pingsheng faced off against another one. At this moment, he finally had the time to carefully examine the beast before him, the greenied white toad. Its eyes were emerald green, while its body was white from head to toe. Moreover, this creature was quite large, measuring a full 5 feet in size. It looked as big as a large calf, quite terrifying. Its gaping mouth could easily swallow a sheep. He Pingsheng had never seen such a gigantic toad or frog in his life, and for a moment, he felt a surge of fear. However, as the battle continued, his fright gradually faded. He realized that although the greenied white toad was massive and intimidating, its cultivation level was roughly equivalent to that of a human at the peak of the Qi refinement stage around the 12th layer. However, its combat power was quite limited. Firstly, He Pingsheng was immune to all poisons, and this creature's primary attack method was poison. With poison ineffective against him, the threat it posed was essentially nullified. Secondly, the intelligence of the greenied white toad was low. Aside from attacking and defending, it had no strategies or tactics. Unlike the two cunning and treacherous siblings he had encountered earlier. Slash. After entangling for about half a stick of incense's worth of time, He Pingsheng effortlessly drove his top-tier flying sword into the body of the white toad. Puff. Bright red blood gushed forth. After sustaining severe injuries, the white toad turned its head and attempted to retreat back into the water. He Pingsheng naturally would not give it that opportunity. Slash. Puff, puff, puff. With a series of sword lights, the greenied white toad rolled its eyes and breathed its last. The other greenied white toad, which was fighting the Yellow Turban Warrior, although uninjured, felt a sense of retreat upon witnessing its companion's demise. However, He Pingsheng would not give it the chance either. With a swift motion of his sword, he struck it down. The simple battle was over. It was not thrilling, nor was there any twist. It was a straightforward, one-sided affair. Collect. He Pingsheng commanded lightly, and the Yellow Turban Warrior immediately disintegrated, transforming into countless golden spiritual energies that flowed back into He Pingsheng's body. Looking at the two toxic toad corpses before him, He Pingsheng naturally would not let them go to waste. He was currently cultivating the 9 poisons refining body technique, and the toxins within these toads were to be utilized. Approaching the corpse of the toxic toad, he infused a bit of spiritual energy into his small flying sword, which then transformed into the size of a dagger about 1 foot long. Sizzle. With a light swipe, he sliced open the flesh of the toxic toad. With a crash, blood and some internal organs that He Pingsheng did not recognize spilled everywhere. He discovered that the toad's skin was not white, but green. The reason it appeared white earlier was due to a layer of waxy white substance adhering to its skin. He Pingsheng gently scraped the toxic toad's skin with his flying sword, and chunks of white toad fat fell to the ground. Sizzle. The toad fat dropped onto the ground, and the unknown plants that had grown on the ground instantly turned withered yellow before becoming ashes. Good heavens! He Pingsheng exclaimed in shock. This thing is so toxic. The toad fat was also a type of poison. Collect it. He Pingsheng was excited. This is a good item. I'll keep it for body refining. Body refining requires various poisons, the more the better. At present, He Pingsheng had just begun the first layer of the Qi refinement section of the 9 poisons refining body technique. There is still a long way to go. In a matter of moments, he scraped all the toad fat from the 2 white toads, combining them into a sizable lump weighing at least 10 pounds. After collecting the toad fat, He Pingsheng continued to dissect the corpse of the toxic toad. Given his low cultivation level, there was no way it would have a demon core, but it certainly had a poison core. After several breaths, He Pingsheng found a white poison core inside the toxic toad's body. About the size of a fist, it felt cool to the touch, emitting hissing white toxic gas, and from a distance it appeared as pure white as ice. A white poison core is quite rare. He Pingsheng naturally did not hold back, collecting both the white poison core and the toad fat. 2 poison cores and over 10 pounds of toad fat would provide ample resources for a long time. This item was large, much bigger than the poison core within the tiger-striped golden bee. One was equivalent to thousands of poison bees. Having obtained the poison core and the toad fat, He Pingsheng then skinned the 2 toxic toads. This was a valuable resource. The skins of demon beasts once processed can be turned into talisman paper, which can fetch a good price at the trading hall in exchange for spirit stones. So they must not be discarded. Once everything was done, the sky gradually darkened, and the sunset withdrew its last rays of light. He Pingsheng found an empty patch of land beside the pond and arranged the top-tier array materials according to a specific pattern. Soon a defensive great formation was established. Spending the night within the defensive array had been his routine these days. Most of the secret realm was filled with first-level beasts in the Qi refinement stage. Even if these beasts discovered the formation, they could not break through. There was no need to worry. As for second-tier foundation establishment beasts, he had heard of them before, but they were extremely rare and practically non-existent. If such creatures existed, it would certainly be a nightmare for disciples at the Qi refinement stage. Once they appeared, the Daoxian Alliance would dispatch cultivators to enter and eliminate the foundation establishment beasts. Upon entering the array, the first thing was to take out his treasure pot and conveniently store the poison cores, and in recent days he had gained quite a bit within this secret realm. Not counting the 2 slain from the Zhuang family and the bee syrup obtained, He Pingsheng had also acquired a good number of first-level spirit herbs. However, these items were gradually beginning to feel somewhat mundane to him. First-grade spirit herbs were not very valuable, and he could easily buy them with spirit stones without much effort. He suddenly felt the urge to check out the location marked by the Zhuang family for the Zhuyu fruit. Sooner or later, he would need foundation establishment pills. There are 3 bottlenecks in the Qi refinement stage, breaking through from the 10th layer to the 11th layer, from the 11th layer to the 12th layer, and finally from the 12th layer to foundation establishment. The foundation establishment pill is not a necessary item. For some talented disciples, it is possible to break through the bottlenecks without the foundation establishment pill. However, for the majority, at least one bottleneck exists, which is the foundation establishment. The foundation establishment pill is one of the precious resources for breaking through this bottleneck. Moreover, to break through this bottleneck, one can only use the foundation establishment pill. For He Pingsheng, who has a 5-element spirit root, the importance of the foundation establishment pill is self-evident. He Pingsheng exerted force beneath his feet and leaped nearly 10 zhang, then reached out to grab a protruding stone on the cliff's edge. With his right hand pressing against the stone, he exerted a slight force and leaped up another 10 zhang. In the next moment, he was once again pressed against the cliff. After repeating this 3 to 5 times, he reached the top of the cliff from the bottom. Having traversed the mountains frequently in recent days, he had already gained experience. Standing at the top of the cliff and looking around, the view was exceedingly broad. He Pingsheng glanced at the position of the sun, then took out a jade slip from his storage bag to check, finally focusing on the north. It should be that direction. He intended to take a look at the location of the Zhuyu fruit. After all, he had no special purpose. As he walked along, encountering any rare treasures, he would collect them. This method of gathering was quite good. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, then looked at a long, steep slope in front of him. With a movement of his feet, he shot forward like an arrow. The rugged mountain path felt as smooth as the ground. After walking nonstop for about an hour, the sun had risen to its zenith. The weather gradually became warmer. In the distance, 4 or 5 cultivators dressed in light blue robes swept past. He Pingsheng looked up, but due to the height and the blinding sunlight, he could not clearly see the faces of those flying cultivators, nor could he discern the insignia on their robes, making it impossible to determine their sect or origin. However, a paper crane suddenly descended in height, and after a few breaths landed right in front of He Pingsheng. He looked up and was momentarily stunned. What a beautiful woman! He recognized her as a female disciple from Tianfu Mountain whom he had seen once at the market in Matu Mountain. When she purchased a disguised talisman, he had seen her again at the entrance of a secret realm. He only knew she was a disciple from Tianfu Mountain, but not her name. Is it you? The woman looked at He Pingsheng, her eyes displaying a hint of surprise. I have seen you, senior sister. He Pingsheng respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. Under the sunlight, the light blue robe on the woman looked even more elegant, her snow-white skin dazzling to the eyes, and her exquisitely beautiful features caused He Pingsheng's face to instantly flush red. He tried hard to restrain his emotions, but he couldn't. His face really turned red. So embarrassing. The woman across from him smiled lightly and said, we just came over from that direction. As she spoke, she gently pointed with her finger in the direction He Pingsheng was about to walk, her jade-like arm slightly raised, causing the wide sleeves of her light blue robe to slide down to her elbow, revealing a section of her arm as white as lotus root. Indeed, her skin was as smooth as fine oil, causing one to be entranced. There is a huge swamp ahead filled with many unknown venomous snakes. The venom of these snakes is very potent, and they appear in groups. If you encounter the swamp ahead, be sure to avoid stepping into it. Just go around it. Just a while ago, one of our disciples from Tianfu Mountain got injured inside, and is now poisoned and unconscious. He Pingsheng felt warmth in his heart. He did not expect that at this moment a stranger would kindly remind him to pay attention to safety. This was truly rare in the cultivation world. However, there was also the possibility that the swamp ahead concealed some treasure or secret, and this woman didn't want anyone to know, hence deliberately advising him to avoid it. With He Pingsheng's current wisdom, he could not discern which was the case, but he preferred to believe it was the former. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. He Pingsheng expressed his gratitude once more. You're welcome, said the woman. After speaking, she flipped her body and rode back atop the paper crane about to soar into the sky. I am He Pingsheng from Taisu sect. At that moment, He Pingsheng's face turned even redder. He swallowed deeply, seemingly gathering all his courage, and asked, "May I ask your name, senior sister?" Sitting on the paper crane, the swaying woman smiled, her interest piqued, as she looked at He Pingsheng for a moment, and said, Xiao Huizhu. After speaking, the yellow paper crane shot skyward, instantly transforming into a small dot. Only a trace of fragrance remained drifting in the air before slowly dissipating. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and continued to jump forward. Not because he lacked a paper crane. On the contrary, he had several, and they were all top-notch ones that could be used 12 times each. The reason he chose to walk close to the ground was that it allowed He Pingsheng to better discover the rare treasures along the way. As he walked, he casually dug up quite a bit. After about 2 sticks of incense, He Pingsheng arrived beside a huge swamp. Is this the place? He Pingsheng stood on a patch of grass at the swamp's edge, gazing at the swamp ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. The swamp mentioned by the Tianfu Mountain senior sister should be here. He Pingsheng believed that the senior sister had not deceived him. However, he did not intend to heed the female cultivator's advice to avoid it. Because He Pingsheng wanted to go in and see if he could slay some venomous snakes to obtain their poison cores. He needed these items, and the demand was quite high. After all, even if bitten by a venomous snake, he would not be poisoned. Come on. Whoosh. A yellow paper crane swept through the air. On the crane sat a male disciple clad in a moon-white robe. If He Pingsheng saw him, he would definitely recognize that this male disciple was from Taisu sect. Not only that, but he was also a disciple from Xiuzhu Peak's Hongda Courtyard. The man's name was Yang Su, ranking below Linglong in Hongda Courtyard, and he was at the 10th level of the Qi refining stage. Since entering this secret realm, he had not sought any rare treasures, but instead had followed senior sister Linglong's orders, riding the paper crane daily to scour the secret realm in search of one person. He Pingsheng. The secret realm was vast, measuring 1,000 miles in length and width. However, a journey on the yellow crane through the secret realm was sufficient in just 1 hour. But finding He Pingsheng was extremely difficult. No worries. If he couldn't find him, he would search slowly. Yang Su understood his task. Compared to seeking rare treasures, the task assigned by senior sister Linglong was far more important. After all, failing to find rare treasures would only result in missing some opportunities. But failing to complete senior sister Linglong's task meant there was only one path left: death. Moreover, he was not the only one flying through the air in search of He Pingsheng. There were 3 others as well. A total of 4 people. Coincidentally, as Yang Su flew on his crane in the air, he also arrived at the edge of the swamp. He spotted He Pingsheng at a glance. Is this? Yang Su was a bit excited. Is this my Taisu sect's disciple? As long as he was a disciple of Taisu sect, there was a possibility that he was He Pingsheng. Thus Yang Su lowered the crane. Upon seeing He Pingsheng's face, he couldn't help but smile joyfully. Got him. Finding He Pingsheng meant everything was set. This was a significant achievement. According to Linglong's instructions, after Yang Su discovered He Pingsheng, his first action was not to engage in battle, but to send the news to Linglong using a special talisman. However, upon seeing He Pingsheng, Yang Zu's thoughts changed. He chuckled. If I capture him myself, wouldn't it save Master Linglong the trouble of intervening? Delivering this scoundrel personally to Master Linglong would surely earn me great merit. Thus Yang Su charged directly towards He Pingsheng. At this moment, He Pingsheng was in a swamp, slashing at venomous snakes with his sword. Xiao Huizhu was right. There were many venomous snakes in this place. They were in swarms. Moreover, they were not ordinary venomous snakes found in the mortal realm. It would be more appropriate to call them spiritual snakes. Their cultivation level was generally around the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refinement. However, as the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Their numbers were overwhelming, and there were many varieties. Although He Pingsheng had just killed several spiritual snakes with swift sword strikes, he was also ambushed and bitten twice. Fortunately, possessing the ability to be immune to all toxins, the severe venom of the beasts in the Qi refinement stage posed no threat to him, so being bitten twice was not a big deal. It was merely a surface wound. In fact, it could barely be considered one. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, He Pingsheng had already collected about a dozen poison pills. At that moment, he heard a commotion in the void and quickly looked up only to see a paper crane flying towards him. On that paper crane was a disciple dressed in a moon-white robe. What is this? A fellow disciple. He Pingsheng sheathed his sword that was still ready to slay venomous snakes and turned to protect himself. In the secret realm, one must remain vigilant even among fellow disciples. The paper crane landed. The disciple jumped off and smiled, saying, "You are He Shitty from Xiuzhu Peak, right? No need to be so tense. We are all fellow disciples, why act this way?" He Pingsheng smiled faintly and asked, "May I ask your name, senior brother, and which master do you serve?" "You don't recognize me." Yang Su felt a bit uncomfortable. "We are all disciples of Xiuzhu Peak. Usually when you see me in Yuning Palace, you should greet me as Brother Yang. You have been at Xiuzhu Peak for many years, how can you not know me?" Yang Su sneered. "You don't even know me, He Shitty. I am Yang Su, a disciple of Hongda Court. You can call me Brother Yang." He expected that by introducing himself the other party would certainly bow respectfully and apologize. However, He Pingsheng merely stood there indifferently without saying a word. Yang Su did not mind this and waved his hand, a flying sword landing in his grip. Boom. After infusing his magical energy, the palm-sized flying sword expanded to 3 feet in length, its blade shimmering with a dazzling light. It was not the sword's glow but the sight of abundant spiritual energy overflowing. He Shitty. Yang Su, holding the treasured sword, said, "I want beat around the bush. You have 2 choices. First, I will kill you with 1 sword right now. Second, hand over your transmitting jade tablet and obediently come with me, or perhaps you might have a chance to live." Shitty is a smart person. Oh, it's best not to think about reaching for your treasure bag. The moment you move your hand, I can cut off your arm. Yang Su, at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, confidently stared at He Pingsheng. It was not boasting, he truly possessed this strength. Even if He Pingsheng were at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, what of it? The 9th layer of Qi refinement was still considered the late stage. Upon entering the 10th layer, one reached the peak of Qi refinement. The divide between the peak and the late stage was like a chasm. To put it simply, Yang Su was confident he could annihilate any disciple at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. If you don't believe it, you can try. Yang Su looked at He Pingsheng and added. He Pingsheng did not speak. At this moment, he was too lazy to engage in banter with Yang Su. He directly reached out towards his treasure bag. "You dare?" Yang Su got angry. "I just warned you not to reach for your treasure bag, and now you blatantly ignore me." He felt He Pingsheng was provoking him. Forget it. Master Linglong didn't specify that He Pingsheng needed to be captured whole. What if I chop off one of his arms? A streak of sword light surged forth from Yang Zu's sword with unparalleled speed. It swiftly and precisely struck towards He Pingsheng's right arm. If it were an ordinary disciple at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, that arm would surely be severed. However, He Pingsheng was no ordinary disciple. A yellowish light membrane appeared around his body. Spell Earth Armor Technique. Puff. The incoming sword light struck hard against the shield of the Earth Armor Technique, and the brilliant yellow light dimmed slightly. Then, with the support of the Earth attribute's spiritual power within He Pingsheng, it brightened again. The opponent's attack was easily blocked by He Pingsheng's Earth Armor Technique. How is this possible? Yang Su suddenly shouted from the opposite side. "You are merely at the 7th layer. How could you possess such abundant spiritual power?" Yang Su had not held back with that last sword strike. He unleashed full power. Yet he did not expect it to be blocked by the opponent's spell shield. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Even a disciple at the 10th layer of Qi refinement might not be able to withstand his attack. Slash. He Pingsheng did not waste words. He raised his hand, and the small sword in his grasp transformed into a 3-foot-long blade. A streak of sword light flew out, striking fiercely at Yang Su. He Pingsheng had spiritual power comparable to Yang Su, and the quality of his flying sword was even higher, reaching the level of a top-grade magical artifact. Thus, this sword's light was slightly stronger than Yang Zu's previous strike. Damn. At this moment, Yang Su had no opportunity to defend. He could only take a step back and raise his hand, unleashing another streak of sword light. Offense as defense. As long as he could neutralize He Pingsheng's attack, he wouldn't need to defend. Puff. The 2 streaks of sword light collided and then vanished. He Pingsheng's sword light was stronger, but after the clash it posed no threat to Yang Su. But that was fine. Here comes another. Slash. He Pingsheng unleashed his second sword. At the same time, with a thought, 3 fire crows flew out around him, charging towards Yang Su from 3 different directions. At this moment, Yang Su seemed to have brought out a defensive shield. However, there were unexpectedly 4 attacks coming from the opposite side. 1 sword light and 3 fire crows. Which one should he defend against? Open. Yang Su shouted loudly, extending his shield and unhesitatingly directing it towards the incoming sword light. because he was aware of the sword light's power. As for the 3 fire crows, he thought it was merely a distraction by He Pingsheng. Superficial. However, in the next moment, the 3 fire crows crashed directly into his body. Bang! A violent explosion erupted. Yang Su did not even have time to pull out the transmitting jade talisman before he was blasted into smithereens. The violent fire attribute energy erupted with a roar rippling outward in all directions. A deep pit over a yard wide was blasted into the swamp. The mud was thrown aside, splattering everywhere. As for Yang Zu's body, it had long since been reduced to countless fragments. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and withdrew the earth attribute shield surrounding him. Now in a fight, he no longer felt the previous tension. He was calm. From the very beginning of the encounter, he was extraordinarily composed. He Pingsheng carefully leaped up and landed at the spot where Yang Su had just perished. Yang Zu's corpse was definitely gone. His robe was torn to shreds. However, the bag of holding lay intact on the ground. Next to the bag of holding there was also a small flying sword and a shield, both of which were merely medium-grade magical artifacts. He Pingsheng did not hold back, swiftly collecting the small sword and shield into his storage bag before opening the bag of holding left by Yang Su. There weren't many items inside the bag of holding. Because Yang Su had been constantly searching for him these days, he had no time to gather rare materials. Besides a few pieces of clothing, there were only a few jade talismans. There were also about 100 spirit stones. Nothing else. Collect. He Pingsheng unceremoniously took the spirit stones. Then came the jade talismans. The teleportation talisman. This was a good item, a shatter it to teleport from this realm. He collected it. There was also a yellow talisman. It had 2 strange characters drawn on it which He Pingsheng could barely recognize as Tongxin. Is this the Tongxin talisman? He Pingsheng exclaimed in surprise. He had seen such things in the miscellaneous records of cultivation but had never encountered one. Simply put, this was a type of talisman, a very special talisman. It has 2 parts. One talisman can be split into 2 held by 2 people. Once one is activated, a message can be sent, and it will also display their location. Of course, the premise is that they cannot be too far apart. For this first-grade Tongxin talisman, the maximum distance for communication is merely 10,000 miles. Effective within 10,000 miles. Beyond that distance, it becomes ineffective. He Pingsheng did not know who held the other end of this talisman, but he guessed there was a 90% chance it was in Linglong's hands. This guy came to find me, didn't he also receive Linglong's orders? He Pingsheng stared at the talisman in front of him, a smile creeping onto his lips. He decided to play with Linglong. In the secret realm, in another domain, Linglong Liu and another disciple were hurriedly leaping down from a certain mountain peak. Run! Ha ha! Linglong laughed heartily, saying, don't worry, they won't catch up to us. Damn those disciples of the Ice Extremity sect daring to bully me. Once we get out, I'll definitely have my grandfather go and destroy the Ice Extremity sect. Liu beside her rolled her eyes. Your grandfather destroy the Ice Extremity sect? Is that even possible? At that moment, a certain Tongxin talisman hanging at Linglong's waist suddenly flickered. Oh! Linglong exclaimed in delight, saying, ha ha ha. Yang Su must have found that guy. Linglong did not stop running, but continued to rush forward. Only after escaping the danger did she ride on a paper crane and fly away. In the void, she untied the jade talisman from her waist. The talisman did not emit sound, but there was a green dot flashing continuously on it. Damn Yang Su. Linglong cursed, saying, why didn't he send me a message? The Liu riding the same paper crane asked, did you find him? It should be. Linglong said, let's go take a look. Yang Su, you better take care of yourself, don't get yourself, Once I get there, I'm going to have some fun torturing him. A dog-like thing turns out to be just an outer sect servant. This young lady asked him to refine pills, and he even dared to serve them up. If I don't kill him today, I won't give up. Behind her, Liu frowned slightly, saying, junior sister, don't keep mentioning this. And when you see him, just kill him directly. There's no need for torture. If someone happens to see, it won't be easy to explain to Master Yuning. What are you afraid of? Linglong gritted her silver teeth. He's just a servant born from the outer sect. Killing him is nothing. At worst, he'll just reflect in the square for a few days. No. Liu shook her head, saying, though he was born a servant, he is no longer the same as before. Now he is a true disciple of Yuning Palace. If you kill him like you did Hao Yun, the punishment you receive will be far more than just reflection. So, junior sister, this matter must remain confidential. It must not be made public. Linglong snorted coldly, saying, if killing him can't let others know, then it really isn't interesting. I want everyone to know the consequences of offending me. Let's go. Whoosh. 2 paper cranes swept through the void, flying toward the location of He Pingsheng. Because they were quite far away, these 2 paper cranes flew for about half an hour before arriving at the location where the Tongxin talisman was flashing. What place is this? Looking at the vast swamp beneath, Linglong frowned. I don't know. Liu, senior sister. Here, here. Another disciple riding a paper crane suddenly spotted something and hurriedly shouted, then landed the paper crane. A few breaths later, Liu and Linglong also landed. This was the very center of the swamp. A long branch stood upright in the ground. On the branch hung several pieces of clothing. These garments were those that He Pingsheng had obtained from Yang Zu's bag of holding. At this moment, he had hung them on the branch. What does this mean? Linglong asked as she looked at the clothes. Liu remarked, look. There are characters over there. On the clothes swaying in the wind, several lines were written in blood. Bring me the clothes. Linglong ordered the male disciple. The male disciple took down the clothes. The clothes had a large line of words written on them. There is a jar under the branch. Just these few words. Then all three gazes fell on the soil below. It seemed that the ground had been disturbed. Go. Linglong immediately commanded the male disciple, saying, dig out that jar for me. I want to see what's so strange. Linglong was afraid of being tricked, so she didn't dare dig it herself and instructed the male disciple. The male disciple didn't want to dig either, but he had no choice. He could only brace himself and began to dig around the ground with his flying sword. After about half an incense stick's time, the male disciple unearthed a black jar from the ground. Linglong, look. The male disciple approached Linglong and Liu with the black jar. The Foundation Establishment cultivator can indeed use divine sense to probe. However, being at the Foundation Establishment stage, the divine sense is somewhat weak, unable to penetrate sealed objects, and can only delve through gaps. For example, to see the interior of a house from the outside, one would extend their divine sense through the gaps. Similarly, to observe another person's cultivation or body, one would penetrate through the seams of their clothing with divine sense. However, this black jar is sealed tight by mud with no gaps at all. Therefore, neither the male disciple nor Liu and Linglong can discern what lies within the jar. Give it to me. Linglong personally picked up the jar and shook it. What is it? Liu inquired. The male disciple beside them also wore a curious expression. Linglong shook her head. I don't know, but it's quite heavy. I can feel that there's something inside. I have a guess. Linglong took a deep breath, a hint of shadow crossing her face. It couldn't be that he killed Yang Su and sealed his head in this jar, waiting for us to open it and scare us and give us a show of strength. Liu shuddered and took a step back. That's most likely the case. The male disciple eagerly chimed in with Linglong. However, Linglong extended her hand and handed the black jar back to the male disciple, saying, Junior brother, I'm just a girl. I'm quite afraid of these things. If it happens to be Yang Zu's head, I fear I won't be able to sleep well. Linglong suddenly spoke very gently. Seeing his senior sister treat him this way, the male disciple was instantly excited and hurriedly took the jar. Without a second thought, used his small sword to dig through the mud, sealing the jar's opening. It's just a head, right? Women are like this, afraid of everything. I'm a big man, what do I have to fear? The mud on the jar was dug open with a large hole. A strong, fishy smell wafted out. So fishy. Just as the male disciple spoke, a golden poisonous snake suddenly darted out from the opening and lunged onto his face. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more poisonous snakes followed. The male disciple instantly fell to the ground in pain, clutching his face and shouting, damn. It hurts. Snakes. Poisonous snakes. Linglong, pale-faced, drew her treasured sword and swiftly slashed, killing all 4 poisonous snakes. But it was already too late. 3 of the 4 poisonous snakes had bitten his face, and 1 had bitten his arm. In just a moment, his face swelled and turned red, resembling a pig's head. His arm also became numb, unable to move. Senior sister. Poison. Poison, poison, poison. I've been poisoned. Antidote. Due to the severe swelling of his face, the male disciple struggled to speak. Antidote. How would Linglong have an antidote? Even if she did, she wouldn't give it to him. After a few more breaths, the male disciple became completely numb, collapsing onto the ground. Though he was not dead, he could not move or speak, only letting out terrible cries. After a while, even his cries ceased. Is he dead? Linglong, drenched in cold sweat, looked at Liu. Liu shook her head and said, he should not be dead, yet he just lacks the strength to cry out, or perhaps the poison has numbed his tongue and throat. That damn thing. Linglong gritted her teeth in anger. If I ever encounter him again, I will surely He'll catch a few poisonous snakes and have them bite him to death. 100, 1,000, 10,000. As she spoke, Linglong approached the branches where the clothes were hanging. She wanted to see if she could find a trace of He Pingsheng from this place. However, instead of finding any trace, she saw a line of writing. Linglong, little slut, keep digging. There's another jar below. Linglong went mad with rage. He actually called me a little slut. Clang. She drew her sword, and with several swipes cut the clothes and branches into countless pieces. But then another problem arose. There is another jar below. Should she dig it up? Humans are curious creatures. Even knowing that He Pingsheng buried a trap underground, she couldn't help but want to dig it out to see what was inside the jar. Better not dig. Liu advised. He has a deep grudge against you, and he must be planning to trap you. There won't be anything good left. It's fine. Linglong replied. I just want to know what kind of trick he's playing. Most likely more poisonous snakes or something. I'll keep my distance and slash it with my sword. Ooh, I don't believe he can do anything to me. Luoyu thought for a moment and said, that's true. Linglong stepped forward and began digging based on the male disciple's previous work. After a dozen breaths, a jar emerged from the muck. Of course, at that moment, only the upper half of the entire jar was soaked in the mud. Lift. Linglong reached out with her left hand, grabbing the jar's handle and pulling it up vigorously. The entire jar was pulled out from the muddy ground. It's very light. Linglong shook it with her left hand and said, it seems like there's nothing inside. Then she threw the jar on the ground and retreated rapidly. Luoyu followed her back. Slash. After retreating several feet, Linglong extended her hand to summon her flying sword, sending a blade of sword energy slicing through. Bang! The jar was directly shattered. Nothing was inside. Completely empty. What does this mean? Linglong didn't understand. Luoyu also shook her head. At that moment, Linglong suddenly furrowed her brow. Junior sister, what's wrong? Luoyu asked with concern. Linglong said, my hand. It's a bit itchy. A sense of foreboding surged in her heart. Linglong quickly extended her left hand. On her fair jade palm, there was a red mark. The mark was deep. Not good. Luoyu exclaimed, poison. It's poisonous. The handle of that jar had poison on it. This poison has seeped into your skin. Damn it. Linglong's face turned pale instantly. That damn guy, how could he be so insidious? Though panicked, Linglong remained clear-headed. She quickly took out her treasure bag and rummaged through it, pulling out a greenish-blue medicine bottle. Crack. The medicine bottle shattered in her grip, revealing a red pill inside. This is... Liyu's eyes narrowed. Junior sister. This is a second-grade detoxification pill. Looking at the red pill in Linglong's hand, Luo, had a fleeting thought of seizing it. This second-grade detoxification pill was simply too precious. Let's put it this way, it can neutralize all first-grade and second-grade poisons. In other words, even the poison of a Foundation establishment stage beast can be cured. At this moment, if I suddenly killed Linglong, this detoxification pill would be mine. Then I could push the blame of Linglong's death onto that brat He Pingsheng. Who would know the truth then? Luo's heart was ablaze, but after a breath, she calmed down. Killing Linglong was easy. However, distancing herself from the aftermath would be quite difficult. Even if I could pin Linglong's death on He Pingsheng with Master Yu Zenrin's personality, I would undoubtedly end up with no good outcome. It's possible that I might even be punished by Master for failing to protect her. Thus my cleverness would only backfire. Just as Luo was deep in thought, Linglong had already swallowed the second-grade pill. With a swift motion, she drew her flying sword and made a cut in the palm of her left hand. A pool of dark blood flowed from the bloody wound. Linglong stood up with a pale face and declared, he must die, He Pingsheng. I want him dead. How dare he This second-grade pill was given to me by my grandfather when I first embarked on the path of cultivation, worth a fortune. I've never used it before. I never expected to waste it on him today. After saying this, Linglong looked at Luo and asked, senior sister, did you just emit killing intent? Her gaze was sharp as a blade. Luo remained composed. With a clang, the flying sword was unleashed, instantly transforming into a 3-foot-long blade of light that burst forth. The beam of light did not strike Linglong, but rather sliced beside them. A python as thick as an arm was cleaved in two. With a few more swipes, several venomous snakes in the vicinity were also slain. Luo said, this place is not suitable for staying long. Let's leave first. Linglong no longer suspected Luo. She believed that the killing intent she sensed earlier was directed at the snakes. The two rode a paper crane out of the swamp and landed again on a bare mountain peak. Luo asked, how about checking out Bingling Lake? Can we find some water yuan spirit apricots there? Luo looked at Linglong. Linglong shook her head and replied, impossible. We are too weak and the disciples of Yuning's sect are unwilling to cooperate with us. How can we resist the forces of Tianfu Mountain Bingji Xianzong and Baiyun Xianzong? If we can't get the fruits, we might lose our lives. It's fine, once I get out, I'll have my grandfather think of a way. He will definitely help me get the fruits. But right now, Linglong bit her lip. I want to find He Pingsheng to kill that dog. She took a token from her waist, activated it, and sent out her message. You two give your all to search for He Pingsheng. He should be not far north of Dongyu Mountain Swamp. Remember, do not engage if you see him, and do not let him notice you. Just now that fool Yang Su acted on his own and ended up killed by He Pingsheng. You two remember, do not act without orders. Once you see him, notify me immediately. Linglong's guess was not wrong. He Pingsheng was indeed not far from the swamp. Moreover, he was located to the north of the swamp. Given that not much time had passed, he couldn't have gone far. Besides, as Linglong saw it, He Pingsheng, he too was looking for her. To kill her, he could only do so within the secret realm. Once outside, there would be no opportunity. Not only would there be no chance, but he also had to be constantly wary of her using sect resources to scheme against him. Thus, from the moment He Pingsheng entered this secret realm, he harbored the intent to eliminate Linglong. At this very moment, he was lying on a bare mountain peak. If any disciples riding the paper crane flew by, they would easily spot He Pingsheng. He had been lying there for some. From his vantage point behind the bare rocky surface ahead, there stood a towering tree. Atop the tree there was a bird's nest about a yard wide. Within the nest was a large snow-white bird. He Pingsheng recognized this bird, known as the snow pong. The snow pong was a first-grade beast rumored to possess a trace of Kunpeng bloodline. It was not good at fighting, but excelled in heavy flight. If he could catch such a bird, it could serve as a mount in the future. Of course, capturing a snow pong outright was not. They would rather die than become slaves. The only way to have a snow pong was to take its egg before it hatched and incubate it oneself. The chick that hatches this way would recognize its master from a young age. In the large bird's nest atop the giant tree, before He Pingsheng, besides the snow pong, there were also 4 eggs. The chick that hatches this way would recognize its master from a young age. In the large bird's nest atop the giant tree, before he planned to steal an egg when the large bird left the nest. After waiting for over 2 hours, the white bird finally soared into the sky and flew away. He Pingsheng waited until the bird flew far enough, then leaped, covering a distance of over 10 zhang, and jumped onto the ancient tree, using the tree branches as a springboard for another leap. Finally, he reached the same height as the bird's nest. He Pingsheng reached in and took a snow-white egg from the nest. He then quickly tossed it into his storage bag. After securing the egg, he did not look back and swiftly jumped away through the forest. Once he had moved far enough away, He Pingsheng relaxed and took the egg out of his storage bag. It was still warm to the touch. The shell was snow-white and weighed over 10 jin. It looked like it was about to hatch soon. He'll place it in the treasure basin tonight to see if it can be strengthened. He had never strengthened an animal before with his treasure basin. After putting away the egg, He Pingsheng took out. Looking at the markings on the map, he realized that aside from aimlessly searching for spirit herbs, there were 2 other places he could go. The first was a location discovered by the Zhuang family, where the Zhiyu fruit could be found. The second place was Bingling Lake, the location of the water yuan spirit apricots. Now that the secret realm had been open for over 10 days, it was conceivable that the competition at Bingling Lake had either ended or was still ongoing. Going there now would likely yield little. But I still have to go. What if there's an opportunity? All right, first I'll head to Bingling Lake. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and put away the jade slip. He planned to check out Bingling Lake first to see if he could find some chance. After visiting Bingling Lake, he would then go to the place where the Zhiyu fruit was located and then explore around. Just as He Pingsheng was preparing to leave, he suddenly looked up and saw 3 paper cranes flying through the air. The faces on the cranes were familiar. Linglong. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. You finally arrived. Bang. Bang bang bang. The paper crane landed, and 4 people jumped down from 3 paper cranes. Linglong. Luoyu. These 2 are known to He Pingsheng. There are also 2 male disciples he does not recognize. He Pingsheng was not polite and unleashed his divine sense, scanning over the few people. Linglong Foundation, Establishment Level 11. He Pingsheng frowned. This woman's talent should be impressive. When she came to my door asking for pills, she was only at level 10, and now she is at level 11. Luoyu level 12. Hiss. This one is even more powerful than Linglong. As for the other 2 men, one is at level 11 and the other at level 10. He Pingsheng felt an unprecedented pressure. However, he was not afraid. Because aside from having 5 dantians, he also possessed the tiger stripe golden bee honey. With this, no matter how much he fought, his dantians could never run dry. He could exhaust his opponents instead. In addition, he had many defensive methods. With a variety of techniques at his disposal, the 4 people opposite him no longer seemed so terrifying. You worthless servant disciple. Upon seeing He Pingsheng, Linglong immediately cursed, saying, the biggest mistake I made was not killing you and Hao Yun together. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. So it seems that this little vixen Linglong has recognized him. Linglong continued, He Pingsheng, you are as lowly as your deceased parents. A mere outer sect servant disciple who would have thought that a carp could leap over the dragon gate, and now has become a true disciple of our Xiuzhu Peak. Master Yuning truly must be blind to accept someone like you. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed again. It seems that this woman knows everything. You stupid thing. Linglong looked at He Pingsheng and continued, you don't think we are still in the dark about your background, do you? Then you are too naive. Your damned father He Sanjie came to our Xiuzhu Peak many years ago to work and was swallowed by the golden giant python that my grandfather raised. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought your father died in our Hongda courtyard? My grandfather kindly offered 10 spirit stones to your mother, hoping she would back off. However, that little vixen actually made a scene at Hongda courtyard. Guess what happened next? Linglong stared at He Pingsheng, watching his expression gradually turn furious, and smugly said, I personally killed her and fed her to my grandfather's golden giant python. Ha ha ha. What a relief. It feels so good. I never expected that your whole family of 3 would die at my hands. Oh, no. Not just your family of 3. Your good friend Hao Yun was also killed by me. Ha ha ha. He Pingsheng. You really want to kill me, don't you? He Pingsheng could not control his emotions. His mood was uncontrollable. His hands trembled, and the spiritual energy within him fluctuated. However, only 3 breaths later, He Pingsheng suddenly calmed down. Now at the critical moment of life and death, it was also the best time to take revenge for his parents. He must not let anger ruin everything. He had to remain calm at all times. In that instant, He Pingsheng surprisingly managed to control his emotions. Of course, under normal circumstances, he would not be able to calm down so quickly. It was thanks to the practice of the Xianmin Tranquility True method. It's fine. He Pingsheng turned around facing Linglong directly. With a wave of his hand, a flying sword appeared extending 3 feet. The 3-foot flying sword radiated with what attribute spiritual power, bright and sharp. No matter what you've done before today, you shall die. Linglong chuckled and said, He Pingsheng, I admit you indeed have some skill. To be able to kill Yangsu shows you are not simple. But that's about it. Perhaps I truly can't do anything to you alone, but I don't believe that with all 4 of us here today you want die. Swish. Linglong waved her hand and also summoned her flying sword. Luoyu summoned her flying sword. The male disciple at level 11 summoned his flying sword. The male disciple at level 10 was somewhat special. He took out a small stick and fused his magic power into it, and it transformed into a black iron rod about a foot long. It is unknown what kind of magical tool it is. However, it possesses 3 layers of restrictions, proving to be a top-grade item. Junior brother, there is no need for this. Beside him, Luoyu, dressed in a moon-white long robe and of decent appearance, suddenly spoke, saying, Your identity is different now. You are a disciple of Xiuzhu Peak. We actually do not want to kill you. If you admit your mistake, it is better to resolve enmity than to create it. If you open your heart, as long as you swear not to seek revenge for your parents, we might just let you go. Then let us bind you, and let the sect decide your fate. How about that? After all, you killed Yangsu. This is a grave sin of harming fellow disciples. He Pingsheng laughed. He did not know whether this senior sister named Luoyu was foolish or naive. Bind me. With someone as malicious as Linglong, how could I still live? Stop wasting words with him. Linglong could not bear it any longer, thinking of her 2nd-grade pill, her heart. In the next moment, all of her magic power gathered in the sword, and she slashed down toward He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng remained motionless. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A yellowish light membrane immediately emerged around his body. Spell Earth Armor Technique. Linglong's sword shadow transformed into a size of 10 feet and fell on He Pingsheng's light membrane from midair. The violent force exploded, turning the energy into turbulent air that blasted in all directions. However, the light membrane did not shatter. It merely dimmed considerably. At this moment, Linglong could not help but gasp, Good gracious. Your Danshan's spiritual power is actually so rich. This spell, its level is not low. Hiss. Liyu's eyes also slightly narrowed. At this moment, the magic power within He Pingsheng shifted, and the Earth's spiritual power surged into the shield again, reigniting the light membrane released by the Earth Armor Technique. The radiance surged forth. It was clear that he was not to be trifled with. Linglong was right. He Pingsheng's Danshan's spiritual power was indeed profound. He was only at level 7, but his Danshan's spiritual power was on par with that of an 11th or 12th level Foundation Establishment cultivator. The first reason, because the cultivation method he practiced was powerful. Each one had been enhanced through a treasure reaching the celestial grade. And celestial grade techniques are the pinnacle of the pinnacle. Any casual one could provoke a direct war among sects. The second reason, He Pingsheng's cultivation involved absorbing pills to enhance his cultivation level. And these pills were all top-grade ones. This is another reason for his rich magic power. Let's put it this way, although He Pingsheng is only at the 7th level of Qi refinement, the amount of spiritual energy stored in each of his Danshans is definitely not lower than that of an 11th or even 12th level Qi refinement disciple. Moreover, he has a total of 5 such Danshans. If we talk about the total amount of spiritual energy stored, it far exceeds that of ordinary Qi refinement disciples. Senior sister, don't panic, said the disciple at the 10th level wielding an iron rod. I'll go over and wear him out first. No matter how thick his spiritual power is in his Dantian, it won't matter. Can it compare to us 4? Without waiting for Linglong to agree, the disciple charged forward with the iron rod. As he closed the distance to within 10 feet, his strength suddenly erupted, and the massive iron rod swung down towards He Pingsheng. Bang! This tremendous force struck the earthy yellow membrane of light surrounding He Pingsheng. The brilliance on the membrane dimmed once more. However, this time He Pingsheng did not maintain the earth attribute magical defense, but instead focused his divine sense, summoning 3 fire crows. The moment the 3 fire crows materialized, they charged at the male disciple wielding the iron rod from 3 directions. Due to the close distance, the time was very short. The male disciple had no space or time for any defense. He could only take a step back and swing his rod at the fire crow in front of him. This swing not only struck the fire crow in front, but also knocked down another one nearby. Yet there was still a third. After 2 fire crows fell to the ground, the third one landed squarely on the male disciple. Bang! The thick and hot fire spiritual power immediately exploded. The disciple was instantly killed. Hiss! The remaining 3 were stunned. Just now He Pingsheng had summoned 3 fire crows. Could one really kill a 10th level cultivator? Go! He Pingsheng showed no hesitation and in an instant summoned 3 more fire crows, directing them toward another male disciple and Linglong. 1 for the male disciple and 2 for Linglong. As for Luo Yu, He Pingsheng did not attack her immediately, as he still had a favorable impression of her. When he was a servant disciple, Luo Yu had intervened to stop Linglong from killing him and later gave him 2 golden bone pills. Because of this, He Pingsheng refrained from attacking her. Damn it! Linglong shouted calmly, summoning a round silver shield. The small shield expanded, becoming about a foot in size, blocking in front of Linglong. The first fire crow charged in and collided with the shield. The brilliance on the shield dimmed instantly, but the next moment Linglong's magical power surged again and the shield brightened once more. Linglong turned the small shield to block He Pingsheng's second fire crow. Meanwhile, the male disciple also activated a defensive treasure to block the other fire crow. Everyone attacked together and seized the initiative. Linglong shouted loudly. Then she summoned her flying sword, its light flashing as it slashed towards He Pingsheng. At the same time, Luo Yu and the male disciple also launched their attacks. 3 people, 3 flying swords, 3 beams of sword light. He Pingsheng naturally did not dare to be negligent. He first used fire spiritual power to unleash 3 fire crows charging at the male disciple. Then the earth spiritual power was pushed to its limit. The earth armor technique was maximized. Puff! The male disciple's sword light was easily extinguished by He Pingsheng. Finally, the sword lights from Linglong and Luo Yu struck the membrane formed by the earth armor technique. The membrane could not withstand the simultaneous assault from both of them and shattered with a puff. However, their attacks were indeed effectively absorbed. Buzz! The next moment, an even more dazzling shield appeared around He Pingsheng's body. Spell Diamond Shield. This was a metal attribute defensive spell. Keep going, I still don't believe it. Linglong said. At most he can hold on for 2 more rounds before he will definitely be exhausted. The remaining 3 continued to attack He Pingsheng relentlessly. Yet He Pingsheng dealt with it calmly. He didn't even activate the stubborn stone talisman, just relying on the diamond shield and earth armor technique was sufficient to withstand the trio's continuous assault. Moreover, in the gaps of his defense, He Pingsheng even seized the opportunity to counterkill the male disciple. While force surrounded him, He Pingsheng was like a hedgehog unable to be caught, and even countered 2 of them. Linglong and Luo Yu became increasingly alarmed as they fought. Senior sister Luo Yu, you are not like this usually. You are definitely not using your full strength. Damn it. What are you trying to do? After a prolonged battle with no progress, Linglong began to lose her composure, shouting at her senior sister beside her. At this moment, her internal spiritual power was nearly depleted. No. Luo Yu replied anxiously, I used all my strength. It's just that his defense is truly tricky. Buzz! Another earth armor technique appeared around He Pingsheng's body. Seizing the moment of his defense, he waved his hand and took out a gourd from his storage bag. The golden gourd opened, filled to the brim with golden holy nectar. He Pingsheng quickly took a drop and put the gourd away. This single drop of holy nectar instantly filled He Pingsheng's nearly depleted fire, earth, and metal attribute dansons. It was truly miraculous. Junior sister, if I'm not mistaken, what he just absorbed should be some kind of heavenly material that can instantly replenish spiritual power. Luo Yu said anxiously, we should retreat quickly or we can't defeat him. Originally the 2 had planned to wear He Pingsheng down, but upon seeing this scene, they could no longer remain calm. All right, Linglong said, senior sister, hold him off for a few breaths. I will activate the paper crane. The activation of the paper crane would take a few breaths of time. Linglong withdrew and Luo Yu attacked He Pingsheng with all her might. But He Pingsheng would not let her have her way. Gather! Bang! In the next moment, a golden figure towering over 10 feet tall landed beside Linglong. Spell Yellow Turban Strongman. Under He Pingsheng's divine sense, the Yellow Turban Strongman attacked Linglong. The Yellow Turban Strongman would attack on its own, requiring little concern from He Pingsheng. However, while facing Luo Yu, He Pingsheng noticed some clues. Luo Yu was at the 12th level of Qi refinement. But from the very beginning, her attacks were exceedingly soft and weak. It appeared to be vigorous, yet every strike lacked significant power. Others might not know, but He Pingsheng was aware that this woman in front of him was deliberately holding back. Since the opponent was deliberately holding back, He Pingsheng naturally would not truly engage, so when facing Luo Yu, it was merely a formality. Slash! A flying sword flew through the air and pierced Linglong's lower abdomen, pinning her firm, buzzing. He Pingsheng instantly retracted the yellow turban warrior, then released it with a bang, using the yellow turban warrior to shield Luo Yu. He then withdrew, landing in front of Linglong. Although Linglong lay on the ground with her abdomen pierced by sword energy, she was still alive. She struggled hard, pulling out a transmission jade token from her treasure bag, ready to crush it with her right hand. Once crushed, she could teleport away, and at that time her fellow Golden Core Elder would surely come to her rescue. As a result, whoosh, He Pingsheng arrived, just in time, his right hand supporting the flying sword as he struck out. A beam of sword energy directly severed Linglong's right arm. Now she could no longer crush the transmission jade token. Ah! Linglong screamed in agony. He Pingsheng approached her. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Linglong shouted, my grandfather won't spare you. If I die, you will definitely die too. He Pingsheng indeed paused, not raising his hand to kill her immediately. Linglong gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, her face pale, as she said, He Pingsheng, it is not me who wants to kill you upon entering the secret realm, but my grandfather. My life token is with him. If I die, my life token will shatter immediately. At that time, he will guard this secret realm's exit. No matter how powerful you are, it will be a dead end. He Pingsheng furrowed his brow. This truly posed a major problem. If he killed Linglong, her grandfather would instantly know. Yuta would definitely not care who killed Linglong. He would swiftly slay He Pingsheng. That was a foundation establishment powerhouse. Faced with such a person, He Pingsheng had no means to resist. Linglong, lying on the ground and having lost an arm, sneered coldly. You don't dare to kill me, do you? He Pingsheng, I have a top-grade golden bone pill in my treasure bag. If you bring it to me, I can recover within a few days after taking it. Once we exit this secret realm, I will ask my grandfather to spare you. Linglong's words had barely fallen when she saw a flash of sword light. Ah! She screamed once more. Her left arm was again severed by He Pingsheng. Ah! You. Linglong shouted, nearly dying from the pain. He Pingsheng said indifferently, try threatening me again and see. Whether your grandfather can kill me, you need not worry about. That's my concern. And now I am going to send you on. He Pingsheng raised his hand, saying, the two swords that just severed you, one is for avenging my father, and the other is to avenge my mother. Puff. After saying that, He Pingsheng raised his hand and swung another sword. This time it directly severed Linglong's left calf. This sword is to repay you for spitting in my face back then. After senior brother Hao Yun was killed, he carried Hao Yun's corpse down the mountain and happened to see Linglong in a moment of reflection at the teleportation square. Linglong called him over, intending to spit in He Pingsheng's face. However, He Pingsheng dodged, and she ended up spitting all over him. Clang! With the fourth sword, Linglong's other leg was severed. This sword is to avenge my senior brother Hao. At this point, Linglong had long been unconscious. She could not hear He Pingsheng speaking. However, He Pingsheng placed the final sword against her neck. This sword repays you for the time you plotted against me and nearly let the golden giant python swallow me. Linglong dead. Who? He Pingsheng took a deep breath. Finally avenged. However, this revenge was only half complete. There was still Yuta. Next, he needed to think carefully about what to do after exiting this secret realm. In his contemplation, He Pingsheng moved his spiritual sense, and the yellow turban warrior instantly disintegrated, turning into countless golden spiritual forces that returned to He Pingsheng's body. Luo Yu naturally had no need to continue fighting. Without saying a word, she walked to Linglong's side, took out a sword, and effortlessly dug a pit, then assembled Linglong's shattered body together for a hasty burial. He Pingsheng watched from the side. He knew that Luo Yu must have something to say to him. After burying Linglong, Luo Yu walked to face He Pingsheng, saying, Senior brother He, you may not believe it, but I also think she deserved to die. Thank you, senior sister, for sparing her life. He Pingsheng cupped his hands. From the very beginning, Luo Yu had never truly fought him. This point, He Pingsheng was well aware. You need not thank me. Luo Yu shook her head, saying, now we should think carefully about how to survive after leaving this secret realm. He Pingsheng stared at Luo Yu. Luo Yu added, you may not know, but the order to hunt you down was actually given by my master Yuta. They have long known your background. So you must die. But now you haven't died while Linglong is dead. Moreover, several disciples have died in Hongda Courtyard, yet I as Linglong's protector remain unharmed. Do you think my master will let me off? Luo Yu retorted. He Pingsheng nodded. Given his style of doing things, he won't easily let you go. However, I still want to ask senior sister, why did you help me? He Pingsheng found it incomprehensible, as it made no sense at all. Because I am afraid. Luo Yu's face turned slightly pale. My master and Linglong are becoming more and more eccentric. You know, our master zone is usually only focused on enlightenment, and this vast Shouju peak is entirely at my master's discretion. Extreme power has already twisted both of them. They think they can do whatever they want. Before long, Luo, you will also become a target for bullying like Linglong. I will also end up in the same predicament as Hao Yun and your parents. Over the years, how many disciples have died in Hongda Courtyard? Who in Xiuzhu Peak does not know? He Pingsheng nodded, saying, that is true, but right now that old Yuta is probably already on his way here. Once we go out, we're dead. Do you have any plans? I do. Luo Yu nodded, saying, this place is far from the Taisu sect. Even if my master comes with a jade slip, it will take at least 2 hours. My plan is for us to crush the jade talisman immediately. Luo Yu looked at He Pingsheng, junior brother He. Let's crush the transmission jade token now and find an excuse to leave the secret realm. We can run far away and never return to the Taisu sect. If you're willing, we can also become Dao partners and live freely outside. Oh, wouldn't that be better? As she said this, a hint of blush actually appeared on Luo Yu's face. He Pingsheng remained silent. Luo Yu continued, junior brother, you are also an alchemist. Even if we leave the sect, you won't have to worry about resources. What do you think? Junior brother, please make your decision quickly. We cannot delay any longer. Otherwise, when Yudo arrives, we will all perish. Luo Yu urged He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng pondered carefully for a few breaths and said, all right. Senior sister, let's go together. Having said that, He Pingsheng took out a snow-white teleportation jade talisman from his treasure bag. Just as he was about to activate it, at that moment, Luo Yu also reached into her treasure bag and pulled out an item. It was not a jade talisman, but a golden bell. The bell was already in an activated state when it was taken out. In a flash, Luo Yu shook it vigorously at He Pingsheng. At that moment, a golden light shield suddenly materialized around He Pingsheng's body. Spell diamond shield. In fact, He Pingsheng had been on guard against Luo Yu all along. Although Luo Yu's words seemed impeccable, he still found a flaw within them. If they were to escape, why wait until they entered the secret realm to do so? Wouldn't it be better to escape early? Why wait for Yuda to arrive before leaving? When Linglong was still alive, couldn't they have escaped? What a joke. Thus, He Pingsheng had always been fully prepared. He also knew that Luo Yu would definitely strike the moment he activated the teleportation jade talisman. Why? Because that was the only moment when He Pingsheng's vigilance would be at its lowest. However, at that moment, He Pingsheng was at his highest state of alert. His golden spiritual energy had already surged forth, ready to strike. When he saw that Luo Yu had not produced a jade talisman, He Pingsheng immediately expanded his defenses. However, he had miscalculated. He had anticipated the timing of Luo Yu's attack, but had not accounted for the method of her attack. Ding ding ding. With 3 ringing sounds, a golden wave of light effortlessly pierced through the diamond shield and struck He Pingsheng's head. At that moment, He Pingsheng felt as if his head was about to explode. But in that instant, he understood mental attack. The opponent was using a treasure that could attack one's consciousness. He Pingsheng's face turned pale, and then his vision darkened. His body swayed, and he fell to the ground. Holding the golden bell, Luo Yu revealed a faint smile. Indeed, from the very beginning, she had been scheming. When she and Linglong teamed up to surround He Pingsheng, she had deliberately held back. On one hand, ensuring that He Pingsheng could kill the others. On the other hand, winning over He Pingsheng's favor and trust. Luo Yu was a clever person, incredibly intelligent. Since she discovered that He Pingsheng was the same lowly servant from back, then she deduced that he must possess an extraordinary secret. Otherwise, how could an unremarkable servant suddenly become a 5th-layer chi refining cultivator, and even an absolutely impossible? Without a great secret or a powerful treasure, this was virtually inconceivable. Thus, the attitudes toward He Pingsheng differed among several individuals. Yuda feared He Pingsheng's growth, so he aimed to eliminate him in his cradle. Linglong hated He Pingsheng and wanted to kill him, while Luo Yu simply sought to uncover He Pingsheng's secret. It was that simple. Junior brother, I never intended to kill you. Luo Yu looked at the golden bell in her hand and murmured to herself, but you are just too powerful. I fear that using ordinary means won't be enough to subdue you, so I can only resort to this soul bell. Being at the 7th layer of chi, refining your mental strength must be weak, so you will die without suffering. Haha. Let me see what secrets you possess. Once I acquire the secrets from you, I can leave this place. From now on, I shall wander freely in the world. Ha ha ha. Luo Yu put away the golden bell and stepped forward, approaching He Pingsheng. Just as she was about to crouch down to search, she suddenly saw He Pingsheng open his eyes. A snow-white ice arrow shot out from his right hand. Without any warning, Luo Yu was pierced through by the ice arrow. Red blood stained her dress. Then the ice arrow suddenly exploded. Luo Yu shattered into countless fragments. On the other side, at Taisu sect Xiuzhu Peak, in a magnificent hall of Hongda Courtyard, Yu de Jinren, seated upon a lotus throne carved from precious spiritual wood, had a sharp glimmer in his gaze. Look again, he shouted fiercely. The 2 disciples before him quickly stood up and hurried to the back of the hall. Behind the hall was a place where the disciples' life jade tokens were stored. Just a moment ago, several disciples' life tokens in Hongda Courtyard had shattered, provoking Yude's wrath. However, after about a dozen breaths, another jade token in the hall suddenly cracked. Master. Whoa. Master. Something bad has happened. Master. Linglong, senior sister. Her jade token shattered. Whoa. Yuda's face darkened. His darkened face bore anger and boundless sorrow. He once had a son, a polite young man who was courteous to everyone, and this son had been deemed one of the 4 young masters of Taisu's sect. Unfortunately, his son had a short life and died in an accident over a decade ago. Since then, Yuda had only his granddaughter for companionship. This granddaughter was his lifeblood, the only bloodline of Yuda. However, today had she also perished. He said nothing and suddenly stood up, striding out of the hall. Exiting Hong de courtyard, Yuda Jinren headed towards Yuning Palace. Soon he encountered Yuning Jinren. What happened, senior brother? Yuning looked at his second senior brother, whose face was filled with rage and sorrow, and asked. Yuda replied, Linglong is dead. What? Yuning was startled upon hearing this. Yuda continued, Yangsu is also dead. In this expedition into the secret realm, 4 disciples from Hong de courtyard, including Linglong, have perished. How are things on your side, Yuning Palace? Yuda stared at Yuning. Yuning personally went to check and said all is well. All disciples are present. Yuda felt even worse. Yuning said, senior brother, the disciples from Hong de courtyard should not be on the same path as those from Yuning Palace. I understand. Yuda nodded and said, I shall go and see for myself. Having said that, he waved his sleeve and directly left Yuning Palace. After exiting Yuning Palace, Yuda leaped into the air, flying into the void, and then flew away on his sword towards the direction of the secret realm. Previously, Elder Jin Dan Xianyang had carried everyone in a flying boat, which took a long time to arrive. But this time was different. Yuda was flying on his sword with only himself. Thus, within less than 2 hours, he landed on the square at the entrance of the secret realm. Uncle Master. Seeing Xianyang Jinren, Yuda respectfully bowed. The heavenly winds howled as a massive paper crane swept through the void. Sitting atop, it was a cultivator, He Pingsheng. Previously, he had expended his last shred of divine sense to activate a talisman and slay Luo Yu. Then he lost consciousness. Upon waking, several hours had passed, and He Pingsheng dared not shatter the teleportation talisman to leave the secret realm. Most likely, Yuda was already lying in wait at the entrance of the secret realm. He Pingsheng struggled to control the paper crane, his head throbbing almost to the point of splitting, beads of sweat like peas falling from his forehead. Whoosh! The paper crane, unsteady in flight, suddenly tilted and fell from the void. It nearly collided with the cliffside boulders of a nearby mountain. He Pingsheng, enduring explosive pain, forced the paper crane to skim over the cliff and then descend into the valley below. The valley was deep, with a small river flowing through it. At the point where the river twisted, there was a dark cave leading deep into the mountain. At this moment, He Pingsheng had lost all desire to continue his journey. His divine sense was nearly exhausted, and he had no choice but to drag his weary body into the cave. Once inside the cave, he had only one thought: to sleep. He fell into a deep slumber. Yet he knew he could not afford to sleep. With his current divine sense, it was impossible to set up formations. He could only temporarily block the cave entrance with a few large stones, and then collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Indeed, He Pingsheng's divine sense was injured, and the damage was severe. Had it not been for his cultivation of the 9 gates, tranquil heart technique, a method for refining the spirit, and the strength of his divine sense surpassing that of ordinary Qi refining stage cultivators, he would have already collapsed under Luo Ye's surprise attack with the Golden Bell. The Golden Bell was simply too powerful. The closer one was, the greater the destructive force, specifically designed to damage a person's divine sense. Fortunately, it was all in the past. He Pingsheng lay in the dark, damp cave, unaware of day or night, sleeping for 3 days and nights before finally awakening. Upon waking, his head still throbbed with a splitting pain. However, it was somewhat better than when he had just been attacked. Huff! He Pingsheng took a deep breath, suppressing his headache, before turning his gaze to the cave where he was resting. The cave entrance was small, only a few feet in diameter, but inside it was very spacious, approximately several zhang comparable in size to a large room. Moreover, behind this cave was an even deeper small opening that led further into the mountain. However, this small opening was too narrow, only about a foot wide, making it impossible to crawl through. Thus, He Pingsheng had no idea how deep this opening was, but a continuous stream of cold air poured out, chilling. He Pingsheng took out a few fire attribute spirit stones from his storage bag and casually tossed them onto the ground. Instantly, fire attribute spiritual energy surged forth, dissipating the dampness in the cave. He then retrieved a cushion, water, and some pills from his storage bag. However, his brows furrowed. With less than 10 days remaining until this exploration of the secret realm ended, seeking treasure now seemed nearly impossible. He Pingsheng no longer had the ability to control the paper crane, nor could he wield spells or fight others, thus losing all means to contend for any treasures. Forget it, he'll just wait here. At this point, that old thing Yuda should have been waiting at the entrance of the secret realm for a long. He Pingsheng mumbled to himself, frowning. Therefore, it was impossible to shatter the teleportation talisman to escape, otherwise he would surely die. So what to do? Not going out now means that he would have to leave when the secret realm closed. Wouldn't he still face death then? In his thoughts, He Pingsheng waved his hand again, retrieving 2 items from his storage bag. 1 talisman disguised talisman. 1 book 9 gates tranquil heart technique. He Pingsheng had already devised an escape plan firstly to cultivate the 9 gates tranquil heart technique to slightly restore his divine sense. Although he couldn't fully recover, any restoration was better than none. Once he got out, he would gather materials and spiritual herbs, finding a way to refine the 2nd grade pill healing spirit pill before disguising himself and leaving before the secret realm closed. However, he was uncertain if, after disguising himself, he could evade a foundation establishment cultivator like Death Search. In other words, it was all up to fate. If he couldn't escape, he would seek life and death. If he managed to escape, he would have a chance at survival. He Pingsheng closed his eyes in contemplation, beginning to practice the 9 gates tranquil heart technique. As soon as he started cultivating, a sharp pain shot through his mind, almost unbearable. But he knew this was a normal phenomenon. To repair his divine sense, pain was inevitable. Enduring the agony, He Pingsheng continued to operate the 9 gates tranquil heart technique. Unknowingly, a day passed. His divine sense had slightly recovered. As night fell and the moon rose, He Pingsheng quickly took out the treasure basin and tossed in the small golden bell. This golden bell was the soul summoning bell that Luo Yu had used to ambush him. The soul summoning bell was a low-grade spirit tool with 5 layers of prohibitions. This made He Pingsheng pleasantly surprised, as up to this point, he had not possessed any treasures of spirit tool. He just wondered whether this spirit tool, once placed in the treasure basin, could be enhanced to a top-grade spirit tool. Let's give it a try. He Pingsheng placed the treasure basin behind him, and with the faint recovery of his divine sense, set up a defensive formation within the cave. With this, he no longer had to worry about beasts or people approaching. With everything in place, He Pingsheng resumed his seated position on the cushion, cultivating the 9 gates tranquil heart technique to restore his divine sense. Soon a night passed. The next morning, upon opening his eyes, He Pingsheng found that his divine sense had recovered a bit more. To put it simply, he no longer had a headache. However, his divine sense was still very weak, roughly equivalent to the 1st level of the Qi refining stage. He was still unable to break through the physical limitations and project it outward. It would be impossible to fully recover in the short term. He Pingsheng turned to look at the treasure basin behind him. As expected, the treasures inside had gone from 1 to 2. The golden bell he had tossed in yesterday evening had now transformed into a clay-colored small bell, and He Pingsheng first reached out to pick up the clay-colored small bell. Although his divine sense was extremely weak, it was still possible to sense this treasure. The small bell felt substantial. Quality top-grade spirit tool. Prohibitions 8 layers. Name Soul Extinguishing Bell. Effect: after refining and infusing it with magical power, this bell can unleash a divine sense attack with greater power at closer distances. He Pingsheng was instantly overjoyed. Previously, he had worried that his treasure basin could not enhance spirit tools to the top grade. Now it seemed he had been overthinking. Directly top grade, possessing 8 layers of prohibitions. This meant that if he fully refined this item, its striking power would far surpass that of the previous soul summoning bell. This is indeed a spiritual weapon. In the world of cultivation, treasures are strictly classified into level. For low-level cultivators, the treasures they use range from low to high levels. Magical tools mainly used by Qi refining period disciples, spiritual weapons used by foundation establishment cultivators, and Dharma treasures used by golden core cultivators. These 3 levels. Of course, above these there are treasures used by cultivators above the nascent soul stage, which He Pingsheng knows only a little about, but has never seen. He has never even seen a nascent soul cultivator, let alone their treasures. And now he possesses a top-grade spiritual weapon. This item is something even foundation establishment cultivators cannot possess. If by chance, with great magical power infused within one, were to strike the bell towards a foundation establishment cultivator, their divine sense would also be shattered. He Pingsheng even thought about how to use this soul-extinguishing bell against Yuda. But upon reflection, he decided against it. The soul-extinguishing bell can surely deal with Yuda. After all, it is a top-grade spiritual weapon. But the key issue is that it has not been refined yet. And moreover, He Pingsheng himself is too weak. His magical power is insufficient to unleash the full might of this golden bell. So even if he refined it, he might not be able to deliver a lethal blow to Yuda. Forget it. It's better not to think about a heating confrontation with Yuda. Evading and surviving is the way to go. Putting away the soul-extinguishing bell, He Pingsheng took out a red rattle drum from the treasure basin. This rattle drum is about the size of a palm, covered in an eerie crimson color, looking very much like a sinister item. The crimson drum body is adorned with countless gray patterns. He Pingsheng slightly shook his hand. Unfortunately, it produced no sound. The 2 drumsticks connected to the rattle drum were almost completely still, as if they were welded. He Pingsheng knew that it was not welded, but because there was no magical power input and it had not been refined, it could not be shaken to produce sound. A trace of divine sense attached to the rattle drum, and soon the information about the drum emerged. Grade top grade spiritual weapon. Restriction level 8. Name shock drum. Function a divine sense attack treasure that requires the use of one's own blood to refine. After successful blood refinement, infuse magical power within and shake it to produce sound, which can disturb the opponent's divine sense. In simple terms, this treasure is identical to the soul extinguishing bell, both being divine sense attack type treasures. The difference is that the soul extinguishing bell requires refinement, while the shock drum does not use conventional refinement methods. It requires blood refinement. What is blood refinement? It means to soak the item with one's own blood for refinement. There are specialized techniques for blood refining treasures, but He Pingsheng does not understand them. Thus the shock drum cannot be used for now. There's no way to use it, so it's better to put it away. After storing it, He Pingsheng took out several hundred treasure bags. These were collected after he killed Ling Long and the other 3, and he had not yet had the chance to look at the spoils, and it's time to take stock. Crash, crash. He Pingsheng unceremoniously dumped all the items from the 4 treasure bags. The most eye-catching were naturally the spirit stones. Among the 4, Ling Long had the most spirit stones, more than 2,000, while Luo Yu had over 1,000, and the other 2 male disciples together had 1,000. That's nearly 5,000 stones. Jackpot. Not to mention anything else, just these spirit stones alone are a considerable gain. He Pingsheng quickly placed all the spirit stones into his storage bag. After putting the spirit stones into the storage bag, he finally had time to look at the other items. Various pill vials. He Pingsheng noted that they were almost all qi gathering pills. There's no way around it, a qi refining period disciples need these the most while cultivating. Put them away. Once he reinforces them, they will all be top grade. Aside from pills, there were also some spiritual herbs. 70 to 80 second grade spiritual herbs, and even more first grade spiritual herbs totaling 3 to 400. In addition to these, there were also some claws and skins of demon beasts and other similar items. These items can also be sold at the trading hall for some spirit stones. Furthermore, there were some jade slips. He Pingsheng examined these jade slips, which were nearly useless to him. Because he now possesses cultivation arts for the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all of which are of the heavenly rank, there is no need to learn others. As for spells, he doesn't need to learn those either. He currently has more than enough spells. Lastly, there were the treasures. Several flying swords, an iron rod, an iron fan, and a few poison needles. These items are merely magical tools with no special expectations. Let's put them away. He plans to head back to Matua Mountains Market and dispose of them all at once. Once everything was done, He Pingsheng swallowed a qi-resolving pill, then resumed practicing the Xianmin Tranquil Heart True Art to restore his divine sense. He did not know how much time had passed when suddenly he heard a commotion from outside. He Pingsheng immediately became alert, furrowing his brows tightly. If he were to be attacked at this moment, he would have no power to retaliate. No way. Ignoring the sounds outside, He Pingsheng swiftly took out 5 middle-grade spirit stones and replaced the 5 low-grade spirit stones, sustaining the formation one by one. Once the spirit stones were changed, the formation became unbreakable. Whoosh. He Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. The sounds outside were becoming clearer. He heard a man with a hint of lewdness say, "Xiao Shimmy, you're really being unreasonable. I am the senior brother of the Ice Extreme sect, the pride of the entire sect He. Within 10 years I will definitely succeed in foundation establishment. Moreover, my Ice Extreme sect is the #1 sect in this Daoxian alliance. If you marry us, it's you who are climbing high. Since we have a marriage contract, we are true Dao companions. At such a critical moment, why won't you agree to?" At this moment a woman gasped and said, "Xiao Bufan, you despicable and shameless wait. Once we exit this secret realm, I will tell Grand Ancestor about what happened here. I will certainly cancel the marriage contract with you." Hearing this voice, He Pingsheng's brows twitched violently. He was too familiar with this voice. Isn't this the voice of Qiao Huizhu, a disciple from Talisman Mountain? Why does her voice sound strange? Ha ha ha. Xiao Bufan's proud laughter came as he said, "If you have the ability, then go outside. Xiao Shimmy, can't you see the situation clearly? Today I have already consummated our marriage, and once we go out the rice has been cooked and the wood has been set. Do you think Talisman Mountain can afford to lose face over this? Don't worry, you will never escape my grasp for the rest of your life. Xiao Bufan, give me back my transmission jade talisman." He Pingsheng was on the verge of spitting blood. Could it be this coincidental? He hoped fervently that they wouldn't discover his little cave, or else it would be the end for him. As for the meanings conveyed in the conversation between Xiao Bufan and Xiao Huizhu, He Pingsheng was rather puzzled, unable to comprehend many parts of it. He just wanted the 2 of them to leave quickly. As long as they didn't find him, anything would be fine. However, just as He Pingsheng hoped they would depart, the stones at the cave entrance were suddenly pushed aside. A figure crawled into the cave. "Xiao Bufan, you must not come in." Xiao Huizhu's voice echoed. I have many talismans in hand if you dare to come and I'll make you die in this cave. In truth, Xiao Huizhu was in a desperate situation. She understood that entering the cave essentially meant she would be trapped. But she was currently poisoned and the effects had already begun to take hold. If she did not enter the cave to fight for her life, she would inevitably fall into Xiao Bufen's clutches. The key was that as soon as she approached the cave entrance, she distinctly sensed the breath of a cultivator within her. It seemed there was someone inside. Since there was someone she could seek help, the worst outcome would be death. If she was going to die anyway, she might as well fight for her life. To her surprise, after entering the cave, she saw a defensive formation. How wonderful! The defensive array was transparent from the outside, allowing her to see He Pingsheng clearly. Is it you? Xiao Huizhu flushed as her cheek pressed against the light membrane of the defensive array. Junior brother, save me. Save me. He Pingsheng smiled wryly and waved his hand to open a gap in the array, allowing Xiao Huizhu to— Who? Xiao Huizhu bent over, propping a long sword on the ground. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes held a hint of confusion. The breath escaping her mouth and nose carried a faintly sweet aroma, enveloping He Pingsheng. It smelled delightful. You've been poisoned? Xiao Huizhu suddenly dropped her sword with a clatter. I'm begging you. Help me fend off that beast outside. If you can't fend him off, just kill me with one sword. Xiao Huizhu gasped heavily as she spoke. Junior brother. Water. Is there any water? She pleaded. It would be best if it's cool water. To be fair, He Pingsheng did have some. He always kept plenty of water in his storage bag, just in case. He waved his hand and took out a large gourd from his storage bag. Sister, water for you. Xiao Huizhu embraced the gourd and drank a few gulps before splashing all the water over her head. The icy water flowed down her hair and neck, instantly soaking her clothes. Her exquisite figure made He Pingsheng's throat dry, and he swallowed hard, then asked with some confusion, Sister Qiao, what happened to you? Didn't I say? I was poisoned. He Pingsheng replied. Is it heat poison? I have. He was just about to mention that he had an antidote. After all, there were still 2 large gourds of tiger-striped golden bee nectar in his storage bag. However, at that moment, Xiao Bufan, who had been staggering outside the cave for a few breaths, finally made up his mind to step into the cave. Damn it. He cursed loudly. Are you trying to deceive me? Initially, he was worried that Xiao Huizhu had truly set up talismans, hence he hesitated at the cave entrance for a moment, but upon entering the cave, he found no talismans at all. Hey! Upon seeing the light membrane of the defensive formation, Xiao Bufen's eyes sparkled with 2 beams of light. He focused on He Pingsheng and waved his hand, summoning a magical artifact. A top-grade flying sword. Slash. Xiao Bufan at the 12th level of the Qi refining stage was just 1 step away from entering the foundation establishment stage. The power of this slash was more formidable than any attack He Pingsheng had seen before. He Pingsheng even feared that one sword strike might shatter his defensive array. Boom. The sword light, over a foot long, struck heavily against He Pingsheng's array. The light membrane of the array dimmed slightly, then quickly brightened again. He Pingsheng's anxious heart finally relaxed. No need to worry anymore. The array was quite remarkable. If it could withstand one of your strikes, it could withstand 10, 100, and so forth. Of course, the prerequisite was that the energy supply was sufficient. He Pingsheng's array used 5 mid-grade spirit stones. The spiritual power within those stones was such that even if Xiao Bufan outside didn't eat or drink and attack nonstop for a year, he likely wouldn't exhaust the energy within. Then it couldn't be broken, unless he increased his attack power. Come again. Slash. 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 Xiao Bufan, unwilling to concede, drew out his sword and unleashed all the magical power within him, fiercely hacking at He Pingsheng's defensive array. But no matter what, it just couldn't be broken. Once the light atop the array dimmed, it would brighten again in a breath's time. How could this be fought? Damn it. Xiao Bufan cursed. Is it actually a top-grade array? At the same time, he began to panic. If he couldn't break the array, then when the medicinal effects on Xiao Huizhu wore off, it would be very troublesome. Xiao Bufan was the #1 person of the Ice Extreme Immortal sect in the Daoxian Alliance during the Qi refining stage, while Xiao Huizhu was the #1 in the Qi refining stage of Tianfu Mountain. The two were a match made in heaven, and they were betrothed, which was originally a good thing. Yet Xiao Bufan heard that Xiao Huizhu seemed very displeased with this engagement and had intentions to break it off. If he were to be rejected by a woman, where would Xiao Bufan put his face? Moreover, Xiao Huizhu was known as the most beautiful woman of the younger generation in the Daoxian Alliance. If such a woman slipped away from him, Xiao Bufan would surely lose his Dao heart. Therefore, after entering the secret realm, he took the opportunity to secretly drug Xiao Huizhu while pretending to discuss matters with her. In Xiao Bufen's mind, once the good deed was done, it wouldn't matter what Xiao Huizhu thought. The die would be cast. You would be mine. Would you still fear that you would regret the marriage? But now the drug had been administered. If he failed, and let Xiao Huizhu escape. Once he exited this secret realm, not only would Xiao Bufen's reputation be ruined, but his engagement with Xiao Huizhu would also be over. If things went poorly, he might even have to pay a certain price for it. Such a thing was absolutely not allowed to happen. He must obtain her. If he couldn't, he absolutely couldn't let Xiao Huizhu leave alive. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Bufen's eyes. His facial muscles twitched a few times, and then he raised his hand to take out an item from his storage bag. That's right. Xiao Bufan was one of the few who possessed a storage bag even during the qi refining stage. At this moment, Xiao Bufan held a talisman flickering with sword light in his right hand, glaring at He Pingsheng with the eyes of death. Junior brother, if you hand over this woman, I will spare your life. Otherwise, once I unleash this talisman, you will undoubtedly die. Not good. Xiao Huizhu, who was on the verge of losing control, was tightly clutching He Pingsheng's waist, urgently saying this. Huff. This. Huff. Is a Dao talisman. We can't let him cast it. Otherwise we will all die. He Pingsheng was also taken aback. Without Xiao Huizhu's reminder, he already knew the power of this talisman. A Dao talisman is a special type of talisman, an energy wrapped in the Dao technique of a nascent soul stage cultivator. For instance, the Dao talisman in Xiao Bufen's hand, while it is a first-grade talisman, contains immense power. Once unleashed, the defensive formation set up by He Pingsheng would undoubtedly be shattered. If the formation is broken, both He Pingsheng and Xiao Huizhu would be in danger. What to do? They must not let him activate the talisman. Junior brother. Xiao Bufan raised the Dao talisman and continued, rest assured, as long as you hand over this woman to me, I can give you 1,000 spirit stones. I am Xiao Bufan, the eldest disciple of the Ice Extreme Immortal sect. If Junior brother hands her over, I will owe you a favor. How about it? All right. He Pingsheng nodded, then really waved his hand to open a gap in the formation. Please come in and speak, senior brother. Xiao Bufan on the opposite side was overjoyed. The Dao talisman in his hand was extremely precious, a life-saving item, and his greatest trump card. Ideally, he wouldn't have to use it. Moreover, he noticed that the cultivator opposite him was not carrying a treasure bag and had no magical artifacts on him. Besides, what could a mere 7th-level cultivator do? Why should he be concerned? Xiao Bufan confidently walked forward, clutching the Dao talisman. Just as he relaxed his guard, He Pingsheng suddenly waved his hand, and an ice arrow shot out. Talisman, ice arrow talisman. Whoosh. The speed of the ice arrow was incredibly fast, bursting out of the formation before Xiao Bufan had any time to react, piercing through his body. Bang! The ice arrow exploded. Xiao Bufan made no attempt at resistance and was directly blasted into countless fragments. At this moment, the gap in the prime formation outside sealed up again. Huff! He Pingsheng let out a deep breath, then felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his very essence had been drained, collapsing to the ground. The next moment, darkness enveloped him as he lay on the ground and fainted. This was because the recent days of cultivation had only slightly restored He Pingsheng's spiritual consciousness, and activating the ice arrow talisman had exhausted it completely. In a daze, He Pingsheng felt parched. It was as if he had arrived in an endless desert. Hot. His whole body was burning. Then in his dream, he saw a clear spring in the desert and joyfully jumped into it, drinking deeply. He then comfortably lay on the sandy beach beside the spring and fell asleep. Very satisfied and warm, he fell asleep without knowing how long it had been before he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. He Pingsheng turned his head and saw a woman in green sitting less than 2 feet behind him, meditating. Xiao Huizhu. Huff. He Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after he fainted, Xiao Huizhu did not kill him. He checked. The storage bag was still there, untouched. The precious gathering treasure basin was still nurturing within his dantian without any changes. Thank goodness for encountering a person with a conscience. Just then, Xiao Huizhu seemed to sense some movement, opened her eyes, smiled at He Pingsheng, and said, "You're awake." He Pingsheng patted his head and said, "I was schemed against during a fight and my consciousness was injured. I apologize for making you laugh, Sister Qiao. It's all right." Xiao Huizhu smiled generously. He Pingsheng's gaze shifted from Xiao Huizhu to the outside of the formation. He remembered that before he fainted, he had just taken care of Xiao Bufan. Looking outside now, it was already cleaned up. Looking beneath him, his original mat was gone, replaced by a pink one, clearly a woman's item. "Where's my mat?" He Pingsheng exclaimed. Xiao Huizhu replied, "I threw it away." "Why?" He Pingsheng asked. Xiao Huizhu said, "Because it was dirty, I got you a new one. If you like it, it's a gift. If you don't like it, I can help you buy another one after we go out." "All right." He Pingsheng nodded. "It's no trouble, no need to bother, Sister Qiao. It was just a mat, no need to fuss over it." "Sister Qiao, how long have I been asleep?" he asked Xiao Huizhu again. Xiao Huizhu replied, "Not long, just a day and a night." "That's good to hear." He Pingsheng sighed with relief. "This means there is still some time before this secret realm closes. Junior brother." Still doesn't know your name. Xiao Huizhu looked at He Pingsheng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He Pingsheng pouted. He remembered that when they first met in the secret realm, Xiao Huizhu had reminded him not to enter the swamp, and they had exchanged names then. Sadly, she apparently had not remembered this. Sigh. He Pingsheng. He introduced himself. Xiao Huizhu smiled mischievously, saying, Junior brother He. Don't worry, I forgot your name last time, but I won't forget it again. Here, this is Xiao Bufen's storage bag. I haven't opened it yet. He was killed by you, so logically all the spoils here should belong to you. He Pingsheng's spiritual consciousness swept over the storage bag. The faint spiritual consciousness belonging to Xiao Bufan was still there, indicating that Xiao Huizhu indeed hadn't opened it. Besides the storage bag, there was also a high-grade magical artifact, flying sword, and a golden talisman. This golden talisman is the Dao talisman. Let's split it. He Pingsheng reached out and opened the storage bag. Items tumbled out. 5,000 spirit stones, some herbs and spiritual grasses, and alchemical pills. The most eye-catching were 3 blue spiritual apricots. He Pingsheng had never seen these apricots before. What are these? He asked. Xiao Huizhu replied, Water element spirit apricot. Off. He Pingsheng was even more puzzled. Water element spirit apricot, aren't they golden? Yes, Xiao Huizhu said, but what you mentioned is the mature water element spirit apricot. When Xiao Bufan and I went, the mature water element spirit apricots in the ice crystal lake had already been picked by others. He only found a few that were not yet ripe and picked them. Actually, picking them is useless, just a waste. Oh, He Pingsheng responded, and silently collected the 3 unripe water element spirit apricots. It doesn't matter if they are unripe, I'll put them in my gathering treasure basin later to enhance them. What if I can improve? Let's split the spirit stones. He Pingsheng said. Xiao Huizhu shook her head. I don't want the spirit stones or other items. If Junior brother, he doesn't need this Dao talisman, I would like it. Of course I can give you some compensation. Senior sister Xiao, I'm truly sorry. He Pingsheng said. If it were possible, I would give you anything else. This talisman is of great importance to me. A Dao talisman was a special kind of talisman. He Pingsheng had once read about it in the miscellaneous records of cultivation. Ordinary talismans had a hierarchy. A first-grade talisman had its limits. Even talismans like the Fireball Talisman, Ice Arrow Talisman, Boulder Talisman, and Heavenly Thunder Talisman, in He Pingsheng's possession, could not slay any Foundation Establishment disciple, because a first-grade talisman had too low an energy ceiling. To slay a Foundation Establishment disciple, a second-grade talisman was required. However, using a second-grade talisman as a Qi refining disciple posed a problem. It was not easy to activate. To put it simply, a Qi refining disciple could activate a first-grade talisman in less than a single breath. But to activate a second-grade talisman, one would need to consume a significant amount of spiritual energy and divine sense, and it would take a long time, no less than 3 to 5 breaths. This was a major issue. In a confrontation, if one needed to use such an overlevel talisman, it was certainly because the enemy was exceptionally powerful. Would you have 3 to 5 breaths at such a moment? In most cases, no. But a Dao talisman was different. The power of a Dao talisman could break through the grade limit of ordinary talismans. For instance, this Dao talisman seized from Xiao Bufan was first grade, yet its power could rival that of a second-grade talisman. Why? Because crafting a Dao talisman required an exceptionally stringent condition. The talisman master must be at the nascent soul stage. Once a cultivator broke through to the nascent soul stage, their cultivation method underwent a transformation. The power of a nascent soul cultivator stemmed not only from their high cultivation base, but also from their ability to touch upon and comprehend the Dao. The reason a Dao talisman crafted by a nascent soul cultivator could transcend the grade limit was that they could imbue their own Dao into it, using the Dao to confine the energy. Thus, upon activation, the talisman's energy would burst forth with power beyond its grade. This small first-grade Dao talisman could sometimes severely wound a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Of course, such a formidable weapon was rare in the cultivation world. Its creation would harm the nascent soul cultivator's own Dao. Therefore, unless it was for a very close relative or friend, a nascent soul grandmaster would never deign to craft. For He Pingsheng, this item had another crucial use. Outside the secret realm, a Foundation Establishment cultivator named Yuda awaited him. If he possessed a Dao talisman, especially a reinforced one, it would increase his chances of survival. Very well. Xiao Huizhu nodded. This item was never essential to me. If it serves you well, keep it. Thank you, senior sister Xiao. Since Xiao Huizhu said so, He Pingsheng did not stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, he stored it away. Here, take the storage pouch, He Pingsheng said, pointing to it. Xiao Huizhu curled her lips. I dare not take that pouch. The grand disciple of the Ice Extreme sect is dead. His master is surely on the way right now. If we walk out with this pouch, what do you think will happen? He Pingsheng nodded. Senior sister makes a valid point. He pondered and asked, What cultivation level is the master of this ice extreme sect, grand disciple? Xiao Huizhu replied, golden core stage. He Pingsheng showed no sign of fear, he simply nodded lightly. Very well, I'll handle this storage pouch. The rest is for you, senior sister. He Pingsheng was not one to give gifts without reason. He had a request for Xiao Huizhu put away the spirit stones and other items. He Pingsheng said, senior sister, would you say I saved your life? Of course. Xiao Huizhu said, there's no doubt about it. He Pingsheng said, I am also in mortal danger now. Could senior sister lend me a hand? Xiao Huizhu looked puzzled. You? In mortal danger? Yes. He Pingsheng nodded. Senior sister doesn't know, but I killed a fellow disciple. From what I've learned, her grandfather is waiting for me outside the secret realm, and he is at the foundation establishment stage. Once I leave the secret realm, I will surely die. Off. Xiao Huizhu was stunned. Well, what do you want me to do? He Pingsheng said, I plan to use a disguise talisman to dress up as a woman and leave the secret realm with you. Then you can claim him a disciple of your heavenly talisman sect and take me away. Is that possible? Xiao Huizhu nodded. The elder leading our heavenly talisman sect this time is my own aunt. Taking you away will be easy. But that disguise talisman you mentioned, did you buy it from our sect? Yes, He Pingsheng replied. Then it won't work. Xiao Huizhu said, the disguise talisman I sold you can only fool qi refining disciples. Your enemy is at the foundation establishment stage, though he might not see through it at a glance. A careful inspection will reveal the truth. He Pingsheng said, it doesn't matter. He'll leave it to fate. He Pingsheng decided to take the gamble. First, his disguise talisman had been reinforced, perhaps Yudo wouldn't see through it. Moreover, as long as no one used their divine sense to scrutinize him carefully, even a golden core cultivator would see nothing amiss. The only risk was someone using divine sense. This greatly increased the likelihood of evading Yud's search. All right, Xiao Huizhu nodded, then asked, there are still 4 days until the secret realm closes. What are your plans? He Pingsheng smiled bitterly. What else can I do? My divine sense is severely injured. I'll rest and recuperate. Very well. Xiao Huizhu said, I'll go out and see if I can find some fortune. Whether I succeed or not, I'll return on the last day, and we'll leave together. I'm off. Xiao Huizhu stood up, waved at He Pingsheng, and left. After about a dozen breaths, she came back. Senior sister Xiao, what's wrong? He Pingsheng asked. Xiao Huizhu inquired. When you were unconscious earlier, didn't you feel anything unusual? He Pingsheng looked confused. No. I had a headache, and I was extremely thirsty. My whole body felt uncomfortably hot, as if I were in a desert. Oh. Xiao Huizhu let out a sigh of relief. About 3 li to the left of the cave, there's a clear stream. If you feel sticky and uncomfortable later, go bathe in that stream. Remember, your divine sense is injured. Don't wander off. Rest here peacefully and wait for my safe return. With these words, Xiao Huizhu opened a paper crane and soared into the sky. How does this woman know that I feel sticky all over? Huh, no wait. How could I have such a sensation on me? It's filthy. He Pingsheng was puzzled, but soon decided not to dwell on it. No matter why he was so dirty, he should wash up first. Following Xiao Huizhu's directions, he walked left along the valley for about 2 to 3 miles, and indeed found a clear creek. In the desolate wilderness, He Pingsheng took off his clothes right there, and enjoyed a refreshing bath before changing into a clean moon-white long robe and returning to the cave. The first thing upon his return was to set up a formation. The defensive formation was too deep within the cave to block the entrance. This time, He Pingsheng moved the formation to the entrance, and when the formation's light membrane expanded, it perfectly blocked the cave's mouth. At this point, no one outside could enter. Then he piled up a thick brick wall inside the formation with stones. With this in place, he no longer had to worry about someone or a wild beast accidentally stumbling into the cave. Even if someone were to enter the cave under any circumstance, they would not be able to see his treasure basin. With everything ready, He Pingsheng took out the treasure basin. Now he had 3 items that needed enhancement. The first, a storage bag. This belonged to Xiao Bufan. You couldn't brazenly carry it around. Otherwise, if all the disciples from various sects saw you with a storage bag, while other elders scanned with their divine sense, your identity would be exposed. Isn't it because you killed Xiao Bufan? What He Pingsheng needed to do was to enhance this storage bag to become a top-tier one that could turn invisible. With a snap, the storage bag was placed into the treasure basin. The second item, 3 green water origin spirit apricots. He Pingsheng wasn't sure if they could be enhanced into mature water origin spirit apricots, but it was worth a try. The last item, a talisman. The talisman left behind by Xiao Bufan was a first-grade talisman, yet it possessed attack power surpassing the qi refinement stage. It could inflict a certain amount of damage on Foundation establishment disciples. However, this was not enough. To kill you, the talisman needed to have a one-hit kill effect on the Foundation establishment stage. That could only be achieved through enhancement. He hoped that its power would increase after enhancement. He Pingsheng tossed the talisman into the treasure basin. Then he sat cross-legged on the pink cushion. Looking at the pink cushion, He Pingsheng frowned again. How strange, wasn't my original cushion perfectly fine? Why did I have to be given a pink one? Sigh. It's incomprehensible. Women are truly strange creatures. He Pingsheng took a deep breath, clearing his mind of all the chaotic thoughts, and began to continue practicing the Xianmin Tranquility True Method. The Xianmin Tranquility True Method can enhance the strength of one's divine sense. Of course, for someone like He Pingsheng whose divine sense suffered a heavy blow, practicing this method can gradually restore it. However, the speed was too slow. It would take years to make any significant recovery. If he wanted to quickly restore his divine sense, the best way was to refine a batch of healing god pills, which could restore it in a few months. If he had a top-grade healing god pill, he could restore his injured divine sense to its original state in just. He Pingsheng did not expect to heal his divine sense completely through these last few days of practice. He only hoped to slightly repair it enough to use. Unknowingly, a day and night passed. He Pingsheng opened his eyes, and his gaze immediately turned to the treasure basin. His brow furrowed slightly. Originally, he felt that the treasure basin should be able to enhance all three items. However, he overestimated the current capabilities of the treasure basin. Enhancement was successful, but it only enhanced one item. The 3 green apricots had now turned golden yellow. Moreover, they had transformed into 6. He Pingsheng picked one up, and a faint fragrance wafted over. The skin of the fruit had a faint golden mark, mysterious and profound. Great! He Pingsheng immediately rejoiced. The immature water origin spirit apricot had indeed been enhanced into a mature one. He stored it away. All 6 apricots were placed into his storage bag. Unfortunately, although there were many apricots, this miraculous treasure was said to have a one-time fate rule. What is a one-time fate? It means that consuming it once is beneficial, but if consumed a second time, it would be of no use. When He Pingsheng reaches the peak of the Qi refinement stage, he may encounter 3 bottlenecks, the 10th, 11th, and 12th levels. Consuming 1 apricot could break through one bottleneck, but consuming again would not break through the next bottleneck. This is the meaning of a one-time fate. Many miraculous treasures follow this one-time fate rule. Not to mention the water origin spirit apricot, He Pingsheng's gaze fell on the other 2 items, the talisman and the storage bag. Neither of these 2 had been enhanced. However, He Pingsheng was not worried because he had previously enhanced the storage bag with the treasure basin. So this time the lack of enhancement He Pingsheng felt should be due to the insufficient amount of moonlight gathered by the treasure basin. He would try again tonight. Indeed, just as He Pingsheng had guessed, after the second night the storage bag was enhanced. An ordinary storage bag transformed into 2 invisible storage bags. Moreover, each of these 2 invisible storage bags had a space of 10 zhang in height, width, and length. Each one could hold a vast amount of items. Invisible. The storage bag buzzed and became invisible on He Pingsheng's body. Unlike treasure, storage bags only required divine sense to be attached to use. No refining was needed. Invisible. The second storage bag also became invisible. The talisman inside the treasure basin remained motionless. However, there was no need to worry. He Pingsheng believed that after another night, it would surely change. After the 3rd night passed, the talisman in the treasure basin finally changed. 1 talisman turned into 2. 1 blue talisman and 1 golden talisman. He Pingsheng excitedly reached out to take both talismans in his hand. He placed the blue talisman on his forehead, and the information on the talisman revealed itself. Name 10,000 Swords Talisman. Grade 1st grade, top tier. Function instant activation. After activation, it can condense hundreds of sword shadows to strike at enemies with enough power to slay Foundation establishment beings. Hiss. After seeing this introduction, He Pingsheng was overjoyed and gasped. Powerful. It can truly slay Foundation establishment disciples. And it is instant activation. Now if he encounters that old bull's head Yuda on a narrow road, he need not fear. After storing the blue 10,000 Swords Talisman, He Pingsheng placed the golden talisman on his forehead. Name Golden Sword Talisman. Grade 1st grade, top tier. Function instant activation. After activation, it can condense a golden sword shadow of 10 zhang, which can slay Foundation establishment beings. With these 2 Dao talismans, He Pingsheng has gained a new card to play. His confidence in surviving after leaving has greatly increased. On the last day, Xiao Huizhu hurried back to the cave. Upon returning to the cave, the first thing Xiao Huizhu did was take out a red fruit to show He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng took the fruit and said, "Is this a cornelian cherry?" "That's right." Xiao Huizhu smiled and said, "I was lucky and got 2. Here, have 1. He Pingsheng felt warm inside. "Thank you." "You're welcome." After giving the cornelian cherry, Xiao Huizhu took out a jade box and said, "Junior brother, this box contains 13 leaves. These are the leaves of the enlightenment tea tree. When you brew tea with these leaves while cultivating, it can reduce the poison from pills in your body and also enlighten your Tao heart, making your cultivation efforts more effective. This item is very precious. I wish you to ascend to the Foundation Establishment realm soon. He Pingsheng said, is this appropriate? Should I really accept such a valuable item? The girl's expression suddenly turned serious as she looked at He Pingsheng and said in a commanding tone, take it. No objections. All right. He Pingsheng obediently accepted it. The girl then smiled happily and said, now I'll help you change. By the way, look at this. Xiao Huizhu took out a female Dao robe from her treasure bag. This is the robe I usually wear. After you change your appearance, you should put it on. Our figures are similar, so it should fit you well. Xiao Huizhu was quite tall, almost the same height as He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng nodded and then took out a modified disguise talisman. Without giving Xiao Huizhu a chance to see, he quickly pressed the talisman onto himself. A miraculous scene unfolded. After the disguise talisman was applied, He Pingsheng's flesh and even bones became soft and malleable. With a thought, he could freely change his appearance. He Pingsheng's magical energy surged, and in the next moment, he transformed into a perfect replica of Xiao Huizhu. Oh no! Xiao Huizhu expressed her distaste, saying, don't turn into my appearance, it makes me uncomfortable to look at. Alright. He Pingsheng thought for a moment, and casually transformed into an ordinary-looking woman. With an ordinary appearance, he wouldn't easily attract attention. After changing his face and putting on Xiao Huizhu's Dao robe, he looked like a woman. This is wonderful. Xiao Huizhu exclaimed, anyway, I can't see your true form. Okay. He Pingsheng nodded, and then took out 2 teleportation jade talismans, saying, Sister Xiao, shall we go out now? The teleportation jade talismans are not bound by any sect. They are uniformly refined and distributed by the Daoxian Alliance. Each of them has 1 talisman. He Pingsheng retrieved the formation array in the cave, and then at the same time, both of them crushed their jade talismans. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 light membranes unfolded around them. After a few breaths, the 2 light membranes took them away. He Pingsheng felt the light of the sky dim and brighten before he found himself outside the entrance of the secret realm in a plaza. Next to him stood Xiao Huizhu. Don't speak. Xiao Huizhu grasped He Pingsheng's hand and whispered, your voice hasn't changed. And don't look around. Follow me. Xiao Huizhu pulled He Pingsheng directly towards the Tianfu mountain camp. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Many people were constantly being teleported from the secret realm, creating a dazzling sight. He Pingsheng followed Xiao Huizhu and quickly arrived at the Tianfu mountain camp. The elder who came to escort the disciples from Tianfu mountain was a Taoist nun around 40 years old. He Pingsheng heard Xiao Huizhu mention that this woman is her aunt. Aunt. Xiao Huizhu approached the golden core Taoist nun and whispered a few words. The Taoist nun looked deeply at He Pingsheng and said, all right, just sit behind me. Wait for all the disciples of Tianfu mountain to gather before we leave. He Pingsheng cupped his hands in greeting, but said nothing, and then sat behind the Taoist nun. The disciples of Tianfu mountain looked at He Pingsheng with curiosity since they did not recognize him. No discussion, no talking. The Taoist nun glanced back and said, anyone who dares to ask questions will face my wrath. Although the disciples of Tianfu mountain were curious, they dared not act rashly. After sitting down, He Pingsheng finally dared to glance around. Since it was the last day, many disciples were continuously being teleported out of the secret realm. In the distance on the territory of the Taishu sect, Su Kunlun Zhao Linger and Tian Xiaoqing were looking around accompanied by an elderly man in a yellow Dao robe. It was Yuda. At this moment, Yuda had a face full of anger, staring intently at every cultivator emerging from the secret realm, radiating a murderous aura, as if ready to devour them. He Pingsheng did not dare to stare at him, quickly sweeping his gaze before retracting it. Sister Qiao. Just then, an old Taoist with white hair and beard looking ethereal stepped forward and landed at the Tianfu mountain area. He Pingsheng's eyes slightly narrowed. However, Xiao Huizhu stood up with composure and respectfully bowed to the old Taoist, saying, it is Master Wuxiang. I pay my respects to you. No need to rush. Master Wuxiang looked at Xiao Huizhu and asked, did you see my disciple Bu Fan in this secret realm? Yes, I saw him. Xiao Huizhu nodded. Oh, Master Wuxiang inquired when. Xiao Huizhu replied, over by the ice crystal lake. We were searching for the water source Ling apricot together. Did you find it? Master Wuxiang asked. No. Xiao Huizhu shook her head. I didn't find it, but senior brother Xiao found 3 immature water source Ling apricots. However, they are of no use. Master Wuxiang fell silent, staring at Xiao Huizhu for a full 3 breaths before saying, do you know that my disciple, Xiao Bufan, has perished? What? Xiao Huizhu's face showed shock. Xiao senior brother has perished. Master Wuxiang replied, did you not know? Xiao Huizhu shook her head. I didn't know. When did it happen? Has he been gone for a long time? I saw him at Ice Crystal Lake 4 days ago. Master Wuxiang did not answer Xiao Huizhu, but shook his head and said, all right, I have a clearer understanding now. After saying that, he turned and left. Once Master Wuxiang departed, countless people from Tianfu mountain turned to look at Xiao Huizhu, as everyone knew that Xiao Bufan was engaged to her. Now that he had perished, it meant that Sister Qiao had new options. Could it be that we now have a chance? The time until the end of the secret realm was drawing near. On the square, disciples kept appearing out of thin air, but the number of these sudden arrivals was decreasing. After all, no one would time their exit precisely. When the moment for the secret realm to close arrived, 18 guards clad in golden robes stood at the entrance of the formation. Everyone, the secret realm has ended. Please leave quickly. Dozens of sects and over 100 families were piloting their flying vessels to depart. Tianfu Mountain was no exception. In the end, only the ship of the Taishu sect remained inactive on the square. I say, Yuda, we should leave. Elder Xianyang in the Golden Core stage looked at Yuda and said, anyone who entered this secret realm has faced unexpected events. Linglong has encountered an accident. This is understandable, but you cannot keep me waiting here. Elder, you should return first. I will wait here. Yuda was still unwilling to give up. He certainly knew that Linglong was no longer present. He was waiting for He Pingsheng. However, throughout the entire time, he did not see any sign of He Pingsheng. All right. Xianyang waved his hand, activating the flying vessel to leave. In the vast square, only Yuda remained. He felt that He Pingsheng must be too afraid to come out. It was fine to be afraid, but he had to come out eventually. If he didn't, those guards patrolling the secret realm would enter, and he would be doomed. Yet after waiting here for 2 whole hours, Yuda still did not see He Pingsheng. This is truly strange. Where could that kid have gone? Could he have left with someone else's ship? Yuda furrowed his brow. Impossible. If another sect suddenly had an extra disciple, it would definitely be investigated. Then, could he have died in the secret realm? There was indeed such a possibility. After all, Yuda had been here for several days. Who knew what had happened during these days? It was not surprising if He Pingsheng had died. Yuda felt a wave of frustration in his heart, then took a deep breath, and flew his sword towards the direction of the Taishu sect. He wanted to go to Yuning Palace to see whether He Pingsheng was alive or dead. An hour later, Yuda arrived at the Taishu sect flying his sword and landing directly at the gate of Yuning Palace. Senior brother. Yuning walked out of the palace with a puzzled expression looking at Yuda. Yuda asked, Junior sister, is He Pingsheng's life jade token still intact in your palace? Yes, it's perfectly fine. What's the matter? Yuning replied. What do you mean? Yuda exclaimed angrily, that kid killed Linglong, and I waited by the entrance of the secret realm for several days without seeing him come out. His life jade token is intact, yet he hasn't exited the secret realm. What do you mean by that? Yuning's expression changed dramatically. Senior brother, you must not speak without evidence. Linglong was killed. How can you indiscriminately accuse my disciple? Besides, what cultivation level does He Pingsheng have? He is merely in the 7th layer of the Qi refining stage. Your few disciples are at the peak of the Qi refining stage. Even if given a chance, how could He Pingsheng accomplish that? In truth, Yuda was also unsure whether He Pingsheng had killed Linglong. Everything was mere speculation. With Yuning's words, he had no way to argue back, only saying, they'll check whether He Pingsheng's jade token is complete. Without waiting for Yuning to respond, he stepped forward into Yuning Palace, made his way to the back, and reached for He Pingsheng's intact jade token. What are you doing? Yuning's face darkened. Yuda replied, Junior sister, don't be nervous. This is merely He Pingsheng's life jade token. Even if I crush it now, it won't have any effect on him. Yuning nodded. Yuda was correct. If the life jade token was deliberately destroyed, it would not affect the original body. It merely served as an indicator. An indicator of the state of the original Bodhi's life and death. All the causes and effects I will explain to you later. I must take my leave now. After saying this, Yuda directly took He Pingsheng's life jade token and left. Yuning immediately sensed that something was amiss, but by the time she exited the palace, her senior brother Yuda had already transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the horizon. This is bad, this is bad. Yuning was drenched in sweat. Although this life jade token would not affect the original body if it were used as a guide and combined with some secret techniques, it could quickly pinpoint He Pingsheng's location. What could Yuda want with my disciple's location? Surely it must be for revenge for his granddaughter Linglong. Does this mean my disciple He Pingsheng is in imminent danger? Whoosh! At this moment, Yuning also took to the skies on her sword, pursuing the direction Yuda had vanished. She could not stand by and watch her senior brother harm her disciple. Thank you, Senior Qiao. Thank you, Senior Sister Qiao. The flying vessel of Tianfu Mountain hovered in a certain void. He Pingsheng stood on the vessel bowing to Qiao Huizhu and the Golden Core Taoist, saying, I will never forget the kindness of protection. I take my leave now. Qiao Huizhu remained silent while the Golden Core Taoist spoke. No need for thanks, you saved our disciple of Tianfu Mountain, and we merely offered a little assistance. It's nothing significant. If you ever find yourself without a place to go, come to Tianfu Mountain to find me. The Taoist was very generous. He Pingsheng cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Senior. I take my leave now. Then He Pingsheng took out a paper crane, riding it as it soared into the sky, leaving the flying vessel behind. Xiao Wizu's gaze flickered several times watching the direction. He Pingsheng left, then said set sail. The large vessel started again rumbling as it headed toward Tianfu Mountain. Meanwhile, He Pingsheng rode the paper crane flying through the void for about half an instant stick of time when he began to feel dizzy. There was no choice, his divine sense was too weak. Riding the crane also required the use of divine sense. To protect his divine sense from further damage, he could only land the paper crane on the ground. This was a remote and uninhabited area deep within the mountains. What to do? He Pingsheng frowned slightly. Originally, his plan was simple: to rush to the Matua Mountain market, purchase some healing pills to restore his divine sense, and then directly leave the territory of the Daoxian Alliance to leisurely seek a place for cultivation. It wouldn't be a bad idea to become a loose cultivator in the future. After all, with a treasure like the gathering Treasure Basin in hand, as long as he was cautious and took it slow, there would surely be a day when he achieved great success. However, he didn't expect that his divine sense was now insufficient to reach the Matua Mountain market. Forget it. After much contemplation, He Pingsheng decided to carve out a cave in the mountainside here and entered inside. First, he would restore his divine sense. He planned to cultivate and nourish his soul here for a month, then find a carriage to the Matua Mountain market. Step by step, he would slowly make his plans. Although Yuda was a Foundation Establishment disciple, He Pingsheng was no longer afraid of him. After all, a Foundation Establishment disciple's divine sense could only extend a few dozen zhang, at most perhaps up to 100 zhang. Could he really come here and find me? Not far from the entrance of the Daoxian Alliance's secret realm atop a mountain peak, an old man dressed in a yellow Taoist robe was wielding a treasured sword, channeling his internal magic in a wondrous manner. Countless streams of magical energy were unleashed, drawn into a black and red shimmering symbol in the void, exhaling into the surrounding space. A life talisman flickered within. The life talisman belonged to He Pingsheng. The old Taoist was the method of locating one's true body through bloodline was an ancient secret technique rarely used in the cultivation world, as it was generally unnecessary. This secret technique could indicate the location of one's true body within a range of 2,000 miles. Yuda was casting this spell to see if He Pingsheng was within the secret realm. If he was, the 2,000-mile coverage would be sufficient to detect him. However, he regrettably did not find any trace of He Pingsheng. In other words, He Pingsheng was not within the secret realm. When did he come out? At the first moment of his granddaughter's death, he had flown to the entrance of the secret realm and confirmed multiple times that no cultivators had been transmitted out during that period. Thus, He Pingsheng had remained within the secret realm all along, yet he was no longer there. It was clear he had left with another sect. Disguise. Makeup. In an instant, many methods flashed through Yuda's mind. He closed his eyes, sorting through each one, speculating and recalling. However, he found no clues. Good lad. Yuda took a deep breath, a serious glint in his eyes. How could you act so cautiously, hiding from me right under my nose? All right. I must see where you can hide. Yuda waved his hand, grasped the jade talisman, and with a swoosh flew again into the sky, riding a flying sword southward. He had no specific destination, only searching slowly within the entire Daoxian Alliance. As long as He Pingsheng appeared within his 2,000-mile range, he would be found. Of course, if this fellow had run out of the Daoxian Alliance's jurisdiction, there would be no chance of finding him. However, something that delighted Yuda was about to happen. On the afternoon of the 4th day of his arduous search, the jade plate in his hand finally flickered. He had locked onto He Pingsheng's location. Ha. Finally found you. He Pingsheng. I am coming. The speed of flying with the sword was rapid. Within half an hour, Yuda landed near the entrance of the cave, where He Pingsheng was in seclusion. He did not strike immediately. After all, he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, while He Pingsheng was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. What Yuda intended was to first ask what had happened to He Pingsheng, then slowly torture him to death. Killing He Pingsheng with a single slap would be too merciful. He Shiji, I am Yuda. Please come out to talk. Yuda's voice was not loud, but it was enough to reach inside the cave. While practicing the 9 Heavens Tranquility Mantra, He Pingsheng was shocked. Oh no. How did this old bastard? You have 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths, I will completely destroy this cave. He Pingsheng sprang up and cautiously walked out of the cave entrance. The sun had set, and the sky was dim. In the dark valley, it was almost as if it were night. Outside stood an old man in a yellow Taoist robe. It was Yuda. Beside Yuda stood a massive golden python. The python raised a part of its body almost the same height as Yuda, while most of its body lay coiled on the ground. Hiss! Hiss! HSSS. Upon seeing He Pingsheng, the python opened its mouth, releasing a chilling hiss. After the secret realm ends, why do you hide here in the valley instead of returning to the sect? When Yuda saw He Pingsheng, for some reason the anger in his heart dissipated. His expression, while speaking, appeared. He Pingsheng was even calmer. He replied, Then why did you sneakily come here looking for me, Master Uncle? Yuda asked, Did you kill Ling Long? He Pingsheng did not answer but instead retorted, "Did you kill my parents?" Yude's brow furrowed slightly as he narrowed his gaze at He Pingsheng. "Good lad, how dare you speak to me like that?" Fine, fine. Since that's the case, I won't ask anymore. Let's see today how I will kill you." Yude suddenly slapped the golden giant python. The golden python trembled slightly and slithered toward He Pingsheng. Its pair of vertical pupils shone with two bright lights in the darkness. Bright and eerie. Just a glance sent chills down one's spine. The giant python did not launch an attack immediately, it merely circled around, He Pingsheng moving slowly. In less than a breath, the blue jade talisman exploded and countless blue sword lights converged above He Pingsheng's head. In less than a breath, the blue jade talisman exploded and countless blue sword lights converged above He Pingsheng's head. Each sword light was aimed at the golden python. There were hundreds. The 10,000 sword talisman. Could a talisman kill a foundation establishment cultivator? Who knows? One could only give it a try. If it could kill, then kill. If it couldn't kill, then he would die. Today was a desperate situation, whether he could escape depended entirely on fate. Is this a talisman? Yude's face immediately showed a look of shock. Is it a top-tier talisman? How? How could you? Yude was somewhat frightened. He understood talismans much better than He Pingsheng did. A middle-tier talisman could cause significant damage to a foundation establishment cultivator, let alone a top-tier one. There was simply no way to resist it. The top-tier one was even more so. Shurji, let's talk nicely. Yude immediately changed his expression. After all, he had only come to kill He Pingsheng unilaterally and did not want to get hurt himself. There are many misunderstandings regarding your parents. I can't explain it to you right now. Think about it. As a foundation establishment cultivator from the inner sect, I would have no interest in any outer sect disciples like your parents. Therefore, I wouldn't kill him for no reason. It was all a misunderstanding. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and said, "Is it really a misunderstanding?" When Yude saw He Pingsheng inquire, he immediately felt relieved and hurriedly spoke kindly. "It truly was a misunderstanding, Shurji. If you spare me, I promise that." Before he could finish, He Pingsheng said, "Master, why have you come too?" He Pingsheng's sudden remark made Yude almost not think, instinctively turning to look back. At that moment, the hundreds of sword lights above He Pingsheng's head suddenly surged toward Yude. "Damn it! How could you trick me?" Yude shouted angrily. Countless blue sword lights enveloped Yude's head like a cloud. At this moment, Yude had two choices. First, run. Second, defend. If he ran, he would give up all defense. If any single sword light landed on him, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he chose to defend, how could he defend? There was simply no time to activate the treasure's restrictions. Everything was happening too quickly. Even if he managed to activate them, Yude knew he couldn't withstand it. A massive roar echoed through the air. The golden giant python moved with unmatched speed, suddenly lunging and landing atop Yude. Countless azure sword lights fell like rain from above. The body of the golden giant python immediately turned into a sieve. Blood sprayed everywhere. It used its life to shield its master from a fatal calamity. With the time bought by the golden giant python, Yude finally activated his protective shield. This was a mid-grade spirit tool equipped with 6 layers of restrictions. Upon activation, it unleashed a blue protective shield. It appeared incredibly solid. Half of the hundreds of sword lights from the myriad sword talisman were blocked by the giant python's body, while the remaining half tore through its corpse and struck heavily against Yude's shield. Clang, clang, clang. Each sword shadow struck like a nail into the shadow of the shield Yude had activated. With each strike, the brilliance of the shield dimmed. After a breath, the protective barrier shattered with a bang. Fortunately, it had managed to block 90% of the remaining sword lights, leaving only a few that struck Yude. Though there were only a few, these sword energies still inflicted considerable damage upon him. His robe was tattered, his headband torn, and Yude appeared disheveled, covered in sword wounds. Damn it! Damn it! Yude sprang up in anger. He Pingsheng, you must die today. You killed my granddaughter and slaughtered my giant python. Today I will skin you alive and torment you slowly to death. Ha ha! Indeed, your parents died at my— There was never any misunderstanding. Soon you will also die at my hands. I will personally send you down to reunite with your family and parents. Ha ha ha! Don't you have a talisman? Come again. Yude roared loudly at He Pingsheng. He swore he would torment He Pingsheng fiercely. In his view, possessing one talisman was already the limit for He Pingsheng. There surely wouldn't be a second. Yet in the next moment, He Pingsheng waved his hand again. Bang! A golden talisman shattered. In the void, a dazzling golden giant sword appeared. The sword, about 10 zhang long, pointed down towards Yude, releasing waves of powerful sword energy. This. Yude, who had just been cursing, fell silent. This. Junior nephew, misunderstanding. He regretted it. Had he known he should have killed He Pingsheng directly, why did he think to torture him? Otherwise, how would He Pingsheng have had the chance to retaliate? Regret flooded him. Yude felt as if his intestines had turned green with remorse. He Pingsheng, however, gave him no chance, and with a light shout, fall. Boom. The golden giant sword crashed down towards Yuda. A blinding light erupted. Then an energy wave mixed with smoke and debris surged in all directions. Though He Pingsheng was several zhang away from the explosion's center, he was directly struck by the powerful energy wave. His body lifted like a fallen leaf before crashing heavily onto a rock 10 zhang away. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. The valley echoed with chaotic sounds. Fearing that Yuda might not be dead, He Pingsheng hurriedly climbed up from the rock and looked ahead only to see a massive deep pit where Yuda had stood. The stones had shattered into fragments. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Only Yuda and the python's corpse were nowhere to be found. All shattered. They had turned into countless pieces. He Pingsheng exhaled deeply and plopped down on the cold stone. His face turned pale and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. It had been too perilous. Just a moment of indecision, or if Yuda had acted first, He Pingsheng would have lost his life. Unfortunately, Yuda had overthought, droning on endlessly, always thinking of capturing him to torture him to death. That was just seeking his own demise. He Pingsheng sat on the cold stone, gasping for breath. On one hand, the fear suppressed by the Foundation establishment disciple had finally been released. On the other hand, having activated 2 talismans in succession, He Pingsheng's divine sense was on the verge of collapse. Damn, when would this divine sense finally recover? Looking at the devastation around him, He Pingsheng endured the excruciating pain in his divine sense and walked to the site of the recent explosion. Yuda and the giant python had turned to ashes. However, a mid-grade spirit tool, a blue small shield, and a storage bag remained at the site. He Pingsheng took these items without hesitation. He then returned to the cave, dismantled the formation within, and left. This place could not be stayed any longer. He needed to find a new location. Taking one last glance at the valley, He Pingsheng once again rode the paper crane to leave. However, the intense pain in his divine sense wouldn't allow him to fly for long. After flying several dozen, He Pingsheng had no choice but to land again. At that moment, he had lost even the ability to control a flying sword to establish a cave dwelling and could only sit cross-legged on a large stone to recover his divine sense. In the vast mountains, he had no idea when he would get out. After 2 hours, a streak of light suddenly flew in from the horizon. He Pingsheng tensed and was about to dodge, but it was too late. The streak of light was extremely fast, arriving beside him in just 2 breaths. It was his master Yuning. In fact, Yuning had been searching for He Pingsheng all along, fearing that his elder brother Yuda would reach him first and kill his disciple. Master. He Pingsheng quickly cupped his hands in salute. Yuning looked at him, concern etched on his face. What exactly happened? Don't play tricks on me. Yuning's voice turned serious. Everything will be handled by me. Speak. Why didn't you return with the elder after leaving the secret realm? Yuning asked, and He Pingsheng suddenly didn't know how to respond. Because according to his plan, he intended to escape and never return to the sect, and had never prepared to explain this matter to his master. So at this moment, when Yuning asked, he was momentarily at a loss for words. However, Yuning, feeling for his disciple, patted He Pingsheng's shoulder and said, "Forget it, I won't ask anymore. As long as you are safe. Now the sect is abuzz with rumors that you killed your master Yude's disciples Ling Long Yang, Su Luo Yu, and others. I ask you just one thing. I don't care whether you killed anyone, and you don't need to tell me. I just want to know if you left any evidence for them." Evidence? He Pingsheng immediately understood. His master was referring to proof. He Pingsheng thought for a moment and said, "What I did, I have no regrets, who I am guiltless before heaven and earth. Naturally, they won't be able to find any evidence against me. Rest assured, master." All right. Yuning sighed in relief. As long as they have no evidence and you deny everything to the end, I will protect you. Come with me. Your uncle Yuda has been searching for you all over the world these past few days. Surely you haven't encountered him yet? Yuning asked as she looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng shook his head and replied, "Master, I have not seen Uncle Yu. If I had, I wouldn't be standing here in front." Yuning nodded, not doubting anything. After all, Yuda was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and besides, he had a Foundation establishment python assisting him. Good. Yuning's gaze swept over He Pingsheng again as she asked, "Where's your treasure bag?" He Pingsheng had placed his treasure bag into his storage pouch. This made it easy to carry around during his travels, but now, when Master asked, He Pingsheng suddenly found himself at a loss for an explanation. Lowering his head, he spotted a deep valley in front of him and quickly said, "I left it in this cave, master. Please wait a moment while I fetch the treasure bag." Without giving Yuning a chance to respond, He Pingsheng jumped a few times into the ravine, then distanced himself from Yuning. Once he confirmed that he was more than several hundred zhang away from his master, he took out the treasure bag from his invisibility storage pouch. Why the distance of several hundred zhang? Because beyond several hundred zhang, a Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense would not reach, and no matter what He Pingsheng did, his master wouldn't be able to see him. After retrieving the treasure bag, He Pingsheng jumped back to Yuning's side. All set? Yuning asked. He Pingsheng replied all set. Yuning seemed slightly uneasy and said if there are any items that shouldn't be seen by others, make sure you don't leave them in the bag. Take a little more time to handle it yourself. He Pingsheng shook his head saying thank you master, but there's no need. I'm fully aware of everything in this bag, its origins are clear. That's good. Yuning nodded with satisfaction. Then with a wave of her hand she tossed out a flying sword that hovered in the air. In an instant it expanded with a bang becoming about a zhang long. Yuning stepped onto the flying sword and commanded come up and hold on tight. Alright. He Pingsheng stepped. Yuning reached out to hold He Pingsheng's hand, and with a flick of her magic the two soared into the sky on the sword which flickered a few times before vanishing into the void. The speed of flying on the sword was far faster than when He Pingsheng rode a paper crane, and it was even swifter than the flying boat of the Golden Core Elders. After about an hour or so Yuning and He Pingsheng landed on Shizhu Peak. Come here, come to my place. Yuning called He Pingsheng into her palace, then concealed all the formations within the palace before saying you need to come up with an excuse for why you didn't return with the main group from the secret realm. What will you say? He Pingsheng clasped his hands and said in the secret realm Linglong attempted to hunt me several times. Out of fear, I disguised myself with a transformation talisman as a girl and exited. Later, I joined the ship fleet of Tianfu Mountain to leave. If the sect doesn't believe it, they can ask the disciples of Tianfu Mountain. Yuning nodded saying that works. Someone will come to ask you soon. According to the rules of our Taishu sect, generally speaking, if an outer sect disciple is killed, Shizhu Peak can handle it without reporting to the sect, just inform old ancestor Chongyang, and there won't be any major issues. However, if an inner sect disciple is injured, it must go through the law enforcement hall of the sect, and the people from the enforcement hall will come to inquire. But don't worry, as far as I know, they have no evidence. As long as you stubbornly deny it, they won't be able to do anything. I'm just afraid that Uncle Yuda will act secretly. He Pingsheng chuckled inwardly. Yuda. Act. At that moment a voice came from outside the palace. Master, have you returned? The formation at the palace and Zhao Linger walked into the palace. When she saw He Pingsheng, she was both surprised and delighted with a hint of worry in her eyes. Oh, old Gio, I mean junior brother, you're back. He Pingsheng nodded. Zhao Linger said it's good that you're fine. Master. Zhao Linger joyfully bowed to Yuning saying, just now news came from Honda Garden that Uncle Yude's nameplate was shattered 2 hours ago. What? Yuning's heart sank, exclaiming shattered. You mean your Uncle Yuda has perished? Zhao Linger replied, yes master. Dead girl. Yuning's expression suddenly turned serious, saying how can you act so carefree when your uncle has died? If outsiders see you, won't it cause gossip? Be more serious. Understood. Zhao Linger stood at attention, her expression turning serious as well. Yuning waved her sleeve saying you two return to your own places. I will go to Honda Garden to take a look. The three left Yuning's palace. Zhao Linger and He Pingsheng returned to He Pingsheng's small courtyard, and shortly after Tian Shaoqing and Su Kunlun arrived. Hey old Jiao. What's going on? Everyone outside is saying you killed that wench Linglong. Su Kunlun said, tell me, is it you? The three pairs of eyes were sparkling as they looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng could only smile bitterly and spread his hands saying, do you think I can defeat Linglong? Hearing this, the three couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I thought you had killed her. Everyone says it's you, but I think it's impossible. She's at the 11th layer, and you're only at the 7th. Besides, Linglong has several bodyguards with her. Impossible. The others also believed. He Pingsheng's Zhao Linger asked, junior brother, have you obtained anything good by staying alone in the secret realm for so long? Right. The three looked at He Pingsheng once again, each with eager expressions. He Pingsheng grinned and said, senior sister, senior brother, look at what good stuff I brought you. As he spoke, he opened the treasure bag. 3 yellow apricots appeared before them. What is this? Su Kunlun stared at the apricots and asked. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He Pingsheng heard the sound of several people swallowing. Clearly, although they were unsure, they seemed to have guessed the possibility. He Pingsheng chuckled, saying, what else could it be? Of course it's the water yuan spirit apricot. What? The chubby Su Kunlun's small eyes suddenly glimmered with excitement, saying, is this really the water yuan spirit apricot? You actually got it. I did. He Pingsheng cheerfully took out the 3 water yuan spirit apricots and handed one to each of them, saying, one for each of you. Thank you. This is wonderful. Each of the 3 received a water elemental spirit apricot, which is equivalent to each person being promoted past a bottleneck. As long as there is no bottleneck at the 10th layer, everything is fine. For example, if a bottleneck occurs at the 11th layer, consuming this water elemental spirit apricot will directly promote one to the 12th layer. When one reaches the 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage and wishes to break through a bottleneck, they can simply use a foundation establishment pill. The foundation establishment pill can also break through bottlenecks. However, it is not a guaranteed success. Consuming the foundation establishment pill only offers a certain probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. But the joy of the few did not last long. Zhao Linger suddenly asked Old Ninth, how many of these water elemental spirit apricots did you manage to? Worried that He Pingsheng might misunderstand, Zhao Linger quickly explained, I don't mean anything else, it's just that the sect has a rule that all items brought out from the secret realm must have half submitted to the sect. You gave each of us 3, and I worry that there won't be enough to submit to the sect. If the sect finds out, this could lead to severe penalties. He Pingsheng was taken aback, saying, oh no, I completely forgot about that. Tian Shaoqing added, it's not submitting to the sect, it's submitting to the master. The things of the junior disciple should go directly to the master. In theory, the master will then pass it on to Grandmaster Chongyang, who will ultimately allocate half of the resources. He Pingsheng said, actually, I only managed to get 6. This was quite troublesome. 6. If he submitted 3, keeping 3 wouldn't be enough to distribute. Slap. Zhao Linger placed the apricot in front of He Pingsheng, saying, junior brother, then I cannot take this. You should submit it to the sect first, and once the sect keeps it, we can see how to distribute it. Right? Su Kunlun also reluctantly returned the water elemental spirit apricot to He Pingsheng, saying, let's just return it to you for now, Old Ninth. This is really painful for me. Wah. Tian Shaoqing also extended her jade hand towards He Pingsheng, saying, you can submit 3 to the master, and if the master allocates 1 to any of us 3 afterwards, that would be enough. He Pingsheng put away the 3 water elemental spirit apricots, saying, all right, well, discuss it later. Just then the senior brother Hou Muxian suddenly arrived at He Pingsheng's door, saying, is junior brother 9 here? He Pingsheng opened the door. The 4 of them stepped out of the room. Hou Muxian said, you're all here. That's great, let's go. The master has asked us to come over. Old Ninth, you need to be mentally prepared. The law enforcement hall personnel have arrived. He Pingsheng nodded. He was already prepared. The group arrived at Yuning Palace. Upon entering, He Pingsheng was nearly startled. There were many people. All 9 disciples of Yuning had gathered. Besides these disciples, there was Yuning herself, along with several elders from the law enforcement hall, dressed in purple robes. There was also 1 disciple from Xiuzhu Peak Honda Courtyard, 2 disciples under Master Yushuan of Xiuzhu Peak, and Master Yushuan himself. Everyone please sit down. Yuning spoke lightly, saying, He Pingsheng, this is Elder Hong from the law enforcement hall, and Master Feng. He Pingsheng looked up and recognized Master Feng. When he had just entered Yuning's sect and went to purchase items from the sect, he had been approached by Master Feng, who came personally to inquire at Xiuzhu Peak. Master Feng is a middle-aged Taoist nun. Elder Hong, on the other hand, is an old man with white hair and beard. He Pingsheng had heard that Elder Hong is a great golden core. He Pingsheng. Elder Hong spoke. He Pingsheng quickly stood up respectfully and clasped his hands, saying, disciple present. Good. Elder Hong's expression was gentle, saying, we are here today just to ask a few questions. This is the rule of our law enforcement hall. You only need to answer what you know. Just 2 hours ago, the life token of Master Yuda from Xiuzhu Peak, Hongda Courtyard, shattered, confirming his demise. I ask you, does Yud's death have anything to do with you? Did you slay him? Everyone looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng remained calm, saying, no. I have never seen Master Yuda from beginning to end. Moreover, Master Yuda is a foundation establishment senior, while I am merely a disciple at the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. How could I possibly have killed Master Yuda? Master Feng suddenly interjected, that may not be the case. If you have a treasure on you, it might not be impossible to kill above your level. He Pingsheng stopped speaking, disregarding Master Feng's words. However, Master Feng seemed to be persistent. He Pingsheng, how can you prove that you didn't kill Yuda? Not far away, Yuning was somewhat angry. Asking someone to prove their innocence was simply too much. However, He Pingsheng remained calm, saying, disciple does not know how to prove, nor can I prove. But I would like to ask Master Feng, can you prove that you didn't kill Master Yuda? Master Feng stood up angrily, saying, how could I possibly kill Yuda? I have no grudges with him. He Pingsheng, what nonsense are you talking about? He Pingsheng remained calm as water, saying, how can you prove it? I don't need to prove anything. Why should I prove? Master Feng shouted at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng replied, then why should I prove it? Upon hearing this, Master Feng was momentarily speechless. Being confronted like this naturally left her with resentment towards He Pingsheng. Humph. Master Feng snorted coldly. All right. Elder Hong said the matter of Yuda is still under investigation by the sect, and his place of demise has yet to be found, so let's not discuss this for now. I ask you, a disciple from Hongda Courtyard Zheng Menglong identified you as having killed the same sect disciple Linglong. Is there any truth to this? He Pingsheng shook his head, saying none. His tone was calm, and his heart was unfazed. Ever since practicing the 9 gates tranquil heart true method, his spiritual essence had been refined. He Pingsheng's state of mind and emotional control had greatly improved. Thus, even in the face of so many people, he remained unflustered and able to respond calmly. Originally worried about him, Yuning felt relieved upon seeing He Pingsheng's composure. Master Feng said, you are lying. He Pingsheng shook his head, saying, Junior does not lie. I would like to ask Zheng Menglong how he judged that I killed Linglong. Did he see it with his own eyes, or did he hear it from others? Whoosh. In the hall, everyone turned their heads to look at a young disciple. This person was Zheng Minglong, a disciple under Master Yuda. Zheng Minglong instantly panicked. He stammered, unable to speak clearly. This. That. I didn't hear it from others. He Pingsheng smiled, and said since Brother Zheng didn't hear it from others, he must have seen it with his own eyes. May I ask, Brother Zheng, when and where did you see me kill Linglong? What techniques did I use? What spells did I cast? How did Linglong resist? If you witnessed me battling Linglong as a disciple of Hongda Courtyard, why did you not come out to help? He Pingsheng asked several questions in one breath. No. Zheng Minglong was drenched in sweat under He Pingsheng's questioning, saying, I was not present at that time. This time it was Yu Ning who asked Minglong, you neither heard others' accounts nor witnessed it yourself. Why do you firmly believe that He Pingsheng is the murderer of Linglong? Could it be that you secretly killed your senior sister and framed He Pingsheng? No. Zheng Minglong panicked instantly. Master, I didn't. I am only at the 8th level of Qi refining. How could I possibly defeat my senior sister, who is at the 11th level of Qi refining? Oh. Yu Ning nodded and said, you at the 8th level of Qi refining cannot defeat Linglong at the 11th level. Does that mean I, a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refining, could defeat Linglong? Zheng Minglong was almost brought to tears by the questioning. Indeed, all his information was based on speculation. Why did he speculate this way? Because Zheng Minglong understood very well in his heart. Back in the secret realm, Linglong had instructed him and 3 other senior brothers to constantly search for He Pingsheng and then kill him. But later he did not find He Pingsheng. Instead, he received news from Linglong that she had found He Pingsheng. Thus, he hurriedly rushed over. Upon arrival, he saw a chaotic battlefield. The scene was so disordered that Zheng Minglong himself did not know who won or lost, who lived or died. It was only when he left the secret realm and met Master Yuda that he learned the whole story. Such a simple judgment led him to believe that He Pingsheng had killed Linglong. However, he indeed had no evidence. But the lack of evidence was not a problem. All he needed was to point fingers and his master would take action. However, just now the news of Master's fall came. Zheng Minglong was already in a predicament. Now, without support, what could he do? He could only compromise. He said, drenched in sweat. I have no evidence. I just feel that he has a strong motive because Linglong Shiji had previously schemed against him. I believe he would take revenge. He has the motive. The hall erupted in an uproar. Clearly, this accusation could not stand. Elder Hong took a deep breath and said, this cannot be justified. We cannot simply conclude that He Pingsheng killed Linglong just because they had enmity. Moreover, according to our investigation, there were a total of 5 people who entered the secret realm, with Linglong responsible for ensuring her safety, meaning there were 6 people in Linglong's group. To be honest, I do not believe that He Pingsheng has the ability to kill 5 out of these 6 people. Upon hearing this, He Pingsheng immediately displayed a shocked expression and asked, what 5? Elder, are you saying that 5 disciples died? This shock was perfectly timed. At this moment, He Pingsheng not showing a hint of shock would have been problematic. This was also the strategy that Elder Hong and Taoist Feng discussed to test He Pingsheng. Unexpectedly, He Pingsheng smartly saw through it. Taoist Feng snorted coldly. Elder Hong nodded and said yes. A total of 5 disciples died except for Zheng Minglong, who survived. Elder Hong. Yu Ning asked, now can my disciple He Pingsheng's suspicion be lifted? No. Elder Hong shook his head and said, I still have one question. He Pingsheng. Elder Hong asked again, I want to know, when did you leave the secret realm? And also, after you came out, why didn't you return with everyone? Elder Hong posed 2 questions. Everyone turned to look at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng took a deep breath and said, I left the secret realm the evening before it closed. As for why I didn't return with everyone, it was because I was afraid. Afraid? Elder Hong asked, afraid of what? He Pingsheng replied, I was afraid of Linglong and Liu. What nonsense. Taoist Feng sneered and said, at that time Linglong and Liu were already dead. How could you be afraid of them? He Pingsheng clasped his hands and said, at that time I did not know who was dead. Isn't that normal? Good. Elder Hong said, He Pingsheng, tell me, why were you afraid of them? He Pingsheng silently took out his treasure bag and then pulled out 6 golden apricots from it. Water element spirit apricot. This is water element spirit apricot. Oh my. He actually got water element spirit apricots. And it's 6 of them. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at He Pingsheng. Elder Hong's eyes narrowed slightly and said, good lad, you have quite a fortune. Do tell us more. He Pingsheng replied, yes. I arrived at Ice Crystal Lake on about the 11th day after entering the secret realm. 11th day. At that moment, Ho Muxian suddenly spoke up and said, no, on the 11th day, I was at Ice Crystal Lake. I didn't see you, junior brother. As soon as these words were spoken, it stirred up a huge wave. Yu Ning glared fiercely at Ho Muxian. Only then did Ho Muxian realize he had said something wrong and quickly covered his mouth. Daoist Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. However, He Pingsheng remained very calm and said, "Senior brother did not see me, which is also normal. I did not see you either, because I did not go directly to the island in the middle of Ice Crystal Lake. I entered the water at the lake's edge and swam to the center of the lake. Then after searching the lake bed in the center of the lake and obtaining 6 ripe water element spirit apricots, I directly escaped using water escape. So senior brother did not see me. After obtaining the spirit apricots, I naturally would not expose myself." With this explanation, everything made sense again. Elder Hong nodded and said, "So you can use the water escape technique?" "Yes," He Pingsheng replied. "I have practiced a spell called water escape technique. If the elders do not believe me, I can demonstrate the water escape for you right now. I can testify to this." Zhao Linger immediately raised her hand and said, "When we encountered danger and shattered the jade talisman to escape from the secret realm, junior brother did not leave. He jumped off the cliff, and before I transported away, I heard him say that he could use the water escape technique. He even advised me not to leave." Right. Su Kunlun said, "I can testify to this as well." Elder Hong nodded. "It seems that Hishitsi would not make a fuss over this matter. You should indeed be proficient in the water escape technique." "Yes," He Pingsheng continued. "Coincidentally, when I swam back to the water's edge and jumped out of Ice Crystal Lake, I happened to run into Liu and Linglong. They wanted to snatch my spirit apricots. Senior sister Liu even took out a golden bell and shook it at me from a distance. My spiritual sense almost collapsed. To this day, my spiritual sense is still heavily injured. I escaped through the river connected to Ice Crystal Lake, which allowed me to evade their pursuit. However, I knew that senior sister Linglong was always overbearing and unreasonable. I feared that after leaving the secret realm, she would seize my water element spirit apricots again, and since they could not kill me, they would definitely eliminate me to silence me. As a disciple alone on Xiuzhu Peak, without support. To be honest, Elder, I was thinking that after escaping the secret realm, I would never return to this Taishu sect, running as far away as possible. So I disguised myself as a woman and used a transformation talisman to escape. So that's it." Suddenly Master Yuxian, who had been silent, spoke up and nodded in realization. He had always been puzzled about how He Pingsheng escaped. With this explanation, many in the Great Hall, like Yuxian, also suddenly understood. "This doesn't make sense." Daoist Feng suddenly said, "You can disguise yourself as a man, but how can you possibly deceive the eyes of the elders of Tianfu Mountain? Will they let you board their ship?" Daoist Feng expressed the doubts that many shared. He Pingsheng replied, "In that secret realm, I once helped a disciple of Tianfu Mountain, Xiao Huizhu, and it was she who helped me conceal my identity." Elder Hong nodded and asked, "After you took the flying vessel of Tianfu Mountain, where did you go?" He Pingsheng replied, "I took the flying vessel of Tianfu Mountain and landed in a mountainous area after about half a day's journey. Originally, I planned to head to the market at Matu Mountain, but due to an injury to my divine sense, I was unable to control the paper crane for flying and had to hide in the mountains to recover. A few days later, just earlier today, my master went out to look for me and happened to find me. So I returned to the sect together with my master. That's the entire sequence of events." After finishing, He Pingsheng fell silent, having spoken far too much. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes. The more one says, the easier it is to find flaws. The best approach is to remain silent, insisting that I have never met Linglong. Without evidence, you can do nothing to me. However, that was not an option. He Pingsheng had to provide a reasonable explanation for why he had left with the celestial vessel of Tianfu Mountain. To explain this matter, he had to say so much. Fortunately, he had carefully considered these words multiple times, and overall there shouldn't be any flaws. "Good." Elder Hong nodded and said, "At present there is no evidence to prove that He Pingsheng is the murderer of Linglong. Firstly, he has no sufficient motive. Secondly, logically speaking, he does not have the capability for such an act. Thirdly, we also lack enough evidence. Therefore, personally, I am more inclined to believe that Linglong, Liu Yangsu, and the other 6 encountered a large-scale ambush from another sect, which led to their demise. As far as I know, the eldest disciple of the Ice Extreme Immortal sect, Xiao Bufan, also fell in this secret realm. It seems that someone has malicious intent." Enough. Elder Hong waved his sleeve. "He Pingsheng, for now we cannot convict you, but you cannot go outside during this time and must wait for a while. Once our law enforcement hall has researched this matter further, if you are confirmed innocent, we will clarify your situation within the sect." Everyone dismissed. Elder Hong left the Great Hall. Daoist Feng snorted coldly and followed Elder Hong out. "All right." Master Yuxian waved his hand. "Get lost. If anyone brings up this shadowy matter again, be careful I cut out their tongue." While speaking, Yuxian glanced at Zheng Minglong. Zheng Minglong, frightened, lowered his head and hurriedly left. Who knows if the master would die? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said a word. In the Great Hall, only Yuxian, Yuning, and 9 other disciples remained. Everyone looked eagerly at He Pingsheng as 6 water-element spiritual apricots were placed before him. Old Jiu. Yuning waved the whisk in her hand, looking at her little disciple, becoming fonder by the moment. He Pingsheng's performance today was unexpectedly impressive. His words were clear, his logic sound, and he maintained a calm demeanor. Such a person could go far on the path. What are you still dawdling for? Take out all the items you obtained in the secret realm. According to the rules, you must submit half to the sect. Yes. He Pingsheng respectfully opened his treasure bag and began to take out the items one by one. Immortal bamboo shoots, 7-leaf spiritual grass, spiritual apricots, first-grade spiritual herbs, etc. A total of over 3,000. More than 30 second-grade spiritual herbs. Apart from these first and second-grade herbs, there were also 14 bottles of fierce sunflower powder. Gold and silver peaches, 13 pieces. He Pingsheng only took these out while the rest he had hidden away early on. Hey, you kid. You did well. Yuning smiled and said, although these items are many overall, they are not particularly valuable. This medium-grade fierce sunflower powder is quite good. Enough. Yuning waved her hand, taking half of all the items and pushing the other half back to He Pingsheng. You did well. Later I will have further rewards for you. Old Jiu, if you have any requests, just say them. Yuning looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng said, Master, when we entered the secret realm, I had already discussed with Tian Xiaoqing Zhaolinger and Su Kunlun that the 4 of us would share the spoils equally. So, I would like to request 1 water-element spiritual apricot from you, Master. Oh. Yuning nodded and handed 1 water-element spiritual apricot to He Pingsheng. With the water-element spiritual apricot in hand, He Pingsheng now had 4. He distributed 3 to Zhaolinger, Tian Xiaoqing, and Su Kunlun. The expressions of those around turned dark. They thought he was keeping the others for himself, but he gave them to the 3. Isn't that a waste? Especially Master Brother Ho Muxian, who felt heartbroken at this moment. Master. This. His face was extremely bitter. He was already at the 12th level, just 1 water-element spiritual apricot away from breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Previously, he had tried Foundation Establishment pills several times, but each time, he was just a little short. If he could get a water-element spiritual apricot now, it would guarantee his Foundation Establishment. If He Pingsheng had 3 in hand, Ho Muxian might have found a way to trade with him. But now he had already given them away. How could he trade? They would want to keep them for their own use and wouldn't possibly trade with him. There are only 2 fruits left here. Yuning shook the water-element spiritual apricot in her hand and said, I want to consult with Elder Chongyang on how to distribute them. Once he gives the word, I will proceed with the distribution. You may leave for now. All right. Yuning looked at the 4 of them again, saying, You 4 are not allowed to leave Xiuzhu Peak until you have consumed the water-element spiritual apricots in your hands, lest you cause more troubles. He Pingsheng's face turned bitter. Master, I need to go to Mata Mountain. You are not allowed to go. Yuning said, What is it you want to do? He Pingsheng replied, I need to sell the fierce sunflower powder in time, otherwise the medicinal properties will dissipate. Moreover, I want to exchange this fierce sunflower for some healing pills as my divine sense is nearly collapsing. Yuning responded, Give me the powder, I will help you with that. You stay honestly at Xiuzhu Peak and are not allowed to leave the peak. Master, I want to join too. The sweet-looking Tian Xiaoqing raised her hand and said somewhat timidly, I want to go to Matu Mountain. What do you want to do at Matu Mountain? Yuning asked. Tian Xiaoqing replied, I want to buy some clothes made of celestial silkworm silk. I feel like some of the senior brothers have been peeking at me lately. As soon as these words were spoken, several senior brothers, led by Ho Muxian, immediately spat out blood. Don't slander us. Tian Jr. sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Who has been peeking at you? We are just in the chi refining stage. How could we possibly peek at you? The senior brothers were flushed with embarrassment. Yuning also said, That's right. Your senior brothers are all chi refining disciples and cannot use divine sense to see through your clothes. What are you worried about? That doesn't matter. Soon the senior brother will advance to the Foundation Establishment stage. Once he reaches that stage, won't he also want to peek at me? Yuning rubbed her forehead and said, Others aren't that idle. And what about the ancestor? Tian Xiaoqing said, The elder Chongyang is at the golden core stage. He could see me clearly with just a thought. Seeing the increasingly serious expression on Yuning's face, Tian Xiaoqing decisively fell silent. Get out! Yuning shouted angrily. The 9 disciples rushed out of Yuning's palace like a swarm. Zhaolinger even pulled Tian Xiaoqing and ran ahead saying, Junior sister Tian, can you use your brain a bit? What kind of nonsense are you saying? You dare to fabricate stories about the ancestor? Hiss. Tian Xiaoqing said, Be gentle, it hurts. Didn't you say last time that you were afraid the ancestor would peek at you? You? Zhaolinger almost wanted to give Tian Xiaoqing 2 hard slaps. Behind them, Su Kunlun was laughing so hard, he was nearly falling over. What's going on? He Pingsheng looked confused and asked, "Senior brother, what are they talking about?" "Hey," Su Kunlun said, "Old Gio, let me ask you, can you use divine sense to peek at 6th junior sister?" He Pingsheng quickly shook his head and said, "No, my divine sense can't penetrate through clothes." That's right. Although Qi refining disciples can project their divine sense, it cannot penetrate objects. It can easily scan the surroundings behind them, providing clarity to prevent surprise attacks. However, if there is an object in between, it cannot penetrate and reveal what is behind it. This is similar to when Linglong couldn't use her divine sense to see inside the jar in the secret realm, which led to He Pingsheng's scheme against her. If her divine sense could penetrate the jar, she wouldn't have opened it so easily. As for using divine sense to see through clothes to view a girl's body, that is certainly not possible. As long as the clothes are fitted tightly enough, it won't work. However, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, it becomes different. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage experience a significant increase in divine sense along with qualitative changes, allowing them to see through some weaker objects. For example, clothes. By the time one reaches the golden core stage, their divine sense will be even more advanced, capable of penetrating walls directly. In front of such cultivators, ordinary Qi refining disciples are like naked children. However, there are defensive methods available. For instance, clothes made of celestial silkworm silk can defend against divine sense. The treasure bag that every inner disciple of the Tai Su sect has is also made from this celestial silkworm silk, so even golden core cultivators cannot see through the items inside another's treasure bag. After Su Kunlun's explanation, He Pingsheng suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Celestial silkworm silk has this benefit. Old Gio, what are you going to do next? Right now my divine sense is damaged and I can't cultivate. There's nothing I can do but wait for the master to buy me a healing pill. This period has been exhausting you. I plan to rest for a bit. All right, Zhao Linger said, we won't disturb you any longer. Let's all go back. Junior brother, thank you for your water element spirit apricot. Yes, thank you, Old Gio. Su Kunlun clapped his body vigorously and said, in the future, if anything happens, Old Su will not hesitate to help. Tian Shaoqing said with a smile, thank you, junior brother. We have all taken advantage of you this time. He Pingsheng replied, what advantage? We are all siblings, we are like one family. However, speaking of which, you should still be careful and listen to the master. It's best not to leave Shoju Peak casually. There are countless people outside plotting against us. The four of them parted ways and returned to their own small courtyards. He Pingsheng directly hung a cultivating sign at the gate and then locked it. He set up a one-star formation. Returning to the room, He Pingsheng took a deep breath. The events of killing Linglong and Liu in the secret realm and then killing Yu Da after coming out were basically behind him. Next, he needed to consider his cultivation. However, he frowned slightly. What Tian Shaoqing had just said reminded him. On Shoju Peak, there are not only Qi refining disciples, but also those at the foundation establishment and golden core stages. Particularly the ancestor at the golden core stage has a divine sense powerful enough to easily penetrate walls. That means as long as the ancestor is willing, he can see the situation of any disciple. This is somewhat chill. Previously, He Pingsheng was just an ordinary disciple, keeping a low profile. The ancestor perhaps wouldn't pay the slightest attention to him. But now He Pingsheng has become the focus of Shoju Peak. If the ancestor takes an interest and casts a thought his way, wouldn't his secrets be exposed? What to do? Not much to do. For now, he can only refrain from bringing out the gathering treasure bowl, or perhaps find something to block the ancestor's divine sense. He Pingsheng thought for a moment, then left his small courtyard and went to Tian Xiaqing's courtyard. Junior brother, didn't you say you wanted to rest? Tian Shaoqing let He Pingsheng into the courtyard while closing the formation. The two sat down in Tian Xiaqing's boudoir. Senior sister, actually, I also want some celestial silkworm silk. He Pingsheng explained his purpose. Tian Shaoqing immediately laughed and said, you're a grown man. What do you need celestial silkworm silk for? Are you afraid of being seen? Why wouldn't I be afraid? What if the master peeks at me? Tian Shaoqing burst into laughter and said, ha. Saying that the master would peek at you, you might as well say that Zhao, senior sister, and I would peek at you. He Pingsheng suddenly looked up and asked, you really have peeked at me? No way. Tian Xiaqing's face turned red as she said, how could that be? I'm just in the Qi refining stage. How could my divine sense be strong enough to peek at you? All right. What do you want me to help you with? Just say it. All right. He Pingsheng said, since there are silk garments available at the Trading Association in Mata Mountain, there should also be silk bedding, right? Tian Shaoqing nodded yes. How many spirit stones does a set cost? He Pingsheng asked. Tian Shaoqing replied, it's not cheap. Approximately a set costs around 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones for a set, which is already quite expensive. Why is that? Because a bag of holding costs only 10 to 20 spirit stones. The material used for the bag of holding is this Tiankin silk. The bedding made from Tiankin silk is just a bit more material. Selling for 100 spirit stones is too expensive, right? But I have no choice. All right. He Pingsheng said, can you buy me 2 sets? He took out 200 spirit stones and gave them to Tian Shaoqing. Rest assured, master will definitely help you buy them later. Just remember to bring me 2 sets. Tian Shaoqing said, okay, I understand. Junior brother, you're afraid master will laugh at you, so you're hesitant to ask him yourself, right? Don't worry, he'll keep it a secret for you. Thank you, senior sister. After He Pingsheng came out of Tian Shaoqing's courtyard, he went back to his room and fell straight asleep. He went to sleep just like that. In fact, within his top-grade invisibility storage bag, there was also an ordinary storage bag. This ordinary storage bag belonged to Yuda. After killing Yuda, He Pingsheng couldn't help but want to open it and see what items were inside, but heaven knows if that golden core ancestor is peeping at my training ground right now. I'll wait. Once the bedding made of Tiankin silk arrives, I'll burrow into my covers and count them. When enhancing items with the treasure gathering pod, I'll do it from the covers. Thinking of this, He Pingsheng couldn't help but chuckle. Junior brother Gio. Is junior brother Gio there? At this moment, the voice of the senior brother, Homu Xian, came from outside. He Pingsheng didn't need to go out. He could easily guess what was happening. He didn't have a deep friendship with Homu Xian and didn't understand him much, so he ignored him. Since you pretended not to see the enclosed door training sign hanging at my door, I'll pretend I can't hear your voice. After calling for a while, Homu Xian tactfully left. Then He Pingsheng heard Homu Xian calling junior brother Su. Junior brother Su? Is junior brother Su there? Junior sister Zhao? Junior sister Tian? These 3 people were just like He Pingsheng, completely ignored. He didn't know what expression Homu Xian had at that moment, but he could imagine he must have been quite anxious. Master Yuning's efficiency is still very high. Half a day later, He Pingsheng and the senior and junior brothers were called to Yuning Palace again. Old Gio, this is your healing pill, take it. With a wave of her hand, a porcelain bottle was thrown over. He Pingsheng caught the porcelain bottle and took a glance. Inside were 12 neatly arranged pills. Healing pill 2nd grade. However, the quality is only middle grade. Middle grade is already quite good. The value of 2nd grade pills is significant. One can imagine that this batch of 2nd grade pills must have cost a large amount of spirit stones. Thank you, master. Yuning continued, Shaoqing, your clothes. 2 sets of clothes made from Tiankin silk were handed to Tian Shaoqing. Then Yuning took out more than 10 sets of bedding and said, it's been so many years and I haven't bought you anything. Shaoqing said she wanted bedding made of Tiankin silk, so I'll buy them for you. Each person gets 2 sets. Come and collect them. Everyone stepped forward to collect, and each person received 2 sets of Tiankin bedding. He Pingsheng felt quite puzzled. Wait a minute. I was going to buy them myself. Why did master buy one for everyone? Master. Homu Xian couldn't help but stand up and ask Master Yuning. Disciple wishes to ask. What about the 2 water origin spirit apricots? He hesitated to finish his sentence. Yuning nodded and said, I have already asked your ancestor about it. He said that the water origin spirit apricots are to be returned to Yuning Palace. Now both are in my hands. But whether it's the palm or the back of the hand, it's all meat. I don't know who these 2 fruits would be suitable for. She had 9 disciples, 4 of whom already had apricots, so that was not a problem. But there were still 5 people without apricots. These 5 were all at the 11th and 12th levels of cultivation and were facing breakthroughs. Who should they go to? How about this? Yuning said, you 5 draw lots. Whoever gets them, it's all up to fate. Master, please don't. Homu Xian was almost in tears. Disciple thinks this method is inappropriate. Oh, Yuning asked, what's inappropriate? Homu Xian said, disciple is already at the 12th level, just a step away from breaking through to foundation establishment. Some junior brothers and sisters are only at the 11th level. Using this item would be a waste. Senior brother, your words are incorrect. The 2nd disciple, Xiao Shuejian, who is at the 11th level of Qi refining, stood up and said, you are at the 12th level of Qi refining and can use a foundation establishment pill to break through the bottleneck. We at the 11th level cannot use foundation establishment pills, so giving the water origin spirit apricot to the 11th level disciples is not a waste. This reasoning does make sense. All right. Yuning waved her hand and said, stop arguing, wait until tomorrow. I will give you a challenge and you 5 can rely on your own fate. There's no such thing as waste. You're all disciples of my palace, so naturally you will be treated equally. Everyone please step back. He Pingsheng, stay behind. Your ancestor is very satisfied with your performance in this secret realm, so there are additional rewards. Yes. He Pingsheng cupped his hands. The others all left in a flurry. In Yuning Palace, only He Pingsheng and Yuning remained. Yuning didn't present any rewards, but looked at He Pingsheng sternly and asked, Tian Shaoqing told me she wanted to buy 2 sets of bedding made of Tiankin silk. Was this your idea? He Pingsheng's head shrank, slightly unsure how to respond. Yuning glared at him and said, cleverness can be if you have something unspeakable to hide. Don't you know that it's like covering your ears while stealing a bell, wanting to hide something, but only making it more obvious. Is He Pingsheng the only clever person on the entire Xiaozhu Peak? Hearing Yuning's scolding, cold sweat streamed down He Pingsheng's back. Indeed. Damn it, I bought 2 sets of Tiankin silk bedding, and every day I'm messing around under the covers. Doesn't that clearly tell others I have something unspeakable? Hiss hiss hiss. So, Master bought 2 sets for each of our brothers. This. He Pingsheng felt a wave of emotion rise in his heart. Master bought 2 sets for everyone because of me. Disciple was wrong. He Pingsheng cupped his hands. It's good that you know you were wrong. Yuning said, in the future you must think carefully when doing things. The cultivation world is extremely dangerous. If there's any mistake, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Take this low-grade spirit weapon. After refining it, you can use it for self-defense. 2,200 spirit stones, of which 200 are yours. The remaining 2,000 spirit stones and this low-grade spirit weapon are rewards from Patriarch Chongyang for you. Take them. Yes, thank you, Master. He Pingsheng felt a mix of emotions as he took the items back to his small courtyard. Although he didn't know what the secret was, He Pingsheng could already confirm that Master Yuning knew he had a secret. What to do? For a brief moment, He Pingsheng was deeply moved. After all, his master was considering his well-being, and that thoughtfulness touched him greatly. However, after the moment of sentimentality, deep worries began to creep in. The most unpredictable thing in this world is the human heart. Although He Pingsheng was still young, just shy of 20, he had encountered enough treachery in human nature. To take an example, let's consider Luo Yu. Years ago, when Ling Long wanted to kill him, it was Luo Yu who intervened. In He Pingsheng's heart, Luo Yu was pure and unblemished. Even during their confrontation in the secret realm, when Luo Yu had not yet exerted his full strength, he had thought that Luo Yu was deliberately holding back. But why would he hold back? It was simply because senior sister Luo Yu was kind-hearted. She was a good person. Yet who could have imagined that such a seemingly perfect individual, in He Pingsheng's eyes, would ultimately launch a sneak attack on him, leaving his divine sense still unable to recover? Although Yuning was a blood relative of his master, how could he be sure that her heart was truly sincere and not feigned? If she were to discover that he possessed a treasure-holding pot, would she take action against him? It was indeed hard to say. Unable to see through the hearts of others, he could only focus on improving himself. He settled into a cross-legged position and activated the formation. After confirming everything was in order, He Pingsheng took out the porcelain bottle given by Yuning, casually pinched out a healing pill from within, and swallowed it whole. There was no strengthening involved. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not enhance himself at this moment. Safety must come first. When the opportunity arises in the future, he still wanted to go to Ma Tuo Mountain to purchase a second-grade fire talisman, which after enhancement should be able to deal with Foundation establishment practitioners. One must not harbor malicious intent. However, one must also be vigilant against others. He Pingsheng focused entirely on recovering his divine sense. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Before he knew it, 3 months had passed. In that time, his divine sense had only recovered halfway. There was no helping it. The recovery of divine sense was that slow. However, there was good news. After repeated reviews and investigations by the law enforcement hall, no evidence was found linking He Pingsheng to the murders of Ling Long and Yuda. Thus, all restrictions on He Pingsheng were lifted. He let out a sigh of relief. The knife hanging over his head had finally been removed. After 3 months of caution, He Pingsheng's courage had loosened a bit. On this day, he lay in bed and secretly took out the treasure-holding pot, placing a healing pill inside. After a night of enhancement, 1 healing pill turned into 2. Moreover, the quality had become exceptional. After swallowing this exceptional healing pill, He Pingsheng's divine sense rapidly healed. 3 days later, his divine sense had fully recovered. With the recovery of his divine sense, many things could be accomplished. He could continue practicing the unseen techniques like the true fire method, or he could train in the body refining technique of the 9 poisons alchemy. He could also refine his spirit. He Pingsheng found another opportunity, sneaking into his bed again to retrieve a new storage bag from his hidden storage. This storage bag belonged to Yuda. It had been in He Pingsheng's hands for a long time, yet he had never opened it. Due to the lack of recovery of his divine sense, many items, even if obtained, were useless and enhancements could not be refined. Now he could open it. With a gentle wipe, the remaining traces of Yuda's imprint were completely cleaned away. The items within the storage bag came into view. Firstly, the storage bag was not small. It was a superior-grade storage bag. The space within the superior-grade storage bag was about 1 yard in diameter. Thus, when He Pingsheng glanced inside, he noticed many spirit stones. A sweep of his divine sense gave him a rough estimate around 30,000. 30,000 spirit stones. For He Pingsheng, this was an astronomical figure. That old Yuda was indeed rolling in wealth. He collected them. These 30,000 spirit stones were placed into his hidden storage bag. Besides the spirit stones, there were also some techniques and spells. These were beneath He Pingsheng's notice, and there was no need for enhancement. However, a blue jade slip caught his attention. He Pingsheng took out the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead to take a look, It was a classic on formations. Its name was The Origins of the Solitary Array. This is good. Currently, He Pingsheng was utterly clueless about formations, completely relying on the manual for arranging first-grade formations. As for why it was arranged this way, he simply did not know. In cultivation, one cannot neglect formations. They are incredibly useful. This one can be kept. Then he continued to look. Pills, spiritual herbs, pill recipes, alchemy furnaces, and so on. Apart from these, there were also some talismans. He Pingsheng was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yude's storage bag contained second-grade talismans. In total, there were 3. 1 falling stone talisman, earth attribute. 2 fire talisman, fire attribute. All 3 talismans were of the offensive type. In addition to the talismans, there were several treasured artifacts. 1 blue mid-grade spirit artifact shield, which bore 6 layers of restrictions. He Pingsheng had seen this item before. It was used by Yude once when he summoned it to block He Pingsheng's myriad sword talisman. There was also a palm-sized black spear. This spear was also a mid-grade spirit artifact possessing 6 layers of restrictions. Hiss! He Pingsheng inhaled deeply, realizing how coincidental it was that he could slay Yude. It truly was a stroke of fortune. If Yude had acted first casually using any method, He Pingsheng would have been dead 10 times over. Whether it was talismans or magical treasures, if Yude had gone all out, no, even if he had reined in just 30% of his arrogance, He Pingsheng would never have had the chance to activate the Dao talisman. But Yude, due to his pride and overconfidence, failed to seize the opportunity and thus lost his life. He Pingsheng's heart raced as he silently reminded himself, one must never be careless. When hunting a lion, one must use all their strength, even when fighting a rabbit. If one is careless, death is not far off. His hand brushed over the small spear as his divine sense extended slightly. The information about the small spear presented itself in He Pingsheng's mind. Name: Black Wind Spear. Grade: mid-grade spirit artifact. It can be enhanced. Once enhanced, all aspects of his capabilities would increase significantly. However, He Pingsheng waved his hand and took out a small shield. This small shield was bestowed by the master Jinyang. This item cannot be enhanced. If it were to be enhanced, what would he say when his master asked him where the small shield had gone? How to explain? In the following time, He Pingsheng practiced diligently while secretly enhancing items. Of course, it wasn't every day that he enhanced. He would only take out an item to enhance every few days. After 2 more years, when He Pingsheng's cultivation reached the 8th level of Qi refining, all these items had been enhanced. The fire talisman was enhanced to become the heavenly fire talisman. The falling stone talisman was enhanced to become the mountain moving talisman. The shield was enhanced to superior grade spirit artifacts, one becoming the sacred wood shield and the other the ironwood shield. The small spear became a superior grade spirit artifact, one becoming the 9 radiance dragon slaying banner and the other the thunderlight spear. The solitary array origins was also enhanced, with part becoming a 3rd grade formation and part becoming the myriad array collection. He Pingsheng's enhancements were not limited to these items. Besides the things obtained from Yude, he also enhanced a single Zhu Yu Gua, which transformed into 2 superior Zhu Yu Gua after enhancement. In fact, the enhancement of Zhu Yu Gua does not yield significant benefits. The advantage lies in turning 1 into 2. The leaves of Wu Dao Tea numbered 13, and after enhancement, they became 26 superior leaves. Wu Dao Tea is typically not used under ordinary circumstances. Its main purpose is to aid cultivators in comprehending the Dao. However, for He Pingsheng, comprehending the Dao was still a distant prospect. As a mere disciple in the Qi refinement stage, what Dao could he possibly comprehend? Comprehending the Dao is something to consider only after reaching the late stages of Golden Core, when one approaches the nascent soul. Therefore, these leaves would not be of use for the time being. He decided to keep them for future use after reaching the Golden Core stage. The other items like poison, pill poison, sac poison, paste were also enhanced one by one. There was also a rather special item, a snow pung egg. After he placed it into the treasure basin for enhancement, it transformed from 1 into 2, and the original grayish-white eggshell gained some golden runes. Although the runes were faint and the gold not heavy, they were indeed present. This indicated that both the eggshell and the life within had been enhanced by He Pingsheng. However, it was uncertain what these 2 little beings would become once they hatched. Would they still be the original snow pung? Perhaps, but even so their bloodline would undoubtedly be enhanced. He Pingsheng's life was extremely simple. His daily tasks consisted of meditation, cultivation, and upon reaching the 8th layer of the fire attribute Dantian, he did not continue to enhance his cultivation, but instead turned to train the other 4 Dantians: metal, wood, water, and earth. Once any one of these Dantians breaks through, the others will not face any bottlenecks during their breakthrough, allowing for rapid cultivation. As long as he continued to gather energy, he would be fine. Each Dantian could be filled in about 3 months. After a year or 2, all 5 of He Pingsheng's Dantians reached the 8th layer. However, this pace of cultivation was still relatively fast compared to his innate talent and spiritual roots. To keep a low profile, He Pingsheng then turned to practice 9 poisons, refining body and Shuamen, tranquil mind true method. While refining his body, he also refined his spirit. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. It had been 3 full years since the secret realm closed. In truth, there is no fixed pace in cultivation. Slower can also be good. On a summer day under an old pine tree on a peak of Shizhu Peak, Master Uncle Yu Xian was cheerfully sharing his experiences with the juniors. Take He Pingsheng as an example. This kid is only 22 this year and has already reached the 8th layer. Would you say that is fast or slow? Everyone burst into laughter. Third senior sister Chung Siyu said, "It's a bit slow. I reached the 8th layer at 16. I was at the 8th layer at 14. I'm a bit slow. I only reached it at 21. The crowd chimed in with their comments. However, Yu Xian shook his head and said, "Not so, not so. Although he is only at the 8th layer of Qi refinement now, if he breaks through the bottleneck in the future, he might establish his foundation before turning 30. How many people in this world can establish their foundation before 30? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Over the years, only one person on Shizhu Peak had established their foundation. That was senior brother Ho Mu Xian. Ho Mu Xian had benefited from the water origin spiritual apricot that He Pingsheng brought back, which allowed him to step into the foundation establishment realm. The key point is that Ho Mu Xian was already over 40. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just as they were talking, suddenly 2 beams of white light burst forth from the sea of clouds in the distance. Within less than 3 breaths, 2 enormous white birds landed beside He Pingsheng. The 2 large birds affectionately circled around him, causing the nearby juniors to drool with envy. These were 2 snow pongs hatched from the snow pong eggs that He Pingsheng enhanced. Unlike ordinary snow pongs, both of these had golden crowns atop their heads. Others believed that these snow pongs had mutated, but only He Pingsheng knew that this was the merit of the Treasure Basin. Old Nine has it easy when going out. Third senior sister Chung Siyu said, "You can just sit on the snow pong to go out, no need to use paper cranes anymore, right? Old Nine, can these get to Matu Mountain?" Chung Siyu looked at He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng shook his head and said, "I don't know, master does not allow me to leave Shizhu Peak. In a couple of years when they grow a bit more, flying to Matu Mountain should not be a problem. After all, snow pongs are excellent at heavy-duty flight, especially these enhanced species. Ordinary snow pongs do not usually cultivate. They simply consume various spiritual insects from the world to enhance their cultivation, thus their growth is limited. Most snow pongs can only reach the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refinement, which is their limit. However, He Pingsheng discovered that his 2 snow pongs were somewhat different. They actually understood how to absorb the immortal spiritual energy from the world. Starting this year, He Pingsheng gradually began to feed the snow pongs superior qi, gathering pills, breaking the pills into small pieces, and offering them to the birds, which surprisingly could digest them. Now both of them had reached the 2nd layer of qi refinement. With gradual training, they held great potential. Sister Chung should be close to establishing her foundation, right? With this comment, He Pingsheng shifted the focus back to Chung Siyu. The previous 2 water origin spiritual apricots, aside from one taken by Ho Mu Xian, had fallen into Chung Siyu's hands. Chung Siyu had encountered a bottleneck at the 11th layer, unable to break through to the 12th layer. After taking that water origin spiritual apricot, she quickly reached the 12th layer. Calculating the days, it seemed she was ready to establish her foundation during this period. Chung Siyu nodded boldly and said, "Soon. I will try it after a while. The foundation establishment pill is ready, although it is of low quality. Just don't know if I can cross over." Disciples at the 12th layer of Qi refinement do not necessarily need the foundation establishment pill to break through. The foundation establishment pill is merely an external aid. Some exceptionally gifted disciples can establish their foundation solely by breathing and absorbing the spiritual energy from the world. However, for 99% of cultivators, establishing the foundation is a hurdle, a bottleneck. The foundation establishment pill can solve bottleneck problems, but it is somewhat special. It does not guarantee a layer up like the water origin spiritual apricot, but rather has a certain probability of success. Based on statistics from the world of cultivation over the years, the records state that low-quality foundation establishment pills have only a 30% success rate. Medium quality 50%, high quality 80%. If it is of superior quality, it is practically guaranteed. He senior brother, are you there? A male cultivator dressed in outer sect disciple clothing rushed over, looking somewhat anxious. "Everyone, I am He Pingsheng, are you looking for me?" Yes. The outer sect disciple looked at He Pingsheng in awe and said, "Master Yu Ning asked you to hurry over. A senior from Tianfu Mountain has arrived and specifically requested to meet you." "Where? Tianfu Mountain?" Grandmaster Yuxuan's jaw dropped in shock. No, our Taishu sect has never had close ties with Tianfu Mountain. Why would anyone come to pay a visit? And they've come all the way to our Shizhu Peak. Come, let's all go see. Yuxuan's expression grew exceedingly grave. It might be a challenge. With a collective rustle, the crowd followed Grand Master Yuxuan as he flew down from the peak, heading toward the main hall of Shizhu Peak. Within a few breaths, they landed at the entrance of Yuning Palace. When they entered Yuning Palace together, they saw that besides Yuning, there were only 3 people in the vast hall. A Taoist nun of similar age to Yuning, but whose cultivation and aura were immeasurably deeper. By her side stood 2 disciples, one male and one female. The man was handsome and elegant, the woman breathtakingly beautiful, a sight none could easily forget. So exquisite. Everyone was astonished except for He Pingsheng, whose eyes lit up. Wasn't this Senior Sister Qiao? The elderly Taoist nun was Senior Sister Qiao's Aunt Senior Qiao. What's going on? Yuning looked at the throng at the entrance. Didn't I say only 9th disciple should come? Yuxuan's face flushed. Junior sister, we too wish to pay our respects to the venerable from Tianfu Mountain. Senior Qiao chuckled lightly. I dare not accept such honor. Yuning quickly said, Senior brother, this is Senior Qiao from Tianfu Mountain. She then glanced at the disciples. All of you come forward and pay your respects to Senior Qiao. The crowd was startled again. Senior. Both Master and Grand Master had to address her as Senior. Could her cultivation have reached the golden core stage? Greetings, Senior. They bowed in turn. Taoist Qiao waved a hand. No need for such formalities. After they stood, Xiao Huizhu walked up to He Pingsheng, extended her delicate white hand to measure above his head, and exclaimed in astonishment, He Pingsheng, you. In just 3 years you've grown taller. He Pingsheng replied, is there something wrong with that? Compared to 3 years ago, he had indeed grown. Back then Xiao Huizhu was about his height. Now he stood half a head taller. You? How old are you? After asking, Xiao Huizhu's face flushed crimson. The question felt somewhat off. He Pingsheng, oblivious, answered, I'm just over 22, not yet 23. So young. Xiao Huizhu pouted. I'm much older. I'm 29. As she spoke, her eyes were fixed entirely on He Pingsheng. From afar, Taoist Qiao shook her head gently with a soft sigh. Enough, she said. They'll wait here for fellow cultivator Chongyang. You young ones go and enjoy yourselves. The crowd was even more startled. Fellow cultivator Chongyang. Addressing their Grand Master as a fellow cultivator. She truly was at the golden core stage. Go on. Yuning waved her hand, signaling the disciples to leave. One by one, they filed out of Yuning Palace. Walking along the courtyard where Shizhu Peak's disciples resided, they came to a thick cypress tree near the cliff's edge. Beneath the cypress sat a stone table and several stone stools. He Pingsheng and Xiao Huizhu sat facing each other on the stools. Not far below their feet, a sea of clouds stretched endlessly, pure and white. With soft chirps, 2 snow-white snow penguins circled around them, swooping to and fro. The other disciples of Shizhu Peak watched from a distance, tactfully keeping away. Tian Shaoqing remarked, that woman is stunning. How does she know Junior brother? No idea, Su Kunlun. Zhao Linger said, remember, Junior brother once said that after he emerged from the secret realm, it was this woman who helped him evade Grand Master Yude's watchful eye. They must have met in the secret realm. Exactly. Tian Shaoqing added. Look at how she gazes at Junior brother. I think she has feelings for him. Obviously. Zhao Linger pouted. Who can't see that? Beneath the cypress tree, He Pingsheng was somewhat surprised. You've reached the foundation establishment stage? Xiao Huizhu lifted her lovely face, gently brushed aside a stray strand of hair from her forehead, and smiled warmly. I was lucky. I planned to break through with the water element spirit apricot, but I didn't get it in the secret realm. Instead, I took a foundation establishment pill back home and broke through. You're not bad either. You've advanced a level. He Pingsheng, as if unwilling to be underestimated, quickly said, not just one level. In a while I can break through to the 9th layer. Is that so? Xiao Huizhu's eyes locked onto him, her breathtakingly beautiful large eyes like 2 black gems radiating a strange, enchanting light. He Pingsheng, do you like me? Xiao Huizhu leaned on the stone table, her right cheek resting on her hand, her big eyes fixed on He Pingsheng. The beauty was so close, her faint fragrance within reach. The question came abruptly. He Pingsheng, flustered, was at a loss for an answer, his face turning as red as pig's blood. Giggle. Xiao Huizhu covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Junior brother, you're blushing. A rosy hue also spread across her cheeks. He Pingsheng gazed at the white clouds before him, took a deep breath, turned to Xiao Huizhu, and said, I like you. I like you too. Xiao Huizhu stared into He Pingsheng's eyes and spoke slowly. My family and the Xiao family of the Ice Extreme sect have been close for generations. Since childhood, I've been betrothed to Xiao Bufan of the Xiao family. In the secret realm, he drugged me, trying to take my virtue by force. I'd rather die than submit, and fled. Luckily I met you. You saved me. I never had the chance to thank you properly. He Pingsheng touched his face and looked at Xiao Huizhu with some confusion. Xiao Huizhu asked, what's wrong, Junior brother? Something puzzling you? He Pingsheng frowned. You just said Xiao Bufan tried to take your virtue by force. Xiao Huizhu suddenly grew anxious. It's not what you think. I mean, he tried to, but he didn't succeed. Didn't you save me? He Pingsheng posed a soul-searching question. How does one take another's virtue? Xiao Huizhu was left utterly bewildered. In truth, it wasn't his fault. He truly didn't understand. Orphaned since childhood, he rarely interacted with others, living only in his own world. He started as a menial laborer at 14, then devoted himself to cultivation. Right up to the present, no one had ever spoken to him about matters between men and women. Besides, such things weren't recorded in the miscellaneous records of cultivation. How was I supposed to know? Xiao Huizhu's mouth hung open as she stared at He Pingsheng for a full dozen breaths before taking a deep breath. Junior brother, your question leaves me at a loss for an answer. Can we not talk about it for now? He Pingsheng said, all right. Later I'll consult master. With her vast experience, she can surely enlighten me. Don't you dare. Xiao Huizhu was frantic. He Pingsheng did not understand why Xiao Huizhu had such an expression and could only nod, saying, then I want to ask. Such matters are of no benefit to cultivation, so it's better not to inquire. Now the question arises. Xiao Huizhu leaned forward while sitting on the stone bench, bringing her face closer to He Pingsheng. Then she whispered, you killed my Dao partner, and now I can't get married. You owe me one, right? He Pingsheng instantly jumped up as if something had bitten his tail, saying, how can I compensate for this? He is dead, how can I compensate you? Xiao Huizhu's face turned dark again. She stared at He Pingsheng in silence for a good few breaths before saying, He sure you don't seem that foolish either. Can't you understand what I mean? At this moment, He Pingsheng calmed down, looking at Xiao Huizhu and tentatively asking, do you mean to compensate you with myself? Huh? Xiao Huizhu laughed heartily, saying, finally understood. He Pingsheng's face turned red as he stammered, this, wouldn't it be too much of a burden on senior sister? Don't say that. Xiao Huizhu said, however, it won't be so smooth for the two of us to become Dao partners. Our ancestor from Tianfu Mountain said he respects my choice. But if you want to become my Dao partner, he has a condition. He Pingsheng asked, what condition? Xiao Huizhu replied, the ancestor said you must reach the golden core stage before we can officially become Dao partners. Oh. He Pingsheng's mouth dropped open. Golden core stage. Although he possessed the miraculous treasure of a treasure-gathering pot, the golden core stage still seemed far off to him. According to Master Yuxian's theory, anyone who can establish their foundation by 30 and enter the golden core stage by 100 is a genius. So if I want to reach golden core, I need at least 80 more years. If you are also interested in me. Xiao Huizhu said, then just agree for now, and we can discuss the future later. He Pingsheng's appearance was ordinary and his cultivation average. His family background was not impressive at all. Previously, Xiao Huizhu had seen him 3 times, but she never regarded him highly. However, due to a twist of fate in that cave of the secret realm under the influence of the medicinal power, she had a brief encounter with the fainted He Pingsheng due to his exhausted divine sense. Things changed a bit. Initially, Xiao Huizhu thought to just let it go. After all, He Pingsheng himself was unaware of this matter. However, as time passed, this plain-looking average cultivator fellow began to weigh more heavily in her heart. When she broke through from the 12th layer of qi refining to foundation establishment, He Pingsheng had once become her inner demon. So 3 years later, after much consideration, Xiao Huizhu finally decided to confide in her aunt and brought her along to Taisu's sect. Otherwise, she truly intended never to see He Pingsheng again in this lifetime. Of course, don't answer me just yet. Xiao Huizhu said, I still need to explain the risks involved. Aside from our ancestors' condition, there's one more thing. It's the Xiao family. The Xiao family will, He Pingsheng said, Xiaobu Fan is dead. What significance does their obstruction have? Xiao Huizhu shook her head, saying, it's not that simple. The Xiao family's intention is to have me remarry one of their disciples. The engagement is with someone named Xiao Xian. I don't know much about Xiao Xian, but if I refuse to set the engagement with him, I'm worried he will come to trouble you. He currently has low cultivation only at the 10th layer of qi refining, but I heard he is the top genius of the Xiao family. For certain reasons, he only started his cultivation at 20. In just 3 years, he has risen from an ordinary mortal to the 10th layer of qi refining. He is the same age as you, 23 this year. He Pingsheng felt a pang in his heart. 3 years, 10th layer of qi refining. What a freak. Then, why didn't he cultivate for the first 20 years? He Pingsheng asked again. Xiao Huizhu said, I heard that before everyone thought he was a mortal without spiritual roots, only to find out later he has a rare empty spiritual root. Empty spiritual root? He Pingsheng asked, what kind of spiritual root is that? Xiao Huizhu replied, I don't know, but that's not the main point. The main point is, are you scared? If you're scared, just pretend I didn't say anything. If you're not scared, we will establish a marriage contract. Xiao Huizhu didn't necessarily come over to establish a marriage contract with He Pingsheng today. She had 2 purposes. The first was to establish a marriage contract with He Pingsheng so that they could become Dao partners, thus eliminating her inner demon. The second was for He Pingsheng to personally reject her, which would also sever her inner demon. Either outcome was acceptable, although she would feel sad and find it hard to accept the second outcome. He sure do you. Agree. Xiao Huizhu looked at him seriously, her big eyes filled with anticipation. He Pingsheng nodded, saying, when I first saw senior sister, I was amazed and I thought you had used a disguised talisman to become so beautiful. When I saw senior sister for the second time, I thought to myself, if I could become Dao partners with a woman like you in this lifetime, it would truly be a fortune beyond measure. I lost my parents when I was in my teens and became an orphan. Senior sister Qiao doesn't mind my humble origins, my plain looks, or my mediocre cultivation. So how can I refuse senior sister? Thus, becoming Dao partners with senior sister is something I long for. In that moment, He Pingsheng thought of many things. He also considered whether the other party was scheming against him. It must be said that there was this possibility. But so what if there is a possibility? If it is truly a scheme, would rejecting it prevent others from scheming? If not through marriage, there are still other ways to scheme. So when considering the marriage, one can directly ignore the possibility of being schemed against. Just be more cautious in the future. Moreover, the Dao partner who comes knocking is precisely the person he admires. If he were to refuse, wouldn't that be opposing the will of the heavens? Wouldn't that be opposing his own Dao heart? As for the Xiao family and Xiao Xian, there's no need to consider that. Just ignore it. Hearing He Pingsheng's words, Xiao Huizhu smiled. For her, this was the most ideal outcome. He Pingsheng agreed, so the next steps would be simple. Yuning had no reason to oppose. Moreover, because of the matter concerning He Pingsheng, the reclusive Chanyang ancestor also emerged from his retreat to personally preside over the marriage contract ceremony for He Pingsheng. Farewell, senior. At the edge of the cloud sea, He Pingsheng respectfully bowed to the flying boat that had already set off. On the flying boat sat 3 people: Xiao Huizhu, Xiao Daogu, and another male disciple. Xiao Daogu smiled at He Pingsheng and said, "You are already engaged, why still call me senior?" Yuning pinched He Pingsheng hard on the arm. He Pingsheng quickly changed his words, saying, "Aunt, take care." Good. Xiao Daogu nodded with a smile. Young man, work hard in your cultivation. Although you are engaged to Huizhu, if you cannot break through to the golden core stage in this lifetime, that engagement will ultimately be merely a fleeting dream. Remember, I'm off. The old woman waved her hand, and the flying boat beneath her automatically ascended, slowly heading towards the cloud sea. Xiao Daogu opposed the marriage between her niece, Xiao Huizhu, and He Pingsheng. Not only did Xiao Daogu oppose it, but the upper echelons of the Tianfu Mountain also disapproved. Why should it be so? Our family has such an outstanding disciple, a prodigy of Tianfu Mountain, renowned as the most beautiful person in the Daoxian alliance. Why should she marry an inconspicuous, ordinary cultivator? The key is that this guy is just average in appearance and talent. But there was no other choice. Who made his niece encounter her inner demon during her foundation establishment breakthrough? Although He Pingsheng was indifferent, his niece's inner demon was a major issue. The upper echelons of Tianfu Mountain had once considered eliminating He Pingsheng to eradicate the inner demon. But they were also fearful. First, although He Pingsheng seemed unimportant, he was still a disciple of the Taishu sect. Offending a major sect easily would yield no benefits. Second, what if killing He Pingsheng only worsened his niece's inner demon? Who could guarantee that killing him would eliminate the inner demon? They weren't willing to take that gamble. Thus, after several discussions among the upper echelons of Tianfu Mountain, they decided on the current approach. First, an engagement, but with a condition that you will never meet. Golden core stage. Hee. On the flying boat, a cold smile crept onto Xiao Daogu's lips. For someone who took 3 years to break through from the 7th to the 8th layer of Qi refining, establishing a foundation would be a struggle for a lifetime. And to think of breaking through to the golden core stage. Forget it. He will naturally perish when his lifespan is exhausted, and his niece's emotional tribulation will also pass. It doesn't matter. It's just a mere engagement. After returning, can you focus on cultivation? Xiao Daogu looked at Xiao Huizhu. Xiao Huizhu nodded. Xiuzhu peak. Yuning's eager expression instantly turned cold. Humph. She coldly snorted. Beside her, He Pingsheng asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Yuning said, "Old Jiao. Do you think they are genuinely here for the engagement?" He Pingsheng looked confused. "Why? Aren't they sincere? You clueless fool." Yuning poked He Pingsheng's forehead hard and said, "If it were a true engagement, why would they say you must reach the golden core before the marriage? What's the meaning of that? Isn't this just playing with you? Do you think you will ever have the chance to reach the golden core in your lifetime?" The golden core. It is a dream unattainable for countless cultivators. Most of the prodigies within the sects cannot even enter the foundation establishment stage. Some who are lucky enough to step into the foundation establishment stage often fade into obscurity, unable to break through for decades. To put it simply, entering the foundation is based on talent. But to reach the golden core, one must not only have talent, but also willpower, luck, and opportunity. All are indispensable. Otherwise, in such a large Taishu sect with thousands of inner disciples and tens of thousands of outer disciples, why are there only a few golden core cultivators? One can imagine the difficulty of this. I think. He Pingsheng scratched his head and said, I should be able to do it. Oh. Yuning laughed at He Pingsheng, saying, You little brat are quite confident. Oh, well, you are still young and don't know how hard cultivation is. When you reach the foundation. At this point, Yuning felt it was not good as a master to impart such thoughts to her disciple, so she changed her words. I hope you can do it, and that you will ultimately win the heart of your beloved. Thank you, master. He Pingsheng smiled brightly, but suddenly he turned serious and asked, Disciple has a question and wants to seek your guidance. Yuning said, Speak up. He Pingsheng asked, Master, do you know what an empty spirit root is? Xiao Huizhu mentioned that the disciple Xiao Xian from the Ice Extreme sect has an empty spirit root. So He Pingsheng immediately went to search for it in the miscellaneous records of cultivation. Indeed, he found information about the empty spirit root, but the description was too brief, only stating that the empty spirit root is extremely rare and highly malleable, a type of spirit root that appears once in a millennium. There was no further description. After reading this introduction, He Pingsheng was still confused and lacked a clear concept, which is why he asked Yuning. Yuning looked up and said, Empty spirit root, why are you suddenly asking about this? He Pingsheng said, Disciple heard that the Ice Extreme sect has produced a disciple with an empty spirit root. Yes. Yuning nodded. Not long ago I also heard that he took only 3 years to go from nothing to the 10th layer of qi refining. As for what an empty spirit root is, let me put it this way. Yuning organized her thoughts slightly and said, Empty means void. Under normal circumstances, when using common means to test a cultivator with an empty spirit root will be detected as an ordinary person with no spirit root. But they don't lack a spirit root, it's just that this type of root cannot be detected. So, this disciple of the Ice Extreme sect, at first everyone thought he had no spirit root. Until he was 20 years old, he was just an ordinary person. Even he himself didn't know he had a spirit root. Later, when he was 20, he accidentally came across a cultivation technique and discovered that he could cultivate. In half an hour, he broke through to the first layer of qi refining, and only then did the Ice Extreme sect realize it. He Pingsheng nodded. The so-called first layer of qi refining is merely the introduction of qi into the body. For a genius, this is quite easy. However, half an hour is a bit too easy. I spent many days just searching for the sensation of qi. Empty does not mean truly absent. Yuning continued. Rather, it is formless and intangible. All formless and intangible things share a characteristic, which is that they can take on countless forms. Take this empty spirit root, for example. When he cultivates a fire attribute technique, this spirit root manifests as a single fire spirit root. When he cultivates a wood attribute technique, it becomes a single wood spirit root, and so on. He can simulate any kind of spirit root in this cultivation world. Moreover, it is not limited to the 5 elements. Any spirit root can be simulated. And when simulating other attribute spirit roots, the efficiency is not inferior to those of single fire or single wood spirit roots, and may even be higher. Hiss. Hearing Yuning's introduction, He Pingsheng couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This is simply too— You brat, why are you suddenly interested in this ethereal root? Yuning looked at He Pingsheng with confusion. He Pingsheng quickly ran away, saying, Master, I need to hurry and cultivate. I feel my time is very pressing. No kidding. If others are so powerful and I still dawdle, I would really be close to death. No way. Cultivation it is. Hastily cultivating. After returning to his small courtyard, He Pingsheng hung up a sign that read in closed door meditation. Zhao Lingertian, Xiaoqing, and Su Kunlun all wanted to gossip about the matter between him and Xiao Huizhu, but they were all met with closed doors. He Pingsheng refused to see anyone. At this moment, He Pingsheng sat cross-legged in his dojo, beginning his cultivation. Currently, all of his danshins were at the 8th layer. Moreover, the spirit refining and body refining techniques had also been cultivated to the 8th layer. According to He Pingsheng's original plan, during this time, he would not cultivate, but study array techniques, gradually learning the way of formation, and slowly improve his cultivation to avoid making his glaring 5-element spiritual roots progress too conspicuous. But now he couldn't afford to wait. He had to quickly improve. A top-grade gathering qi pill was swallowed, and He Pingsheng crazily operated the Li Huazhen Fa to begin his cultivation. After several days, He Pingsheng consumed a top-grade pill. Junior brother, hurry and open the door, it's bad. Open the door, junior brother. Old Jiao. Days later, anxious voices from Zhao Linger, Su Kunlun, and others echoed outside. He Pingsheng was unaware of what had happened, but he sensed it was definitely not simple, otherwise his senior sister wouldn't be so anxious. Thus he opened the door and stepped out of the courtyard. It's bad. Upon seeing He Pingsheng, Zhao Linger grabbed his Dao robe, saying, Someone has come to challenge you. Challenge. He Pingsheng's heart sank as he asked, Is it someone from the Ice Extreme immortal sect? How did you know? Yes, it's someone from the Ice Extreme Immortal sect, named Xiao Xian, a 10th layer of Qi refinement. He's currently in the Master's Palace. When did you offend him? He Pingsheng's face turned bitter. I have never even met him. Come on, let's go see. Accompanied by Zhao Linger and Su Kunlun, He Pingsheng arrived at Yuning Palace. Just in time. Yuning said, Old Jiu, you come over too. He Pingsheng entered the palace. His gaze swept across, and he saw one was a frail old man shriveled like an ancient corpse. Although he appeared to be on the verge of collapse, the terrifying aura he inadvertently exuded proved that this old man was far from simple. Beside the old man stood a tall and handsome male cultivator. When He Pingsheng looked at him, he also glanced over, sizing up He Pingsheng. Then the man smiled and said, This is He Pingsheng. Yes. He Pingsheng nodded. The man continued, I am Xiao Xian. He Pingsheng was not surprised. Xiao Xian continued, I've heard that He Pingsheng has mediocre cultivation and appearance, and seeing you today, I realize the rumors are true. Xiao senior sister, oh Xiao senior sister, how could such a prodigy fall for you? Xiao Xian began to belittle He Pingsheng based on his cultivation and looks. He Pingsheng, however, smiled lightly unaffected and replied, This is a matter between my wife and me, so there's no need for you to worry yourself. You? Hearing this, Xiao Xian's defenses crumbled, and his face turned pale, darkening ominously. Yuning, sitting in the main seat, breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention anything else, just from this temperament my disciple is already superior. I do not rely on verbal prowess. Xiao Xian said, He Pingsheng, I represent the Ice Extreme Immortal sect to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? Xiao Xian. You step back. The withered old man beside Xiao Xian finally spoke. Let me speak. Yes. Xiao Xian took a deep breath, shot a fierce glance at He Pingsheng, and stepped back. The withered old man did not look at He Pingsheng, but turned to Yuning, saying, Yuning, the girl from the Qiao family, was originally betrothed to my Xiao family, and is my Xiao family's bride. Now she suddenly enters into a union with your Tai Su sect. It's only natural for the children to be unhappy. My meaning is, in our cultivation world, the strong are respected. Let the two children fight. Whoever wins will marry the girl from the Qiao family. What do you think? Yuning smiled coldly, saying, Friend Qi Bing, your words are not correct. My Tai Su sect's disciple has already betrothed to the Qiao family. Can it be annulled? If we accepted such a challenge, wouldn't our Tai Su sect become the laughingstock of the world? Furthermore, my disciple is only at the 8th layer of Qi refining, and this Xiao Xian is already at the 10th layer. To match a 10th layer against an 8th layer, isn't that a bit unfair? Although Yuning's voice was not loud, her attitude was very firm. Qi Bing Dao Rin chuckled coldly a few times, saying, As cultivators, we value reputation the most. If you are afraid to accept a challenge and become a turtle hiding its head such a son-in-law, I fear the Qiao family wouldn't even look at. How about this? Qi Bing pondered and said, Our Xiao Xian can wait for you for 3 years at the 10th layer of Qi refining. Surely in 3 years you should be able to break through to the 10th layer, right? At that time the two of you can have a fair competition. How about it? Yuning's face turned dark. 3 years. Should I agree? If my disciple, after turning back, still can't reach the 10th layer, wouldn't he be beaten? If I refuse, they might ridicule your talent as rubbish, unable to break through 2 layers in 3 years. This was indeed a difficult choice. Old Jiu. Yuning looked at He Pingsheng. What do you think? He Pingsheng smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I fear I cannot fulfill your wishes. In 3 years I won't be able to reach the 10th layer of Qi refining. As soon as he said this, Xiao Xian and the old man immediately laughed. Xiao Xian said, He Pingsheng, is your talent that rubbish that you can't reach the 10th layer, even in 3 years? To tell you the truth, I started cultivating at 20 years old, and it took me only 2 years and 9 months to go from the 1st layer to the 10th layer. Compared to me, you're really too rubbish. He initially thought to use his impressive cultivation speed to slap He Pingsheng in the face. However, He Pingsheng remained unperturbed, saying, No. Senior brother Xiao, you might have misunderstood. I'm not like you who only cultivates every day. He Pingsheng said, I have other matters to attend to. Xiao Xian asked, What matters? Dating. I have to go to Tianfu Mountain to meet my Qiao senior sister every 10 days or so to talk and have heart-to-heart conversations. How can I focus on cultivation? How about this? He Pingsheng said, Taoist Xiao Xian, since you can wait for me for 3 years, you can certainly wait for me for 30. Just wait a few more years. When I break through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, then we can talk about the competition. He Pingsheng was not one to argue with others, but that did not mean he was incapable of it. As his divine sense grew stronger, his mind gradually awakened and his thoughts and reactions naturally surpassed those of his peers. Xiao Xian across from him was so enraged he could spit blood. Humph. The withered old man angrily flicked his sleeves and stood up, saying, Are all the disciples of the Tai Su sect cowardly turtles and glib-tongued fellows like you? If that is truly the case, then the Tai Su sect is not far from annihilation. Let's go. The old man furiously pulled his disciple away. Clapping and cheering, Zhao Linger, Su Kunlun, and Tian Shaoqing rejoiced. Junior brother, you're amazing. That's the way to deal with people like them. Challenging you at the 8th layer when he's at the 10th. Isn't that blatant bullying? The senior sister and brother spoke up for He Pingsheng. But Yu Ning across the way furrowed her brow deeply, saying, it's not that simple. Master Qi Bing and Xiao Xian won't let this go easily since their goal wasn't achieved. He Pingsheng, you must hold steady. Remember your master's words, no matter how they provoke you in the future, you must not accept their challenge. Do you understand? Finally, she added, can you hold steady? Rest assured, master. He Pingsheng smiled, saying, if you told me to fight him, I'd surely lose. But if you tell me to hold steady and not take the bait, I can do that 100%. Your disciple will definitely hold steady. Good. Yu Ning said, go now. Pay them no heed. He Pingsheng bid farewell to his master and returned to his residence to continue his cultivation. Though he resolved to hold steady, this incident made He Pingsheng feel a sense of crisis. Cultivation. Elevating his cultivation was the foundation. Although Xiao Xian was nothing special, one thing he said was true: in the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Only by increasing one's power could one earn respect. At the very least, he couldn't let his Dao partner look down on him, could he? He Pingsheng opened his mouth and swallowed another top-grade pill. The true method of Li fire within him churned wildly. Cultivating at this leisurely pace, a month or so passed before he knew it. One day a knock came again at the door of his small courtyard. Opening the door, He Pingsheng was shocked to see his master Yu Ning standing outside. Master, why have you come? Yu Ning asked. Can I not come? Her expression was somewhat grim. He Pingsheng said, of course you can come, but if you needed to summon your disciple, you only need to send word, and I would come to the Yu Ning palace to pay my respects. There's no need for you to come all this way in person. Alas. Yu Ning said, stop your flattery. I have something to tell you. He Pingsheng said, master, please. Yu Ning said, 9th disciple. Forgive me. I couldn't hold steady. Off. He Pingsheng's mouth fell open. You couldn't hold steady. What do you mean? Yu Ning said, regarding the challenge from the Ice Extreme sect, I told you to hold steady last time, but now we can't hold steady anymore. He Pingsheng's heart sank. Master, what exactly happened? Yu Ning said, after Xiao Xian and Qi Bing returned from here last time, they were resentful and set up an arena in the Dao Xian alliance, saying they would wait for you for 3 years to advance to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Once you reach the 10th layer, you can compete with him. The arena is already set. I thought we could just ignore, but this matter has spread like wildfire throughout the Dao Xian alliance. Tens of sects and hundreds of families within the entire alliance all know of it. If you don't go, it might not look good. Hearing this, He Pingsheng's face darkened. These people are forcing my hand. And there's more. Yu Ning said, our Tai Su sect's founding patriarch, the master of ancestor Chong Yang, the nascent soul great power, the Tai Su ancestor himself, has personally spoken. He said you must go. The Tai Su ancestor. A look of reverence appeared on He Pingsheng's face. Legend had it that within the Tai Su sect there was an ancestor who had reached the nascent soul stage, but He Pingsheng had never seen him. In his memory, the ancestor was always in seclusion, never concerning himself with sect affairs. But the Tai Su ancestor was, after all, the supreme elder of the entire Tai Su sect. Once he spoke, who in the sect dared to disobey? Yes. Yu Ning said, the Tai Su ancestor's exact words were, one can die, but face cannot be lost. That is his command. Your master can still speak a word on Xiuzhu Peak, but looking at the entire Tai Su sect, where can I have a say? The Tai Su ancestor doesn't even know who I am. So, 9th disciple. It seems we have no choice but to accept this challenge. And one more thing. Yu Ning continued, the Qiao family of Heaven Talisman Mountain seems to have agreed to this as well. He Pingsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The Ice Extreme Immortal sect had set up the arena, the Tai Su ancestor had accepted, and the Qiao family had also agreed. Then he had to go whether he wanted to or not. He would have to steel himself. All right. He Pingsheng nodded. Your disciple accepts. Master, do you know what terms they have set? Is it a contest of victory or a fight to the death? Yu Ning said, of course it's a contest of victory. Perhaps fearing you would refuse, they stipulated that during the match both sides may only use bare-handed martial arts and spells without any treasures, talismans, pills, or any other auxiliary items. It will be a duel of spells and fists alone. He Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. If it was only a duel of spells and fists, he still had hope. After all, he was a man who had cultivated 5 dantians. So if you lose, at worst you lose face or break off the engagement with the Qiao family. Anyway, I don't think the Qiao family has good intentions. Yu Ning spoke while trying to comfort He Pingsheng. But, Yu Ning added, the current problem isn't how to compete, but whether you can reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement within 3 years. If you can, it's fine. If you can't, it will be even more troublesome. He Pingsheng nodded. They had set up the arena and given him 3 years. If he couldn't even match their cultivation level in that time, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? Master, rest assured. In 3 years your disciple will surely reach the 10th layer. Good. Yuning said, the Tai Su ancestor has decreed that for these 3 years every hall in the Tai Su sect is open to you, and you may cultivate any suitable techniques and spells in the sect. If you need anything, take this token and go directly to any hall to request it, whether it's herbs or technique. Oh, and for these 3 years you don't have to refine pills for the sect. Prepare well. The ancestor said you can lose after all. Your opponent is a genius. But the ancestor has one request: you must not lose too badly. We must preserve some face for our Tai Su sect. As long as you don't lose too disgracefully, we won't lose all dignity. Yuning handed He Pingsheng a black token. The token bore the 2 characters Tai Su. According to what the master said, with this token one could obtain any item for free in any place of the sect, as long as it is available in the sect. This is the privilege granted to He Pingsheng by the ancestor Tai Su. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must win the competition. At the very least, he must not lose too badly. He Pingsheng believed he could manage that. He certainly wouldn't suffer a humiliating defeat. He could guarantee that he would advance to the 10th level within 3 years. Even 1 year would be no problem. Based on his previous cultivation speed, he could break through a level in about 6 months. With the remaining time, he could refine his other dantians and fill all 5 dantians completely. With 5 dantians against 1, even if the opponent is a genius, could I still be defeated so miserably? Of course, in a fight it's not just about the dantians, but also about spells. Powerful spells can yield twice the result with half the effort. Currently, the spells He Pingsheng practiced were mostly defensive. For instance, there were the Diamond Shield Earth Armor Technique, Fire Shield Technique, and Water Escape Technique. He only had 2 offensive spells: the Fire Crow Technique and the Yellow Turban Strength Technique. To be honest, the Yellow Turban Strength Technique is quite impressive when used, but He Pingsheng feared it might raise suspicions, so he definitely wouldn't use it easily. That left only the Fire Crow Technique available. This was certainly insufficient. What to do? He could only continue to cultivate. He Pingsheng held the Black Iron token and teleported from Xiuzhu Peak to Yulong Peak. As he emerged from the teleportation array at Yulong Peak, he saw a gigantic palace, the Tai Su Temple. Legend has it that this was the place where ancestor Tai Su secluded himself for cultivation. He Pingsheng had never seen what the ancestor looked like in his lifetime, yet he had easily controlled his life and death. It must be said this was a very strange feeling. It left an unpleasant taste in his heart. There were 2 great halls on the back mountain of Yulong Peak. One was the Scripture Collection Hall, and the other was the Treasure Hall. He Pingsheng arrived at the entrance of the Scripture Collection Hall. There were 2 great halls on the back mountain of Yulong Peak. One was the Scripture Collection Hall, and the other was the Treasure Hall. He Pingsheng arrived at the entrance of the Scripture Collection Hall. I have already received the decree. The guardian of the Scripture Collection Hall was still that old man in the foundation establishment stage. He smiled at He Pingsheng and said, "Nephew, feel free to ask for any techniques you need. Provided for free. If you want techniques of the 5 elements, we have them all here." He Pingsheng respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you, uncle. However, I do not want any techniques. I came to see if there are any spells suitable for me in this Scripture Collection Hall. If I can learn even a trick or 2, it can enhance my combat power." Good. The old man hunched over and stood up, saying, "Follow me." Soon the 2 arrived in front of a book. On the bookshelf, there were many books of various kinds. Most were books with a small portion being jade slips. In theory, the spells cultivated by Foundation Establishment disciples are more powerful. The old man babbled on. If one can cultivate them, there are naturally many benefits. However, the spells cultivated by Foundation Establishment disciples require a vast divine consciousness to support them, as well as a solid foundation of sufficient mana. So I suggest that you, nephew, still cultivate the spells of the Qi Refinement disciples. Here. Currently, there are 76 types of Qi Refinement spells recorded in the Scripture Collection Hall. He Pingsheng nodded, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, uncle. Qi Refinement spells will suffice. There's no need for anything too advanced." Although He Pingsheng has 5 dantians and abundant mana, the mana in each dantian isn't significantly stronger than others of the same realm. If he practiced Foundation Establishment spells, he wouldn't have enough mana. So suitability is key. This one, this one, this one, and this one, and this one. He Pingsheng reached out and took the spells in front of him, selecting about 30 books encompassing the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, placing them before him. He said, "Uncle, let me borrow these for now. I'll take them back to the dojo and study them carefully to see which one is most suitable for my cultivation. Once I find the right one, I will return the rest to you." The old man in gray stared at He Pingsheng for 2 breaths of time before saying, "Nephew, you are going too far." He Pingsheng replied, "Uncle, I'm not taking them without returning. If you're unwilling, I'll leave now. If I end up losing against the Ice Extreme sect later, you can't blame me." "Damn." The old man in gray trembled and directly blurted out a curse, saying, "Nephew, quickly take them, quickly take them. What a joke. I still want to live a few more years, and don't dump the pot on my head. It's just a matter of taking spells. Don't say 30 books, you can take them all." He Pingsheng dashed back to his small courtyard with over 30 spell books. Next, he needed to sift through them one by one to see what suited him. Why didn't he sort through them in the scripture collection hall? It was because He Pingsheng wanted to enhance the spells. For example, he chose the fireball technique and then enhanced it into the fire dragon technique. If he cast it during battle, and someone with ill intentions remembered it, and came back to check, they would see he had taken the fireball technique and how it turned into the fire dragon technique. It would inevitably raise suspicion, especially from someone like Feng Daogu, that abnormal old nun. But if I took more than 20, how would you know which one I learned? In the end, I can tell you that I didn't learn any of them. I learned my own. What can you do about it? That's the plan. He Pingsheng flipped through the books. Finally, he selected a wood attribute spell named Poison Vine Technique. Upon seeing this name, He Pingsheng's eyes slightly narrowed. Excellent. Poison. I am filled with poison. I have been troubled about how to use it. Now having a spell that carries poison is the best. After glancing through the full text of the spell, he swiftly copied it. He secretly tucked the copied Poison Vine Technique into his bedding, placing it inside a treasure basin in the bedding. After one night, this Poison Vine Technique turned into 2 copies. He Pingsheng casually took out one. Name Holy Wood Poison Dragon Technique. Rank Celestial Grade. Effect: after casting with wood attribute mana, poisonous vines can emerge from the ground to attack enemies. He Pingsheng was overjoyed and then skimmed through the summary and main text. The content was not long. This is it. After finishing, He Pingsheng decided to cultivate this Holy Wood Poison Dragon Technique. As for the other one, it was also a wood attribute spell, but it had nothing to do with poison. It was a healing wood attribute spell named Holy Wood Revival Technique. Although it was also celestial grade, He Pingsheng had no desire to cultivate it. Too many would dilute his focus. He decided to cultivate the Holy Wood Poison Dragon Technique first. Nephew, have you selected a spell? Inside the scripture pavilion of Yulong Peak, the gray-robed elder looked. He Pingsheng returned all the over 20 spell scrolls, then shook his head. I didn't find any. None of them. The gray-robed elder's face fell. Then, perhaps you could take a look at some others. All right. He Pingsheng walked over and feigned another round of selection, finally shaking his head. Too inferior. They're not even as good as the spells I bought from a stall on Matu Mountain. With that, He Pingsheng strode off. The gray-robed elder gaped. Outside, Matu Mountain, in a damn street stall. Can you really find quality goods there? Junior brother. Senior sister Qiao from Tianfu Mountain has sent you a furnace of qi-gathering pills. You can take them. Zhao Linger handed He Pingsheng a porcelain bottle. He opened it and took a look. They were indeed qi-gathering pills, and all of them were of superior grade. No wonder she had someone deliver them specially. If they were merely ordinary low or middle grade, they wouldn't have been sent with such solemnity. So senior sister Qiao does care about me. He Pingsheng smiled and said, Thank you, senior sister Zhao. Why thank me? Zhao Linger replied. Thank your wife. I'm off. Zhao Linger departed. He Pingsheng entered his small courtyard and hung up a sign that read in seclusion. Then he returned to his bedroom, activated a first-grade defensive array, and began his secluded cultivation. On one hand, he cultivated the sacred wood venom dragon art. On the other, he consumed the supreme grade pill and practiced the leaf fire true method. He was multitasking with his mind. A month later, He Pingsheng had cultivated the sacred wood venom dragon art to the minor achievement stage. Open. In the small courtyard, He Pingsheng uttered a soft command. About 10 zhang away from him, a green thorny vine burst forth from the ground without any warning. It shot 2 zhang into the air with a whoosh. From that vine, 7 barbed tips flew out, each stabbing in a different direction. Every barb was laden with potent poison. When He Pingsheng cultivated the 9 venoms golden body art, he had absorbed many toxins into his body. He was now immune to all poisons, yet teeming with venom. Previously, he had no method to wield poison. Now, having mastered the sacred wood venom dragon art, the venom within him had found an outlet. If used unexpectedly, it would surely surprise his opponent. Of course, this poison art could be deployed anywhere within the range of He Pingsheng's divine sense. Currently, He Pingsheng's divine sense covered about 80 zhang. This was far superior to cultivators of the same realm, and even approached that of some Foundation establishment disciples. In other words, he could execute the technique within an 80 zhang radius. Withdrawing his divine ability, He Pingsheng returned to his small courtyard. He continued his cultivation. Day after day, every month or two, He Pingsheng received various supplements from Tianfu Mountain. Among them, qi-gathering pills were the most frequent. And each time the pills were of superior grade, He Pingsheng felt a warmth in his heart. He didn't know about others, but he saw everything senior sister Qiao did. Half a year later, He Pingsheng's cultivation broke through to the 9th layer of qi refining. However, he did not emerge from seclusion, so no one knew of his breakthrough. He didn't rush to break through the 10th layer's barrier. Instead, as was his custom, he went straight to cultivate the remaining 4 danshan's metal, wood, water, and earth. Once one danshan's barrier was broken, the others advanced much faster. Basically, it took a month or two to catch. Cultivation knows no time. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. He Pingsheng's cultivation had reached the 10th layer of qi refining as he desired. Moreover, all 5 dantians had reached the 10th layer. Upon reaching the 10th layer, his divine sense had also greatly increased. Now, with a burst of his spiritual sense, he could easily scan a distance of 100 zhang around him. 100 zhang was also his spellcasting range. Open. He Pingsheng, sitting in his room, uttered softly. Around him, 9 fire crows materialized. This divine ability could only manifest 9 fire crows at once at its peak, and He Pingsheng had now cultivated it to perfection. His fire tribute dantian could sustain the simultaneous operation of all 9 crows. The 9 fire crows, their fiery energy contained, flew around him. Under the control of his divine sense, they could even easily pass through the bounds of the bed curtains and window screens. Because their fire energy was restrained, they wouldn't ignite anything. Withdraw. The next moment, He Pingsheng commanded again. The 9 fire crows lost their form and reverted to fire's spiritual energy, which he absorbed back into his dantian. Phew. He Pingsheng exhaled deeply. Over these 2 years, he had been in seclusion day and night, and finally, he had reached the 10th layer. Of course, he hadn't pushed too hard. This was merely a normal cultivation speed. After all his dantians broke through to the 10th layer, He Pingsheng attempted to continue cultivating, striving toward the 11th layer. Then an awkward situation arose. He consumed a supreme-grade qi-gathering pill, but it didn't increase his cultivation by even a shred. He Pingsheng knew that his bottleneck had arrived as expected. A bottleneck at the 10th layer meant that the 11th and 12th layers would also have bottlenecks. According to the records in the miscellaneous notes on cultivation, if he reached foundation, establishment, golden core, or nascent soul later, he would similarly encounter bottlenecks at the 10th, 11th, and 12th layers. It was quite disheartening. The water element spirit apricot could allow him to break through from the 10th to the 11th layer, but what about the 11th? Phew. He Pingsheng exhaled again. Forget it. He would deal with the future later. The boat would straighten itself when it reached the bridge. He would first resolve the matter at hand. He Pingsheng did not rush to leave seclusion. Instead, he took out the 9 venoms golden body art and began to cultivate it. He set aside the cultivation of the divine sense for now. He felt that his current divine sense covering 100 zhang was sufficient. He would first cultivate his physical body. If there was time left after that, he would then focus on the divine sense. In a flash, another year passed. All of He Pingsheng's dantians were at the 10th layer, his divine sense was at the 10th layer, and his physical cultivation had also reached the 10th layer. He emerged from seclusion. That you have reached the 10th layer of qi refining truly pleases me. In the Yuning Palace, the Chongyang ancestor smiled and stroked his beard. Your cultivation has caught up. This first hurdle is passed. As for whether you can win in the end, that is the second hurdle. Let's go. The Chongyang ancestor waved his sleeve. Counting the days, there is only half a day left until the 3-year agreement. Your duel is set for noon today. I hear that the Ice Extreme sect has already invited many fellow disciples from the Daoshin Alliance. It's time for us to head over. He boy, tell me first, how confident are you? So I can prepare myself. He Pingsheng thought for a moment and said, Ancestor, rest assured. I shouldn't lose too badly. With my 5 dantians, if I still lose disgracefully, then I really have no place in this world. You are my personal disciple. This time when you go to the Ice Extreme Immortal sect to participate in the competition, you represent not only the reputation of the Taishu sect, but also the face of my Xiuzhu Peak. Here, take this storage bag and leave the treasure bag at home. With a wave of her hand, Yuning tossed over a storage bag. He Pingsheng took a look and found it to be merely of low quality. This. To be honest, he felt a bit dissatisfied. But it was already quite good that his master was able to do this. Thank you, master.